This young man's name is Lu Xin, and he has a perfectly happy family that gathers together every single evening. They all share a warm dinner together. It's just that sometimes his dad gets the urge to stuff his mom into a foam box. His mom will occasionally grab scissors and ask the neighbors for some fresh blood, and his sister can crawl on the walls. Her limbs twist just like a reptile as she hangs upside down from the ceiling, smiling at him with her head tilted back. Just adorable. Lu Xin feels having a family like this is genuinely great, but that's not what other people would see. In reality, the guy is just sitting there eating all alone. There's nobody else around. Turns out, Lu Xin's every move has been secretly watched by government agents for a long time. Years ago, a blood moon appeared and spread a neurological plague. They suspect Lu Xin is contaminated but have zero proof. That's because he acts like a normal person, goes to work on time, and is even an outstanding employee carrying the entire company. The next day, Lu Xin's boss suddenly calls him into his office for a special assignment, handing him a file. He tells him to take it to the coffee shop on Qingjiang Street, but Lu Xin has no idea it's not really his boss asking this. The real person in charge is the woman who watched him through binoculars. Her codename, Captain Chen. The boss is just her puppet. He's been completely hypnotized. Meanwhile, Lu Xin is on a train to Qingjiang, even giving his seat to a pregnant woman. His little sister, Xiao Qi, is crawling on the train's ceiling holding a teddy bear, before hanging upside down right in front of Lu Xin. "Why aren't you playing with me?" she asks. Lu Xin quickly shushes her, whispering that he can't see her in public. "And you can't talk either, so be quiet, or people will think I'm completely insane," he pleads. Getting locked in a mental hospital would be game over. At this, the little girl just pouts, clearly disappointed. But then she leans in, whispering a cryptic warning in his ear. "Be careful. The place you're going to is big trouble." With that, she crawls away, leaving Lu Xin stunned and confused. After getting off the train, he walks to the designated coffee shop. It's located on a desolate street corner, right up against the massive wall that separates the city. From a rooftop across the way, a recon team tracks Lu Xin's every single move, just waiting on the order to pounce. Target number 13 has entered the objective zone. The recon team is in position, and the assault team is hidden in the surrounding buildings, ready to act. Captain Chen holds the file in her hands, glancing over the most important lines. Mission objective: investigate the potential mutation and specific abilities of subject number 13. Potential risk: the coffee shop has been confirmed as a level 1 neurological contamination zone. Symptoms include being unconsciously drawn to the area. Victims are compelled to go inside. Death follows within 3 to 5 days, most often by the victim's own hand. Initial analysis suggests victims are infected by an energy that causes extreme depression. She turns to ask her subordinate a question. "Are the reinforcements in position?" The man points to a nearby window and reports, "Chief, our backup agent is ready. She can act at a moment's notice." He's pointing at a platinum-haired girl wearing a jet-black doll dress. Next to her rests a black umbrella, partially closed. The girl just stares blankly out the window, her face completely emotionless. Lu Xin takes a deep breath and pushes his way into the coffee shop. Contrary to its cold exterior, the place is warm and oddly crowded. He walks to the counter, handing the file to the barista. "Hello. Someone asked me to bring this here." The man smiles back warmly. "Thank you. To show my appreciation, please have a coffee." He slides a hot mug right in front of Lu Xin. "Oh, there's no need, I have to go." But just then, a deep aromatic scent wafts over. It's an intoxicating aroma coming from the cup, and Lu Xin can't tear his eyes away. "This smells incredible," he thinks. "It's way better than the cheap coffee at work." As if possessed, he picks up the cup. Maybe just one drink then. In that exact moment, Lu Xin senses that something is terribly wrong. He looks up and freezes, from behind the barista. A slimy, grotesque tentacle stretches out. Lu Xin's eyes widen in absolute horror. He watches as the tentacle lunges toward the coffee cup, a mouth on its tip opening up and spitting something tiny inside. Lu Xin holds his breath. The thing slowly opens an eye, and it's staring right at him. His mind screams, "This is bad!" The eye. "It's looking at me." The barista's voice rings out, still disgustingly cheerful. "Why don't you drink up? This coffee is delicious. Don't be shy now, have a taste." And the man's smile turns absolutely sinister. From behind his back, countless other tentacles begin to emerge, all of them writhing in the air. They're slowly inching towards him, cold sweat beads on Lu Xin's forehead. Stay calm. Absolutely calm. He had to pretend he saw nothing. Tanner 6 carefully set the coffee down, forcing a strained smile to his face. "No, it's all right. Thank you for your kindness." He tried to keep his legs from shaking as he calmly turned and walked to the door. Just get out of here, and he'd be safe. As his hand touched the knob, he risked one final look back. Every single customer in the cafe, without exception, had completely stopped moving, and they were all staring at him with hollow, empty eyes. That sight shattered Tanner Six's final defense. He let out a horrified scream and bolted from the cafe like his life depended on it. The surveillance team outside was stunned. He's out. He actually came out. How was this even possible? That was clearly a standard level 1 infection zone. Logically, a potential variant. Should have triggered a conflict the second he walked in. Why did nothing happen at all? This was completely unscientific. Damn it. The plan was to use this chance to test Subject 13 and pinpoint the source of the coffee shop's contamination. A clean sweep. But none of their 3 backup plans had anticipated a situation like this. All eyes fell on their leader, Captain Chen. What now? She bit her finger lightly, her sharp brows furrowed in concentration. Seconds later, she gave a decisive order. Continue the surveillance. Immediately activate the 4th response plan. Tanner Six ran for his life to the subway station, collapsing onto a cold bench, utterly exhausted. He panted heavily, his chest heaving as if it might just explode. He'd escaped. He'd finally escaped that nightmarish place. He buried his face in his trembling hands. Those things. Why were they so grotesque? In the chaos of his thoughts, little 17's warning suddenly echoed. She must have been warning him about the monsters in the coffee shop, he realized. Ever since the Blood Moon incident, the crazies wandering outside the city walls still looked human. But the things he just saw, they were clearly not people. A decision flashed in his mind. He had to ask his family about this tonight. They had to know something. Deep in thought, Tanner Six suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. 2 people entered the empty station, followed by a few more groups. He looked up in surprise. Why were so many people showing up all of a sudden? They wandered around, their shadows dim and blurry under the faint yellow light. Tanner Six's heart seized in his chest when he realized who they were. It was the customers from the coffee shop earlier. The waiter was there in the crowd, still holding that cup of coffee. He stared directly at Tanner Six, his lips twisting into a cruel smile as he growled out each word. You still haven't had your coffee. He stepped forward, holding the cup right up to his lips. Tanner Six recoiled, disgust rising in his throat. Damn them, they were like relentless ghosts. He had to get out of there, right now. He shot up from his seat to run, but it was already too late. The others had silently surrounded him, tightening the circle. Their eyes were vacant, with no pupils at all. There was only a soulless white, but the smiles on their faces were eerily radiant. It was over. Tanner Six thought in despair. They'd blocked every single exit. A few in front lunged toward him. He spun around, and the waiter was right behind him. The coffee cup was mere inches from his lips. Your coffee's going to get cold. The eye in the cup was still staring daggers at him. I don't have any money, I can't afford it, Tanner Six stammered. The waiter just sneered. Can't afford it? Not a problem. It's on me. Instantly, the eye in the coffee cup shot out like a spring, launching straight for Tanner Six's face. He dodged it by a hair's breadth. He couldn't stop himself from swearing. This damned thing finds its own owner? He had nowhere left to run. Tanner Six summoned all his courage and charged the crowd ahead. Get out of my way! He grabbed the escalator rail, planning to slide down, but then a freezing cold hand clamped down hard on his ankle. They dragged him back, throwing him down into the middle of the circle. Dozens of bodies piled on top, pinning him. Let me go! Get off me, you monsters! Tanner Six screamed in desperation, struggling with everything he had. Stay back! In the surveillance room, everyone was shocked. What is this? How was he subdued so easily? He looks just like any other weak, normal person. Captain Chen frowned, deep in thought. Perhaps he hasn't learned how to control his powers yet. Should we send in support to intervene and end this test? Captain Chen's gaze flickered to the girl in the doll dress by the window. Backup approved. The girl heard the command and silently stood up. The black umbrella in her hand slowly began to open, but suddenly an analyst shouted, Wait! Everyone, look at these readings! On the screen, Tanner Six was being completely overpowered. A monster was trying to pry his mouth open, while the eyeball creature hopping closer, getting ready to crawl inside. In that split second between life and death, a clear, sweet giggle echoed through the station. He. It was little 17. She was hanging upside down from the ceiling. Big brother, I told you to be careful, you know. You didn't listen to me at all. Tanner Six looked up, his eyes pleading. Help me. The little girl grinned, a mischievous look on her face. You always pretend you don't see me outside. You never talk to me. Now you want my help? You don't hate me anymore? Help me. Tanner 6 managed to growl, screaming internally. Of all the times for this little brat to be playing games, the grotesque eye was about to slide right into his mouth. But his sister had one condition promised to buy her the best toy imaginable. He had no money. Lu Xin let out a scream. Just as the eyeball touched his lips, a tiny hand shot out, grabbing his and yanking him back with shocking force. He was ripped free from the horde. He gripped his sister's hand tightly, and in that single instant, everything changed. His eyes warped into a deep, eerie black, leaving only blood-red pupils burning within. The panic on his face vanished, replaced by an arrogant, absolutely insane grin. Ha 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 ha. From behind, Xiaoqi threw her arms over his shoulders. A huge smile plastered on her face. Big brother, we have a promise, you know. That all depends on your performance, Lu Xin replied, his voice now completely transformed. Like a pair of gleeful phantoms, he and his sister dove straight into the swarm of monsters, sending them flying one after another. Xiaoqi dangled from his shoulders, suspended in midair. Hey, this is so much fun, brother. Go faster, go faster. All right then. Lu Xin smirked as his speed skyrocketed. You'd better hold on tight. The surveillance team could only stare, completely speechless. His body control has reached absolute precision. This is clearly a spider-type ability. He was totally suppressed, moments from forced infection, and yet he just broke free. His body is impossibly agile. He can create angles of movement no ordinary person could ever manage. What is his ability synchronization percentage? It's inconclusive for now, but at this speed, initial estimates put it at over 50%. My God, his initial potential is almost at the blue tiger rank. The numbers on the screen were going absolutely wild. This is not good. Back at the scene, the waiter calmly held his coffee cup, still smiling. Heh, you're pretty fast. He laughed so hard his whole body trembled. But you're not getting away. The moment he finished speaking, a forest of tentacles erupted from his back, each one covered in hundreds of hideous eyes. They all shot towards Lu Xin in unison. He swiftly dodged the assault, leaping onto the railing of the staircase. He bolted for the upper floor. Don't run, the monsters roared, giving chase. Lu Xin ran straight for the rooftop, his eyes scanning the area. The surveillance team breathed a sigh of relief. He's outside now, it's probably over. Captain Chen murmured before turning to the girl with the umbrella. Prepare to bring him in. But suddenly one of the analysts cried out. Wait a second. Everyone look. Something isn't right. What in the world is he doing? All eyes were glued to the monitor. They watched as Lu Xin leaped right off the edge of the roof, but instead of falling, his feet just stuck, firmly planted on the vertical face of the building. His entire body was now hanging upside down. He stared directly into their surveillance camera, and then he smiled. And then he raised a hand, beckoning them forward in a blatant taunt. The surveillance room was stunned, silent. Is he provoking us? They knew the spider system granted incredible speed, but this was completely beyond anything they could have ever imagined. In a state like this, there's no way the infection source back in that coffee shop could ever hope to catch him. In fact, in this entire world, the number of people or entities capable of catching a spider-type user is extremely rare. One of them said nervously, "But I just don't understand. What kind of person is he? Who confronts monsters like that, and instead of running for his life, turns back to taunt them?" Captain Chen clenched his fist, thinking to himself, subject number 13 is anything but normal. A few minutes later, Lu Xin was back on the rooftop's edge, trying to steady his breathing. The strong night wind whipped through his hair, carrying the scent of damp concrete and a thick, metallic stench. It was the lingering smell from the chaotic battle. He appeared calmer now, but deep within his eyes, the panic was still there. His sister's tiny, ice-cold hand tightened on his wrist, her large, clear eyes looking straight up at him, but all Lu Xin could see in them was a strange, unsettling excitement. She pulled him towards the stairwell. "Little sister, what are you doing?" Lu Jin's voice trembled with anxiety. She tilted her head, answering his question with one of her own, her voice crystal clear yet chilling. "The question is, what do you want to do?" "Snap out of it. Don't you see the monsters down there?" Lu Xin nearly screamed. His little sister just giggled. It was a laugh that echoed with triumph and wildness. "You're so silly. Why should we be the ones to be afraid? They're the ones who should be scared of us." As she spoke, her gaze dropped towards the waiter and the hideous swarm of monsters below. Down below, that gaze hit the waiter like a bolt of lightning. He physically recoiled in shock. Then, just as suddenly, he exploded into maniacal laughter. Following some unseen command, the entire horde of monsters charged towards Lu Xin. They were disgusting, writhing masses of flesh, twisting together like giant worms, their bodies covered in countless soulless eyes. In unison, they opened their gaping mouths, revealing rows of sharp fangs that looked like jagged shards of broken glass. His survival instincts screamed at Lu Xin to run immediately, but his sister just smiled brightly. "I'm not running. Look, aren't they adorable?" With that, she yanked his hand hard, pulling him straight into the eye of the storm, right into the middle of the monster horde. "Let's go play," her excited voice rang out. Meanwhile, in a secret monitoring room, the mental energy value had just shot past the warning threshold. The target had materialized a level 1 psychic monster. A voice crackles over the intercom system as a team member turns to the woman in charge, Captain Chen. "Do we need to send backup?" Captain Chen narrows her eyes, her finger tapping on the monitor. In theory, a spider mutant can't take on this kind of threat empty-handed, but he has no intention of backing down. On screen, his little sister nimbly climbs onto Lu Xin's back. Their coordination is unreal, moving like a single shadow. They weave between the attacks from the giant worms. Their target is clear, the waiter. In an instant, they're on him. Lu Xin grabs the man's arm, and with a horrifying tearing force, rips it clean off his body before they instantly leap back. The little sister's cheerful laughter echoes, "Ha, I got it." And in that exact moment, a sharp crack is heard. The monitor glitches out, then goes completely black. What happened? The team is in shock. Captain Chen clenches her fist. "Damn it. The camera was destroyed by psychic force. All units, move now." Down in the station, Lu Xin and his sister face the waiter. The man clutches his bloody arm. "Hee, you lost a hand. Isn't that fun?" The monster's remaining tentacles roar and lunge forward. Lu Xin doesn't even flinch, moving like lightning to snatch one out of the air. It struggles desperately, trying to get away, but it's no use. Trying to run? He smirks, a cold smile on his face. "It's not that easy. Rip." Lu Xin uses his raw strength to tear the slimy creature's body in two. He repeats the motion on a few more, and soon the ground is littered with their dismembered corpses. The last few monsters are trembling, primal fear taking over as they begin to flee. "Now it's your turn. You can't escape." Lu Xin bursts forward, his body moving so fast he can run along the vertical walls. He sticks close to one of the panicking monsters. "What's wrong? You're leaving before we've even had our fun?" He breaks off a piece of rebar, his strength bending the solid metal. He launches himself into the air, his body a deadly arc, turning the iron bar into a spear of pure death. He aims straight for the monster leader down below. "You're the one." The rebar pierces straight through the creature's head. It's pinned firmly to the ground. The others all let out a piercing shriek, as if they all share the same body. Lu Xin lands, watching coldly. Suddenly, the impaled monster explodes into hundreds of tiny pieces of flesh. Each fragment shoots out, latching onto an infected person in the cafe, turning them into new puppets that scatter in every direction. "Where do you think you're going?" Lu Xin smiles, the grin of a predator. "All of you, stay right there." He lunges, grabbing one puppet. One decisive twist of his hand and he snaps its neck. Then he's immediately chasing the others. "And you guys, don't think you can run." A moment later, the station is a mess of corpses, some dismembered, others smashed to bits. Lu Xin stands amid the carnage, laughing softly. What a useless bunch, not a single decent one among them. A small sound makes him whip around, his gaze like a knife. Who's there? In the nearby security booth, a middle-aged man is trembling. The color has completely drained from his face. "Haha," Lu Xin laughs out loud. "So there was one little rat still hiding here." He rushes forward, his hand reaching out to grab the man. "Ah, no, please, don't." The guard clasps his hands, begging for his life. "That's enough." Another voice, Lu Xin's voice, but firm and sane, cuts through. He pulls his excited sister's hand back. "Stop playing, little 17. The girl struggles wildly. "Don't pull me, let me go." I said. "That's enough." Lu Xin shouts, his voice overpowering her screams. "That was an emergency. Those things weren't human anymore. That's why I didn't stop you. You killed them? It's done. But this guard is a normal person. You can't keep rampaging like this. Do you hear me?" Seeing his unprecedented serious expression, the madness in her eyes finally fades. It's replaced by a look of hurt and grievance. She lets go, rushing to hug Lu Xin. "Don't be mad. I only wanted to protect you. Look at those monsters. They were so fierce and scary." Lu Xin just sighs. He pats his sister's head. "If they're scary, we can just run away. You don't have to go this far." "Fine. Stop nagging me." The girl takes his hand. "I'll be more careful next time. Those people are coming. We should go." She picks up her dirty teddy bear from the ground, pulling her brother as they vanish into the darkness. A moment later, a subway train screeches by. A girl holding a black umbrella lands softly from above, followed by the screech of tires as Captain Chen arrives on a nearby rooftop. The two siblings watch from a distance as the special ops team cordons off the scene. "Brother, how are you going to thank me?" she asks, her voice filled with eager expectation. Lu Xin lets out a breath, a mix of frustration and helplessness. "Thank you? I ought to spank you." But then his voice softens, tinged with sadness and sincerity. "But, thank you, little 17. Her face instantly beams with joy. "Then you have to buy me a toy." "Another toy? Didn't I just get you this teddy bear? What's wrong with it being cute?" "No." The girl shakes her head furiously. "I want a toy that can scream. The more tragic and painful the scream, the better." Lu Xin felt a chill but still teased. "Horrible screams, huh? Ever seen a screaming chicken toy?" The girl's face immediately soured. With a huff, she snapped, "You're just all talk. I'm done playing with you," and turned to leave. She stepped lightly onto an electrical wire stretched between the two buildings, strolling casually before glancing back at her brother. A mysterious smile played on her lips. "Hey brother, you'd better be careful. Someone is targeting you." Lu Xin froze. "What did you say? Who's targeting me?" Hee, it's a secret." She put a finger to her lips. "Goodbye, big brother." And with that, she skipped away on the wire, vanishing into the night. Lu Xin was left behind, shouting desperately after her. "Hey, you little demon. If you leave, how the hell am I supposed to get down?" Standing on the roof of the skyscraper, Lu Xin looked at the tiny people below and sighed. In the end, it seems he could only rely on himself. After a difficult scramble past several checkpoints, Lu Xin finally made it to ground level, thinking he was safe at last. "Hey, Lu Xin." A cold female voice right behind him made him jump out of his skin. It was Chen Qing. "Get in the car. I'll buy you a cup of coffee." "Coffee again?" Lu Xin cursed internally. He'd been on guard for 23 years. No woman had ever asked him out, especially not one so beautiful, cold, and obviously powerful as her. She had to be from the station's security team, tracking him from the start. But this invitation didn't seem hostile. Refusing her outright felt like a terrible idea. He scratched his head, trying to act naive. "Is this about something specific? I'm not really in the mood for coffee." Chen Qing frowned slightly, sizing him up. After facing such a horrific situation, and still remaining this calm after a sudden invitation interesting. She turned and opened the car door. "Fine. We'll go to a bar then." The bar was dead silent, not a single soul in sight except for Lu Xin and Chen Qing. "I'm Chen Qing." She placed a card on the table. "This is my certification. I mean you no harm." She paused a moment, then got straight to the point. "But I will admit it. Everything you just experienced was part of my script." Lu Xin frowned as he looked down at the card. Qinggang City Patrol Department, highest level clearance. A major player from the main city. He always thought that someone from a satellite city like him would never get the chance to meet such an important person. Now he understood. From delivering that document to the monster attack, it was all an elaborate stage play, set up by this woman to test him. This woman was truly unpredictable. In that instant, Lu Xing's gaze accidentally shifted, and he spotted the holstered pistol, right on Chen Qing's hip. His whole body went rigid. Lu Xin let out a slow breath. Trying to push down the shock and confusion swirling in his chest, he finally asked, "So why did you have to do all this?" Chen Qing didn't answer right away. She skillfully uncorked a bottle of hard liquor and poured 2 glasses. The lights in the bar reflected off the amber liquid, creating shimmering streaks of light. "Let me explain. From what you saw, I'm part of the Abnormal Event Management Department, an agency specializing in handling pollution events that happen inside these city walls. You can think of us as a special branch of the government." She pushed a glass toward Lu Xin. After the Red Moon disaster, the world restructured itself into large main cities and the smaller satellite cities surrounding them. Our primary mission is to handle and eliminate the madmen and chaos outside, while dealing with opposition forces like the Wild Knights or the Spirit Cult. We also oversee the construction and maintenance of those towering city walls. But now, she took a sip of her drink. The biggest threat is coming from the inside. It's called pollution. Pollution? Lu Xin's brows furrowed. "You mean all that strange stuff from earlier?" Chen Qing nodded, pushing a thin, top-secret file toward him. "Exactly. They're supernatural phenomena that normal people can't explain, just like what you ran into at the coffee shop. Go on, read it." Lu Xin opened the file. "Special pollution source target D036. Target level, nascent Y class. Infection level, low. Infection method, physical contact. Infection rate, 90%. Critical mutation rate, 70%. Latent, potential, high. Overall danger level, low." The source of the pollution is a grade, one spiritual monster. It's parasitic, living inside a host organism. It can infect any living thing through direct contact. It's not airborne. The pollution source can be eliminated by completely destroying the parasitic host. The host itself can be harmed by ordinary, conventional physical attacks. The source itself has no high-level intelligence and tends to repeat unconscious behaviors from before it was ever infected. It has no capacity for complex communication. Chen Qing lit a cigarette, a thin wisp of smoke rising. It partially hid her sharp features. The Red Moon event changed the nature of the world and of people. We are the lucky survivors, huddled inside these concrete fortresses. But just surviving doesn't mean things are back to normal. Many people went through mental mutations, becoming living sources of invisible energy that affects everything and everyone around them. We call that condition pollution. Lu Xin immediately asked, "What kind of pollution?" It felt like stepping into a completely different world. "And if you get polluted, what happens?" Chen Qing replied, "You get sick." This type of pollution is basically a source of psychic radiation, seeping into the surroundings and affecting anyone who gets close. The first symptoms seem like a psychological plague, but it's far more mysterious and terrifying. It doesn't attack the body, it attacks the mind. Mild cases lead to depression and anxiety. Severe cases lose all sanity, go mad, and attack people. Some unique cases even start developing the ability to communicate with things that can't be seen. She crushed her cigarette into the ashtray. "Simply put," she said, "the pollution source creates a mental illness that can spread. On the outside, an infected person might look no different from the rest of us." But her voice turned serious as she continued. "Inside, however, they've rotted away. And the scariest part is, they're not like the lunatics outside the city walls. They live right among us. They work with us, and nobody knows when they'll finally snap, dragging down a new wave of victims just like those 37 people in the cafe. All of them were infected. The monster he faced was the host, a severe case of infection that had completely lost its mind. For cases like that, there is no cure. The only outcome is death." "They all have to die?" Lu Xin blurted out, his voice filled with shock. "Even after we destroyed the main source of pollution?" "Yes," Chen Qing answered flatly. "The psychic monster is just the trigger. Once it goes off, every single infected person becomes a potential cancer cell, ready to spread. The ones he killed back at the station, they were those very cells. After the host dies, the severe cases lose all control and scatter. If just one gets away, it could evolve into a new pollution source, and an even bigger disaster will begin. Then why didn't it just leave a copy somewhere so it could come back?" Chen Qing chuckled softly. "A Class Y monster isn't that intelligent. They only act on instinct, unconsciously infecting everyone around them. The heavily infected automatically gather around their host, falling completely under its control. It's only when the host is destroyed that they might regain a tiny flicker of consciousness, but by then, it's far too late. If it's so dangerous, why did you let me get involved? Aren't you afraid I'd get polluted too? You won't be infected." Chen Qing stated it as a fact. Or maybe it's better to say, "You're already infected, just in a different way." She pushed another notebook toward him. His own name was written on the cover. "Take a look at this." Lu Xin opened it. Inside was a detailed file all about him, full of complex analytical data and ability assessments. It had his picture, address, age, and one line, circled in red. Spider, system mental mutation. Chen Qing lit another cigarette. After the Red Moon, some people's minds didn't weaken. Instead, they grew much stronger. They possess incredible willpower, allowing them to control their bodies with phenomenal precision, down to every single muscle, every joint. You're one of them. We're classifying your ability as the spider system, the power to control your body with absolute precision, like a spider commanding its 8 legs. This allows him to boost his reaction, speed, and strength to superhuman levels. On our team, we have a guy nicknamed Lizard. His body control is at 80%, enough to dodge bullets, handle firearms perfectly, and even crawl on walls like gravity doesn't exist. From what we've observed, your ability is similar. Because he's a mental mutant, he has a special sensitivity to the presence of these psychic monsters. That makes him the perfect person for this job." Lu Xin fell silent, lost in thought. His entire view of the world had just been completely shattered. An announcement on the bus pulled him back to reality. "The bus is now approaching Dongcheng Satellite Station. Please check your belongings before you exit." Lu Xin looked at the thick wad of cash Chen Qing had stuffed into his hand. 10,000 yuan. He never thought he'd ever make this much money. He shook his head, trying to clear the complicated thoughts away. Whatever. He desperately needed the money, so he'd just treat it like a new job. He stepped off the bus and blended into the bustling crowd. The announcement echoed behind him. Dongcheng Satellite Station. All passengers, please exit the bus. Lu Xin walked up to the gate of a decrepit old orphanage. The walls were covered in moss and stained by time, giving it a gloomy, desolate feeling. The old security guard sweeping leaves in the yard looked up, squinting at him. You're here? The little ones inside teaching the kids to sing. Lu Xin gave a slight nod as a greeting, and then walked silently inside. From a large room, the innocent, clear voices of children drifted out. Catch the sparrow, the hawk is on the hunt. Oh, sparrow, little sparrow, where can you hide now? He hid himself just outside the room. Inside, the girl named Xiaolu seemed to sense something. She spun around suddenly. Who's out there? But behind her, the hallway was completely empty. Huh? Is no one there? She mumbled to herself. I must be getting too sensitive. It's not him. She turned back to the kids, clapping a rhythm. Okay, everyone, let's keep singing. Lu Xin watched from behind the wall, his smile softening. It was such a happy scene, he decided not to interrupt. He quietly approached the donation box. He pulled out a thick stack of bills and shoved it inside. Before leaving, he plucked 2 wildflowers and gently placed them on the box like a silent signature. The security guard had appeared behind him at some point. You could just talk to the girl, you know. You're always sneaking around. And on top of that, you're picking my flowers, the old man grumbled. But his voice held no real blame. Do you think this flower bed was easy to grow? At this rate, the whole thing will be bald soon. Lu Xin turned around, a bit embarrassed. This weekend, I'll come back and buy you some drinks. The security guard just waved it off. No need, it's on me. I've always got homemade rice wine. The unexpected offer made Lu Xin pause for a moment, but then he nodded and smiled, a rare, genuine smile. On the way home, he walked along, muttering to himself. Having money in his hands felt amazing. He really needed money, a lot of it. There were just too many things to handle, but still, the look in that woman's eyes. Let's rewind 1 hour to a dimly lit bar where Lu Xin and Chen Qing sat face to face. After this last test, your performance has been nothing short of astonishing. Right now, we need people just like you to solve the spiritual pollution problems brewing between Qinggang City and the southern satellite city. You helped us deal with one source of that pollution. This is your payment. She pushed a thick envelope toward him, 10,000 yuan. Lu Xin's jaw dropped. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. 10,000 yuan. My employee of the month salary is only 1,000. How can this be so much? Chen Qing seemed totally unfazed by his reaction. It's the amount you deserve. That pollution source, to be precise, wasn't eliminated by you alone, since we had already prepped the scene. That's why the payment is only 10,000. Normally, a similar mission goes for at least 30,000. 30,000? Lu Xin stammered. Chen Qing frowned. That's right. If you learn to use your ability, money will no longer be a problem. You will never be short on cash again. Lu Xin's heart was pounding. He really loved the sound of that. It felt like his time had finally come. Watching his ecstatic expression, Chen Qing made a quick mental note. Greed for money. Danger index can be lowered by 10%. Suddenly, Lu Xin snapped back to reality. Oh, wait a minute. I need to make one thing clear. I'm very curious about the work you mentioned, and I really do want to earn extra income, but I have to tell you up front, I don't actually have any abilities myself. The power you saw was borrowed from my sister. She was the one who saved me from those monsters. She's always with me. Oh, and not just my sister, but my mom and dad too. Our family has always lived together. Chen Qing's expression immediately became guarded. What did you say? A voice buzzed through her hidden earpiece. Colonel Chen, it's time to make the final assessment. If the subject has severe symptoms of multiple personalities, it means he is always on the verge of losing control. We can't just consider recruiting him. We must also prepare an emergency termination plan to avoid disaster later. Don't forget the mysterious death of the dream maker. He simply entered the subject's dream for an evaluation and ended up dead without a body, leaving no spiritual residue behind. A disappearance that clean is something that has never happened before. Even Professor Bai couldn't figure out the cause. He is already an extremely high-risk subject, and now he's showing signs of multiple personalities. Should we terminate immediately? No, not yet. We have to try one more time. Chen Qing's face became frighteningly serious. She looked straight at Lu Xin, her voice as cold as ice. According to our files, you have always lived alone. Ever since the Moonlight Orphanage was shut down, your parents, your sister, none of them exist. They are just products of your imagination. It's not just them. That old apartment building where you live? You are the only person living there. Chen Qing's eyes flashed. a sharp glint, tearing away the truth. This was the most dangerous method, but it was also the most effective test. If he lost control, there would be no reason left to keep him alive. And yet, Lu Xin simply replied with an eerie calm. I know. I found out a long time ago that other people can't see them, but does that matter? I can see them. We eat together, watch the sunset, and watch TV together. When I'm in danger, they show up to protect me. Tell me, how can a family like that be considered non-existent? The voice in her earpiece buzzed again. Captain Chen, the armed team is in position. Please provide your final assessment. Chen Qing frowned, ignoring the signal. I'm only going to ask you one final question. If your abilities all come from your family, then can you guarantee that they won't arbitrarily influence you? Lu Xin laughed, a sound of relief. You really don't have to worry. My family members are all good people. His little sister was an adorable kid, a bit hyper and obsessed with her toys. His father? An honest man. The man loved nothing more than cooking up delicious meals in the kitchen, and his mother was gentle, never raising her voice. She preferred to solve things with reason. They would never try to control him. Tran Thon stayed silent, a storm of thoughts swirling in her mind. This man was far too ordinary. He described non-existent entities with an unnervingly calm demeanor. Luke Tan left the bar, sighing as he walked. It was clear she didn't believe a word he said. Whatever getting paid was all that mattered. Nothing else was important. But then, a black SUV suddenly screeched to a halt right in front of him. The car door opened. It was Tran Than. As of right now, the execution squad has decided to provisionally recruit you. She spoke with absolute finality. But this is just a temporary arrangement. You'll have to pass a probationary period. Only then can you become an official member. Your base salary will be 5,000 a month, with extra stipends for each mission. If you agree, sign this document. Luke Tan took the contract, quickly scanning the terms. 5,000 a month even during probation? Okay, this deal was definitely worth it, he asked. I'd like to know what exactly will my job be. Tran Thon explained, her voice carrying a hidden warning. Investigating and disposing of sources of spiritual pollution. In other words, protecting everyone in this city. So, I hope you're mentally prepared. The problems we handle are extremely dangerous. You'll face the risk of death at any moment, and could even be assimilated, becoming one of those monsters. But she paused, her eyes locking onto Luke Tan's. For those of us who survived the Blood Moon event, every single ordinary person is precious and deserves to be protected. Naturally, that includes you. Luke Tan grabbed the pen, signing the contract without a moment's hesitation. He murmured, almost as if speaking to himself, I understand. Tran Thon took the contract back, her sharp gaze meeting his in the rearview mirror. I have to admit, I'm curious. You know this job is full of danger, so why did you decide to join so quickly? Luke Tan leaned his head against the seat. His eyes stared out at the ruined landscape beyond the window. Back at the orphanage, the director used to tell us about the world, about the time before the Red Moon. He said that disaster nearly wiped out all of humanity. Our strongholds collapsed. Civilization regressed. It was like a nightmare that would never end. If the survivors just keep fighting and scrambling over each other, then we will never have a chance. A chance to rebuild what was lost. He paused for a moment, determination hardening his eyes. I've never known what life was like before, but I believe that what he said was true. Hearing those words, the icy expression on Tran Thon's face thawed slightly. She gave a slight nod, a rare, appreciative smile touching her lips. All right, take this box. It contains your necessary equipment. Luke Tan opened it. Inside was a jet-black handgun, a few clips of ammo, and a phone-like communicator, and an identification card. Is this a real gun? The communicator is for us to stay in touch, Tran Thon explained. I'll notify you of missions through it. You can also use it to contact me anytime. For now, my number is the only one saved in the contacts. Luke Tan couldn't help but blush. Only one number it felt like he was being kept, by some powerful, domineering female CEO. He couldn't stop an image from flashing through his mind. Tran Thon, slamming her hand on a desk, ordering him with an irresistible tone. From now on, you belong to me. You're only allowed to have my number in your phone. You can only contact me, understand? Are you even listening to me? Tran Thon's sharp voice suddenly snapped him back to reality. Oh yes, I'm listening. Luke Tan awkwardly scratched his head. Tran Thon thought to herself. Good. At least he's into girls. That might lower his risk factor a bit. She continued in a serious tone. There's one last thing I need to emphasize. Besides dealing with the pollution, protecting yourself in your daily life is also critically important. If you run into trouble, You are absolutely forbidden from using your abilities recklessly. I'm giving you 3 options. 1. Report it to the district police. 2. Call me directly. And 3. Use this gun to solve the problem. After parting ways with Tran Than, Luke Tan walked along, muttering calculations to himself. He had no idea when he'd become official, but this salary was already insane. 5,000 base pay plus 1,000 in subsidies, that's 6,000 a month. And missions had their own bonuses. Taking down a single Y-class monster paid 30,000. Just the 6,000 a month alone was an unbelievable figure. He did the math in his head. 500 for food. The rest goes straight into savings. In 1 year, that's 66,000. In 10 years, it would be 660,000. The old elementary school was being relocated. It was too close to the city wall, too dangerous. To buy a new house for the kids, he'd probably need to save for another 5 years. But if he took on more missions, he could probably earn the money much faster. He had to find a way to become an official member, and soon. Then another thought sparked in his mind. That's right, he could also take Xiaolu to the main city to get her leg treated. If everything went smoothly, he might even have some extra cash. What are you mumbling about? A clear voice suddenly asked. His little sister, Xiao Shi-Chi, appeared beside him out of nowhere, her bare feet dry against the ground. Mom and Dad are waiting for dinner. Oh, there you are. I actually needed to talk to you about something. Xiao Shi-Chi just squinted, a sly grin spreading across her face. You want to borrow my power for money again, don't you? So, what's the offer this time? A screaming chicken? A monkey with a drum? Or maybe a dancing sloth? Lu Xin listed off the usual choices. The girl's face immediately fell. She waved her hand dismissively. No effort at all. See ya. Wait, Lu Xin quickly grabbed her. Let's negotiate. Just tell me what kind of toy you want, and I'll find a way to get it for you. Don't just disappear like that. Xiao Shichi didn't answer, simply tilting her chin towards what was behind Lu Xin. I want an interesting toy. Like that one. Lu Xin turned to see a drunk man stumbling down the street. His sister's eyes began to glow with a sick, twisted excitement. I like toys that can move and talk. I like them to be completely intact, because that's the only way I can tear them apart. And then, she continued, I can sew them back together. Get me that toy, and I'll agree to anything you want. Lu Xin hesitated for a moment, then crouched down, placing a hand on his sister's shoulder with a serious expression. Xiao Shiqi, listen to me. We can't just go around hurting people. That's against the law. The smile vanished from the girl's face. Her expression turned cold and emotionless. Against the law? Then why were other people allowed to hurt me? If you won't let me hurt them, her eyes went completely hollow. Then can I borrow you as a toy for a little while? A sharp, tearing pain suddenly ripped through him. The sky over Qinggang City was stained, a deep, bloody red, an after effect of the Red Moon incident. Black crows circled overhead, crying mournfully. Lu Xin held his sister tight, even as the back of his shirt was torn open, revealing a long, gruesome scar. The soda can fell from his hand. Red liquid, just like blood, spilled onto the ground. Xiao Shiqi trembled, her small fingers lightly touching the scar. Does your scar still hurt? Lu Xin was silent, his eyes filled with nothing but pain for his sister. She burst into tears. You're always so stupid. When they beat me, you were the only one who jumped in to protect me. He sighed, gently stroking her hair. Silly girl, don't you know? I'm different now. I found a new job. I have money, he told her. I can't get you the toy that you want, but I can take you to buy other things. We'll buy lots of stuff. As much as you want. Whatever you want, I'll get it for you, okay? Xiao Shiki froze for a second before her tear-filled eyes suddenly lit up. She nodded frantically, her bright smile returning. Okay. The two spent the entire afternoon at an arcade, winning a mountain of stuffed animals as Xiao Shiqi laughed nonstop. But in the eyes of everyone around them, Lu Xin was completely alone. Hey, look at that kid over there, a woman whispered to her friend. Is there something wrong with him? His shirt's all torn up, like he got into a fight. And why would a grown man buy so many stuffed animals? He's even standing there talking to himself. Lu Xin and Xiao Shiqi heard them, and in perfect sync, turned and stuck their tongues out at the gossiping women. Look at that, he's glaring at me now. Kids these days are so rude, the woman huffed. Xiao Shiqi couldn't have cared less. She was gleefully tearing the newly won plushies to shreds. So fun, so many toys. Lu Xin watched the scene unfold. An infinite sadness welled up inside him. Brother, I'm so happy, she turned and said. Lu Xin forced a smile. So, will you let me borrow your power? His sister replied. You silly brother, don't you already know that I can just forcefully use your power whenever I want? Lu Xin nodded. I know, but I still wanted to get your permission. Xiao Shiqi looked up at her brother with sparkling eyes and smiled happily. She held out her hand. When you need me, I'll always be by your side. Lu Xin high-fived her, sealing the deal. On the way home, Xiao Shiqi looked worried. But I tore your shirt. How are you going to go to work tomorrow? It's the only one you have. Lu Xin just smiled gently. It's okay, I can sew it up myself. Meanwhile, in another corner of the city, Qin Qing was on a secure line with her superior. The file shows that ever since the Moonlight Orphanage was re-established after the disaster, Lu Xin has been a constant donor, likely because he's an orphan himself. He feels a special kind of empathy for kids in the same situation. But Colonel Chen, the voice on the other end, was worried. Recruiting and mentoring an aberration is a decision that requires absolute caution. Are you certain about this? I'm certain, Chen Qing replied. Her voice was firm. I trust my judgment. Colonel, aren't you being a bit too hasty? At the very least, we should bring him to the main city for a full evaluation, to determine his danger level and the risk of him losing control. After all, he is. Enough. Chen Qing cut the man off sharply. When I get back, I'll write the report for Professor Bai myself. She ripped off her earpiece, slamming it on the console and cursing under her breath. A bunch of armchair theorists. How could they risk bringing a ticking time bomb to the heart of their operations before confirming his stability? All their talk, all their concerns, it all boiled down to one single point. They saw him as a dangerous, unstable schizophrenic. But she had to wonder, among all the agents recruited by the task force, was a single one of them actually normal? With that thought, she slammed her foot on the gas, and the car roared off into the night. Lu Xin had just reached the door when his father was already there blocking the way, his face carved with angry lines. Do you have any idea they almost killed you yesterday? He roared, spit flying. To them, your life isn't even human. They were ready to dispose of you from the start. If it wasn't for that damn girl, you'd already be a corpse. Hearing the shouting, little 17 burst into frightened tears. The father slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang. Damn it, they almost killed you, and you still agreed to work for them? Lu Xin frowned. What happened at the cafe was their fault, but they're paying me a lot. That naive answer was like fuel to the fire. His father froze for a second before grabbing Lu Xin's collar, growling, useless. How did I have such a useless son? I should just… But as he raised his hand, a steaming bowl of rice flew and smashed right into his face. It was his mother. She stood there, her face chillingly calm. You're the real useless one here. If it wasn't for your incompetence and your temper, we wouldn't be trapped in this hellhole. So instead of calling other people useless, why don't you take a good look at yourself? The father let Lu Xin go, whipping around to face his wife, his eyes bloodshot. Are you looking for death? The mother didn't even flinch, silently raising 2 fingers to draw a strange symbol on the table. His father stared. You. What are you doing? She smirked with pure arrogance. You understand, don't you? If you're so scared, then get back in your corner, you useless coward. All of you are useless and deserve to die. He let out one final roar and flipped the whole table. Dishes shattered, food flew everywhere, and a heavy silence fell over the house. 4 people stood amidst the wreckage. The father glanced back and forth between the chaos he'd created and his wife's piercing eyes. Finally, he turned and stormed away, not without throwing one last look of pure hatred. Lu Xin rushed over to comfort his trembling little sister. It's okay, don't be scared. It's over now. Only then did the mother move forward. All right, that's enough. Don't waste time on pointless things. She looked at Lu Xin, her gaze softening. I told you, I'd give you a gift on your first day of work. Follow me. It was a brand new set of clothes. Lu Xin stammered. Mom, thank you. But don't I look a little strange in this? Not at all. She tilted her head, then stepped forward and gently removed his glasses. There, that's better. See? Our little Lu just needed to clean up a bit to become a handsome young man. Lu Xin turned before the mirror, feeling a little out of place. I'm still not quite used to this look, but thank you, Mom, and thank you for helping me out back there too. The mother smiled gently. Silly child, we're family. There's no need for thanks. Just be careful at your new job. Remember, be polite to everyone you meet and always speak reasonably. A gentle soul like you would never hurt anyone, but if anyone dares to bully you… She paused, a mysterious smile creeping onto her lips. Then our whole family will go find them together. 6:30 in the evening, at his old office. The moment the clock struck, Lu Xin stood up, packed his things, and headed out. The office started buzzing. Hey, isn't he usually the one who works the latest? It's been weird these past few days. He just vanishes on time. Haven't you noticed? He's even looking sharper these days. He must have a girlfriend. In his private office, the director watched Lu Xin's back. His bloated face twisted into a sinister expression, clearly plotting something foul. The city sank into a strange twilight. Even the moon hanging in the sky was stained a deep blood red. If it weren't for this patrol job, I'd almost have forgotten to look at the city, Lu Xin thought. He and his little sister walked through the bustling crowd. After the blood moon incident, it seemed the survivors who were lucky enough to be inside the city walls had seen the darkness, and in turn, learned to appreciate the brighter side of life. People passed by, some rushing, others strolling. He smiled, watching little 17 playfully fly up to hug a bald man's head. She never left his side for a second, except she didn't walk like a normal person. She'd swing on power lines or just float along beside him. For the past 3 years, at least, inside the city walls, famine was pretty much gone. Getting a full meal wasn't hard, he thought as he walked. The real challenge was figuring out how to live a better life. The two of them took a break at a roadside food stall. This city is massive, he told the little girl who was devouring an ice cream bar. Out on patrol. It's been days, and I haven't found anything unusual. He wondered if the city stayed this peaceful. Would they even need him? Would Colonel Chen take back the allowance? If he did, how would he make extra money? Little 17 licked her lips and giggled. Look at you, patrolling after work every day and finding nothing. You're trying to have it all. Be careful you don't lose everything in the end. He packed up the food and sighed. I didn't even get to eat dinner because of this. Let's go home. I have work early tomorrow. The two stood up and started walking and talking. So, are we still patrolling tomorrow? Of course, he answered without hesitation. After all, the base pay is 5,000 yuan. If I do well, I could get a permanent position soon. Then I could earn tens of thousands. A few days later, back at the office, the fat, bald director slouched in his chair and looked right at him. Little Lu, starting tomorrow, you don't need to come to the company anymore. Things haven't been going well lately. We can't support so many people. Your work ability is the same as Xiao Nu's, but her attitude is way better than yours. Look at you, disappearing the second the workday ends. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Lu Xin was stunned. Xiao Nu? Did he mean Lu Cheng? He quickly raised his hands, insisting he'd never once left early. He just didn't stay for unpaid overtime. Supervisor, could you just give him one more chance? The old man took a long drag from his cigarette. You're an old employee. I feel bad about this. He stubbed out the cigarette, his expression turning serious. But our company only needs one person per position. We don't support freeloaders. You need to show some real dedication. With that, Lu Xin walked out of the supervisor's office. A feeling of emptiness washed over him. He walked back to his desk and froze. Everything had been cleared out. His personal belongings were packed neatly into a cardboard box tucked under the desk. Who could have been so kind? He thought naively. That would be Lu Cheng. The sharp voice of Sister Sun cut in. He moved into your spot this morning. She looked at Lu Xin's bewildered face, shaking her head with pity. Little Lu, it's not my business, but you are just too honest. I've told you so many times. Stop teaching people everything you know. And now look, he's stolen your job right from under you. She leaned in close, whispering as if afraid of being heard. That kid isn't as simple as he looks. He's currently dating the supervisor's precious daughter. That old fox of a boss. Why wouldn't he save the best position for his family? It's obvious they've been setting you up for a long time. Seeing Lu Xin's silence, she frowned. Well, at least you know now. But don't you dare say you heard it from me. Life isn't easy for any of us. A storm of fury erupted in Lu Xin's chest. His hand unconsciously tightened around the gun hidden in his pocket as Captain Chen's words echoed in his head. 1. Call the police. 2. Call me. 3. Use the gun. But shooting someone just for getting fired, that was completely absurd. He took a deep breath, loosening his grip on the firearm. Now was not the time. Lu Xin quietly picked up his box and walked out of the company. He slumped onto a bench on the sidewalk and pulled out his phone. His finger hovered over the screen, stopping on Chen Qing's number. Was it really worth bothering her over something so small? But thinking of his lost job and his bleak future, he sighed and hit the call button. Whatever, let's just see what happens. On the other end, Chen Qing saw an unknown number, but the screen displayed Lu Xin's name. She frowned, wondering why a new recruit was already calling. She answered immediately, sensing that something was wrong. Hello, Chen Qing speaking. What's happened? Captain Chen. Lu Xin hesitated. Sorry to bother you. It's just, I have a small problem over here. Hearing the word problem, Chen Qing immediately tensed up. She shot to her feet, her voice sharp over the phone. What problem? Where are you? The entire silent office was suddenly in an uproar. Everyone's eyes turned to Chen Qing, thinking their newest member had run into danger. Lu Xin was taken aback by her reaction. Why is the mood so tense? He quickly explained. Oh no, it's like this. I leave work on time every day to go patrol the streets. I swear I never left early. I just left on time after finishing my work. But the company fired me for it. Chen Qing was stunned. Patrolling? Yes, to see if there are any spirit monsters on the street, just in case. I always go after my shift, never using company time, but they still fired me. The supervisor wanted to give my job to someone else. Chen Qing was quiet for a moment, trying to process it all. You called me just for this? This was definitely a first in her career, receiving a call from a subordinate tattling because he got fired from his side job. Yes, Lu Xin mumbled. At this point, the entire room Chen Qing was in felt like it was about to explode from sheer disbelief. She rubbed her forehead, trying to remain calm. All right, wait a moment. Lu Xin hung up, sighing. She must have a plan. All of a sudden, an icy chill washed over the back of his neck. Little 17 slowly materialized, her feet floating above the ground. Her voice was sweet but laced with something sinister. Did you just call that woman? Is she really going to help you? The girl's small arms wrapped around Lu Xin's neck, her face leaning in close, her eyes glowing a brilliant, terrifying red. Or, how about I go over there and turn the person who bullied you into my new toy? Her mouth curled into a grin, revealing a row of sharp teeth. They dared to bully my big brother. We should just kill them all. Mother would surely be very happy to help. Maybe even father would lend a hand. She then floated in front of him, her voice filled with excitement. Or should we just kill them all? Lu Xin bowed his head and sighed. Stop it. Little 17. As bad as they are, they're still ordinary people. Killing is against the law. Let's just wait for Captain Chen's call. Less than 5 minutes later, the old supervisor came running frantically, followed by Lu Cheng and his girlfriend, Xiao Jing. Oh, little Lu, I've been looking everywhere for you. The man was drenched in sweat, eagerly grabbing Lu Xin's hand, his attitude a complete 180. Little Lu, why didn't you tell me sooner? You know Manager Lu from the city's North Ancient Engineering Department? Why didn't you just say something? Lu Xin was completely bewildered. Which Manager Lu? The old man just held his hand tighter, flashing a sycophantic smile. Supervisor Lu just called me, saying he's incredibly impressed with your work ethic. He's even preparing a massive supply transport project for our company and specifically requested you to lead it. The chairman just called me, too. The news hit Lu Xin like a bolt of lightning. This was all just one big, crazy misunderstanding. His boss continued to grovel. Haha, let's get you back to the company. I'm treating you to a grand dinner tonight. Looks like he wasn't getting fired after all, Lu Xin thought, completely helpless. The moment his boss let go, Lu Cheng stepped forward, a guilty look plastered on his face. Brother Lu, I'm so sorry. I really didn't mean to steal your job. Lu Xin pulled his arm away, his voice ice cold. It's fine, I get it. Everyone has their own struggles. What a master of dodging responsibility, he thought. Seeing his attitude, Lu Cheng got flustered. Brother Lu, can I work with you on this new project? This guy has no shame, Lu Xin silently judged. Judging by the supervisor's reaction, this project was huge, meaning the bonus would be massive, and working alone meant he'd keep it all. He refused flatly. No. Nearby, Xiaoxing cried out in anger. Just then, Lu Xin's phone started ringing. The supervisor immediately seized the opportunity, pulling Lu Cheng and Xiaoxing back and signaling for Lu Cheng to grab the box of belongings. You go ahead and take the call. We'll bring your things back and get them sorted for you. Haha. Then he snapped at the two youngsters. Are you blind? Can't you see he's busy? Get going, Lu Xin answered, and Chen Qing's voice came through. Lu Xin, is the problem sorted out? It is now, thank you, Captain Chen. Good, she said. You've been recruited by us. The monthly stipend isn't small. You can quit that low-paying job now. Lu Xin leaned back against the railing and chuckled. But your regulations never said I couldn't have a side job. Besides, 1,000 yuan is still money, you know? Then why did you go out on patrol by yourself? Lu Xin scratched his head, embarrassed. Aren't you paying me a salary to do exactly these things? I'd feel a little guilty taking money for doing nothing. On the other end, Chen Qing was speechless, pinching her brow. Fine, do as you wish. She flipped open a file. Since you're so enthusiastic, there's a mission that needs your investigation. Consider this your first official assignment. Her voice turned serious. I've arranged for the North Ancient Technology Department to give your company a transport contract. Use this chance to get close to Qin Ran, the owner of the Sifong Transport Company. Intelligence reports that at least 7 or 8 recent murder cases are linked to his company. I need you to find out if these are simple homicides, or if contamination is involved. Lu Xin swallowed hard. 7 or 8 lives. What if it's only murder? If it's only murder, Chen Qing's voice grew cold. Then we can rest easy. You can withdraw. But if it's something else, you report back immediately. A cold dread shot down Lu Xin's spine. How could anyone rest easy over simple murder? He thought to himself. In the eyes of people living in this contaminated, broken world, were 7 or 8 murders just a trivial matter? Was human life really that cheap? He looked up, trying to suppress the anxiety welling inside him. So, is this mission going to be dangerous? Chen Qing quietly pulled out a pack of cigarettes. She lit one, the hazy smoke obscuring the expression on her face. She answered calmly, yes. Whether it's a normal homicide or related to spiritual contamination, the mastermind is definitely dangerous. But that's only for a normal person. With your abilities, I believe you can handle it. And no matter the outcome, you will be compensated. The word compensated was like an electric jolt. Lu Xin's eyes lit up, and all his hesitation vanished into thin air. Okay, I understand. He agreed instantly, without a moment's pause. Back at the office, the moment Lu Xin pushed the door open, every single eye in the room locked onto him. The rumor that he had powerful connections had clearly spread. He walked straight to his desk as the others quickly turned away, avoiding his gaze like he was the plague. His desk was already cleaned up and neatly organized. That was fast, he thought, glancing over at Lu Cheng. The new colleague stood there nervously wringing his hands, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Colonel Chen's words suddenly echoed in Lu Xin's mind. Very dangerous for a normal person. A wicked, dark idea began to form. He called out in a deceptively friendly tone. Lu Cheng. He walked over, clapping the startled colleague on the shoulder. I've thought it over. Why don't you join me on this project? A vengeful guy like him would never pass up such a perfect opportunity for payback. Sitting in a beat-up moving car, Lu Cheng nervously read the information from the file aloud. Xifang Transport Company is one of the largest logistics companies in the northern region. Their main business is cargo transport between satellite cities, and they even take routes into the main city sometimes. The owner is a woman with the surname Chen. Rumor is she's a big deal, with business stretching far beyond just a few satellite cities. After reading, he turned to ask, his voice trembling with anxiety. Brother Lu, are we sure we have to find them? Cao Tan sat in silence, his eyes fixed on the desolate ruins beyond the window. He knew this Four Directions company wasn't as simple as it looked. Even though the food crisis was easing up thanks to newly discovered edible plants, and industry was slowly recovering, the transportation network was still a complete disaster. The roads outside the city walls were severely damaged, littered with obstacles and wandering madmen. There were nomad groups and even gangs of raiders who lived by pillaging. Countless unforeseen dangers lurked on every route. Because of this, anyone who dared to haul cargo outside the walls was a certified badass, either incredibly strong or ruthlessly cunning. That woman, Miss Chen, was clearly just a puppet put up as a front. The true boss behind Four Directions was an outsider from the wilds named Qin Ran. 3 years ago, his crew had forced their way into the city but were denied official status or business permits. So, he'd pushed his lover forward to be the face of the company. Their real business definitely wasn't just hauling supplies. A man from the wildlands is never simple and never good. He had to see what their whole deal was. Cao Tan finished his thought and replied to Lu Cheng. That's right. We have to meet them. After all, there weren't many people left who would dare to transport goods outside the walls. The car finally pulled up to a pitifully dilapidated building. The roof had massive holes, and several rusty trucks were parked in a line out front. 2 muscular, heavily tattooed men were standing guard outside the door. This was the Four Directions Transport Company? Xiao Jing, Lu Cheng's girlfriend, clung to his arm and shrieked, "Oh my God, why is every single thing here so filthy?" The moment she spoke, a man with a cigarette dangling from his lips, hands shoved in his pockets, growled, "Hey, you 3, stop gawking and follow me." The trio quietly followed him inside, Xiao Jing trembling behind Lu Cheng. "They look so terrifying," she whispered. Lu Cheng also kept his head down, sweating absolute bullets. "Brother Cao, I don't think these are honest businessmen." Their nervousness annoyed the guide, who spun around and yelled, "What are you whispering about back there?" He led the 3 to a creaky wooden door. Cao Tan turned and clapped Lu Cheng's shoulder. "You 2 go on in and talk to the director. I'm going to stay out here and check out their vehicles." "What?" Both Lu Cheng and Xiao Jing cried out in pure terror. In the vehicle lot, Cao Tan casually walked past some lounging thugs, his eyes scanning everything. Chen Qing had said this place was linked to 7 or 8 deaths, but she wasn't sure if it was a contaminated zone. It seemed this place didn't have that same bizarre feeling as the coffee shop. With a shady crew like this, murder was probably just a normal part of doing business. He shivered at the thought. But the guys who ran jobs beyond the walls were all tough as nails, not easy to handle. An old, beat-up truck caught his attention. Its body was rusted, the windshield was cracked. He bent down to get a closer look at the wheels and saw dried, blackened blood caked on sharp, welded-on spikes. There was no mistaking the signs and the color. It was the aftermath of blood and brutal fights. Suddenly, a scream of pain ripped through the air. "Help!" Sautan spun around, on high alert, as a crowd of thugs surrounded and mercilessly beat Lu Xin. "Is this how you lowlifes do business?" One guy yelled as he punched. "We risk our lives out there just for some brat like you to try and haggle our prices?" Lu Xin was already beaten to the ground. A shirtless thug stepped on his chest, growling, "You trying to act all civilized in front of me, you piece of trash? Maybe I'll throw you outside for the crazies to tear apart." Xiaojing stood nearby, tears streaming down her face, begging, "Please stop hitting him. Stop hitting him. If you keep going, I'm going to call the police." Sautan silently placed his hand on the gun inside his jacket, readying himself. He walked toward the crowd, his voice perfectly calm. "Hey, what's going on here?" Seeing him, Xiaojing clung to him like a lifeline, quickly explaining, "Their price was way too high. We just tried to negotiate a little, and then they just started hitting him. Plus, I saw their account books. They have so many problems. We can't work with them. It's guaranteed to be a huge mess." Her words were like fuel on a fire. A tough-looking woman with short hair rushed forward and slapped her hard. "Damn you, who said our books have problems? If you brats hadn't been so difficult, would we have had to do this?" Sautan let his hand fall from his gun. So that's how it was. He paused, even tempted to take a step back. Looking at the scene, he thought with satisfaction, "Should I just let them get beaten a little more? These two idiots deserved it." But despite the thought, he pushed between two massive thugs, his voice full of apology. "My apologies, everyone. I'm truly sorry. Why did things have to get physical all of a sudden?" The tallest man in the group, likely the leader, crossed his arms and stared him down. "You're the boss, right?" On the phone, they said some director Sao. "Fine, I'll talk to you then." He jabbed a finger into Sautan's chest, his tone a clear provocation. "You call us up saying you want to rent a truck? My truck is ready, my driver's been called, and now you suddenly change your mind? Are you trying to play us?" "Look, times are tough for everyone," the man growled. "I give a little, you give a little. It's a win-win for both of us. But if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame us when things get ugly." Lu Xin forced a polite smile, trying to remain calm. "You make a fair point. How about I discuss this with my superiors?" The thug scoffed. "Discuss? Time is money, kid. Who has time to drag this out with you?" And just like that, Lu Xin's demeanor shifted. The smile vanished, replaced by an ice-cold stare. "So what do you want? Sign the contract." The man shoved the documents in his face. "Give us the money, then you sign. It saves everyone a whole lot of time." But this was clearly extortion. "I can't sign a contract under these conditions." Lu Xin's tone was final. The man just erupted in laughter, his fat belly shaking. "Brothers, look. This little director is a tough one. You guys want to see just how tough he really is?" Immediately, his thugs moved in, brandishing weapons as they surrounded them. His eyes full of menace, the fat man cracked his knuckles. "All right then. Let's test him." The tension in the room was about to snap. Lu Xin felt cold sweat on the back of his neck. They were actually going to force the sale. He was completely out of options, but in the blink of an eye, he pulled out a handgun. The dark muzzle pointed straight at the thugs. The leader froze for a second. His men screamed out, "Boss, he's got a gun." Business has always been about fair deals. Lu Xin's voice was like ice. "There's no reason to force anyone." For a moment, they were silent. Then they all burst out laughing, even louder and more savage than before. A purely mocking sound. "I can't believe it. Someone's actually using a gun inside the walls. Now that's a rare sight." A few of them pulled out their own daggers. Iron pipes appeared, and even a heavy chain. They tightened the circle, weapons ready, as one of them sneered. "Hey, buddy. You sure that thing is real?" A guy with bright green hair lost his patience and lunged forward with a knife. "Just die already." But before he could even touch Lu Xin, a deafening gunshot cracked through the air. The green-haired thug was thrown backward by the force, a bullet lodged deep in his thigh. He screamed in pure agony. The entire room went dead silent. The fat boss and the woman in charge were completely stunned, every eye locked on Lu Xin. Even Cheng's jaw was on the floor. The thugs turned pale. He actually shot. It's a real gun." Lu Xin's face hardened, radiating killing intent. He shifted the gun's aim, pointing it directly at the short-haired woman's forehead. "You see now. My gun is real." She slowly stepped forward, motioning for her men to stay put. She'd assumed he was just some powerless office worker, never thinking he would actually dare to shoot. "We have guns too, you know. We just weren't expecting it. You caught us off guard." She smirked, trying to look calm. "Our bad luck. You're free to go." But then, her eyes flashed with pure hatred. "However, if the police come find you after this, it has nothing to do with us. And if the police don't find you, this world is small. We'll meet again." One of her subordinates took the cue. He kicked Cheng, who was cowering on the floor. "Get lost." The woman pushed Xiaojing away, but Lu Xin didn't lower his weapon. "I'm not leaving. Our business isn't finished." She frowned in disbelief. "After all this, you still want to talk business with me?" "That's right," Lu Xin said, his voice as cold as the gun. "But the price is being renegotiated fairly. You don't get to decide." Just then, a tall man with a cigarette in his mouth walked out from a back room. He radiated an aura of pure danger. He was on a completely different level from the street thugs outside. "I've pointed a gun at plenty of heads to talk business," he spoke in a deep, raspy voice. "I've even hung stubborn fools over a lake full of freaks, just to make them a little more cooperative." He walked up beside the woman, exhaling smoke, his eyes like daggers fixed on Lu Xin. "But this is the first time someone's pointed a gun at my people to talk to me." He started walking towards Lu Xin. "Boss, this guy," the woman began to say. He simply raised a hand to silence her, calmly walking until his chest nearly touched the gun. "Put the gun down. You have the upper hand today, so I won't cause any trouble." Then he brushed past Lu Xin. "Brother, follow me." Lu Xin narrowed his eyes. After a brief moment of hesitation, he lowered the gun and followed him. Inside a private office, a table was piled high with steaming food. The man sat down and began to eat like he'd been starved for days. The plates emptied out fast. "After spending so long in the wastes," he said, "you're always starving when you get back to the city." He chewed as he talked. "Want some?" Lu Xin replied. "Thanks, I'm not hungry." Lu Xin refused, but his mind was racing with suspicion. No matter how bad it was outside, a man with his kind of power shouldn't be this hungry. "I'm just used to fighting for survival out there." He put his chopsticks down, his tone growing more serious. "As long as I can eat my fill, sleep in peace, and not worry about a woman stabbing me in my sleep, I'm a happy man. Inside these walls, you avoid trouble when you can. Everyone should just follow the rules." He looked right at Lu Xin, his eyes full of meaning. "Let's both take a step back. Make life easier, yeah?" Chinran slammed his chopsticks down hard. "So, spit it out, buddy. What brings you to me?" He laced his fingers, sizing up the guy who'd bring a gun to a negotiation. He'd seen plenty of guys outside the city walls, but one look at this kid? Clear he'd never left its protection. "Tell me the truth. Who sent you? What's your goal?" Lu Xin opened the file. "You're Chinran. Have you experienced anything strange lately?" Instantly, Chinran's face twisted in rage. "You're setting me up," he roared, his eyes bloodshot as he yanked another gun from under the table, aiming it straight at Lu Xin. "Talk. What do you really want? Don't talk and I'll blow your brains out today." A reaction that strong meant Lu Xin had found his man. But just then, a blurry shadow materialized right behind Chinran. It was little 17. She bared her sharp teeth, looking at him like a toy she was about to gleefully break. "Here we go again. Nothing to be scared of." Lu Xin loosened his tie. Captain Chen ordered an investigation, but he never specified how. Efficiency meant getting straight to the point. He spoke calmly. "I'm not setting you up. I came to see if you've run into any trouble." "Investigating my trouble?" Chinran's guard went up instantly, his finger tightening on the trigger. "Are you a cop?" He had no idea little 17 was about to make her move. Lu Xin slowly raised his hands. The guy was clearly on the edge. Pushing him further was a bad idea. "I'm not a cop," Lu Xin said quickly. "Just relax." At the same time, he sent a silent command. Little 17 got the signal, and an invisible force slammed into Chinran's hand. The gun flew from his grasp, soaring toward Lu Xin, who snatched it mid-air, expertly ejecting the magazine in one smooth motion. "I'm not investigating your business," Lu Xin said, holding the clip. "I'm here to investigate the thing that's happening to you." Chinran stared around the empty room, his throat suddenly bone dry. Who's there?" But the only answer was a terrifying silence. A deep, primal fear began to crawl into the mind of a man who feared nothing. He gritted his teeth, trying to keep his cool. "You. How did you do that?" Lu Xin just gave him a smug smile. It was a smile that didn't belong on his young face. "Don't bother asking. Even if you did, you couldn't learn how." He casually tucked the gun away, then locked eyes with Chinran, his gaze as sharp as a blade. "So, can we talk now? What strange things have you seen?" Seeing Chinran hesitate, Lu Xin pressed him again. "If you need a reminder, I can give you one. For example, those recent murder cases." That line hit Chinran like a sledgehammer. The words hit their mark. He was speechless, stammering. He completely reevaluated the young man before him. This kid looked like some naive city boy. So why did he have such an overwhelming, powerful presence? His gun was gone. Not cooperating wasn't an option. Chinran suddenly slammed his fist on the table and cursed. So someone else knows. I knew it. I knew I wasn't the only one seeing those damned things. His eyes were wide and bloodshot. I don't care who you work for. He jabbed a finger at his own chest. But it's true. I've seen people coming for revenge. But not normal revenge. They say things that'd make any normal person think you're absolutely insane. His eyes were a mix of pure terror and rage. It all started 14 days ago. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. I'm not afraid of you knowing. My business isn't just moving cargo. I've got my hands in all kinds of dirty deals. The cops know, but they can't touch me. His eyes darkened as the awful memory resurfaced. It all began with that one deal. I met old Kuei in the West District for the goods. The bastard's name was Kuei Wang, sold certain toys. We'd worked together before, but I never expected him to show up alone that day. Did he really think I was a good guy? An opportunity like that? I couldn't just pass it up. So I took care of him. That shipment alone was worth tens of thousands. As for old Kui's body, I chopped it up and fed it to the dogs. Thought that was the end of it. But I was wrong. A day later, some strange woman showed up. I swear, I'd never seen this hag in my life. But she introduced herself as Kui Wang, cursing me out, demanding my life as payment, and telling me to give back the shipment. Hearing this, Lu Xin frowned. A woman claiming to be Kui Wang? This was definitely getting interesting. Chinran continued, his voice dripping with contempt. At first, I just figured she was old Kui's mistress. Showed up looking for trouble, so I dealt with her, too. He gestured to the yard. Her body's now part of the cement in that new scale. Sweat began to form on his forehead. But then I realized something was very, very wrong. I had my guys look into it. Turns out, her name was Wang Ting, a worker at the South City garment factory. From what I heard, she and old Kuai didn't even know each other. Isn't that weird? He slammed the table again. But the really strange part was still to come. His voice started to shake. 2 days later, 2 more people showed up. One middle-aged guy and a kid, maybe 17 or 18. They looked like 2 walking corpses. One called himself Kui Wang, and the other claimed to be Wang Ting. Both of them demanded his life. Surrounded by his men, they didn't utter a single word, they just charged forward like beasts. With a swift gesture, his men dealt with them. 4 down, Lu Xin mumbled, his tone unnervingly calm as he glanced at the exhausted Chinran. After that, things spiraled out of control. He sent his men to investigate, and what they found out was shocking. Those 2 attackers had absolutely no connection to the real Kuei and Wang Ting. And then, more of them came. His voice trembled with raw fear. The horrifying image of those zombie-like figures crawling into his house flashed through his mind again. 4 days later, 4 more showed up. All of them complete strangers, but this time they got straight into his bedroom. He clutched his head, his body shaking violently. They rushed him 4 absolute madmen and tried to strangle him. One of them said he was old Kui, another claimed to be Wang Ting, a third was Zhang Agu, and the last was Wu Zi. Insanity. It was complete and utter insanity. The look in their eyes was terrifying. Lu Xin watched him intently. Those people, he wondered. Did you? Chinran slumped against the wall, looking utterly defeated. This time, he admitted, he didn't have the guts to kill them. The whole situation was just too bizarre, so he had them locked up. He let out a long sigh, then stood. You, follow me. He led Lu Xin to a small, decrepit storage shed. Standing at the door, he announced, "In here." Then he pushed it open. A thick, putrid stench immediately rolled out, so disgusting it was nauseating. Lu Xin instinctively covered his nose. God, what a smell! In the middle of the room sat a deep pit. Below, a pile of corpses lay tangled together, all in an advanced stage of decay. Not a single body was intact, it was like they'd been torn apart by some savage animal. Lu Xin just stared down at the hellish scene. A cold sweat ran down his spine. No doubt about it, this was human flesh. Chinran glanced at Lu Xin's strangely calm expression. He was actually a little impressed. "Brother," he said, "you don't seem scared at all, huh? Back then, we were the ones scared half to death." Looking back down into the pit, he cursed. When those 4 burst into his house, it had terrified him like nothing else before. The whole thing was too damn weird. He didn't dare kill them right away, deciding to lock them up and figure out who was pulling the strings. Fear crept back into his voice. He just never, ever expected what would happen after he threw them in there. Thinking back on that horrifying scene, he broke out in a sweat. They were all just insane. Before he could even ask a single question, they started tearing into each other. Can you believe it? They were men acting like a pack of rabid dogs. He recounted the story with a sense of helplessness. At that moment, he just couldn't watch it anymore. He pulled out a gun and shot them all. That was the first time he'd ever killed someone and felt like he was actually doing a good thing. Hearing it all, Lu Xin finally pieced it together. Every strange event started from that very first attacker, who wasn't quite human, the one claiming to be Old Kuoi. It was becoming clear that there was some kind of rule at play here, a pattern of escalation. Day 1, one person comes for revenge. He realized it was a doubling rule. Day 2, 2 people. Day 4, 4 people. With that realization, he quickly turned to Qin Ran. How many days has it been since they last came for you? 7 days. It seemed Qin Ran had also figured out the terrifying pattern. Lu Xin nervously bit his finger, doing the math. 7 days. Tomorrow is day 8. If the rule holds, that means 8 more people are coming. With that thought, Lu Xin turned and walked out. One hand slid casually into his pocket as he spoke in a level voice. Wait here, I need to report the situation. And he pulled out his phone. His fingers moved quickly across the screen. But just as he was about to press the call button, an icy chill shot up his spine from behind. Qin Ran's sharp blade was suddenly pressed against his neck, right over the artery, his voice hoarse with tension. He spoke with a cruelty honed over many years. Brother, I've killed plenty of people. Don't try to scare me with this little act. Forget 428 of them. I wouldn't be scared even if a dozen more showed up. Worst case, I just ditch this rotten city. I can go somewhere else and keep living like a king. He growled, the blade pressing slightly into Lu Xin's skin. But don't you dare try and set a trap for me. So what if you have 2 guns? I've got more than enough men waiting outside. If anything happens, you're not walking out of here either. But contrary to his expectations, Lu Xin showed no fear. He simply tilted his head slowly. His sharp eyes locked onto the man, radiating a bizarre calmness. Whether or not I can escape is not the important part, he stated, his voice even. The important part is, you're not afraid if 4 of them show up. You might not even flinch at 8. But what about 16? What about 32? Qin Ran's confidence instantly started to crack. He stammered, You? Lu Xin stared directly into his eyes, and every word he spoke landed like a hammer blow. Does old Qi know where you live? Qin Ran gritted his teeth, his aggression now replaced by pure confusion and panic. Why are you asking me that? You said it yourself. Lu Xin analyzed, his voice turning cold as ice. The first time they came for you was here, but the third time, they went straight to your house. Did you ever stop to think that no matter where you run, they will always find you? Those words hit Qin Ran's deepest fear. He screamed, his voice cracking. Impossible. This is all just too insane. Who's to say what can't happen? Lu Xin pressed him. Maybe to you, a dozen people is nothing. But what happens when that number starts multiplying exponentially? Can you really handle it? The image of thousands of soulless, zombie-like shadows coming for his life flashed through Qin Ran's mind, making him tremble. Lu Xin's voice continued, steady and relentless, giving him no time to recover. Theoretically, what if one day, every single person on this planet wants you dead? He stared directly into Qin Ran's eyes, now wide with pure terror. On top of that, these people don't fear death or injury, and it's almost certain they'll find you no matter where you hide. Simply put, until you are dead, they will never stop. Qin Ran was completely shaken, but he had one last worry, the typical fear of an outlaw. But my business deals aren't clean. If I call the cops, they'll send me to a labor camp. I don't want to go. It's still better than being dead, Lu Xin stated flatly, glancing at the deep pit behind them. Then he added the line that sent a chill down the man's spine. Or being eaten alive, just like the ones down there. Qin Ran looked at the horrifying pit one more time. You! With a clang, he threw the knife down, its blade sinking into the hard ground. Qin Ran clenched his fists, looking at Lu Xin with a mix of desperation and surrender. I'll trust you. Lu Xin let out a soft sigh. Relieved, he redialed the number, but not without a sarcastic remark. As if you had another choice. He then cheerfully turned away, phone to his ear. Hello, is this Captain Chen? I need to report the situation over here. At the Special Operations Headquarters, Chen Qing answered, her voice decisive as always. That was fast. You've already got results. She listened to Lu Xin's brief report before giving her instructions. Good work. We can confirm this is a mental pollution event. I'm immediately dispatching an investigation squad to the scene. A 3-person support team will rendezvous with you. They're all experienced veterans, but you need to remember you're the mental mutant. Sometimes their experience can't compete with your intuition. Lu Xin listened in silence. So, from now on, you will mainly lead the investigations. However, this time, you still have to follow my command first. Yes, I understand. One more thing, Captain Chen. He'd forgotten to ask about his pay last time and he absolutely couldn't miss the chance again. The line went dead. Lu Xin lowered his phone, half his motivation draining away. He rubbed his forehead and muttered, "She hung up before we talked about pay. Is this the misery of a worker being exploited by the system?" About half an hour later, a specialized all-terrain vehicle screeched to a halt in front of them, its doors popping right open. A special police unit quickly deployed from the vehicle, armed to the absolute teeth. From protective armor to advanced weaponry, the man in the lead approached Lu Xin, holding his rifle at the ready. "Mr. Lu Xin, I am Cheng Hui, squad leader of City No. 2's Special Pollution Investigation Unit. We're under orders from Captain Chen to rendezvous with you." Their serious and respectful attitude made Lu Xin a little uncomfortable. He awkwardly scratched his head, not expecting to be called Mr. It was way too formal. He waved his hand. "You guys don't have to be so formal. Just call me Lu." Cheng Hui immediately snapped to attention, puffed out his chest and replied loudly, "Yes, Mr. Lu Xin." He presented a small box. Inside was a sleek communication earpiece. "Sir, this is your equipment. Please put it on." Lu Xin took the earpiece, realizing it was identical to the ones Cheng Hui and his team were wearing. Must be mandatory comms for the mission. He clipped it onto his ear. A soft buzzing sound came through, followed by a series of electronic connection pings. Investigation channel. Connection successful. Information analysis channel. Connection successful. Key members channel. Connection successful. A moment later, a clear and warm female voice came through the earpiece. "Hello, Mr. Lu Xin. I am Corporal Han Bing, from the Information Analysis Team. My team and I will be providing you with data support." The voice made Lu Xin blush. She has a really nice voice, he thought. "First, I'll give a brief overview of the case file," Han Bing continued. A virtual screen appeared in his vision through the device. It read, "Temporary case number, Special Pollution Source D041. Target level, pending evaluation. Initial infection level, low. Initial threat level, low. The subject is Qin Ran, from the Xifang Transport Company, in Satellite City No. 2, Qinggang." Han Bing explained, "Based on your initial report, this appears to be a new type of mental pollution that has never been recorded in our database before. Our recommended course of action is 1. Immediately investigate to determine the source of the pollution and begin the process of purification. And 2. Maintain close surveillance on the subject of interest, Qin Ran." While waiting for the next wave of corrupted to find them, she paused, then said something that completely stunned Cao Tan. She explained that if necessary, they could choose to sacrifice Tanyan, handing him over to sever the contamination source. "What?" Cao Tan blurted out, whipping his head around to look at Tanyan cowering nearby. He never imagined that sacrificing a human life was even an option on the table. Was this really a choice, giving up the origin point? As if reading his mind, Captain Tran's voice suddenly cut into the comms channel. "This is your first official investigation. Treat it as a learning experience. From now on, a professional analysis team will remotely support your every mission. You'll get used to this workflow soon enough." Cao Tan simply replied, "Yes, sir." Sometimes, fulfilling a specific need of the contamination source is an effective way to weaken it, or even cleanse it entirely. But right now, we have too little information on Event 041, so we're not taking that route yet, Tranthon concluded. Just then, images of the Avengers captured by the cameras appeared on screen, along with Han Bang's analysis. According to the current data, these people were strangers in life. Yet they were all corrupted into Avengers together. This proves they were all at the same place at the same time, and that location is likely the source of the contamination. She suggested they investigate the victims' backgrounds and movements before they died. Cao Tan immediately shot back. "Investigate all of them? How long would that take?" Han Bang's troubled sigh came through the headset. "The time frame is impossible to determine. This area's population is too complex, and with all the camera blind spots, the investigation faces huge obstacles." Cao Tan frowned. This was way too passive. He spoke up. "I don't doubt the team's ability, but isn't there a faster way? Tomorrow is the 8th day. By the old pattern, a new victim could appear." Tranthon nodded, agreeing. Cao Tan is right. Efficiency is the key to handling these contamination sources. If this method takes too long, the source might mutate again. We narrow the search. Focus on the first victim, Tho Yuong, and reanalyze his entire journey before he died. Her command crackled over the radio, decisive and sharp. All units, lock your focus on Thoi Yuang's final activities. Zero in on his murder location and the surrounding public areas. I want a fast, precise sweep. Move out, Roger. Night fell hard. A blood moon hung in the sky, casting an eerie red glow over the entire city. A few hours later, off-road vehicles screeched to a halt in front of an abandoned industrial park. Hanbang, holding a folder, gave a concise report. Using Toi Yuang's murder site as the epicenter, we identified 4 suspicious locations: the chemical fertilizer plant to the southwest, the large garbage transit station, the empty lot near it, and the Jiapan marsh. She flipped to the next page. Latest update, the first 3 locations have been cleared. No unusual signs. All eyes now turn to the final target, Jiapan marsh. If the source of this nightmare existed, it had to be there. The convoy stopped at the marsh's edge, the air thick with the foul stench of mud. The terrain was a mess of dense trees and jagged rocks. Everyone disembarked, switching on their detection equipment. Amid the steady beeps, Cao Tan felt a knot in his stomach. Xiao Shiqi had been missing all evening, but the moment his feet hit the ground, he saw her, a small figure already perched on a rock, right at the water's edge. Her bare feet dangled over the water. It was like she'd been waiting for him this whole time. She was already here? Cao Tan was shocked. Seeing him, Xiao Shiqi turned. Hurry up, there's something cool over here. Cao Tan quickly walked towards her. Something cool? He had a powerful gut feeling. Xiao Shiqi's taste in entertainment was always unusual. What she considered fun was usually a complete nightmare for everyone else. He stood beside her, staring down into the dark water, still as a shattered mirror. In the lake? What's inside? A wicked glint appeared in Xiao Shiqi's eyes. I don't know, but I can feel it. It's a toy I can play with for a long, long time. That one sentence was all he needed. We found it, Cao Tan said, his voice firm. He turned to the girl. Can your powers work underwater? Xiao Shiqi grinned, showing her sharp teeth. Never tried. Hee, but I really want to find out. My sister is so brave. Cao Tan patted her head before rejoining the investigation team. Men in full hazmat suits were sweeping detectors back and forth across the lake's surface. Excuse me, Cao Tan spoke up. Can your machines work underwater? He glanced at the strange device. Captain Tran had just explained its cutting-edge tech, capable of detecting the smallest psychic fluctuations. But his sister was sitting less than 5 meters away, and the machine wasn't reacting at all. A terrifying thought suddenly hit Cao Tan. What if she wasn't just a psychic projection he created? Then, what exactly was she? A team member responded, saying short-term underwater use was possible. The problem is, our hazmat suits weren't designed for diving, the squad leader added grimly. Moving in them underwater would be a nightmare, but taking them off and getting exposed to the contamination source is extremely dangerous. Still, if the higher-ups give the order, we'll obey. I get it, Lu Xin said with a calm smile. Then let me go down and check first. You guys can wait here. He started warming up, stretching his arms and twisting his body. Someone has to take the lead on dangerous jobs like this. What? The squad leader was stunned. You're planning on going in the water? A crackle came through Lu Xin's earpiece, followed by Chen Qing's commanding voice. Final confirmation, have all other locations been thoroughly searched? Is this pond the only remaining point of suspicion? Yes, confirmed, Han Bing replied. The probability that the contamination source is in this lake is extremely high. Lu Xin had already taken off his jacket. It's fine, let me go take a look. Underwater work is a bit risky, so it makes sense for me to go. It's more than a bit risky, Chen Qing retorted, his brow furrowed. Why are you so determined to take this chance? Lu Xin froze. He couldn't exactly say he had a living detector sitting right beside him. Before he could even respond, Chen Qing made a decisive call. Immediately dispatched the special support team to the scene. I want that lake completely drained within the hour. Time to see this thing firsthand. It was shaping up to be a long night under the blood moon. A fleet of high-powered pump trucks lined the shore, dropping massive hoses into the lake and draining it at an incredible speed. Watching the professional, large-scale operation unfold, Lu Xin couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The power of a full-scale team effort. He nearly went and did all that himself. Chen Qing stood with his arms crossed, face stern. Dealing with contamination is incredibly dangerous work. A single mistake not only endangers yourself but can lead to an unimaginable catastrophe. That's why we always follow 2 golden rules. 1. If you can solve it with equipment, you never use personnel. 2. If you can solve it with overwhelming firepower, you never get into close quarters. Before long, the massive lakebed was completely exposed. revealing nothing but black mud and bizarre creatures. In the middle of it all, grotesque green-colored fish writhed helplessly in the thick sludge. "All right," Chen Qing's voice cut through the air. "Support team, withdraw. Investigation team, begin your work. Firepower is on standby." "Roger." The figures in white hazmat suits quickly pulled back, making way for a team in black tactical gear, rifles at the ready, as they entered the lake bed. Everyone moved with silent, professional purpose. As of now, they still had no idea if this contamination source was high-level or low-level. Everyone had to be on maximum alert. If they were dealing with a high-level source, sending in too many people could backfire spectacularly. It could turn them all into new hosts, making the disaster even worse. The area around the wastewater reservoir was now under strict lockdown. Rows of powerful floodlights bathed the entire scene in harsh, revealing light. Seeing this whole setup, Lu Xin muttered to himself, "Now I understand why the pay is so high for this job." A terrifying thought suddenly crossed his mind. If he and the others got contaminated, would their comrades hesitate out of friendship, or would they open fire immediately? Hearing Lu Xin mention pay, Captain Chen's voice came over the comms. "Your work ethic is excellent. I'll recommend you for an additional bonus." That was exactly what Lu Xin wanted to hear, and he let out a small sigh of relief. "Oh, well, that's not so bad then." With that said, the team quickly advanced toward the target area. Little 17 flew around them excitedly. Her clear laughter echoed. "This is so fun. So fun. Haha." Suddenly, she stopped, hovering in midair. She pointed down at a viscous, pitch-black puddle of water. "Big brother, look." At that very moment, the detector in Lu Xin's hand began to scream. Then, mysterious whispers started to rise from all directions. As if echoing from a distant realm, "Qinran, you caused my death. You will pay with your life." Every team member instantly snapped into a defensive stance, forming a back-to-back circle with their guns pointed outward. The voices grew in number, becoming clearer, seeming to emanate from the dead fish floating in the remaining pools of water. "Qinran killed me. A life for a life. Qinran, you killed me. We had no history, no grudge. Why did you have to kill me?" Han Bing and Xiaoxing looked on in horror. Chen Qing's voice boomed over the comms. "What is going on down there?" Hundreds of dead fish began to chant the same hateful words in unison. The sound repeated over and over like a terrifying prayer for the dead, growing louder and thicker until it surrounded them like a solid wall. The ghostly sound, it's the contamination source. Lu Xin couldn't take it anymore, clapping his hands over his ears and shouting. His eyes shot wide open, sensing that something absolutely horrific was stirring beneath the ground. Without warning, the pile of dead fish in front of them was violently thrown into the air, as if a massive entity was erupting from below. The fish then began to explode in midair. The explosions unleashed an invisible shockwave that slammed into everyone. "Ah!" Lu Xin was thrown backward, barely having time to raise his arms to cover his face. From the pile of exploded fish, massive spiritual forms shot skyward, letting out silent, horrifying screams. In the next instant, slimy black tentacles erupted from the ground, wrapping around 3 of the armed squad members. Even their leader was caught tight. What was this? All 3 were suddenly yanked violently into the air. They screamed in pure terror as their gear dropped and shattered, while Chen Qing's voice urgently crackled in Lu Xin's ear. Fall back right now." The soldiers outside the perimeter could only see their 3 teammates floating strangely. In midair, they couldn't see the monstrous tentacles at all. "How is that possible?" one of them stammered in shock. Lu Xin pushed himself up, his eyes fixed on the invisible monster. He could finally see it. A tentacle was shooting right for him as the creature's twisted face began to materialize from nothing. It was almost on him. Game over, nowhere to run. But just then, Xiao 17's small hand touched his. The little girl scrambled onto his back. Instantly, Lu Xin's entire demeanor changed, his eyes turning pitch black. They looked like 2 halves of the same being. He held her tight, and with his sister's help, his body felt almost weightless. He flew upwards with ease, dodging the monster's attack by a hair's breadth. "Big brother, I'm here to help you," she cheered, hugging his neck while watching the tentacles crushing their comrades against a rotten tree trunk. Lu Xin simply said, "Thanks." But the 3 men were being strangled, only able to force out pained, choking sounds. Back at the command center, Han Bing reported grimly, "It's a psychic attack." The last data packet showed a spike of nearly 200 psychic energy units. "We've confirmed a level 1 or higher spiritual monster. Psychic contamination is spreading, adjusting the source's infection level to medium. Danger level is temporarily raised to high." Hearing that, Captain Chen barked his orders. "Lu Xin, retreat now. Watch your team." On sight, The tentacles became ghostly apparitions, forcing the 3 soldiers to raise their rifles like puppets. "Get away!" One soldier tried to fight it, but it was useless. A storm of bullets rained down on Lu Xin as Xiao 17 guided him, dodging every single shot. He moved like a blur, not a single round touching him. As he landed behind a rock to observe, Han Bing's report continued. Suspected target is a level 1 or higher spiritual monster. The 3 armed agents are fully contaminated. Recommending immediate retreat for all survivors. Deploy patrol teams with heavy firepower for elimination. Chen Qing shot to his feet, slammed the table, and yelled, "Agreed. Also, prep a helicopter immediately. I'm going to the scene. Lu Xin, I order you to fall back. All units, pull back 500 meters. I can't," Lu Xin's voice shot back, firm and determined. "What did you say?" Chen Qing was stunned. "They aren't fully infected yet. They're just being controlled." Lu Xin observed his comrades, then looked toward the contamination source. "Besides, we can't run anymore. Let me handle it." "Are you crazy?" Han Bing screamed. "No, it's way too dangerous." Chen Qing was a mix of fury and fear. On Lu Xin's shoulder, Xiao 17 patted his cheek. "Big brother, I'm going with you." Lu Xin closed his eyes. Okay. With his sister by his side, what was there to fear? And with that, they charged, his eyes flashing that terrifying black once more. The 3 possessed soldiers kept firing non-stop. "Can't fight it much longer," one of them whispered in despair. Lu Xin charged like an arrow, straight into the wall of bullets. "Ah!" a soldier screamed, watching in horror as every single bullet barely missed him. He leaped and flipped, spectacularly dodging every shot. But it still wasn't fast enough. Both siblings knew it. Xiao 17 pushed his body to accelerate, rocketing toward the 3 soldiers right through the inescapable barrage of gunfire. He planted his feet and launched himself skyward, appearing before one soldier and throwing a punch. The man screamed in fear, Don't kill me." But Lu Xin's fist wasn't aimed at the soldier. His hand moved like lightning. It shot past him, grabbing the ghost latched onto his back. "Huh?" the soldier gasped. Lu Xin gripped the phantom tight and ripped it right off him. With its control gone, the soldier collapsed to the ground. Lu Xin moved to the next, dispatching each ghost one by one and saving them all. At command, the entire room held its breath, watching the monitor as Lu Xin single-handedly faced the source of the contamination. "What in the world is he doing?" an analyst finally whispered. The sheer shock in his voice was undeniable. Han Bing clenched her fists, cold sweat on her brow as analytical data filled the screen. It was showing them a terrifying reality. Contamination. Source D041 could lift 3 fully armed agents and control them in an instant, proving it had a psychic power level that was off the charts. And yet, Lu Xin was doing something impossible, charging straight into the eye of the storm, dodging a rain of bullets aimed at the beast. Because even if someone with spider-like abilities can dodge gunfire, it doesn't mean they're immortal. One stray bullet could end him. But watching Lu Xin on screen fearless, almost thrilled a chill ran straight down Han Bing's spine. The man was a lunatic, a dangerous, double-edged sword. Just then, the command room door burst open as Chen Qing strode in. Team leader Han Bing turned quickly. "You have to see this." Every single eye was glued to the main screen. After Lu Xin's rescue, the investigation team pulled back fast in perfect tactical formation, with no signs of chaos. "They're holding formation," an officer reported. This meant the probability of them being spiritually infected was incredibly low. Han Bing stared anxiously at Lu Xin's lone figure. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen Qing snatched the communications microphone. Her voice cut through the air like steel. "Lu Xin, fall back with the squad immediately." "That is an order." But what came back wasn't compliance. It was Lu Xin's eerily calm voice, echoing through everyone's headset. "Now it's your turn." "Lu Xin, what are you doing?" Chen Qing yelled, her legendary composure finally cracking. He had stopped dead, right at the epicenter of the contamination, where the ground was cracking open and 4 massive, slimy tentacles. Lu Xin and his little sister stood there, facing the absolute horror. But on the girl's face, instead of fear, there was just a massive grin, revealing a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. "There it is, that's it," she laughed. The 2 of them were beyond thrilled as the tentacles thrashed wildly around them. Then, suddenly, a giant, twisted tree trunk erupted from the earth, shooting skyward like some kind of grotesque tower. Countless smaller tendrils sprouted from its trunk, lashing through the air and making a horrifying whistling sound. Lu Xin was instantly on high alert. Just in time, hundreds of ghostly phantoms materialized, swarming around the tree before spilling across the ground. Their eyes glowed blood red, faces warped by pure hatred. Every single one of them stared down the two siblings, looking ready to eat them alive. The spirits shrieked and lunged forward. In response, a flash of pure excitement in the siblings' eyes. Eager, are we? With that, Lu Xin charged straight into the fray. He wasn't dodging, he was attacking first. From the command center, under distant spotlights, they could only see his silhouette moving like the wind, grabbing one phantom's head and simply ripping it apart. The other ghosts shrieked from their formless mouths, soaring high into the air. At the same time, a team in white hazmat suits cautiously pushed into the area. What in the world is that thing? Little 17 clung tightly to Lu Xin's neck as they elegantly danced through the demonic swarm. One by one, he'd grab them, ripping off an arm, crushing a throat, watching them dissolve into black smoke. Lu Xin knew that if he had been surrounded by these things first, he would have been the one out of luck. But with his sister getting to them first, well, now they were the unlucky ones. He then realized something was off. These phantoms were part of the tree, sure, but why did they feel so familiar? He glanced at his sister, his eyes filled with complete trust. But right now, that wasn't what was important. "Little sister, the stage is all yours. You can count on me," she replied with total confidence. Back at command, reports were flooding in. Field reports confirmed the monster's form, a combination of tentacles and numerous humanoid shapes. An analyst read from the screen, "The figures at the top of the tree are the ones who came after Qin Ran for revenge. Their bodies were destroyed, but their spirits were devoured and absorbed by this creature," Han Bing stated, rapidly flipping through the files. "So the things that attacked Qin Ran before were just contaminated husks. This thing we're seeing now, this is the monster's true form." She looked to the screen. "So what on earth is Lu Xin doing?" "He's handling it his own way," Chen Qing answered, her eyes locked on the monitor. "He's performing his own kind of purification." "But," Han Bing protested, "it's confirmed as a level 1 contamination source, even if it hasn't hit the level 2 threshold yet. The fact it attacked proactively shows it has some level of consciousness. But draining the lake didn't provoke it, proving its higher thinking is limited. So why would a creature this complex be so fixated on Qin Ran from the very beginning?" Chen Qing narrowed her eyes, her brilliant mind connecting all the dots. Because Qin Ran was the source of the hatred that created this whole event. The first Avenger, Kui Wang, he is the real key here. So to resolve this completely, we need to find Kui Wang's body, Han Bing concluded, the realization dawning on her. Or maybe, Lu Xin's method can just shatter that rule entirely. On screen, Lu Xin was right at the base of the monstrous tree. "Heh, still too slow," he laughed, grabbing a thick branch that looked more like a massive pillar. With a thrilled roar, he ripped the entire branch clean off. "Then the one who dies is you." And with that, the tree truly lost its mind. Its humanoid crown bent low, a single massive red eye glaring down at the siblings. In response, little 17 just let out a happy squeal. She flew over and sank her teeth into the massive tree trunk. So cute and yet so hungry. Luke Tun had to quickly pull her back. "Don't eat that, you'll get a stomachache." But nope, she wasn't having it. The stubborn girl chomped down for another big bite, her eyes squeezed shut in pure bliss. So delicious. And just like that, the entire giant tree began to tremble violently, as if electrocuted. The very branch she was gnawing on recoiled in the blink of an eye. The colossal tree started burrowing back into the earth, making a cowardly retreat. It got away. Xiao Shiqi was furious that her meal had vanished, still clutching a half-eaten piece of the trunk. It actually ran away? Luke Tan was stunned. A spiritual monster that can feel fear? So it's over. Just then, Trun Than's voice cut through the comms. "All teams, listen up. Seize this opportunity to excavate and secure the source of the contamination. Luke Tun, you're on guard duty. Roger." An hour later, with heavy excavators working, they finally dug something up. "We found it," an agent shouted. "It's a dead body." Luke Tan walked over, peering down into the pit. Captain Trun's urgent voice came over the earpiece. "Is it Qi Wang?" "No," Luke Tan replied, his voice sounding a little off. He stared intently at the corpse in the hole. "It's Tun Nian." At that very moment, the living Tun Nian walked up from behind, asking, "What's wrong? Find something." Click, clack, rack. In an instant, the entire special police unit cocked their weapons. Dozens of black muzzles aimed squarely at him. Tun Nian flinched, frowning. "Huh? What's going on? Why are you all pointing your guns at me?" Luke Tan slowly turned to face him, his gaze calm but sharp as a razor. "Who are you?" "What do you mean, who am I?" Tun Yen snapped. "What are you trying to say?" On the comms, Han Bing's voice came through. "Recommend direct questioning. Observe his reaction." "Agreed," Trun Than replied. "Everyone, maintain high alert." Luke Tun narrowed his eyes, each word landing like a hammer blow. If you're Tun Yin, then whose body did we just dig up? Luke Tun stared straight into Tun Yin's panicked eyes. We just found a body at the bottom of the lake, and that body was identified as yours. If you died a long time ago, then who is standing in front of us right now? The question hit Tun Yin like a physical blow. He staggered, his face draining of all color as blood vessels popped in his eyes. No, that's impossible, he stammered, his voice breaking. If that corpse is me, then who am I? In an instant, every single weapon was trained on him again. Next to Luke Tun, Xiao Shiqi's tiny hand squeezed his. He's very similar to those other things. Her voice echoed directly in Luke Tun's mind. Luke Tun suddenly connected Tun Yin's face, twisted in fear, to the shadows from before. That's right, the humanoid figures on the monster tree. They looked oddly familiar. Come to think of it, they were all shaped just like Tun Yin. I am Tun Yin, he gasped, breathing heavily. His eyes rolled back into his head as sweat poured down his face. He couldn't get another word out. Suddenly, he spun around and bolted, screaming wildly as he ran. It's fake, it's all fake. You're trying to set me up, I knew it. Nothing good ever comes from entering these damn walls. The guns were raised in unison. Wait, that speed, and those movements. They're not normal, Luke Tun realized with a start. Damn it, he's about to break the perimeter, an officer yelled. Take him alive, Trun Thon commanded decisively over the radio. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out almost at once. Tun Yin fell face first to the ground, raising a trembling hand as blood poured from his mouth, trying to speak. Gah. His eyes widened, suddenly vacant, and he collapsed. He was dead, never understanding what had happened to him even in his final moment. But then, something horrifying began to happen. In just seconds, the person lying on the ground was no longer Tun Yin, but Kui Wang, the very first. What is this? Han Bing stammered in absolute terror. He turned into Kui Wang. A cold wind swept past, carrying the chilling silence of the night. Luke Tun sat on a high rock, watching the investigation team clean up the scene. He was draped in a white blanket from the medics, looking for all the world like a victim who had just escaped a disaster. The roar of an engine filled the air as a military helicopter landed nearby, kicking up a storm of dust. The door opened, and Trun Thon's long, pale legs stepped out. She looked like a powerful CEO straight out of a movie. At any rate, this cleanup mission is officially complete, she said as she approached Luke Tun. I'm going to recommend you for a special bonus. Her first sentence immediately got his attention. About that, Luke Tun started to ask about the corpse's bizarre transformation. Trun Thon seemed to read his thoughts. A specialized unit will handle the analysis and investigation. She glanced at Kui Wang's body being carried away. In our line of work, we frequently run into things that seem completely illogical and impossible to explain. But as long as we can find a lead, we can usually uncover the logic hidden behind it. I believe this time will be no different. She turned back, her large eyes locking onto Luke Tun. In fact, we aren't completely without clues. I've already received a full report of the entire incident. Did they hear fish talking? Recalling the bizarre scene at the lake, Six Tan slowly nodded. Chen Qing stepped closer. Fish can't talk. She couldn't hear a thing over comms, so it had to be a hallucination caused by the contamination. She leaned in close. Her face nearly touched Six Tan's as she whispered seductively, "But this is a very good start. For instance, if those fish were screaming for Qin Ran to pay with his life, which Qin Ran did they want revenge from?" He tensed up at her proximity. Chen Qing straightened up with a smile. "All right, let's go. There's still some work to be done." It was late at night in the police station of Satellite City No. 2. "You can rest here first. I have to handle a few things and then I'll be back," Chen Qing said. "Okay," Six Tan replied. The room became quiet, leaving him all alone. Little 17 sat perched on the desk, happily munching on candy. She hugged a whole pile of it, her eyes sparkling. "This is so good. I love this one. If you like it, eat it all." Six Tan smiled. Suddenly, the door clicked open. The two of them froze. Six Tan scrambled to gather the candy wrappers, pretending he was just unwrapping them. Chen Qing walked in. "I'm back." She then paused, noticing the pile of wrappers in his hands. A sweet tooth? Or maybe a side effect of using his ability? She ignored it. "The investigation is complete. No spiritual energy remains in the lake. Contamination case 041 can be declared successfully resolved." She sat opposite Six Tan. However, the lab results showed something else. The tissue residue collected at the scene of Kui Wang's murder is a perfect DNA match for Qin Ran. This confirms the contamination source at the lake's bottom was Qin Ran. even if many things still don't add up. But at least no one else will be harmed. That's a relief, Sixtan said. Chen Qing studied his gentle, almost naive face. Was this really the same person who confronted that level 1 monster? Was he truly the same person? She flipped through the file. Further research on contamination source 0 to 4. One will be handled by a different department. Our job now is to review the entire operation from start to finish. She crossed her arms, her eyes sharpening. Normally, we find a logical link, a crucial key to the contamination source. But this time, we found almost neither of those things before we acted. And yet, the problem was solved. She stared hard at Sixtan, her voice full of suspicion. So you're hiding an ability, aren't you? If not, how could you possibly handle a contamination source with an amplification level of nearly 200 units all by yourself? A hidden ability? Sixtan blinked innocently. Why do you ask? His file clearly states he's a spider type, class ability evaluation, with a spiritual amplification typically around 100 units. A mutated individual usually has a slightly lower amplification than a source of the same level, which is why we very rarely let a single person confront them alone. She pushed the file toward him. But you're different. You chose to directly handle case 036, and now the same thing has happened with case 041. This method is direct, violent, and highly unusual. Sixtan simply frowned, his expression calm. But the thing is, Sixtan scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. Both of those contamination sources actually weren't resolved by me. My little sister did it. Then he held up an empty candy wrapper. She ate this too. Chen Qing's eyes widened, trying to read him. So where is she now? Sixtan pointed nonchalantly. Her? She's right on top of your head. See? She's smiling at you right now. Right in front of Chen Qing's face, a little girl with burning red eyes hovered in the air. The girl tilted her head, grinning mischievously. But of course, Chen Qing saw nothing at all. She wondered, puzzled. There's nothing there. What game is this kid playing now? She finally gave up trying to probe him. Forget it. Let's table this for now. What I'm more curious about is why you rushed toward that tree when I ordered you to retreat. Did you somehow guess that the 3 squad members weren't fully infected yet? How could you possibly have known? Sixtan maintained that innocent look. Known? I just saw it directly. He was telling the complete truth. But to someone like Chen Qing, it was unbelievable. She couldn't help but shout, You saw it directly? Yes, he replied honestly. I can see the actual shape of those monsters, so I knew those 3 were only being controlled, not assimilated into them. What's more, my sister was able to help me with the monster only because I could see it. That thing looked terrifying, but as long as you could dodge its attacks, it was fine. Chen Qing tilted her head, trying to understand. So you can see the moving spiritual vector field? Sixtan asked back, completely bewildered. Wait, you guys can't see that? Maybe that's your problem? Oh boy, if you're the only one who sees it, that's your problem. Chen Qing screamed internally, but on the outside, she kept her composure. All right, you did a great job this time. Go rest for now. I'll notify you of the next mission. Sixtan stood up, but then hesitated. Staying here is fine. But Chen Qing thought he was worried about his strange power. She reassures him not to worry, admitting his powers are just exceptionally unique. But after the Blood Moon incident, the powers of these psychic deviants became incredibly diverse. She'd even met a deviant who could steal powers, but Lu Xin couldn't care less. His one and only focus has always been money. He scratches his head awkwardly, asking, So, I was actually wondering about the payment. Chen Qing was speechless. It'll be wired to your account soon. Hearing that, Lu Xin's face lights up, and he immediately turns to leave. All right, see you then. On the way back, Little 17 holds his hand and tells him, Big brother, a lot of people back there were giving you dirty looks. She looks up at him, adding, And that lady with the weird transforming chest? She just kept trying to talk to you. Shh. Lu Xin quickly puts a finger to his lips. Okay, that's enough. They're paying me, and for the right price, I can handle anything. In the meeting room, Chen Qing was now alone. She mutters to herself, Lu Xin can see the contamination source directly. The more varied his powers, the higher the risk of him losing control. She presses a red button on the desk. Instantly, holographic projections of professors and high-ranking officials materialize. A balding man in glasses speaks first. Regarding Lu Xin's case, he begins. The situation is quite special. He doesn't just see it, he can distinguish it with perfect clarity. I suspect his psychic amplification is extraordinarily high. Preliminary estimates put him at a level of 300, maybe more. But a younger man in a suit slams the table. This isn't an academic discussion. The real issue is whether recruiting a deviant with such a high risk of losing control is even within protocol. Chen Qing immediately snaps her head toward him. And what part of it isn't? His performance today was outstanding, but anyone can see his mental state is far from stable. He retorts. He shows clear signs of schizophrenia, not to mention a severe personality disorder. His face turns grim. Have you ever considered the danger someone like that poses to Satellite City 2 or the main city if he loses control? Then what's your solution? Chen Qing frowns. For someone like him, the man answers, I want him under constant surveillance and control. I'd rather pay to bench him than let him anywhere near another contamination source. He is a patient, and an extremely unstable one at that. Your so-called surveillance is just a pretty word for imprisonment. Chen Qing fires back. Did you ever think that locking him up might just cause him to snap? Who's going to take responsibility for that risk? Besides, another elder with a calm voice interjects, the patient you're talking about just saved Qinggang from a total catastrophe. Minister Shen's concerns aren't wrong. The risk of him losing control is high, and his psychic amplification might be even greater than we imagine. Professor Bai, everyone gasps in unison. Clearly, this man held a position of great authority. He continues, I've reviewed the young man's file, and from what I see, that 80% risk of losing control might just be an understatement. I have a critical report for you all to see. 3 days pass. On a quiet street, Lu Xin's phone buzzes on a desk. He picks it up, walking through his new, tense office. He notices everyone around him looks completely stressed out. The call is from Han Bing. Hello, Mr. Lu Xin. This is Han Bing from the Special Contamination Unit's analysis team. I'm calling with the results for contamination source 04. Her voice is bright and cheerful. After every incident, we issue a full report to all personnel involved. Thank you, I appreciate it, Lu Xin replies politely. Oh, it's no trouble at all, just doing my job. Han Bing's tone then shifts to serious. Regarding source 04, the bodies of Qin Ran and Kuei Wang have been moved to the Qinggang City repository for containment. The reservoir itself has been permanently sealed. No living organisms will be allowed near it for the next year. All members of the investigation team have passed their psych evaluations with no signs of contamination and are now on mandatory leave. She chuckles. Oh, right. They also asked me to thank you for saving their lives. Thank me? Lu Xin says, a bit embarrassed. It was nothing. Just doing what I had to do. Mr. Lu Xin, her voice softens. For your crucial role in this mission, 30,000 yuan has been deposited into your account. On top of that, Captain Chen Qing also requested an additional 6,000 yuan bonus for you. Oh, and Captain Chen also arranged a full evaluation for you. It'll be in the next few days, so you should get ready. The word evaluation catches his attention. Evaluation? What kind of evaluation? It was a complete and total assessment. On the phone, Chen Qing's voice was calm and professional, assessing his mental state and combat readiness. She let out a rare, quiet laugh that Luke Tan could almost picture. She explained that before anyone is officially hired, they have to pass a similar test. Official hire? Luke Tan was stunned, then a huge grin spread across his face. Awesome, this is incredible. Back in his apartment, Luke Tan was still on the phone with Han Bing, clearing up the final loose ends of the case. So what in the world actually happened back there? After looking deeper into the body of Qin Ran, the one from the bottom of the lake, contamination source 041, they discovered something. Han Bing's voice crackled over the phone, mixed with the sound of shuffling papers. Turns out, it was just a random corpse that had been wandering the wasteland. As for the dismembered body, DNA tests showed a perfect match to the hair sample collected from Kuei Wang's house. In other words, the body that was chopped into pieces, that was the real Kuei Wang. The 4 people at the transport company closest to Qin Ran could only remember details about him from the past year, nothing before. All 3 of his underlings from the day of the incident confessed that Qin Ran himself killed Kuei Wang, and they just helped him dispose of the body. Han Bing paused. But there's a weird detail. One of them remembered that after that day, Qin Ran's appetite suddenly became absolutely ravenous. Luke Tan shivered, remembering the half-eaten bodies in that pit. So what does all this prove? We can't be 100% certain. For some types of mental mutations, distorting other people's memories isn't exactly difficult. Memories can be twisted too? Luke Tan muttered to himself. This is insane. The research department proposed a pretty wild theory. Han Bing continued, saying they believe the Qin Ran they encountered was actually just an extremely severe case of infection. His true identity was Kuei Wang, but he had no idea. His mind was completely convinced he was Qin Ran, the spirit-assimilating monster from the lake. After being contaminated, he essentially created a new personality, a completely different self. Then what about those avenging spirits? Luke Tan asked. This is where it gets complicated. The first theory is that the captured spirits retained some of their original will, so they hated the source of contamination and sought to destroy it. The second theory suggests the contaminated spirit itself was flawed. It developed a tendency for self-hatred and self-destruction, creating another monster specifically to devour itself. In other words, Han Bing concluded, Kui Wang was severely infected by the contamination source, which transformed him into Qin Ran. What we faced was likely just a larval form. With more time, he might have fully become Qin Ran, complete with even more fake memories. It's a real shame. The shootout cost us a valuable research specimen. Luke Tan bit his nails, his brain working overtime to connect all the dots. So the fake Qin Ran killed the real Cui Wang, whose spirit then became the Avengers that tried to devour the fake, inheriting his memories and identity. A self-destructing loop. Anyway, don't worry, Han Bing reassured him. All contamination sources with low threat levels are taken to special containment centers to be sealed away. They have the most advanced facilities there, so nothing should go wrong. Ping! A notification popped up on his phone screen. Luke Tan opened it, his eyes lighting up. A payment of 36,000 yuan. He jumped for joy. He was about to get an official job with a much better salary. Life was finally, truly looking up. A few hours later, night had fallen over the city. As Luke Tan approached his apartment complex, he spotted a familiar, tiny figure perched on a streetlight, swinging her legs. "You're off work," Little 17 cheered. Swoosh! In that instant, a cold glint of light tore through the air, heading straight for Luke Tan. His reflexes were electric. He twisted his body just in time to dodge. The dagger barely grazed his shoulder, but before it could fly far, Little 17 shot down like a flash, her small hand snatching the hilt from the air. "Who was that?" Luke Tan roared, his sharp eyes scanning the area. "Ha ha ha. As expected from someone with the same power system as me. Your reactions are sharp." A cocky voice rang out. Luke Tan looked up. On the wall of the opposite building, a young man in a red cloak was casually strolling down, his steps defying all laws of physics as if he were on flat ground. Another spider type. He landed lightly on the ground right in front of Luke Tan. With his golden hair, stylish sunglasses, and red cloak fluttering in the wind, he definitely looked cool. He smirked. "Just wanted to test you out a bit." Then he held out his hand, his expression turning friendlier. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lizard. Captain Chen sent me." Luke Tan stared coldly at the hand hanging in the air. "Do you have any idea how dangerous that was?" Lizard just laughed. "Ha ha," seemingly unaware he'd just stepped into a kill zone. "Dangerous? Come on, brother. For us spider types, is a little trick like that really dangerous?" He had no idea that right behind him, Little 17 was holding the dagger in a reverse grip, her cold eyes just waiting for a nod from Luke Tan. "Model, need me to step in?" the little girl whispered. Higher up, perched on Tan's apartment windowsill, were his mom and dad. The woman's figure glinted under the lights, a heavy cleaver already in her hand, just waiting for Tan's signal. This arrogant guy would be torn to pieces in a heartbeat. It's been a while since the family was this united, Tan thought. Normally they fought like cats and dogs, but the second an outsider touched a family member, they always had each other's backs. Tan quickly grabbed Lizard's hand, yanking him out of the danger zone. And by danger, he meant Lizard was in a whole lot of it. "Follow me, now." He was afraid that if they stayed one more second, his family would lose all patience and just eliminate this uninvited guest. "Hey man, it's not that serious, is it?" Lizard scratched his head, completely oblivious. "Some of our crew greet each other with guns, you know. I crossed 2 satellite cities just to find you. You don't have to invite me up. But what's with the anger? Still want to come up for a visit?" Tan was speechless. He was afraid Lizard wouldn't even make it to the door before getting greeted. He turned back with a sigh. "Next time, I promise." "What did Captain Tran send you here for?" Lizard threw his arm around Tan's shoulders. His expression suddenly got dead serious. "It's urgent, my friend. Turns out you're a pretty big deal. Because of your little job interview, all 6 of the Ching Cheng monsters have gathered in Satellite City number 2. 6 monsters? Tan and 17 were confused why monsters were needed for a simple test. "You'll find out." Lizard winked mysteriously. Just then, Tan saw 17 mischievously pressing a knife to Lizard's neck. He quickly stopped her. "Don't slit his throat." The girl pouted, slumping down in disappointment. Lizard just looked around, totally lost. "Who are you talking to?" Tan answered awkwardly. "My sister. I think she wants to scoop your brains out for fun, but don't worry, she usually listens to me." Tan curiously followed Lizard. "And when she isn't usual?" Lizard glanced back with a sly grin. "I see your reputation is well earned. No wonder everyone says you're dangerous." Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, Lizard's bracelet went off. It lit up, flashing a signal. He glanced at it. It's here. Test notification in 15 minutes at the Qingzhuo building, east side. Is it always such short notice for these things? Tan asked, surprised. Hey, my friend. Lizard waved and started climbing the wall of a nearby building. Those old monsters don't have a lot of patience. They absolutely hate it when people are late. It's not a short trip from here, so let's see what you're made of. He scrambled higher, his voice echoing down. Race you to see who gets there first. 17 appeared and grabbed Tan's hand. Brother, are we chasing him? Tan thought for a second, then pulled her toward the nearest subway station instead. 17's face immediately fell into a very obvious pout. Sitting on the train, Tan thought, that guy is all brawn and no brains. Doesn't he know the last train goes straight to the Qingzhuo building? Probably never had to take public transport. When Tan arrived, he found Lizard scrambling down the side of the building like an actual spider. He was panting but trying to save face. No, I didn't lose, okay? I was just, coming back to find you. Who would have thought you'd cheat and take the subway? He slung an arm around Tan. So, should we just climb straight up? Tan glanced at the skyscraper, then looked at Lizard like he was a giant toddler. Not necessary, you're so immature. He then casually walked through the front doors. Hey, wait up, it was a joke. You really can't take a joke, Lizard scrambled after him. Inside, Captain Tran and a group of scientists in white lab coats were already waiting for them. Beside her stood a fully armed guard. Seeing them, she spoke up. You've arrived. These are the experts coordinating this test. They're leaders in the fields of neurology, psychology, mystical research, and more. Tan looked around. So where are the 6 Qingcheng monsters? Captain Tran looked baffled. Monsters? 6 white-haired doctors simultaneously turned around and started roaring with laughter. The 6 monsters this kid means is probably us 6 old-timers. The leader, Director Chen of the Special Contamination Research Center, stepped forward. This test, and the training plan that follows, will be handled by us. You don't need to worry, we're very experienced. Lizard muttered from a corner. I don't know anything, don't ask me. Captain Tran rubbed her temples wearily. You probably already know this guy. He's Lizard. He volunteered to be here. His abilities have a lot of similarities to yours, so he can be used as a reference point. Hey, being called a reference point really doesn't feel great. Lizard immediately protested. He turned to the professors with a wave. Good evening, experts. But they completely ignored him. One old man flicked his hand, sending Lizard stumbling off balance. He smashed face first into the wall. Move aside. That's what you get for calling them monsters. Director Chen led Tan away. Come on, let's go to the examination room first. We're going to test your mental amplification level. Only with specific data can we know how to properly guide you. To keep things from spiraling, Chen Qing explains that this training is to help him control and upgrade his mutation. Sometimes, just one mistake in an experiment can push a mutant right to the verge of a total collapse. Lizard just shrugs at that. This is exactly what I hate about you people always imagining I can do things I can't. He remembers it all with a pained expression. Like, why would you think I can turn into liquid to get through a keyhole? I'm not a cat, you know. In the firing range, Chen Qing picks up a pistol. First up, a marksmanship test. You've never had professional training, have you? All right, let's start now. She expertly loads the mag, aims, and fires. A single crack, 7 points. No wasted motion. Then she hands the gun to Lu Xin. Okay, training's over. It's over? Lu Xin is floored. What exactly did you train me on? Lizard claps him on the shoulder. For us spider types, just knowing how to flip the safety and aim is considered fully trained. Sighing, Lu Xin raises the gun, trying to take a serious aim. One shot completely misses the target, landing near the 3-point line. 3 points? Nope. Almost 3. Chen Qing remarks. Everyone stares, completely stunned by his awful aim. Don't be tense, Lizard encourages. Everyone's like that at first. You have to feel the gun first, then use your muscles to adjust. Behind him, little 17 curiously touches the weapon. What's this thing? She asks, playfully adjusting her brother's grip. Lu Xin takes a deep breath and aims again. Bam! A perfect bullseye, 10 points. Everyone gasps. Chen Qing is stunned. He's more accurate than I am. Lu Xin suddenly puts the gun down and clumsily starts disassembling it. Turns out little 17 was just playing with the weapon. This is no fun, she mutters. Taking it apart is better. I don't really like using this, Lu Xin says. Can we try something else? Dude, we were born to shoot guns, Lizard says, completely confused. What's a spider type without a gun? All right. Director Chen adjusts his glasses. He's shown his talent. Let's move on. Next up is bullet evasion. With little 17's invisible help, Lu Xin dodges everything. In the 100-meter dash, he's way slower than Lizard. He gives up on the narrow space crawl, only little 17 could do that. Finally, it's time for the telekinesis test. An old scientist holds up an apple. Alright, try using your mind to take this. Beside him, little 17 puffs out her cheeks, annoyed. I'm your sister, not your servant, she huffs. I'll help if you're in real danger, but you're totally fine right now. With that, she playfully zips toward the bald professor, cheering, okay then, it's my turn to play. Giggling, she hops on his head, yanking his wig with her tiny hands. Lu Xin's eyes widen in disbelief. The professor's respectable wig gets knocked completely sideways, revealing a shiny bald head gleaming under the lights. Turns out the professor is bald. Next, a psychological exam. Meanwhile, in the meeting room, Chen Qing and other high-level experts are gathered around a table. Professors, do we have any initial conclusions? A dark-skinned old man asks. His abilities are C rank. As for potential, he starts, but the female professor enters the room. The final test is complete. She looks down at the report in her hands, her expression dead serious. There's a huge issue with his psychological exam. She adjusts her glasses, her tone cryptic. He's too normal. In fact, more normal than me. The entire room goes silent. Chen Qing is in disbelief. Normal? The professor leans forward, explaining. We mostly discussed his childhood at the orphanage and his life after he left. He was extremely cooperative the entire time. I then asked about his family. Lu Xin described a strange but warm and loving household. He wasn't defensive in the slightest, she continued, and described in great detail how he lives with his family members. He even had a serious, in-depth discussion with me about multiple personality disorder and their potential to truly exist. Honestly, Minister Shen, for a moment there, I nearly thought he was a graduate student I was personally supervising. The man in the suit immediately challenges her. After the Blood Moon incident, how can anyone possibly be completely psychologically normal? Is he lying? Because if he were lying, I would absolutely know it. The female professor shot back instantly. She takes off her glasses, rubbing her nose. He is optimistic, positive, and kind. I found that he's been profoundly influenced by one person, the former director of the Red Moon Orphanage. That person was a perfect model of sanity, reason, and knowing one's own limits. During the most insane and chaotic years, the bald professor finally speaks up. If the kid has 3 family members, and they assume the spider ability belongs to his sister, that means he could be hiding 2 other powers. Did he deny any of this? The professor recalled the psychic power test. It's highly likely the boy's mental amplification is off the charts. During the test, he refused to move the apple, but somehow my wig just popped off. I'm absolutely certain I had put it on correctly, but somehow, in a split second I completely missed, he managed to mess with it. The old professor dramatically ripped off his wig, revealing a perfectly bald head. This wig of mine is a special custom-made piece. It's supposed to be incredibly secure, yet that kid took it off without a sound. Think about that power, that level of control. He could probably make my head explode anytime he wanted. Chen Qing could feel a headache coming on. If the explosion at the Red Moonlight Orphanage was confirmed to be his doing, then it wouldn't just be one person's head, everyone in this room would be buried together. A few days ago, at the police department of Satellite City No. 2, Professor Bai flipped through a worn-out file detailing a series of explosions. 15 years ago, an entire 3-story orphanage was leveled, with only 2 survivors, Lu Xin and Zheng Xiaolu. The man, now the principal of Red Moonlight Elementary, wrung his hands. Back then, our resources were stretched thin. We could only close the case with a basic verdict. Looking back now, there are so many suspicious details, like the total lack of any explosive residue at the scene. Based on my analysis, this was most likely a catastrophic loss of control over psychic abilities. It's true, the risk of this young man losing control is extremely high, he said, but he has been trying his best to contain it. In the 15 years since that explosion, there hasn't been a single unusual incident. My personal decision is to approve his recruitment, but with special guidance. The Research Alliance meeting I just attended revealed that S-class mental deviants have been found in other walled cities. If these people are weaponized for military purposes, how could we possibly fight back? This whole situation gives me a very bad feeling. We need to arrange a test for Lu Xin immediately. Another doctor muttered, "Why do I get the feeling? His amplification might even exceed 500,000? Doesn't that mean with just 1 or 2 more enhancements, he could jump straight to Phase 2? Chen Qing looked at the group. So, professors, are you willing to participate in guiding Lu Xin? The moment she finished speaking, hands shot up all around the room. I fully agree, and I even suggest we assign him a few missions. That way, we can gather more data on him. Absolutely. A specimen with this much potential. Of course, he must be nurtured. Outside the meeting room, Lizard, another team member sitting next to Lu Xin, let out a huge yawn. This is so boring, aren't they done yet? He turned to Lu Xin. Hey buddy, when did you first discover you had powers? Lu Xin, busy trying to get a hair clip off little 17's hand, just looked back blankly. Discovered I have powers? Never mind, let me tell you my story first, Lizard said with a grin. You never forget your first time. He began his tale. It was a snowy winter day, and I was walking down the street when I saw her, a girl working the night shift, standing out there despite the freezing wind. I'm a kind soul, you know. Even though I had less than 50 yuan in my pocket, when she saw me coming, she blew a kiss. Want to play again, handsome? I was practically drooling and said, you bet. She was really touched, and very professional. He continued, his face full of pride. But right at the critical moment, suddenly, there was banging on the door of the police. It scared the hell out of me. I didn't even have time to get dressed. I dove straight into a nearby cabinet, hiding until they hauled the whole thing to the station. Only then did I realize. It was just a shoe cabinet, only 30 centimeters tall. He clapped Lu Xin on the shoulder. You're in our unit now. You'll learn all my embarrassing stories soon enough. Mo Man gets drunk every day and claims he sees flying dragons, and Doll is so beautiful she drives men crazy, but she's a total airhead. He covered his mouth with a sly grin. And our Captain Chen, you know what color underwear she wears? Pfft. Lu Xin, who was taking a sip of water, spat it all out. He couldn't believe this guy would badmouth their captain. Are you sure it's okay to talk about her like that? From the ceiling, little 17 hung upside down and whispered in his ear, it's pink. Lu Xin glanced at Lizard, who was still waiting for an answer. With an eager look on his face, Lu Xin calmly replied, pink. Whoa. Lizard was stunned, but his surprise quickly turned into pure, unadulterated excitement. He puffed out his chest, smug. You really know? Come on, man, tell me more. The size, the style, you know? All the good stuff. Hehehe. Lu Xin shot him a disdainful look. About that. Excuse me. A voice as cold as ice cut through their little gossip session. Chen Qing had entered without them noticing. She stood with her arms crossed, her sharp gaze fixed on the two men who had been talking behind her back. What exactly are you two talking about? She sat in the chair opposite them, placing a file on the table. Your test is over. A detailed report will be ready in a few days. For now, you need to get familiar with your own abilities before you start. Intensive training. Lizard here will help you with that. She glanced at the blonde guy. After all, you two share the same type of power. For now, he'll be assigned to lead Cao Tan on some low-level cleanup jobs, just to help him get his bearings. Cao Tan saw Lizard give him a quick wink and nodded in response. Yes, there's a mission tonight, Tran Than said, her voice turning serious. The investigation team had pinpointed a special contamination source. It's C rank. Lizard will contact him and take the lead on this one. Cao Tan's job is just to assist and learn the ropes. Oh, one more thing. She slid a file over to Cao Tan. This is your call sign. Curious, he opened it to find his new codename. Dan Bin. That's right, Tran Than confirmed. She stood and began to slowly walk around the table, each step feeling heavy. Lizard's nerves were stretched to their breaking point. The arrogant guy from before was now pale as a ghost, sweat pouring down his face. She stopped right next to him, her face dark as she leaned into his ear, hissing the words out just for him, a threat only he could hear. If you don't want to end up dancing naked in the street until both of your legs break, then from now on, you are forbidden from badmouthing me to the new guy. Understand? Yes, I understand, Lizard stammered, shaking uncontrollably. Tran Than turned and left with an air of superiority. But just before walking out, she tossed one more comment over her shoulder. By the way, I'm wearing black today. The remark left Cao Tan both flustered and terrified, his face instantly turning beet red. She's lying. Xiao Shiqi pouted, her voice laced with annoyance. That night, the wind howled across the rooftop of a skyscraper. Cao Tan and Lizard were observing their target from above. That's the spot, Lizard said, handing Cao Tan a communications earpiece. Look, brother, Miss Tran put you under my command, so I'm not going to baby you. We spider types learn best through actual combat. I'm not the type for boring lectures on theory. Just watch what I do and follow my lead. With that, they both put on their earpieces. Here it comes, Lizard whispered, his voice buzzing with excitement. This feeling was absolutely indescribable. A woman's voice cut through the static in their ears. Handler team communication channel connected. Intel analysis team communication channel connected. Signal check. 1, 2, 3. In an instant, Lizard's entire tone shifted 180 degrees into something ridiculously cheesy. My dearest Linda, I haven't heard your voice in days. I've missed you like crazy. I am not Linda. The girl's reply was cold and professional. My surname is Tai. My name is Tai Thui. Lizard frowned but didn't give up. The name T Thui doesn't suit such a sweet and lovely voice at all, so I'm just going to call you Linda, all right? That name makes my heart all tingly. In that case, you may call me Tai Thui Linda. Her response was completely emotionless. Lizard was speechless. His first assault had failed spectacularly. Next, briefing on the special contamination file. As the girl continued, Lizard quickly muted both of their mics, turning to whisper to Cao Tan. See that, brother? This is the most important lesson I can teach you. The analysis team is our most critical partner. He gave a sly wink. Think about it. How boring would these missions be without them to talk to? He wore a smug, flirtatious look on his face. Every single person on the intel analysis team gets specially paired with a combat member like us to enhance coordination and efficiency. You get it? You get to do the mission while building a little rapport. Just make sure she never hears any of this. Cao Tan's mind drifted to Han Bing. A special connection, huh? Corporal Han Bing had always been so polite, and her voice was so pleasant. He wondered if he might get paired with her someday. All the while, Lizard was still rambling on about his flirting skills. And so, for wandering rogues like us, flirting is an essential survival skill. He casually unmuted his mic. Linda, you didn't answer me last time. So, are you lonely right now? Call me Tai Thui. The girl cut him off flatly. I'm busy breastfeeding. Stop messing around. But the thick-skinned lizard shot right back. I know how strict your unit is. There's no way they'd let you bring a baby to the office. Who said it was a baby? Tai Thui replied without missing a beat. What if this baby is already in their 20s? The comeback left Lizard completely frozen on the spot. He'd finally met his match. Unable to win this verbal spar, Lizard decided it was finally time for action. Let's go, brother. And with that, he leaped onto the vertical wall, clinging to it like a true lizard. Cao Tan looked at Xiao Shiqi. All right, sis. Our turn. I want candy, the little girl insisted, crossing her arms stubbornly. Too much candy causes cavities, Cao Tan chuckled. Are you treating me like a child? She pouted. He gently ruffled her hair. You are a child. A very beautiful one. A patchwork kind of beautiful? She asked, grinning wide as she held out her hand. And I don't want just any candy. I want the black kind. The kind that's bitter at first, but sweet later. 10 pieces. Okay, Cao Tan finally caved. After she finished her candy, a newly energized Xiao Shiqi threw her arms around his neck. All right, brother, let's go. When they reached the top, Lizard was already there waiting. What took you so long? I thought you took the elevator, he mocked. Can you see the contamination source? Let me see. Cao Tan focused his gaze below. He saw a massive factory, still in operation even in the dead of night. The lights inside were still blazing, hundreds of workers toiling away, but something was deeply, horribly wrong. They moved like puppets, their faces empty, mouths endlessly chanting one single word. Work, work, work. A machine crushed one worker's foot, blood pooling on the floor, but the man didn't seem to feel a thing. He just kept on with his task, the mantra never stopping work, work. Their faces were twisted into eerie, grotesque masks. It was obvious some unclean entity had taken control of them. What is this? Lu Xin gasped, a cold dread shooting up his spine. See that? Lizard pointed toward an office on the factory's highest floor. A shadowy figure was sitting motionlessly behind the glass panel. Inside the factory, the machines roared on. A short, stout old man in a business suit stood among the workers, waving his arms around like a complete madman. He's the source of the corruption. Lu Xin asked, What is he saying? Lizard replied, Focus. Pinpoint what you can hear. Let me help. Little 17 clung to Lu Xin's back as a wave of cold energy flowed into him. Suddenly, the sound became perfectly clear. Lu Xin heard the old man's screams cut through the roar of the machines. Work. You absolutely have to work. The old man's eyes were bulging, veins throbbing on his head. We are the lucky ones who survived the apocalypse. Why are we alive when everyone else is dead? How many people in this city are living pitiful lives, just like dogs? His eyes rolled back. And out there, in the wastelands, how many lunatics are just wandering around? So many don't even have food to eat. And why? Because they refuse to work as hard as we do. Only by pushing ourselves harder will we ever get the chance to live in the main city. If we don't work, we'll just starve to death like the insects outside the city walls. So work until you drop. If we stop working, are we any different from walking corpses? Lu Xin scowled. That's got to be the source of the corruption. That old man. Can you see his spiritual monster form? Lizard turned to him. What do you see now? Lu Xin shook his head. No, I can't see any monster. All I see is a man in there, going insane. Exactly like me, Lizard replied. That short, fat geezer is the source, all right. But to be precise, he's a spiritual mutant who's completely lost control, and this kind is far more terrifying than a regular monster. He's already infected nearly 100 workers in this factory. Linda's voice cut through their headsets, cold and clear. Yi Yuangxiong, age 40, factory director. At 27, he came to this satellite city and built the factory, but business was never good, and he faced bankruptcy multiple times. 10 days ago, the guard department received a report about abnormal activities at the factory. By the time the investigation team arrived, the situation was already out of hand. The workers are moderately infected and will attack anyone who enters, or anyone who tries to stop them from working. All they do is repeat 2 words: work, work. They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't rest. As of now, they have been working non-stop for 2.5 days. If they aren't stopped, they will all die of exhaustion, and Yi Yuangxiong will lose all control. When that happens, the contamination will spread to the surrounding factories. Her voice turned to steel. Therefore, headquarters has ordered a direct cleanse. A cleanse? Lu Xin asked. There are almost 100 people in that factory. Lizard clapped him on the shoulder. Hey, my friend, we cleanse the source, not the people who were infected. The top priority is to stop the spread, but doing it without bloodshed is always better. Besides, these workers are only lightly contaminated, so they can still be saved. He turned and spoke into his comms. Linda, give us your thoughts. My recommendation is to use a specially made, high-powered tranquilizer rifle to neutralize the target from a distance. Linda replied. Yi Yuangxiong hasn't completely lost it yet. There's still a human part of him left. The plan is feasible, but he's affecting almost 100 people. Lizard frowned. His spiritual level is definitely not low. He could probably create a thought shield to block the dart before it hits. That's why I'm ordering the support team to set off an explosion on the east side of the factory in 30 seconds. The explosion will draw his attention, causing his thought power to scatter and become unstable, Linda explained. And that's your opening, but you will only have one moment, a single chance. Got it. Lizard grinned from ear to ear. He pulled out a sniper rifle that looked like a high-tech toy. Hello, my beautiful. He expertly chambered a round, then leaped across to the opposite rooftop, clinging to the wall like a true lizard. All set. Beginning countdown. Linda's voice was calm. 30. Lizard raised his rifle, squinting as he aimed. Lu Xin watched, his whole body tensed up. 2, 1. Go. A massive explosion boomed in the distance. Instantly, Lizard squeezed the trigger. Now's the chance. The dart tore through the air, shattering the glass window, and it plunged directly into Yi Yuanxiong's back. The old man was still muttering work as his body went limp and collapsed. Success! Lizard jumped down. Brother, time for cleanup. They stormed the factory, and Lizard quickly subdued and tied up the director. Model, job done. But Tan felt it in his gut something was off. He scanned the area. This wasn't right. Even though Yuanxiong was unconscious, the workers were still moving, completely robotic. Lizard, meanwhile, sat arrogantly on the factory director. See that, brother? That's what you call professional. Linda's voice came over the comms, a hint of praise in her tone. Good work. Reinforcements were on their way to the scene. Hey, you, look over there. Number 17 suddenly tugged on Tan's shirt, pointing under a desk. Tan immediately spun around, on high alert. Who was that? A little girl, hiding beneath the table. Clutching a worn-out teddy bear, the girl looked up at them with huge, empty eyes. Mister? She asked, tilting her head. Her voice was young, but its monotone flatness was chilling. Why isn't everyone working? The girl's eyes widened unnaturally. She looked like a soulless doll, her mouth mumbling. Not working, not working. Lizard immediately reported in on his headset. We've got a little girl here, maybe 6 or 7, with a mole right between her eyebrows. A little girl? Linda's voice crackled back, shocked. After a few seconds of silence, her voice became unusually grave. The system shows that Yuanxiong had a daughter. The girl died a year ago from exhaustion due to overwork. On the other end, Kui's hands flew across her keyboard. Her cold, flat voice continued. The cause of death was because Yuanxiong was too busy with work and neglected her daughter. So much so that when the girl ran to pick up a wool toy, she was pulled into a machine. Both Tan and Lizard flinched. Under the table, number 17 looked up with wide eyes. Big brother, everyone is working, so why aren't you? A dead silence fell over the factory. The little girl in the red dress stood up and walked to the center of the workshop. The workers, shambling like zombies, slowly moved to surround her, then all at once, turned their blank faces toward Tan's group. Lizard frowned. A secondary pollution source? He muttered. What's a secondary pollution source? Tan asked curiously. Kui immediately started explaining, her voice rushed and urgent. It's a psychic splinter, created by the primary pollution source. It has a definite link to the original, but it also has a degree of autonomy. It's highly probable that after Yuan Xiong transformed, her intense longing for her daughter caused her to unconsciously use her powers to recreate an image of the girl. Beads of sweat formed on Kui's forehead. If we can see this secondary source directly, it proves its psychic level is incredibly high. The girl in red pointed right at them. Father said everyone must work. People who don't work must be punished. Immediately, as if receiving an order, the workers charged. Gripping clubs, knives, and hammers, they rushed the two men, muttering robotically. Work, work, my turn, Lizard said, lunging forward and hurling a dagger straight at the little girl. The blade flew right through her hazy body and sank into a wooden crate behind her. She has no physical form, he said, shocked. Why aren't you working? The girl in red shrieked. The sound so shrill it felt like it could tear space itself apart. She thrust her hands forward, mouth wide open, her eyes staring and soulless. The workers, they went berserk. They roared and swarmed the two in greater numbers, their mouths screaming endlessly. Do your damn work. Work, do your damn work. A gleaming axe swung down, forcing the two to leap apart in a hurry. Lizard jumped onto a stack of crates and yelled, Kui, think of something, fast. Meanwhile, number 17 lifted Tan high into the air, avoiding a wave of attacks. A spider-type Esper has difficulty dealing with a psychic pollution source directly, Kui explained through their headsets. I recommend you both retreat now. I'll request a doll from headquarters to provide support. Let the dolls handle it again? Lizard snapped while parrying a blow. That means all of these workers will die, won't they? Hearing that, Tan suddenly said, let me try. He then dove into the crowd. Lizard, stop him now. Kui yelled, switching to private channel 2. Why? Lizard wondered. He has the ability to harm psychic entities, so in theory, he can handle this. But Captain Chen's file indicates his risk of losing control is extremely high. He absolutely cannot be allowed to handle situations with this much psychological pressure, Kui explained, her voice filled with anxiety. Even though the opponent is a pollution source, its appearance as a child might cause him severe psychological trauma. Below, number 17 hugged his neck tightly, laughing with delight. Hee hee, this is so fun. The girl pointed at the child in red. Big brother, should we go take care of her? No, Tan replied, dodging an attack. Why not? She questioned. Because she looks pitiful, Tan said while fighting back. They already told us, she's just a fake. But she looks real, the girl insisted stubbornly. Tan kicked over a series of wooden crates, forming a temporary barricade. With a moment to breathe, he turned to face the girl in red directly, and said sternly, Little sister, stop this. Don't cause any more trouble. On the private channel, Kuei asked, Did you stop him yet? There's no need now, Lizard replied, watching the scene before him. He's not attacking directly, so what's his plan, he wondered. It looks like he's trying to negotiate. Luke Tan looked at the little girl, and a chilling thought flashed through his mind. Could his own sister be just like this one? A mere secondary contamination entity. But the girl in the red dress was stubborn, her mouth stretching ear to ear as she shrieked, Why aren't you working? Work, work, damn it, damn it. The workers, hearing her scream, only descended further into madness. Luke Tan clutched his head in agony. So annoying. He wanted to deal with this brat right now. His own negative emotions began to boil over, threatening to break his control. Xiao Shiki quickly grabbed his shoulders, trying desperately to calm him down. She sighed, helpless. Suddenly, a gentle but commanding voice rang out, You two children. Luke Tan, Xiao Shiqi, and even the girl in red turned in unison. Stunned, a beautiful woman wearing a wide-brimmed hat was approaching them. You really don't know how to handle these things at all. The mother walked forward with a smile. You're so grown, yet you've never been in love. So how would you know how to raise a child? The ghostly girl was still hugging her doll. Her mouth never stopped screaming, Work, work. The mother smiled and knelt down to the girl's level. Little one, at your age, you shouldn't be thinking about work. Why not go to school and learn? An invisible, gentle power seemed to flow from her. It enveloped them all. What kind of irresponsible father, she continued, would drill the idea of non-stop work into such a young child's head? And what kind of fool would cause an accident out of their own greed. She glanced towards Yuan Xiang's motionless body, a mother whose greed had clearly killed her own daughter. Yet she still lied to herself, convinced it was for her daughter's own good, even believing her daughter would understand and support her. How arrogant must someone be to have such a sick thought? Work! The girl in red let out one final, desperate scream, more frenzied than ever before. But then, her body suddenly softened. The madness vanished, and she was left only muttering, "Work!" The mother stood up, her red eyes flashing with an imposing light. She crossed her arms. She let out a sharp huff. The little girl in red seemed terrified, her whole body trembling as she fell silent. The ghostly child froze in place. A hand materialized from thin air, while unseen eyes glared with menace. That hand snatched the teddy bear right out of her grasp. "Children," a cold voice echoed, "should know how to listen." A pair of sharp scissors appeared, raising high into the air. If not, without hesitation, the scissors sliced off the teddy bear's head. But it wasn't just fabric that was cut, it was something else, a thread. The fragile link between the girl and the real world. The bear's head fell to the ground with a soft thud. The girl was furious, yet absolutely horrified. Her face twisted in pure terror. The invisible woman still held the scissors and the bear's headless body. The strict voice asked, "Little one, are you going to be a good girl?" Her fear had reached its absolute peak. The little girl shattered. Her mouth hung open, her body frozen solid like a stone statue. Then she disintegrated into 1,000 tiny specks of light. And at that exact moment, every single worker in the factory stopped at once, collapsing to the floor like puppets with their strings cut. What the hell just happened? Lizard stammered, completely unable to process it. "The secondary contamination source has been dealt with." He jumped down, reporting into his comms, "Tai Kuei, I can't really explain the specific situation right now." Xiao Shiqi waved at the empty air. "Goodbye, Mom." Ti Chui's voice came through again, this time on the official channel. "Single unit. Confirm the secondary contamination source has been completely purged." "That's right," Luke Tan replied. "Well done. Support team can enter the scene immediately." A fully armed special ops team moved in, beginning the cleanup operation. "What will happen to them?" Luke Tan slumped to the ground, breathing a sigh of relief. "They're lucky," Lizard said, looking much more cheerful. "It was only a low-level contamination. It didn't sink in too deep. The support team will take them for psychological treatment. There's a high chance they'll make a full recovery. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. On this trip, we've built a whole skyscraper at least," he boasted, throwing an arm around Luke Tan's shoulder. "You scored a huge win, my friend. By the way, how did you even handle that little girl?" "Didn't you see it?" Luke Tan asked him back. "I only saw you grab her toy," Lizard replied, still looking totally lost. Luke Tan pointed to the torn teddy bear on the ground. "That toy was the real deal. I was just testing to see if I could scare her. I didn't expect it to actually work." Lizard scratched his head, looking doubtful. "Hold on a second. So you stole the contamination source's toy, ripped its head off, and scared it so badly it ran straight back to its main body? Huh?" Luke Tan smirked. "Yeah, that's exactly what happened. Can't you guys do that? That makes no sense at all." Lizard scratched his face. "I've never heard of anything like that happening before." "Then there's definitely something wrong with you guys." Luke Tan was deliberately teasing him now. Analyzing similar cases, Tiekui's voice suddenly cut in. "Intimidation and threats are viable to a certain extent against some types of spiritual monsters. But according to the recent report, the spiritual entity directly vanished, losing all influence over the workers. This doesn't look like it was scared away, but more like a connecting link was completely severed." "Linda, have you had a change of heart?" Lizard joked. "Shut up," Tikue yelled. "Single unit, did you do anything else just now?" These guys weren't easy to fool, Lu Xin thought, stroking his chin as he replayed the image of his mother and the little girl in his mind. Suddenly, an idea sparked. He realized the key was Yuan Shang's overwhelming guilt regarding his daughter. That regret had fractured the man's psyche, creating a projection of his daughter, but subconsciously, all he wanted was to ease his pain. So the girl's actions were, in a twisted way, supporting him. She wasn't real, and all they had to do was expose that truth. Doing so would sever the link to pollution source 039. Tai Kuai chimed in excitedly. "Excellent work, solo operative. The support team will handle the cleanup. We're closing the comms channel now." "Wait, that's it?" Lizard's voice whined over the line. "I still have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Ti Kui's tone shifted, suddenly curious. "Could you write this mission report for me?" "No." "Why not?" he pleaded pitifully. "I'm hungry." she replied flatly, the most perfect excuse imaginable. Lizard was left speechless. Before he could argue, the channel went dead. He turned to Lu Xin with a sly grin spreading across his face. All right, my friend. Next, I will teach you the single most important lesson. How to prevent losing control. Prevent losing control? Lu Xin asked, intrigued. Lizard just smiled cryptically. To maintain a stable state of mind, you have to make sure your desires are satisfied. In other words, we need to learn how to let loose. And his idea of letting loose was dragging Lu Xin to a deafeningly loud bar. The place was chaos. So, this is it? Lu Xin mumbled, standing frozen on the dance floor as neon lights washed over his confused face. Lizard, however, was already in his element. He was sprawled out on a sofa, with an arm around two different women. He aimed a money gun at the ceiling and fired, showering the cheering dancers below in a downpour of pink bills. If you don't want to go crazy for real, he screamed, you gotta act crazy while you're still sane. Yeah, this guy was already nuts. Lu Xin wondered if there was a cure, watching him down a glass of hard liquor. Relax, he told himself. Was this also considered part of the job? Does the company pay for all this? With that thought, he walked over and grabbed Lizard's arm. Hey, can this be expensed to headquarters? Lizard immediately stared at him like he'd just grown a second head. Are you kidding me? Less than a minute later, Lu Xin was unceremoniously thrown out of the bar, calling it work and then asking to expense it. He muttered angrily. Humph. If Lizard had offered to pay, I would have stayed. He then trudged back to the city guard department. Inside the empty training office, he was completely alone. Captain Chen had told him to come for training, but he hadn't expected it to be a ghost town. He was brewing some tea when a clear, familiar female voice suddenly echoed from the intercom system. Hello, my name is Han Bing. I will be in charge of your basic theoretical training from now on. First, please commit to memory all rules regarding sources of mental pollution. Even information at the lowest security level is considered top secret for ordinary people. Therefore, all training content and materials must not be disclosed. Any breach must be reported to headquarters immediately. Hearing Han Bing's voice made Lu Xin blush. Yes, ma'am. He couldn't believe Corporal Han Bing was his trainer. He just wished he could see her on the screen, he thought to himself, staring at the blank monitor, and just listening to the comforting warmth in her voice. The concept of a mental pollution source was first introduced at the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute 27 years ago. At that time, its name was still the Red Moon Research Department. Images of researchers and bizarre, mutated monsters flashed across the screen. Han Bing's voice remained calm and professional, delivering every word with precision. The field of special pollution source research has only existed for less than 35 years. Many of our findings are still purely theoretical. Recently, the frequency of these pollution sources has increased, along with many cases and data that are difficult to verify. Therefore, our guiding principle is that skepticism must be paired with practical investigation. Perhaps, we can't explain every mysterious phenomenon, but we will never stop searching for the answers. Lu Xin nodded, his expression serious. I understand. Good. Then the official training begins, Han Bing said. Today's program will focus on two main areas, mental pollution and psychic abilities. On the way home, the blood-red moon once again stained the night sky. An image of the old Red Moon orphanage flashed through Lu Xin's mind. What exactly happened there all those years ago? That memory was always shrouded in fog. Xiaolu never talked about it, and the rest of his family always dodged the question. As he walked up the stairs, he heard his father screaming. He was yelling at the ceiling, where Xiao Shiqi was hanging upside down, swinging back and forth. You little brat, get down here right now so I can beat the life out of you. Ha ha ha, the little girl just giggled. If you've got the guts, come up here and try to get me. Lu Xin stood frozen. Ah, the familiar, warm atmosphere of home, he thought to himself, a little surprised. Strange. His sister was actually talking back to their dad. Usually she'd just disappear or hide. Are you trying to die? His father roared. Don't think I don't know you've been sneaking food outside. So, you're all better now and have the nerve to talk back to me? If you're so tough, then get out, and don't you ever come back. Xiao Qi did a backflip, her head popping down to meet his furious gaze. Fine by me. Just wait till I'm older, you won't stand a chance. I'll tear you to pieces and make you into a doll. The man trembled with rage, turning his fury on Lu Xin the second he saw him. Oh, so you finally decided to come home? I brought some food and a bottle of wine. Lu Xin smiled, holding up the bag. The sight of the bottle instantly deflated his father's anger. Can we please have a quiet dinner for once? Lu Xin asked. His mother's voice then drifted from the window. She was on the phone. Yes, Miss Chen, you can move in any time. We'll be neighbors then. Please rest today, and feel free to visit when you have the time. She hung up and turned to her husband. What are you just standing there for? Get the children inside. Then she gave Lu Xin and Xiaoqi a bright smile. Oh, you bought so much today. What a feast. Hurry inside. It was so rude to let our guest hear all that. As Lu Xin set the food on the table, his mother asked, How has work been, son? He thought to himself. She always talks about friends, but he's never actually met a single one. He pushed the thought aside and replied, Ah, it's been great. What about the factory north of the city? She asked, then laughed. Oh, you silly boy. I was just passing by that day and saw you and your sister frozen in place, scared stiff by some little girl. You both look so silly and cute. How could I not say something? Lu Xin began to sweat. So, the little girl in the factory. She was real? She was fake, you silly boy, his mother replied casually. Just a split spiritual entity. Lu Xin looked at his family, a deep sense of dread creeping over him. Then what about all of you? At his question, his father and Xiaoqi instantly tensed up. Only his mother remained calm. She looked at him gently. Silly boy, whether we're real or not, isn't that for you to decide? We're all living here together, side by side. Isn't this feeling real enough for you? Our life is real, Lu Xin muttered, trying to push away his doubts. Oh, that's right. His mother pulled out an envelope. I saw this in the mailbox for you earlier, so I just brought it in. It's from the orphanage, you know. She gave him a playful wink. I didn't peek, I promise. From the orphanage? Lu Xin was curious. That girl is inviting you for tree cakes, his mother said excitedly, clearly having read the whole thing. The next day, Lu Xin arrived at the orphanage with a large bag of bread and food. This should be enough for the kids, he thought to himself. But it was strange. None of his family members, not even Xiaoqi, had ever come here with him. On the way, he passed a man sitting in a cafe. The man turned and stared at him with pure malice, an unsettling grin spreading across his face. When he arrived, Lu Xin peered through the classroom window. The teacher, Xiao Lu, wasn't there. He quietly slipped a thick wad of cash into the donation box. He picked a few wildflowers to place on top. As he turned to leave, a familiar voice called out, Lu Xin, stop, don't you run. He whipped around, startled. Whoa. Xiao Lu was rolling toward him in her wheelchair with a smile. Relying on your two good legs, are you? Did you think I couldn't catch you from a wheelchair? She gently teased. I invited you for tree cakes. Why did you bring more money? You just gave us a huge sum a few days ago. She looked at him, her eyes wide with worry. Did you do something terrible? Do you still have both of your kidneys? Lu Xin was shocked she would even think that. He laughed awkwardly. Huh? Of course I do. Both of them. I just found a new part-time job. My boss is very generous, and the pay is extremely high. So much money, the job must be dangerous. Right? She was still worried. Don't worry. I'm not doing anything bad, and the job is perfectly safe. He tried to reassure her. Their headquarters is in the main city. The monthly base salary is over 5,000, with tons of other benefits. The money I brought is just a tiny fraction of it. Hearing that, Xiao Lu finally let out a sigh of relief. I trust you, but please don't do anything wrong. Of course not. I still remember the director's words. A happy expression washed over her face. In fact, this place is doing much better now. The kids are well fed every day, and some kind donors have helped provide new textbooks. I also managed to get a license from the administration office. Soon all the kids will have legal status and can go to school. We really don't need all this money. You got the license already? Lu Xin was shocked. Given the orphanage's tough situation, that seemed impossible. How could it happen so fast? Could Captain Chen and the Special Pollution Response Department have helped out? Looking at the girl's motionless legs in the wheelchair, Lu Xin felt a pang of sorrow. She used to have such long, slender legs. What a shame. He forced a smile. It's always better to have a little extra, to buy more meat and fish for the children, and we'll have to move to a bigger place eventually. Besides, your legs. The children in the classroom pressed their faces against the glass. They were eavesdropping on the conversation. They huddled together, giggling and teasing. One of the bolder kids spoke up. Are you two? Lu Xin flushed slightly, laughing awkwardly. The girl named Xiao Lu shot the children a razor-sharp glare. Immediately, the whole group went silent, not daring to make another sound. Xiao Lu took the cash from the box. You can't keep giving everything to this place. It's too much. You need to keep some for yourself. She pulled out a small amount and pressed it into his hand. If we really need it, I'll come find you. Xiao Lu says she doesn't know what his job is, but for the money he's making, it must be incredibly difficult. At the very least, she tells him, he should eat more each day. But Luke Tan just shakes his head, refusing. He then asks about the incident at the orphanage all those years ago, admitting he never knew what really happened. Xiaolu's gaze turns distant, her face clouded with sadness. She tells him to stop dwelling on the past. His questions just bring up painful memories, and it's a blessing that he can't remember any of it. She forces a bright smile and changes the subject. "Let's go," she says. "Let's get some dumplings with egg inside." After a fun day at the orphanage, Lu Tan is in a great mood. Walking home, he thinks to himself that tonight felt truly amazing. The children were all so happy, and Xiaolu's genuine smile was beautiful. But then, he sees the man from that morning. He's standing under a utility pole, just staring at him. Night has fallen, and the streetlights are on. They cast pale yellow stripes on the empty street. But even after walking on, he can still see the man standing motionless, like a ghost. The man keeps staring at him with a strange, haunting smile. Lu Tan stops dead in his tracks. Something is definitely wrong here. He turns to face the man, but the stranger just laughs. Lu Tan's eyes narrow with suspicion as he asks what he's doing. The man just keeps on laughing. Without hesitation, Lu Tan draws his gun. Bang! He fires. The man dodges, screaming in shock. "You!" A bullet grazes the man's arm, spraying blood. "Are you insane?" He roars before turning to run. "Damn it!" Lu Tan curses and immediately gives chase. "Stop! Don't even think about running." But the man is unbelievably fast, dodging through alleys and avoiding every single bullet he fires. He then leaps over a deep chasm between two buildings, a gap no normal person could ever cross, and lands on the other side. The man turns back to taunt him. "Come and get me. Can't make the jump, can you?" Lu Tan says nothing. He just runs straight for the chasm and lets himself fall. Is he crazy? Does he want to die? The fleeing man is stunned. In midair, Lu Tan silently calls for his sister. He raises his hand, a blue light flashes, and little 17 appears, grabbing him. "I'm here," she yells, pulling him upwards with an excited voice. Lu Tan lands on a steel bar as she launches him high into the air. "How? How is that possible?" the man stammers, completely baffled. And with that, Lu Tan resumes the chase. The distance between them quickly shrinks to 100 meters. He watches the man nimbly climbing the towering city wall. Trying to escape the city? The watchtower searchlights lock onto him. He can't let this guy get away. He tosses his pistol into the air. "Sister, take care of him." Little 17 catches the spinning gun with practiced flair. She lets out a delighted giggle and unloads the clip. A single bullet slams into the back of his neck, blowing the man's head clean off. Watching the head fall, Lu Tan frowns. His pistol isn't that powerful, and the bullets are just standard issue. It shouldn't have been able to sever someone's neck. Could his body be harder, yet more brittle than normal? Little 17 twirls the gun. All done. But the siblings are shocked to see the headless body still twitching and spasming. It's still moving. It's crawling. It's crawling quickly toward the top of the wall. "Damn it, after it," Lu Tan shouts. The headless corpse moves like a flash of lightning. By the time they reach the top, it's gone. The girl points down to the road outside the wall. Brother, look." The corpse has climbed onto a stashed motorcycle and is speeding away, vanishing into the night. Unbelievable, it's riding a motorcycle without a head. At that moment, the patrol team appears behind him, shining flashlights right into Lu Tan's face. "City Patrol, Squad 4, who goes there? Hands up or we will shoot." Lu Tan raises his hands, one of them holding his official ID card. "I have credentials," he says. "Right now I need to make a phone call." A little while later, Captain Chen arrives in a helicopter. "Where did the head fall?" she asks. "Probably over there," he points. "How did you know there was something strange about him?" she asks, clearly surprised. Lu Tan rubs his chin, recalling. "I was walking down the street earlier when I saw him staring at me, and then I shot him." Chen Qing's eyes widen in absolute shock. "You shot him just because he looked at you?" "No," he explains quickly. "I saw these strange threads crawling out from his back, just like parasites. He must have thought I couldn't see them, so he just stood there smiling. But then the threads started reaching for my head. I wanted to know why he was so weird, so I chased him." Thinking back to the man's escape, he continues his story. "His speed was insane, not like me or a lizard type. It seemed he could use those threads to latch onto distant objects, making him move as if he were flying. It wasn't until he was about to get over the city wall that I decided I had to kill him." "So you killed him just because he seemed strange?" Lu Tan answers without a second thought. "It was because he appeared too close to the orphanage." Chen Qing immediately understands. He threatened the one place Lu Tan considers most important. That's why Lu Tan didn't hesitate to take his life. Besides, hiding a vehicle outside the city proves he wasn't just some regular guy. He adds that it was probably a powered individual from outside the city. looking to cause trouble. She nods in agreement. Model. 2 soldiers carried over a glass case, reporting they had found the head inside. The head was frozen in its final moment, eyes wide, mouth agape in sheer terror. Lu Xin mumbled that a headless body that could still run was truly terrifying, so the fear was finally sinking in. Considering the timing, your reaction is a bit slow, Chen Qing said. She took off her glasses. You should blink. With that, she stared directly at the head. Her eyes flashed with a brilliant red glow, and the expression on the severed face immediately twisted. Was she actually communicating with it? Lu Xin wondered. Chen Qing's gaze was hypnotic as she whispered, "Tell me who you are." The distorted head on the table shifted from an expression of agony to one of utter emptiness, but it remained completely silent. Its skin rapidly turned a sickly gray as its life force drained away, leaving nothing but a grotesque, inanimate object. Chen Qing put on her silver-rimmed glasses, her gaze ice-cold. A failure, as expected. Cut it open. Members of the support team laid the head on a specialized tarp. They brought out a field surgical kit, from an electric bone saw to forceps. Everything was pristine and professional. Lu Xin couldn't help but be impressed. The support team seemed to have absolutely everything. The whirring of the bone saw filled the air. Lu Xin felt a wave of nausea. He thought, so this is the contamination source? It looks nothing like a human brain. This was a mentally altered individual, Chen Qing explained. Have you ever seen a wooden puppet before? A headless person can't function, but is a headless puppet affected at all? This entity's ability is quite similar to my own, but the difference is, he was modified into a tool, something that can be controlled remotely through psychic means. Whoever did this must possess an extremely formidable puppet-type ability. Puppet-type? Lu Xin was stunned. This world was just insane. There are currently 9 documented types of abilities, Chen Qing patiently explained, and the puppet type is one of them. Actually, regarding you, the professors in the main city have their doubts. They suspect you don't belong to the spider type, but are a completely new form of power user. She offered a slight smile. One bald professor even suggested calling your ability the mating system. Which bald professor? Lu Xin wondered, scratching his head. Weren't they all bald over there? Chen Qing turned to the support team. All right, get this evidence to the Research Institute for further analysis. See if you can find any valuable leads. Her voice grew serious. This incident must be taken seriously. The disaster the Church of Science and Technology caused in Satellite City 4 years ago, absolutely cannot be repeated. On the ride back, Lu Xin asked, so who is really pulling the strings from outside the high wall? Besides the heavily contaminated, there are countless other organizations, Chen Qing answered, her gaze distant. They also recruit psychic mutants. And when it comes to ability research and development, they are far more insane and unrestrained than we are. What if they make a move on the orphanage? Lu Xin frowned. Chen Qing immediately picked up her phone. If they're starting to act now, the target is likely connected to you. I'll arrange for the people at the orphanage to be moved to a safer place, far away from the high wall. Huh? Lu Xin was shocked at how decisive she was. She was already dialing a number. Her tone was all command. Process the paperwork now. Use demolition and reconstruction as the official reason, and forcibly relocate the entire C3 district of Eastern Satellite City 2 to Area A4. Pay special attention to the Red Moonlight Elementary School. Arrange the best possible location and new housing for them. Lu Xin worriedly asked, what about the rent? Of course, it will be collected, Chen Qing replied without hesitation. Everything follows procedure. Was this guy seriously asking for it to be free? The mention of money snapped Lu Xin back to reality. It would have been great if rent was waived. He sighed. Seeing his reaction, a complex thought crossed Chen Qing's mind. Were the people outside the high wall really targeting the orphanage? And then there was that strange explosion, and Lone Soldier, with his immense latent power. This Red Moonlight orphanage was either completely harmless, or it was hiding an absolutely massive problem. She turned and got right in Lu Xin's face. Her eyes were razor sharp. Starting today, we are launching a citywide investigation and cleansing campaign. All members of the Special Operations Team are to cancel their leave. You'll be on standby 24/7. That includes you. The next day at his company, Lu Xin requested a leave of absence, surprising the bald old director. It won't be for long, sir. Lu Xin lied sheepishly. My little sister is sick, and I need to take care of her. Xiao Shiqi, who was chewing candy nearby, looked up with fire in her eyes. What? No problem at all. The old director waved his hands, celebrating internally. He could finally get rid of this menace. He'd heard Lu Xin was involved in that Sifang transport case and got taken to the city guard, but somehow came back unscathed. The man brought a gun to work every day. No wonder everyone at the company acted so strange. Don't you worry, Director. I'll come right back to work once my sister is feeling better. Lu Xin tried to look sincere while Xiao Shiqi glared daggers at him. He then winced as she flew up and bit him on the head. You said whose sister is sick. Approved, approved. Take a few extra days. The director hastily agreed. No need to rush, no need at all. Look how anxious you are, you're sweating bullets. 3 days later, at the City Guard Training Center, Lu Xin was enjoying a delicious, hearty lunch. Getting to relax on standby like this, eating great food daily, and getting a 200 yuan subsidy was the life, he thought, biting into a chicken leg. Beep. A noise came from his earpiece. Lone soldier, there is a case for you to handle. Han Bing's voice crackled through. Suspected special contamination source 072. Location is Building C, Guangdong Residential Complex, in the northern part of Satellite City 2. The suspected target is Class C, with infection level currently unknown. Threat level. Insect. The key trait is an unexplainable fear, centered on Building C, that has begun to envelop the entire surrounding area, and it's spreading. Lu Xin gets the order mid-bite, a chicken leg still in his mouth. A man's gotta eat, right? The whole mess started when a resident reported being stalked. Han Bing continues, explaining that the police found no evidence, writing it off as simple paranoia, but during questioning, they realized something was deeply wrong. It wasn't just one person, the entire residential complex was gripped by an unnatural anxiety. Fear consumed them, breeding hallucinations as they watched everyone through cracks in doors and drawn curtains. In just a few days, the tension snapped, turning a small spat into a knife fight that left one dead and another in cuffs. This bizarre phenomenon forced the Special Investigation Squad to step in, their initial assessment pointing to some kind of mental contamination. But what happened? Lu Xin asks, a new tension in his voice. Han Bing's reply is grim. Even the investigators started feeling the fear. They couldn't continue their work. That night, the Guangdong district was completely sealed off, the air thick with a deadly, oppressive silence. Cheng Hui spots Lu Xin's arrival and raises a hand in greeting. He introduces himself. I'm Cheng Hui, from Satellite City 2's investigation team. It's an honor. Lu Xin just nods. So it's you. Vacation's over, I take it? The city's launching a major investigation, so all our leave was cancelled. Cheng Hui explains cheerfully. You saved my whole team last time. We never got to thank you properly. I didn't expect they'd call you in for this one. Lu Xin waves it off. It's just the job. No need for formalities. So what's the specific situation here? Cheng Hui's expression immediately turns serious. We've detected spiritual radiation near Building C. The initial mission was to go in and pinpoint the source, but we failed. Failed? Cheng Hui looks down, his voice laced with helplessness. That's right. As we entered the area between the 9th and 12th floors, this invisible fear just washed over the entire team. The closer they got to the suspected location, the more intense and unbearable the feeling became. Some guys even got dizzy, their blood sugar dropping. Lu Xin immediately taps his earpiece. Han Bing, what's causing this? Her voice cuts in instantly. It's highly probable we're dealing with special contamination source number 072. It has the ability to amplify negative human emotions, especially fear. My recommendation is to approach the source, observe its properties, then decide whether to cleanse or seal it. All right, I'm going in to check it out, Lu Xin says, staring at the building, which seemed to radiate a distorted energy. The elevator stops on the 6th floor, and the moment he steps out, he feels it. A thick, heavy fear, swirling through the air like invisible typhoons. I'm on the 6th floor. There's a powerful sense of dread here. It's making me hesitate. The closer you get, the stronger the mental influence will become. Han Bing's voice crackles, a hint of concern in her tone. If even you feel like you can't resist it, you need to retreat immediately. He replies, it's fine. I'm used to this feeling. Suddenly, an overwhelming vortex of fear hits him, and everything blurs. He sees something dark and slimy slithering on the ceiling, lunging straight for him. Just as it's about to make contact, a tiny figure clutching a teddy bear appears, and everything snaps back to normal. Little 17 pouts. Brother, you've changed. You were so busy talking to that lady you didn't even wait for me, and you pretended not to see me. Lu Xin lets out a breath. So it was you, he says, picking up the sulking girl. Lu Xin, why did you stop for so long? Did something happen? It's nothing, just. Lu Xin presses a piece of candy into little 17's hand. Having her nearby makes the fear just melt away. He continues, his voice suddenly much firmer. For some reason, I feel a lot more at ease now. The two of them head up to the 10th floor. Confirmed. The atmosphere of fear is strongest on the 10th floor. I'm going in to find the exact location of the source. Little 17 wanders deeper into the hallway. I think I found it. The door to apartment 1031 is covered in the thickest, darkest swirls of fear. So how to open this locked door? Little 17 just scoffs, floats up, and grips the doorknob with one tiny hand. Crack, snap, boom! The entire thick wooden door is crushed into splinters. Lu Xin gives her a thumbs up. Nice one, kid. She turns back and grins, as he pushes aside what's left of the door. An overwhelming stench of decay slams into him. So foul. He quickly covers his nose. Inside the messy room lies a decomposing body, half on the bed, half on the floor. And perched on the windowsill is a faceless, skinless phantom, curled up into a ball. So, that intense fear is coming from this thing? Lu Xin mutters. Brother, I want. Little 17 bares her teeth, her eyes filled with hunger. Don't you bully it, Lu Xin says quickly, ruffling her hair. He steps closer, wondering if he can communicate with it. He reports over the comms, source identified. It's just a low-level contamination. He flicks on the lights, and the phantom on the windowsill instantly vanishes. The corpse is now clearer, covered in flies. He spots a small bottle of pills that had fallen nearby. It seems the person tried to grab their medicine before they died, but didn't make it. Found him, Han Bing announces. Apartment 1031 is rented by Wang Chu, 23 years old, a factory worker. Lived alone, no known relatives. Can you determine the cause of death? Lu Xin picks up the bottle. Nitroglycerin. It's heart medication. It's very likely the victim died from a sudden heart attack. We'll need an autopsy for the specifics. How should we proceed? Her recommendation. Use a special sealing bag to retrieve the body. This will sever the contamination source's connection. After that, the specialist team can enter the scene. Lu Xin takes out the body bag, carefully placing the pill bottle and the corpse inside. The support team can come in now. Standing by the window, Lu Xin asks, so how did a contamination source like this even form? The young man lived alone. No family, no friends. He died in complete solitude. The intense emotions and despair he felt right before death caused his spirit to mutate. He had no intention of harming anyone, so he only formed a low-level source, unconsciously spreading his own fear. So why fear, specifically? Perhaps because he was terrified of dying without anyone ever knowing. It was the fear of being forgotten. That must be it, Lu Xin murmurs. He gives a small smile, watching little 17 happily playing with her bear. This mission's about wrapped up, huh? Lu Xin says, hoping this kind of thing won't happen again. You sound a little down. Han Bing's voice comes through his earpiece. Lu Xin sighs. He's just not a fan of this kind of corruption. But a job's a job. He figures the victim, Wang Chu, must have wanted to be found. I think so too, Han Bing replies, trying to comfort him. The city administration is already working on ways to help people relieve their mental stress. I'm sure these incidents will become less common, she says. Let's hope, Lu Xin replies, suddenly perking up. So, about my payment for this? Han Bing just laughs. Don't worry, I've got your back. This mission was barely D rank, so the standard pay is only about 10,000, but I'll try and push it to 12,000 for you. At the mention of money, Lu Xin's eyes light up. Thank you, she insists. I should be thanking you. You've more than earned it, she says happily. Though at this rate, the whole city's gonna know you're obsessed with money. Lu Xin just scratches his head, embarrassed. Still, thanks. But she gets serious. No, I'm thanking you on behalf of all the citizens of Qinggang City. I mean it. His little companion, Xiao Shiqi, couldn't help but mutter, just go thank the city lord in person already. You looking for a girlfriend or something? Startled, Lu Xin immediately fires back. What? We're just colleagues. It's a professional relationship. The little girl just sticks out her tongue. Floating beside Lu Xin with puffed cheeks, Xiao Shiqi lectures him like a little old lady. You should just give up. Girls from the main city are spoiled rotten. They're pretty, sure, with great personalities. Rumor is they're like fairies who don't even need toilet paper. And you? You're just some grunt from a satellite city. Her words sting with truth, but Lu Xin still finds an angle to argue. They don't need toilet paper? Is that even a real saying? Right then, a luxury sedan silently glides to a stop nearby. Inside, a man in glasses points right at him, speaking to the person sitting beside him. Chairman, that's him. That's Lu Xin. The chairman, an old man with graying hair, frowns. They say he can see the mental monsters, but the risk of him losing control is high. At least, since we've had his file, the man in glasses replies, he's shown very few signs of actually losing control. Right now, he's the only one we know of who can directly see and resolve these sources of pollution. True, the old man sighs. Normally I'd have no other options, But this is a private request. We have to ensure the special processing department isn't contacted. Not a problem, sir. You just have to name the time, the man in glasses says with complete confidence. Thinking about his daughter at home, losing her mind, the chairman makes a quick decision. Tomorrow, then. Her condition is already critical. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, Lu Xin is doing some mental math. 3 mission bonuses plus training and food stipends. After subtracting recent costs, he's left with 60,070 yuan. He thinks if every month was like this, it'd be amazing. He could save for a year and buy a new house for the orphanage. But he sighs. After this last in-depth inspection, he probably won't be getting many missions for a while. "Excuse me, are you Lu Xin?" a voice calls out. He turns around. A man in glasses approaches him. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu. I run a consulting firm in the main city. I've come to you today on behalf of a client. He has a matter he was hoping you could help him resolve." "How do you know who I am?" Lu Xin asks while shaking his hand. "My line of work means I know quite a few gifted individuals in Qinggang." The man named Lu answers smoothly. "My client's daughter is suffering from a strange illness. The best doctors in the main city can't help her. That's why he's personally requesting you take a look. This isn't an official commission, it's a private request." "A side job? Is that even allowed?" Lu Xin asks, tilting his head. "From what I understand, nearly every gifted person in Qinggang has taken a private job or two." Mr. Lu says this as if he expected the question. "My client is a very important man. He simply wishes to avoid involving the special processing department. You can still report the job, just list it as a personal commission." He takes Lu Xin's hand, getting right to the point. "If you can cure this gentleman's daughter, he's prepared to offer a 100,000 yuan reward. Even if you fail, he'll give you 10,000 just for your time." "Huh?" Lu Xin's eyes instantly light up. Did he hear that right? 100,000. He excitedly grabs Lu's hand in a death grip. "Whoa, that's a strong grip. You're crushing my hand." Lu Xin quickly lets go with a sheepish laugh. I need to clear this with my superiors first." A moment later, he's sitting in that same luxury car, watching couples walk down the street carrying flowers. He wonders why there are so many couples out today, and all of them are holding roses. The flowers, a brilliant red, seem to have a strange, haunting beauty. The car pulls up to a stunning mansion. "Mr. Lu, we've arrived." Inside, the living room is incredibly lavish. A grand piano sits in the center. Looking at the huge house, Lu Xin can't help but think how great it would be to build the orphanage here. "How much does a place like this cost?" he asks. Lu replies that someone once offered 5 million, but the owner wouldn't sell. "Ah, right, here's the agreement," Lu says. Holding it, Lu Xin thinks that buying a new house is a long road, but maybe he can actually earn this 100,000. Besides, headquarters doesn't forbid it, and he gets paid even if he can't cure her. All right, a 10,000 yuan payday. The chairman and a group of people in white lab coats came out, pulling a large iron cabinet with them. "I won't be involved in the specific treatment," Mr. Lu said, standing up to let them talk. The chairman sat across from him. "You must be Lu Xin, correct?" "Sir." Lu Xin answered politely, but his attention was already on the iron cabinet. Strange sounds were coming from inside. "That cabinet?" The old man had to explain. "My daughter, Xiao Xiao, is inside. She's 21, a recent graduate in ancient art studies. 3 months ago, she got engaged, and that's when she suddenly went insane." The pain was obvious on his face. "I've hired so many experts, but none of them could find the cause. I suspect she's been severely contaminated. Then why not take her to the Special Research Institute?" Lu Xin wondered. The old man's face fell. "You may not understand. If word gets out that Xiao Xiao is contaminated, she'll be shunned, and her reputation will be ruined because of this illness." "What kind of illness?" The old man sighed. He walked to the cabinet and opened it. Inside, a beautiful girl was tied up, her body shaking violently. She was completely unconscious. Her illness is a maddening, animalistic sexual desire. How mad? Lu Xin sensed something was deeply wrong. "I don't want to describe it," he said, his voice full of bitterness. "At first, I discovered her secretly meeting with a servant. I fired him and disciplined her. At the time she seemed normal, saying it was a temporary lapse in judgment. But very soon after, she became manic, hooking up with countless people at bars before losing all control." He looked at Lu Xin hopefully. "Mr. Lu, do you notice anything?" Lu Xin observed her intently. "I can't see the source of contamination yet. I need to see her in action. Can you release her? But if I do, she'll cause trouble. She might even attack you." Lu Xin calmly pulled out his gun. "I can handle it. Besides, I have this." The sight of the gun made the old man sweat. It, it won't come to shooting, will it? He sighed, pressed a button on the control panel, and the restraints retracted. As soon as she was free, Xiao Xiao knelt on the floor in front of Lu Xin. What was she doing? Suddenly, she leaped up her arms, reaching for him. Mr. Lu, be careful, the old man yelled. But Lu Xin moved like a flash of lightning, grabbing her. He grabbed her wrists, spun around, and slammed her face down on the floor. Little 17 appeared right on cue. Sister, you're here! Brother, look! She pointed to Xiao Xiao's back. Lu Xin saw it too. Something was squirming under her thin shirt, pushing up in a deformed lump. What is this? Rip. He didn't hesitate, tearing the back of her shirt open. A ferocious, bright red demon face appeared, covered in tiny, squinting eyes. Ah! Xiao Xiao screamed in agony. Countless horrifying tentacles shot out from the demon face. The old man couldn't see anything and rushed forward. What happened? Don't move, Lu Xin ordered, holding him back. Xiao Xiao's entire back was now crawling with tiny monsters. A few of the larger ones were slithering up her shoulder, leaning forward, and baring their jagged teeth threateningly. Heh, fun. Little 17 seemed thrilled, plucking them one by one, like picking fruit. The monsters stared blankly at her, then suddenly scattered and vanished into thin air. So they can run. Lu Xin was surprised. The monsters, like a swarm of tadpoles, fled across the room, disappearing into the surrounding objects. What is all this? The old man was completely mesmerized by the illusion. Looks like they've come alive. Little 17 zipped around the room, chasing the monsters, while Lu Xin stood in the middle of the house, watching the room grow more bizarre. Looks like my sister is having fun. She doesn't need my help, he thought. But then she missed, and all the monsters disappeared at once. He couldn't see the tentacles anymore. The little girl turned back, pouting that her toys were gone. This isn't good. Lu Xin stroked his chin. These things are tricky. They're even playing games with my sister. As her brother, I can't let her get cheated, he muttered. Spiritual energy doesn't just vanish. Every contamination has a core. The small monsters flickered in and out of sight, looking at him with provocation. He raised his gun, and they immediately dove back inside Xiao Xiao. The problem was still, Suddenly, a giant, one-eyed monster, shaped like a spiky starfish, emerged from the girl's back. It was the main one. Its single eye stared at him defiantly. So much fun. Little 17 charged forward, opened her mouth wide, and took a huge bite of the beast. The smaller monsters instantly scattered. She bit down hard on the main creature, pinning it down. Haha, you're not getting away. She ate it with absolute delight. The old man pointed nervously at his daughter. What about Xiao Xiao? Is she still alive? I don't know if she's okay, but the contamination has been resolved, Lu Xin replied. A moment later, Xiao Xiao woke up. Dad, Xiao Xiao, how do you feel? She touched her head. That thing? She pointed at Lu Xin. Quick, tell him to go outside first. I'll get some fresh air. You two can talk. Lu Xin got the hint and stepped outside. Thank you, specialist, the old man called after him. Night had completely fallen. Little 17 flew to Lu Xin, whispering in his ear what she'd overheard. They were talking about an oil painting covered with a black cloth. Xiao Xiao said when she went to pick it up, the entire group of collectors was dead, like they had killed each other. That painting was at the scene but wasn't on the original list. They had to take it back for study. An oil painting? Could that be the source of the contamination? Lu Xin wondered. The door behind him opened. The old man, Xiao Xiao, and Mr. Lu stepped out. Thanks to you, specialist, my daughter has recovered. To give her better care, I plan to take her to the main city tonight. As for your payment, I will definitely. Now is not the time for payment, Lu Xin interrupted. The source of the contamination hasn't been completely handled. The contract specified a complete cure, did it not? My daughter has no more problems. The old man scowled, trying to end things with money. For your troubles, I'll pay double. But let's agree this matter ends here. But Xiao Shiki pointed at them and whispered, they're rushing to a place called Hurricane Harbor to get something. Aren't they just framing an innocent person? Lu Xin knew that if something went wrong, it wouldn't just be the two of them who died. He cut straight to the point. I just want to eliminate the source of the contamination. Xiao Xiao completely lost her cool, pulling a gun and aiming it right at Lu Xin. Don't think just because you're from the main city, we don't know your little tricks. Do you have any idea I could shoot you dead right now and not even be charged? Heh. A childish laugh echoed from right behind her. Slash. The fingers on Xiao Xiao's gun hand were sliced clean off, the pistol shattering into pieces. Ah, my hand. That's the price for threatening my brother, Xiao Shiqi muttered. How could you? the old man cried out, catching his daughter. She threatened me first, Lu Xin said, glaring at them. Besides, I'm trying to protect her. Bang! A sniper round flew from a distance, aimed straight at his head. Xiao Shiqi grabbed his collar, pulling him aside in the nick of time. Lu Xin's eyes turned a blazing red. You brought this on yourselves. He launched himself into the air, flying toward the opposite building. The sniper was stunned. Is he human or a ghost? Lu Xin grabbed his face and tossed him off the roof. A group of armed assassins rushed forward. Little sister, your turn. Yes, brother. Xiao Shiqi controlled their leader, making him turn his gun on his own comrades. So much fun. The little girl smiled, pleased with the pile of bodies before her. She then looked up at Lu Xin, a little worried, but her brother didn't scold her, he just patted her head. It's okay. The old man named Shu stepped forward. Sir, whatever it is, let's talk it over. We can be reasonable. Am I not being reasonable? Lu Xin replied calmly. She pointed a gun at me first. She shouldn't bully me just because she lacks any real power. Am I wrong? You think joining that department makes you above the law? The old man roared. I don't think so, Lu Xin said, staring them down coldly. I'm just trying to save your lives. The painting you're trying to hide is something you absolutely cannot handle. If something goes wrong, you won't be the only ones in danger. A painting? How did you know? The old man stammered, caught off guard. Lu Xin held up his phone. You don't need to worry about that. To be clear, you hired me for a private job. But dealing with a contamination source is my official duty. By regulation, I can't let you take it away. Now, I have to report this to my superiors because you refuse to cooperate. Therefore, I'm not in breach of contract. With that, he dialed Chen Qing. Hello, Captain Chen. It's me. The private commission is taken care of, but I've discovered a painting. Late that night, Chen Qing strode into the villa, her cold, powerful aura making the very air feel heavy. Where is the painting? Mr. Shu, who was helping his daughter, saw her and yelled, Captain Chen, I know your people have a lot of power, but this time, your man acted too cruelly. You have to give me an explanation. Mr. Shu, Chen Qing replied, her voice leaving no room for argument. I've confirmed my subordinates' operational procedures were perfectly fine. If you believe otherwise, you can file a complaint with headquarters. They will issue their own ruling. The man was speechless. If he's not the problem, then let's talk about you. Chen Qing continued. I know you often hire private scavenger teams to transport items into the main city through your own channels. But there are lines that cannot be crossed. You will come with me, surrender that painting, and submit to an investigation. Anyone who breaks the rules will pay the price. That is the main city's bottom line. Inside the armored vehicle, the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Mr. Shu, tell me the entire story, Chen Qing commanded. Don't try to hide anything. You know I have plenty of ways to make you talk. He sighed and began to confess. Periodically, I sponsor several scavenger teams to search for works of art buried in the abandoned cities. 2 months ago, they reported finding something good. I was busy at the time, so I let Xiao Xiao go with their leader. I never expected that not long after she returned, something would go wrong. Chen Qing glanced at the quiet daughter. You should consider yourself lucky. If she hadn't gotten sick, this thing might have already reached the main city. A red light flashed in her eyes as she activated her ability. Your turn, Miss Su. Tell me everything you know. The girl's eyes were also mesmerized, turning a deep red. She began to speak in a hollow voice. When I got there, everyone on the scavenger team was already dead. They died horribly, their bodies filled with bullet holes. The one who shot them was the captain, and then he pointed the gun under his own chin and committed suicide. She trembled. I don't know what happened, but the item was still there, along with an extra piece they had never mentioned before. An oil painting. It was so beautiful. I wanted to hide it from my father. After I did, my mood became strangely good, a feeling of absolute euphoria. I wanted to find someone to share that feeling with. The urge just grew stronger and stronger. Finally, I couldn't stand it and called a Qiang into my bedroom in the middle of the night. After I woke up, that crazy feeling was gone, but it was too wonderful, she whispered. I want to see that painting again. I don't want you people to wake me up. I knew about the existence of contamination sources, but I never expected it to be this serious. Mr. Shu, that's because you've never seen it with your own eyes, Chen Qing said coldly. In the end, this is all due to your own greed. I have what I need. Get out of the vehicle. Someone will escort you to headquarters. Soon, only 2 people were left in the car. You did a good job this time, Chen Qing said. We'll go back to the guard post first, then take the painting to the research institute. So what exactly is that painting? Lu Xin asked, I thought only living things could become sources of contamination. It's similar to case 07. Those two you just dealt with, she explained. If the dead can carry spiritual power, then certain special items can also be studied. It has been proven through various methods that objects can become hosts for spiritual power. We call them spirit parasite items. Chen Qing glanced over at him. You know, you really should get your driver's license. Why am I always the one driving? Lu Xin thought to himself that borrowing little 17's powers to drive would be harder than flying. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. Up ahead, a couple was blocking the road, causing a massive traffic jam. The woman knelt with a bouquet of red roses, pleading, "Marry me. I want to be with you for the rest of my life." The man, however, looked incredibly impatient. "Are you insane? You're the one who broke up with me first. You dated how many guys behind my back, and now you pull this?" But the girl just clung to his hand. "I realize now that it's you I love. I broke up with all of them. Isn't this what you always wanted? So why don't you want me anymore? Just look at yourself. You're acting crazy." The man roared back. "I just glance at someone and you start cursing them out. Now you're proposing in the street? Because I love you." Her face twisted in agony. "I love you this much. Why can't you love me the same way?" She threw the flowers and lunged at him, kissing him wildly. But then the kiss turned into a horrifying act. She bit off his tongue. "I love you. I want to eat you. That way we'll never be apart." The man fainted as she sat on the road, cradling him, and then a strange pink energy erupted from her body, spreading outwards. In an instant, everyone nearby fell under a bizarre spell. Their eyes turned bloodshot, veins popping. "I love you," a man screamed, jumping out of his car. "Honey, I love you. Wait for me to come home." Others began frantically screaming the names of their own loved ones. "What is happening?" Lu Xin was stunned. A flash mental contamination. Chen Qing knew it immediately. She grabbed the radio and yelled, "Flash contamination on Jujiang Road, requesting immediate support." She slammed the gas and yanked the wheel. "Hold on!" The car roared as it turned around, charging straight into the maddened crowd. "Are we plowing right through them?" Lu Xin yelled. "It's the only way." The vehicle moved like a beast, smashing obstacles and weaving past other cars. In the distance, a figure stood on a rooftop. A cannon rested on its shoulder. "Brother, you have to run." Little 17 panicked. Lu Xin's eyes widened in horror. He could see the shell rocketing towards them. Boom! A world-shaking explosion sent their car flying into the air. "Brother!" Lu Xin barely opened his eyes to see the little girl's worried face. "Let me help you." He blacked out. Lu Xin groggily came to, and a chillingly familiar face was staring right at him. Qin Ran. Wasn't he already dead? Or was this a different Qin Ran? "Lu Xin," a voice shouted. Chen Qing was collapsed beside the mangled wreckage of the car. Her military uniform was torn and soaked in blood. Suppressing a groan of pain, she asked, "Lu Xin, are you all right?" "I'm fine," he answered, slumping to the ground. "That's so much blood, you're hurt." Little 17 cried out in a panic. The little girl placed a tiny hand on the bleeding gash on his thigh. "Don't cry, okay? It will stop hurting if it just gets a little bigger." A soothing blue light radiated from her hand, and Lu Xin's wound gradually closed over, leaving not a single trace behind. Chen Qing and a few other survivors were taking cover behind the car. Seeing Lu Xin stand up normally, she urgently asked, "Lu Xin, did you see contamination source 0410? Big brother, look." Little 17 grabbed his hand and pointed. The entire area was now surrounded by dozens of figures armed to the teeth. The dark barrels of their guns were pointed right at them. Chen Qing broke into a cold sweat, recognizing the weapons they were using. "It's over." M163 heavy multi-barrel revolvers. She thought in despair that if they opened fire, they would all be torn to pieces. The thought had barely crossed her mind when a storm of metal descended, an entire wall of bullets aimed right at Lu Xin. He only had time to shut his eyes, drenched in sweat. "You foolish boy." A gentle figure suddenly appeared, wrapping both siblings in an embrace. A translucent but solid blood-red shield materialized around them. It stopped the entire hail of bullets in its tracks. The rounds slammed into the shield and fell harmlessly to the ground like rain. "Didn't Mother tell you not to let yourself get bullied? Why do you always get into such dangerous situations?" The mother's voice was chiding, but it trembled with fear. Chen Qing couldn't see the woman, only the terrifying energy radiating from Lu Xin. Her eyes widened in shock, spotting a faint female figure within the shield. A humanoid psychic shield? She raised a hand to shield her face, trying to fight the immense psychic pressure. This had to be defect level. Just how powerful was his spirit? 10 years ago, was the 3-story orphanage destroyed by a power just like this? "Snap out of it," she commanded herself. Chen Qing's eyes glowed crimson as she focused all of her psychic power on the attackers. In your hands, you hold the most powerful weapons. With them, you can destroy everything. You feel like you're the masters of the world, right? But there can only be one master. If everyone has such terrifying weapons, why not test whose firepower is stronger? The attackers were immediately hypnotized. The madness in their eyes shifted. That's right, I'm the master of the world. And just like that, they turned their guns on each other, beginning a chaotic slaughter. Lu Xin's sharp eyes noticed that these men were also psychically altered. The mother figure brushed invisible bullets from her hands. You really let them push you around this time. He bowed his head. Yes, I almost died. After the soldiers were dealt with, Chen Qing quickly made a call. Her voice was frantic. Immediately lock down all of Satellite City number 2. The oil painting recovered from Baofu port has been stolen. We suspect it was a pre-planned operation by an armed force. Also, a flash contamination incident involving roses is spreading on Kowloon Road. Suddenly, she screamed, "What?" Satellite City number 2 has issued a level 1 alert. Instantly, deafening sirens began to wail across the entire city. With a level 1 alert flashing, Chen Qing anxiously looked over at Lu Xin, who was just standing there frozen. It wasn't just their location. Across Satellite City 2, widespread contamination was erupting simultaneously and without any warning signs. The threat level was already above class. Lu Xin didn't move, his eyes a chilling red. What's wrong with him? She worried. Inside his head, his mother's voice was a chaotic mess. So, what are you going to do now? The voice asked. I'm thinking, he thought back, his face darkening. That man is vicious, she reminded him. He stole your painting. He almost killed you and your sister. Now he's long gone, and deep down he's probably still laughing at you kids for being absolute fools. Her gaze shifted to Xiao Shiqi, huddled on the ground. Look at your sister, still terrified after all this time. A wave of self-loathing washed over Lu Xin. His sister was scared, and he felt useless. Lu Xin, are you listening to me? Chen Qing's voice cut through as she stepped forward and touched his shoulder. She immediately knew something was wrong. A dangerous aura was rolling off him. Could it be that he'd used so much mental energy that his emotions were spiraling out of control? No, she had to talk to him. The entire city was under threat. Lu Xin, are you still capable of carrying out this mission? That finally got a reaction. What did you say? The entire city is in chaos. At least 4 major spiritual contamination events are breaking out and spreading. Every single person is in danger. The emergency defense system has been activated, but we'll talk on the phone. Lu Xin cut her off and bolted like an arrow. Huh? Before she could react, he was gone. He hit the street. A man was pinned under a motorcycle, crying out for help. Lu Xin lifted the bike off him. Thank you, thank you! Lu Xin just hopped on. He revved the engine and took off, leaving the man stunned. Hey, is he stealing my bike? Suddenly, Xiao Shiqi appeared with her teddy bear, blocking his path. Brother, Chen Qing watched him disappear while speaking into her comms. The contamination on Jujiang Street is spreading. We suspect it's connected to a marriage proposal. Infected subjects develop an intense, violent love, along with a possessiveness so extreme they literally want to devour their partner. She immediately issued 2 orders to the investigation teams. Doll and Drunkard were on standby. 1. Intercept anyone showing abnormal behavior immediately. If the subject is desperately trying to find their partner and can't be reasoned with, lethal force is authorized. 2. Use all available media channels to warn the public to lock their doors and hide. Lizard also received the order, do not go looking for relatives, especially a significant other. Alright people, the safety of Satellite City 2 depends on us now. His mother's ghostly figure faded away. How are you going to handle this? With his little sister on the back, Lu Xin shouted excitedly, Let's go! Her fear was gone. He sped into a city already descending into total chaos. A frantic couple clung to each other desperately. The girl bit into the man's shoulder. I want to be with you forever. A kind woman with a megaphone yelled, Everyone, stay calm, hide behind this security shutter. Lu Xin blew past all of them on the bike, heading straight for the orphanage. They have to be okay. He ran up, only to find the orphanage gate already guarded by a protection detail. Mr. Lu, how is it inside? Everyone's fine. Captain Chen gave the order if the city erupted. We were to secure this location first. This place is close to our headquarters. Lu Xin thought with gratitude. He couldn't believe she had been so thorough. A soldier handed him a new comms unit. Your communicator is broken. This one has a fresh link, a body camera, and a handheld psychic scanner. He put in the earpiece, and Han Bing's voice came through immediately. Intel analysis team is in position, Mr. Lu. He replied instantly, his voice back to being all business. Lu Xin is in position. That's great, lone soldier. Han Bing's voice chirped, filled with genuine relief. Please, report your status. My status? Lu Xin smirked. Right now, I'm feeling pretty relieved. No, I mean your physical condition, she quickly explained. Are you injured? Can you still carry out the mission? Her concern made Lu Xin blush. My left leg got a little banged up, but it's already healed. It's not a big deal. That's great. She sighed, relieved. Okay, next. Syncing mission intel. The situation is extremely critical. At this moment, Satellite City 2 has confirmed 4 simultaneous large-scale contamination outbreaks. On top of that, satellite cities 1 and 5 are also showing suspicious activity. HQ has dispatched a special forces team, but our job is to do everything we can to stabilize the situation before they get here. Understood. What are my orders? Lu Xin clipped the micro camera to his lapel. Get to the Vancheng department store. You need to solve the spiritual contamination problem there. Got it. He turned and waved a quick goodbye to Cheng Hui's team. He left his motorcycle behind. Lone soldier, don't you need your bike? If Chen Qing helped protect the people he cared about, then he had to protect the people she cared about. He tossed a lollipop into the air. Hey sis, this one's for you. Xiao Shiqi knew exactly what to do, snatching the candy and popping it in her mouth with a grin. She took his hand, and Lu Xin's eyes flared crimson. Let's go, sis. Yeah. The 2 siblings shot into the sky, leaving Cheng Hui and his team staring up after them. The safety of this whole city is all on you, lone soldier, Cheng Hui whispered. The red moon hung overhead like a demonic eye. Han Bing, what's the situation there? Lu Xin asked as he flew. The Vancheng store outbreak started with a murder out of jealousy, which then triggered a widespread emotional breakdown. A man saw his wife talking to another man, lost his mind, and shoved her from the 3rd floor. He regretted it instantly and jumped right after her. Han Bing's voice was tense. The people who witnessed it were suddenly hit with intense, violent emotions and showed signs of mental breakdown. It's been confirmed as a spontaneous psychic contamination event. Just for talking to another guy, he killed his wife and then himself? Lu Xin's head ached. What the hell is wrong with the way people love each other out here? Model, Incident 96. The threat level and infection rate are both critical. The key? A red rose, the source of the contamination. Human intervention is highly suspected. Team leader Chen Qing's initial report links this case to a recent public marriage proposal. It was on Jujiang Road, the Red Rose. Lu Xin suddenly remembers the bizarre couples he saw. Could this all be connected to Qinran's case? Team leader Chen Qing confirms that every infected person at the Jujiang intersection had received a single rose. It triggers an extreme, obsessive love for the flower and the giver, which morphs into a twisted possessiveness. When these emotions peak, the contamination enters stage 2. It's still unknown if a 3rd stage will even form. Stage 3? Lu Xin floors it. At this rate, the entire city's population is in grave danger. So what's the plan? The objectives are clear. 1. Neutralize the red rose parasite and cut off the infection. 2. Find and disable the 2nd stage infected. Containment is everything. I've arrived. Lu Xin lands on the roof of a building opposite the Wanzhong department store. Down below, the scene is pure chaos, just like the streets. Countless infected are running wild. Yeah, stopping this spread is not going to be easy. His voice lowers as he recommends dealing with the source first, the red rose parasite. Understood. Without hesitation, Lu Xin dives straight down. He shatters the glass and storms inside. I'm in. And right in the middle of the main hall, a horrifying scene greets him. A couple is locked in a final embrace, both dead. The man kneels, holding the woman, and from his back, 2 enormous blood-red roses sprout, emitting a poisonous pink mist. Is that the source of the infection? Dan Bing, do you have a visual? I think so. Proposing disposal options now. 1. Use a special containment bag. 2. Find a way to incinerate it. No need. Lu Xin cuts him off. I can see it. What do you mean? It's a rose, he replies, his eyes fixed on the monstrosity growing from a human body, red as blood. He slowly gets closer, sensing the chaotic psychic energy. The illusions start immediately. Beautiful, seductive women surround him, whispering invitations. Are you here for me? Go on, take me. That's weird. I'm definitely not interested in this many people, Lu Xin thinks to himself, completely unaffected. He reaches out and touches the rose's stem. Instantly, the illusions shatter. He rips the entire rose cluster from the corpse. Source neutralized, he reports. This type was pretty easy to handle. Dan Bing, excellent work, Han Bing says, audibly relieved. Next up is containing the spread. That's the tricky part, Lu Xin replies. Patrols have the intersections on lockdown, but they'll open fire if they get swarmed. We must stop the secondary infected at all costs. Forcibly change their behavior by any means necessary. Understood. Lu Xin looks outside and snaps off a long flagpole. Using it as a weapon, he takes down a girl rushing towards him, then yells at the few sane people left. Don't get near her. He turns to the other infected, his gaze turning to ice. All right, who's next? Dan Bing, what method are you using? Han Bing asks over the monitor. I don't have any wide-area mental abilities to control them. Lu Xin's reply is chillingly calm. So, I'm using a simpler method. He swings the pole, and the dry crack of bone echoes through the mall. I'm breaking their legs first. Agonized screams erupt as the infected clutch their shattered limbs. They all writhe on the floor. A few minutes later, Lu Xin stops, the blood-stained iron rod resting on his shoulder. He glances around. He's almost finished here. My force control was precise. They can be fixed later, he mutters, as if to calm himself. He may have broken a lot of legs, but he's also saving their lives. And just like that, his mood improves. Isn't it because you've never actually had a girlfriend before? Xiao Shiqi mercilessly calls him out. No, of course not. Lu Xin forces a laugh and pulls the girl along. Let's go. Our work isn't done. The moment they step outside, he sees a couple passionately kissing. There are still more here, he roars as he charges forward. Hey, what do you think you're doing? The man yells in a panic. Wait, you two aren't infected? Lu Xin freezes. Infected with what? It's the end of the world. What business is it of yours if I kiss my girlfriend one last time? The man is furious. Lu Xin gets awkward. Kissing is one thing, but why are your hands all over the place? None of your business. Defeated, Lu Xin leaves with his sister, scaling a nearby building. The couple below looks up, stunned. Can that guy climb walls? Is he Spider-Man? Why does Spider-Man have a staff? Must be a Shaolin Spider-Man. Standing on the rooftop, Lu Xin looks down. The entire street below is covered in couples embracing each other in the most bizarre ways. What is going on? How is he supposed to fight this many? Lu Xin reports the situation. Han Bing's voice rings out. They've suddenly calmed down. He replies, yeah, but it's an unnatural kind of calm. They're heading for the tall buildings. He looks up and shouts in horror, this is bad. There's already someone on the edge of the roof. I have to go now. An infected couple stands on the rooftop, gazing at each other. I love you. I love you too. And with that, they join hands and leap off the edge. Lu Xin confirms what he just saw. Han Bing's voice becomes urgent. Are the people jumping the secondary infected? Yes. Then it's just as we predicted. The secondary infected cluster from Incident 96 has started to mutate. Once their emotions are amplified to the absolute limit, they choose to self-destruct. Han Bing continues. The couples will decide to die together to prove their love. And those who aren't couples will also do something drastic to prove their own love. It's highly likely this is connected to the stolen oil painting. Someone is deliberately causing chaos in this city, so it's still Qinran's doing. Most likely. All we can do now is our best. Save who we can. But on every building, countless other figures are preparing to take the plunge. The distance is too great. He grabs his sister's hand and, with all his might, throws her to another building. We'll have to split up for now. Over on the other side, Xiao Shiqi uses invisible threads to tightly bind a couple. Brother, see how good I am? They can't jump now. But suddenly, he freezes. On the building across from them, there's a whole line of people. They were jumping one after another, like falling leaves. Lu Xin, what's happening? Someone cried out. I see so many people. The voice on the comms cracked, but it was too late for Lu Xin to do anything. He knew his limits. He stood frozen. You save who you can, and you accept you can't save them all. The director once said that. But seeing so many, the helplessness was crushing. Suddenly, a helicopter's roar ripped through the sky. A girl with white hair, a black dress, and a black umbrella. She stepped out of the chopper, floating in midair. Her appearance was like a miracle. All of the contaminated people below froze. They stopped in unison, looking up at her with crazed, adoring eyes. So beautiful. I love her. Even Lu Xin was captivated. Absolutely stunning. Xiao Shiqi grinned wide. You like her too? Lu Xin was startled. Yeah. The girl's laughter turned manic. I want to catch her, rip her clothes off, and wear them myself. Lu Xin sighed. Who is she? That's Puppet, came a voice. This is great. She must have handled the problem in the main city to get here so fast. Lu Xin suddenly remembered something the lizard once said. Puppet? Oh, She's gorgeous enough to drive every man on earth crazy, but she's just a complete idiot. Han Bing's voice turned grave. Lu Xin, listen to me. Do not look at Puppet, under any circumstances, especially not at her eyes. Stare at her for more than a minute, and you'll never forget her. Stare for 3 minutes, or make eye contact with her, and you will fall completely in love. But after 5 minutes, you'll feel an overwhelming urge to destroy her. Puppet hovered a moment longer, then flew away. The contaminated immediately screamed, "She's gone, I have to follow." They swarmed down from the rooftops in a massive wave, leaving Lu Xin stunned. Puppet saved them, Han Bing said, relieved. She's completely captured their attention and affection. Now all they want is to get closer to her. The immediate threat here was resolved. But with 3 other outbreaks, Han Bing ordered, "You and Puppet, move out for reinforcements." "Now." "Got it," Lu Xin replied, then looked up at the floating girl. "You go to Tianshui Square. I'll take the Qing Street Grand Bridge. It's closer. Besides, you can fly." With that, he hoisted his sister onto his back and leaped away. Puppet stared after him, dazed for a moment, before softly replying, "Okay." Han Bing was speechless. Did Puppet just talk to him? Meanwhile, Lu Xin reached the Qing Street Grand Bridge. The air was thick with tension. Over the radio, Han Bing's calm but urgent voice began the briefing. Situation analysis for the Qing Street Grand Bridge. It was a vital choke point, the only road connecting the southern and eastern parts of the city. Ironically, it was stuck right between 2 major outbreak zones, the Wanzhong Shopping Center and Beiluo Street. The city guard and patrol units had set up a perimeter, enforcing a total lockdown to prevent the disaster from spreading. But recent reports showed the number of contaminated was skyrocketing, and they were about to breach the defensive line. High Command's order was to limit gunfire as much as possible. But if that perimeter broke, Lu Xin's hands clenched into fists. He frowned. Something felt off. It wasn't just the aimless crowd moving below him. It was something right behind him. His little sister still wore that terrifyingly wide grin, her eyes glittering with a bizarre light. A cold chill ran straight down his spine. He spun around suddenly, his voice low. "Tired yet?" The girl tilted her head, her smile somehow growing wider, her tone a mix of defiance and a dare. "Are you tired? The fun's not over yet. I still have to help you, you know." Misunderstanding him completely, Han Bing's professional voice cut in over the comms. "Appreciate the concern, lone soldier. We're fine on the outer perimeter. You two are the ones working hardest." Lu Xin could only manage a strained smile. He signaled to his sister, and they leaped from the bridge to a nearby roof for a better vantage point. The horde of contaminated was huge, but their movements were slow, and strangely uncoordinated. There was still a chance, he realized. He just had to find a way to neutralize all of them at once. Just then, an icy dread shot up his back. The world around him twisted, bled of all color, and everything turned into rough, hazy sketches, as if drawn in gloomy charcoal. Flickering figures appeared, replaying heartbreakingly happy memories. A kind old man was holding the hands of 2 little girls. His gentle voice echoed, "Daddy's so happy, my children." A young couple embraced passionately under a phantom streetlight, whispering, "Let's be together forever." A group of friends laughed, their voices eerily clear. "Let's play again." Lu Xin's eyes darted around in a panic. What the hell is this? Then a more horrifying truth hit him. His sister was gone, vanished without a trace. "Lone soldier, what's happening? Your signal is unstable." Han Bing's anxious voice crackled through the radio. I've been dragged into some kind of strange place," Lu Xin panted, fighting to stay calm. "Do you see anything unusual?" "Absolutely not," Han Bing replied instantly. "From my position, everything looks normal." "What strange world?" Lu Xin was utterly lost. A feeling of complete isolation and helplessness washed over him. At that moment, the old man from the vision slowly emerged from the mist, walking toward him. He stopped, his empty eyes locking onto Lu Xin. A deep, hollow voice echoed in the silence. "Young man, you show no signs of contamination. So why have you entered my world?" "I'm Lu Xin, Special Processing Unit." "Oh, a colleague?" The old man looked surprised. "I just came from Satellite City 4. The situation here is contained. Once they enter my abilities range, there is no escape." The old man grabbed his hand. Strange. And just like that, the world snapped back to normal. The old man was gone, replaced by a young woman holding a wine bottle. "Apparently my power only affects normal people right now." Lu Xin was stunned. "Ow!" Xiao Shiki bit his leg. "You spaced out, so I was just helping you snap out of it." "Who is she?" he asked Han Bing. "Ma Men. 18 years old, but in her head, she thinks she's a 60-year-old man." Every single one of my colleagues is crazy, Lu Xin thought helplessly. Report, another agent, Linda, cut in. Puppet cleared the third site, but there's still one left. The south wall was compromised. The contaminated were swarming the sector near the city's orphanage Lizard's location. Lu Xin knew what he had to do. I'm on my way. Lu Xin revved his motorcycle, his sister climbing on behind him, but the bike suddenly screeched to a halt. He felt it then, a deathly silence. An unnatural quiet had fallen over the road ahead. A street that should have been pure chaos. Under the sickly yellow streetlights was a sight that made him freeze. A sea of unmoving bodies. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands of people, just stood like statues surrounding the base of the south wall. What the hell is this? He muttered. Then, on top of the wall, he saw a figure waving frantically. Brother, up here, quick. It was Lizard. Lu Xin turned to his sister. Let's go. The moment he set foot on the rampart, he saw Lizard and the others cowering, their faces pale with fear. Brother, you finally made it. Lizard let out a breath of relief, but his voice was still trembling. For a second there, I swear I saw you pulling motorcycle stunts through that crowd. Lu Xin held up his ID, his voice flat. Codename Single Soldier, Special Action Team, here for support. This is so weird, man. Lizard grabbed his shoulder, his voice panicked. They just keep crying, and this whole vibe. It makes me want to cry too, especially at the beginning. When dozens of city guard guns were pointed at me, I was already bawling. But have you ever seen 10,000 people crying with you at the same time? Lu Xin stared down at the sea of people, his brow furrowed. What is going on? I wish I knew, Lizard practically screamed. I came here expecting to fight an S-class contamination, not this creepy supernatural nightmare. They don't attack. They don't move. They just stand there and weep, being stared at like this. I'm about to lose my mind. Lu Xin silently assessed their position. Their forces were thin, a drop in the ocean compared to the crowd below. Han Bing's professional voice suddenly cut through the radio, patched in from the central monitoring room. Preliminary analysis. Civilians at the south wall are under an unidentified psychic influence, causing a state of silent weeping and paralysis. They show no hostile intent toward our defensive forces, but a sudden outbreak cannot be ruled out. No psychic energy fluctuations detected. All communication attempts failed. The key trigger is a mystery. So we just stand here and watch? Lizard snapped in frustration. Let's just toss a bunch of knockout gas bombs and be done with it. Why don't you just knock yourself out first? Linda, another team member, shot back. Lizard immediately switched to a cheesy grin. I don't need to. Just seeing you is enough to knock me out. I have a kid, Linda replied coldly. I'm okay with you having a kid. You could be a 300-pound woman with a 20-year-old son, and I still wouldn't mind. Single soldier, Han Bing's voice interjected. Have you noticed anything? Lu Xin's deep gaze remained fixed on the crowd below. Nothing yet. Can we get Doll down here? Request denied, Han Bing answered instantly. We have no authorization to deploy Doll. Her sphere of influence is too massive and difficult to control. If her power clashes with this mystery field, the consequences would be beyond anything we can imagine. Our top priority is to find the matrix logic behind this event. Lu Xin was silent for a few seconds, then decisively walked to the edge of the wall. What are you doing? Qinglan asked worriedly. Can't just stand here and watch. I'm going down to investigate. It's too dangerous. There are too many of them. Lu Xin gave a faint, joyless smile. It's fine. My salary already accounts for this kind of risk. Lizard just stared at him, muttering. This isn't about the paycheck. Hey buddy, you're a special kind of crazy. Lu Xin hooked his rappel gear, preparing to descend, and shot back a playful jab. Not really. Just want to get promoted a little faster than you. You're about to do something stupid again. His little sister suddenly appeared beside him, also preparing to climb down. He let out a soft laugh. She immediately latched onto his back, her voice full of complaint. I'm so tired today, you have to carry me. And you have to buy me a toy. All right, Lu Xin replied, and they landed as softly as a leaf, right in the middle of the silent crowd. He keyed his radio to report. It's completely silent down here, just faint breathing. They're alive, but showing absolutely no signs of activity. I'm now attempting physical contact to test for a reaction. Be careful, single soldier, Han Bing warned. Lu Xin slowly approached a young woman, waving a hand in front of her face. Instantly, she snapped her head around. Her eyes were bloodshot, swollen, and endlessly streaming tears as she stared right through him. Through the monitor, Han Bing held her breath. Subject is female, approximately 25 years old, Lu Xin reported, his voice eerily calm. She's responsive to my approach. Now proceeding with a level 2 test. With that, he suddenly swept her leg out from under her. The woman crashed face first onto the ground. In that same instant, a gruesome cracking sound echoed as thousands of heads in the crowd snapped in unison to face Lu Xin. Report. His voice was still unchanged. They've started to notice me. The test results are ideal. Copy. Han Bing could only reply, completely stunned. On the wall, Qing Lan's jaw dropped. What the hell is he doing? Is he investigating, or just testing how much of a beating that woman can take before she fights back? Shut up and focus on observing, Linda snapped. Or maybe you should go down there and play single soldier. What are you doing? Han Bing couldn't help but ask. Other than looking at me, she has no other reaction. Further testing might require me to neutralize her. For now, let's not make any rash moves. I'm going to try to integrate with them. Integrate? Han Bing didn't understand. If normal observation and testing methods are useless, Lu Xin explained, then immersing myself to feel what they're feeling seems like a logical next step, don't you think? A cold chill ran down Han Bing's spine. You mean, this contamination source might only be targeting regular civilians? Is that why people with special abilities like us can't sense it? Exactly, Lu Xin said softly. Only an ordinary person can feel it. For the first time, a complex emotion flashed across his face. Then maybe, he thought, I'm the perfect person for this test. He always felt like he was just a normal guy. But the faces in this crowd, they were just blank and eerily identical. He analyzed the scene. There had to be some invisible energy controlling these people, forcing them into the same robotic response. To crack this mystery, he had to experience it himself. If that's the case, he muttered, the only way is to become one of them. He decided to directly feel that strange power, to finally understand how it ticked. From there, he could find the pattern, trace it back, and pinpoint the pollution source, the key to this whole mess. But on a nearby roof, Lizard watched, worried. His arms started flailing wildly. What the hell is he doing? Lizard screamed into his mic. Don't tell me he thinks we're losing and decided to switch teams. Linda, this guy's investigation method is seriously one of a kind. You guys have a new training program I don't know about? Linda, ever the professional, calmly replied. I just pulled up Lu Xin's file. It's true. He's in an accelerated course on special pollution sources and psychic powers. But that class started less than a week ago. That meant besides the absolute basics on classifying pollution sources and how much he gets paid, he knew practically nothing. The pay, huh? Knowing what little I do about this guy, that's probably all the motivation he needs. Down below, Lu Xin stood among the soulless crowd, trying his best to look just as dazed. An hour crawled by, and he let out a massive yawn. I'm bored to death, he whispered. The little girl beside him looked equally unimpressed with the whole situation. Lu Xin shook his head to wake himself up. No, something was definitely wrong here. How could a perfectly healthy guy like him feel zero effect? He glanced at the girl. Maybe you being so close is accidentally shielding me. Can you try backing away a bit? The girl's face immediately filled with worry. If I go, aren't you worried they'll eat you alive? Lu Xin offered a gentle smile. Just keep a safe distance. The second you see trouble, jump in. The girl pouted, making her demands. Then you have to buy me something. I want a really big toy, one that can cry and laugh. And it has to be alive, too. He promised he'd give it some serious thought. Lu Xin ruffled her hair. But first, you gotta watch me carefully, or no one will be buying you any toys. It's a deal, hehe. The little girl giggled, darting away while keeping her eyes locked on him. Now he was alone. Lu Xin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Okay, relax. He let his mind sink into the crowd's chilling silence. The world around him seemed to freeze. And then, cutting through the absolute quiet, a faint sound crept into his ears. It was the cry of a child. Instantly, his world warped. He saw himself lying on a cold steel operating table. Figures in white lab coats loomed over him, holding scalpels. Then the scene shifted. A skinny boy, cowering in a dark corner, trying to escape a vicious mob. The images of the doctors and the boy flickered, overlapping, as the mournful cry grew louder. No, please don't! A crushing wave of sorrow and absolute despair washed over Lu Xin. He couldn't stop a single hot tear from tracing a path down his cheek. Hey, you're crying. A light bite on his leg yanked him back to reality. It was the girl. Lu Xin quickly wiped his face. No, I'm not. He instantly patched through to Han Bing. I've found a trace of the source. Get ready for a fight. What type is it? Han Bing's voice crackled through. Lu Xin frowned, trying to put the experience into words. It's a cry. The sound of a little boy crying. It's hard to notice, but once you hear it, you're instantly flooded with despair and hallucinations. I'm sure that's what's affecting everyone here. My guess is the pollution source is a kid hiding in this crowd. Understood. I'll notify the investigation team right away, Han Bing responded. Wait, Lu Xin stopped her. Don't send them in. I don't think they can handle it. He realized their thick protective gear would block their hearing, making them deaf to the cry. But if they took off their helmets, they'd be instantly contaminated and turned into blubbering messes, completely useless in a fight. This whole setup was just too clever. Lu Xin shuddered. It felt way too similar to Special Pollution Source number 72. The loneliness in the apartment. But this was way more powerful, and its hiding method was far more sinister. Was this a coincidence, or was Case 72 just a dry run for this? Back on the rooftop, Lizard couldn't take the suspense anymore. What on earth is he doing down there? According to our lone soldier information officer, Linda replied, not looking away from her monitor, he's identified a trace and is tracking the source. Lizard looked skeptical. You're telling me that works? What is he, a psychic scanner that runs on coffee? Shut up and do your job, Linda snapped. Get in position now. Be ready to provide cover and eliminate any and all threats around him. All right, I get it, Lizard grumbled, opening his weapons case and pulling out a sniper rifle. As he expertly chambered a round, he asked, Hey, just a quick question. Is our lone soldier info officer hot? Linda let out a long, tired sigh. She's the star of our entire information analysis division. You figure it out. Oh, Lizard smirked. So, does she have any kids? To be precise, Linda replied from the other end. She is still a kid herself. Han Bing could only manage a wry smile. Well, that makes me feel a whole lot more balanced. Lizard let out a wicked laugh, pressing his eye to the scope. This scope needs to guarantee his safety. Got the best one money can buy. Below, Lu Xin moved slowly, scanning every face in the crowd. Finally, he stopped before a man with a familiar build. Found him, he reported, his voice decisive. It's this guy. But he looks just like Qin Ran. Han Bing had the target locked, ready to engage at any moment as Qin Ran's face filled her screen. Analyzing target data. The single operative advised a temporary retreat while maintaining high alert. Just as Lu Xin breathed a sigh of relief, terrifying cracks appeared on the head of the Qin Ran lookalike. The flesh shell shattered, revealing a metallic sphere inside. Not a boy. Lu Xin was stunned. It was just a device, capable of mimicking a child's cry. Who knew sound could be recorded and weaponized like this? Han Bing's voice grew tense. Lone soldier, be careful. That's a product of the techno church. The metal sphere emitted a cold, electronic voice. Abnormal target detected. Initiating phase 2 ahead of schedule. Instantly, countless thin tentacles shot out from the sphere, spreading like lightning in every direction. Meanwhile, in a ruined city over 30 miles from Qinggang, 3 figures sat casually around a makeshift table, drinking and playing cards. A tall man with a long scar across his face lazily threw down a pair of twos, a thick cloud of smoke curling from his cigarette. Across from him, a short man with bright green hair and strange tattoos on his forehead cursed under his breath. You damn old fox. The scarred man smirked. Your hand is 4 of a kind. The green-haired man slammed his cards down, beating the twos and laughing victoriously. Sorry, that was my last one. But his moment of triumph didn't last long at all. The third person, wearing a red cloak and a crow mask, coldly tossed out a stronger set of 4. Ah, the short man was floored. The scarred man burst out laughing. Ha, that's just some terrible luck you've got there. Not funny, the short man grumbled. Let's go again, I still want to play. The scarred man stood and stretched. No need. According to the Knight's Order tradition, this card game is enough to confirm our mental logic is completely stable. The man in the crow mask spoke in a deep voice, a hint of laughter within it. What an interesting test method. The scarred man's eyes were glued to his handheld device, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Looks like the party's already started. The group turned their eyes toward the distant city wall, where an unnatural glow was beginning to form. A little earlier than we expected, the masked leader said, his voice distorted by the metal. Perhaps some curious little rat poked the anthill. Makes sense. Qinggang has no shortage of self-proclaimed heroes, but it doesn't matter. The materials collected are more than enough for this test. The short man beside him cackled, revealing a set of yellow-stained teeth. Everything really went our way this time. The church's newest toy is strong enough to stop anyone who gets in our way. More importantly, we'll record the full combat data of the Thousand Whales spiritual bomb, amplified 10,000 times. This report is going to look beautiful. That means we've completed 2 of our 3 missions. He shot a sarcastic glance at the scarred man. Too bad the mobile lab got wrecked because of someone's carelessness. You can't blame me for that, the scarred man growled. My job was to coordinate with the boss. Enough. the masked man interrupted. No need to point fingers. The painting is the ultimate prize. Finishing 2 out of 3 missions and getting out safely is already a major success. Qinggang is more complicated than we thought. He narrowed his eyes at the horizon, now stained with a deathly color. The greediest pig is always the first to the slaughter. Clean up, record the final explosion data, then we leave immediately. At the foot of the city wall, Lu Xin felt a cold chill run down his spine. A grotesque sphere of energy was forming right above the crowd. It was like a black hole, sucking up the life force and misery of thousands below. Dangerous, he muttered. What is that thing? Han Bing's urgent voice crackled through the radio, mixed with static. Extreme spiritual energy fluctuations detected, increasing exponentially. The sphere swelled, its surface churning with faces twisted in agony. Countless skeletal arms reached out, grasping for life. In a flash, it became a massive spiritual evil, a malignant tumor made of pure despair. All units, be advised. Confirmed spiritual entity has appeared at the south wall, suspected to be a creation of the Techno Church. On the wall, a man called Lizard narrowed his eyes, aiming. A bloodthirsty smile crept onto his lips. Finally, the main attraction shows up. I'm not scared of you being strong, just of you hiding. He glanced at Linda. Are spirit-suppressing rounds authorized for use? At a time like this, you don't need my opinion, Linda answered flatly. Lizard smirked. I wasn't asking for permission. I was just telling you to get ready for the show. The performance is about to begin. Lone Soldier, the entity is formed, Han Bing urged. Recommend immediate elimination. Big Brother, the young girl beside Lu Xin grinned, her eyes shining with excitement. Looks like it's finally my turn, huh? Lu Xin held out his hand, and the girl leaped onto his shoulder. They shot up like an arrow. Let's deal with this first. The entity let out a wordless roar and began its rampage. Wherever it passed, the infected people withered even more, their energy completely drained. Lu Xin charged forward. His hands were like 2 steel clamps, ripping the creature's body apart. But from the tear, the monster didn't die, it split into 2 smaller versions. I've got the one on the left, Lizard yelled through the comms. Roger, Lu Xin replied, rushing toward the other monster. Let's go, baby, Lizard whispered, pulling the trigger. A bright blue plasma bullet screamed through the air, punching a huge, scorched hole through the left entity, causing it to vanish with a silent shriek. Ha, these plasma rounds from the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute are the real deal, he gloated. Linda, remember to report that I used 2. I need to be reimbursed. Hey, don't you dare corrupt the rookie and waste the budget, Linda snapped. Lu Xin, dodging a massive arm, wondered who's the rookie. He thought to himself, a spider type like the kid really should use a gun, but it's a shame she dislikes them. I don't like it, so I won't use it. Her voice huffed back inside his head. He leaped once more, tearing the last monster in half, and the cycle just repeated. Both halves writhed and grew back into 2 complete monsters. Lu Xin landed back on the ground, feeling that something was terribly wrong. What is it? Han Bing asked sharply. It won't stop growing, Lu Xin said, watching the abomination swell to several times its size. It's swallowing the psychic energy of everyone around us. The power levels are skyrocketing. Lizard stared at his scanner in abject horror. Lu Xin jumped to a taller building to get a better vantage point, horrified to see the smaller monsters were slowly merging into one, ever-growing entity. It's fusing, Han Bing analyzed, her voice trembling. If it grows by absorbing energy from the crowd, isn't that just impossible? Linda cut in. No abomination can fuse with others' energy that quickly, not even an A-class pollution. But this is from the Qingji cult, Lizard roared. With those heretics, anything is possible. Find the cause, now. I've got a terrible feeling about this. As he spoke, he fired 3 consecutive plasma rounds into the monster. The rounds ate away at its body, giving Lu Xin and his sister an opening to tear into the tormented faces embedded in its flesh. But the moment they pulled back, the monster just siphoned more energy from the crowd below. Its wounds healed in a flash as it grew even larger than before. Spiritual magnitude at 300, 600, now breaking 2,000. Han Bing's voice grew more and more panicked. This number was far beyond all their calculations. Lu Xin looked up at the monster, which now towered high into the sky. He listened as Han Bing gave her desperate analysis. On average, a normal person has 10 points of magnitude, so this crowd's total energy easily breaks 100,000. A 10,000 person level psychic abomination. This would be a B-class disaster, or maybe even higher. Lizard frantically fired his last remaining rounds. Damn it, I'm out of special ammo. Have you guys found a way yet? We've sent the highest level warning to HQ, but reinforcements won't make it in time, Linda added. To stop it, We have to isolate it from the crowd. We have to solve this ourselves. Lizard swore. What's the worst-case scenario? Linda took a deep breath, her voice turning to ice. It's not attacking randomly. It's only absorbing energy. This isn't a monster. It's a bomb. And its ultimate goal is to self-destruct. She paused, letting the terrifying truth sink in. A psychic bomb with a magnitude in the tens of thousands. When it explodes, its radiation will wipe out every living thing within a 10-kilometer radius. This entire satellite city will be erased. The air seemed to freeze solid. Lu Xin felt the weight of millions of lives pressing down on his shoulders. So the only solution left, Linda's voice cut through the comms, as cold and decisive as a death sentence, is to eliminate all contaminated individuals here. Immediately, Lu Xin froze, an invisible weight crushing him. He looked down at the mindless crowd below, then thought of the nearly 1 million lives safe inside Satellite City number 2. When weighing one against the other, the answer was painfully obvious. But could he really slaughter all these innocent people? The thought was like a blade twisting in his conscience. Below, even the Special Forces members in their sealed hazmat suits were stunned by the order. What? Eliminate them all? They looked at each other in confusion, hands gripping their weapons but unable to squeeze the triggers. Lizard just scowled, a curse caught in his throat. Lone soldier, Han Bing's voice came through, filled with a new sense of urgency. Headquarters is advising you to withdraw from the mission, right now. Lu Xin was silent for a few seconds, a bold decision forming in his mind. He replied with a strange resolve. No. The withdrawal order is for you all, not for me. What? A wave of disbelief echoed across every communication channel. I repeat, Lu Xin stated, each word hanging in the air like an anvil. Everyone is to evacuate this area immediately. Get as far away as you possibly can. Do not approach under any circumstances, and do not use any means to monitor me, not even cameras. Trust me, it would be extremely dangerous for you. We have to report this to our superiors, Han Bing stammered. Fine, but make it quick, Lu Xin urged. At the command center, Han Bing was already hastily drafting an emergency report. The target is a mutated spiritual entity with an extremely rapid growth rate. The current threat level is C, expected to surpass B class shortly, with the potential to reach even higher levels. Recommended solution: prepare super yield magnitude plasma rounds. A. Class combat squads are already on standby. The report was urgently approved and signed by 3 directors of the Special Pollution Control Center. They were prepared for a large-scale extermination. Immediately after, she sent another dispatch. The latest progress report on the mass contamination incident at the southern high wall. The psychic monster has fully formed. Freelance operative lone soldier Lu Xin has proposed a full withdrawal of all forces, leaving the scene for him to handle by himself. He requests no surveillance, no approach, and no recording, awaiting instructions. Back at headquarters, Director Shen of the Qinggang City Prevention Department slammed his desk after hearing the report. What the hell is this lunatic trying to pull? At the same time, in a top-secret research lab, an employee in a hazmat suit hurried a folder over to an elderly man. Professor, this is the latest information we've managed to uncover about the fire at the Red Moon Orphanage 10 years ago. It's been a long time, so progress has been slow, but there is one thing we're now certain of. In the incident that year, Lone Soldier Model lied. The person receiving the file was Professor Bai, director of the Special Pollution Research Institute. He squinted at the text on the cover, then looked up as a question came through from the command center. Should we approve the lone soldier's request? We await your directive, sir. Professor Bai placed the file on the table. He didn't answer right away, instead looking over to Captain Chen. The captain gave a decisive nod. He trusts the kid. Agreed. Professor Bai spoke into the microphone. Director Shen's assistant pleaded nervously. Sir, no matter what he plans to do, the situation can't possibly get worse than our plasma cannon strategy. On top of that, the casualty count was still rising with every passing minute. Director Shen was quiet for a long moment, his eyes lost in thought. He finally let out a sigh. I also agree, but the special forces must remain on high alert, ready to move in for cleanup at any second. The order was sent out instantly. With approval from headquarters, every single unit, including the Special Action Team and the garrison troops, began to withdraw from the engagement. Execute immediately. Single soldier, be careful. Understood, Lu Xin replied bluntly, and without hesitation, he ripped off his communication device and personal monitor. He looked up at the spiritual monster swelling up right before him. Thousands of twisted faces squirming on its body slowly turned in his direction. He slammed the device onto the ground. Finally, completely alone, the massive monster crawled toward him, carrying the agonizing cries of hundreds of souls. But Lu Xin just cracked a smile. He knew that even his immensely powerful little sister was now helpless against this entity. In the distance, she was frantically clawing at the faces on the monster's body, but her actions were like a drop in the ocean. She suddenly turned to look at him, her eyes filled with exhaustion, and then, the space around Lu Xin distorted. He was no longer on the scene, but back inside his familiar house. Damn it all. I want to get out. The savage growl of his father echoed from deep within his mind. An elegant figure suddenly appeared behind him. What do you want to do? His mother's voice asked, gentle but full of authority as she glided in front of him. I want to deal with this monster, Lu Xin replied. And I want to find the people pulling the strings. I want to ask them why. And after I get that answer, I'll take care of them. You're not going to stop me, are you? His mother offered a smile, one that was both gentle and hard to read. Stop you? My foolish son? I've always supported you. That's great. Thanks, Mom. He turned to leave, but her voice pulled him back. Besides the monster and the masterminds, is there anyone else you want to handle? Lu Xin was surprised. No one. Yes, there is, she stated firmly. I know you've always wanted to let him out. His father's screams echoed once more. But are you aware that once he is freed, the number of people who get handled will be far, far greater than you can possibly imagine? For instance, those contaminated survivors who are still breathing, or for instance, the entire population of this satellite city. Lu Xin's face darkened. So, in your opinion, what should I do now? Do you trust your family? She asked in return. Lu Xin hesitated. Me? Memories of that day came flooding back. After the orphanage was consumed by fire, the three of them just appeared, so naturally it felt like they had been with him for a very long time. They all had strange habits, and sometimes they would even push him to do terrible things. He knew they all had secrets, things they were trying to hide from him. But he also knew they were incredibly, impossibly strong. And he was just a normal person. How could he possibly trust a family like that? You've always believed you were normal, his mother's voice said, as if reading his very thoughts. But my son, have you never once asked yourself? Why can you step into the domain of another's power and always maintain absolute clarity? Why can you hear the wailing that should only affect ordinary people? Is it because your spiritual bloodline level is low like a human's, or is it in fact higher than anyone else's? She stepped even closer. You're always borrowing your sister's power, but have you ever thought about letting her borrow yours? She might be a bit mischievous, with a quirky personality, but she has always been by your side. You're constantly afraid she'll learn bad habits, always keeping your guard up around her. Now, do you dare to choose to trust her just this once? Lu Xin fell silent for a long moment. Finally, he took a deep breath, his gaze becoming firm. I trust you, and I trust my sister too. Reality snapped back into place. Lu Xin stared up at the colossal monster before him. He raised his hand and pointed straight at it, his voice calling out, Hey sis, didn't you always want a toy? The girl, in the middle of her fight, froze, her eyes lighting up. This monster, Lu Xin smiled, a smile filled with confidence and power. I'm giving it to you. A wild, yet utterly joyful laugh rang out. The girl vanished from her spot and reappeared right behind Lu Xin, her hands gripping his shoulders like a small animal that had found its owner. Behind them, in a space only he could perceive, the figure of his mother smiled in satisfaction. Now that's more like it. Lu Xin's pupils turned a deep, blood red. Thanks, big brother, for such a huge toy. The two of them charged straight for the monster. I can feel it. The spiritual vector force field is shifting, Lizard screamed through the comms. The spiritual vector force field is the most terrifying area of affectability there is, Linda stated. Any normal person enveloped by it will instantly go mad or become a drooling idiot. Even ability users will be affected if the power gap is too large, leading to an immediate loss of control, Han Bing added. He better not lose it, Lizard worried. I really don't want to clean up another teammate. Lu Xin and his sister had reached the monster. Where his hands met its massive body, it started to twist and deform. That kid isn't the type to bluff, Lizard said. But I still don't get it. What's his actual plan here? This monster is enormous, and it can't be killed. How can a spider-type user like him possibly deal with it? Lu Xin watched as his sister touched various places on its body, each spot distorting in a bizarre way. He finally understood. His sister was literally warping the spiritual monster's existence. This wasn't some mutant ability. This was an entirely different kind of contamination. Suddenly, a gigantic arm erupted from the monster's body, lunging straight for Xiaoxi. The little girl dodges and weaves, laughing with absolute delight. This is fun. A moment later, every single part of the monster she touched simply separates. Lu Xin is stunned. The creature literally ejected its own contaminated parts to get away from her. But then, it switches targets and goes for the mother, who's been observing from afar. "Come here, little one," she smiles, then launches into the sky, effortlessly dodging the incoming attack. Lu Xin watches the severed parts reform into another monster smaller, but no less grotesque. He holds his sister's hand, standing right on top of it. "Big brother, look. I'm controlling its detached part now," little 17 says cheerfully. Hey, this monster is so dumb." And with that, she leaps over, onto the body of the original spiritual beast, yelling, "Let's play together, big brother." And so, Lu Xin and little 17 stand on their new pets, two colossal spiritual monsters, and share a smile. Go! At their command, the beasts roar and tear into each other in a wild frenzy. Meanwhile, in a secret location, the boss frowns. Something isn't right. The spiritual amplification level hasn't even hit its target yet, but the data is already unstable. The masked man just scoffs, clapping his shoulder. "It's just a test, boss. You're too tense. Need me to send one in? A wooden puppet, to check things out?" "Go ahead," the boss says grimly, "but only for a single glance. Then you sever the link permanently." "You worry too much." The masked man just smiles. "I doubt anyone can stop a spiritual bomb explosion." From his 10 fingertips, invisible spiritual threads extend. They snake through the air, connecting to a contaminated person nearby. That person immediately transforms into a wooden puppet. Its head twists a full 180 degrees, staring right at the monster battle. But hidden in the shadows, someone else is watching. A man raises a camera, whispering, "Spectacular." In another spot, a pink-haired girl watches through binoculars, reporting live. They're happening at the same time. Then start deploying monitoring assets to the southern sector. A black-haired girl replies from a dark room. The invisible mother seems to sense something. "It seems we have some disobedient children peeking, don't we? And naughty kids must be punished." She pulls out a pair of scissors glowing with red demonic energy. Snip! The man's camera instantly explodes. "What's wrong, Groundhog? What's your status?" A voice yells in his earpiece. Before he can answer, his body is sliced into hundreds of pieces. The pink-haired girl's binoculars are sliced in half, her clothes shredded, and then her body. The person who was receiving her information, the black-haired girl, is still reporting. "I see a lone operative fighting a spiritual monster. Amplification is very high. He's not alone. Next to him, there seems to be another entity." "Go on." A cold voice whispers from right behind her. "An entity of what?" A single slice cuts through her throat. At the same time, the masked man's spiritual threads all snap. "No!" he panics. "What is it?" "All of my puppets. I've lost contact completely. It's like my connection to them was permanently severed." "All of them?" "Yes, every single one." "Is it because the distance is too great?" "Impossible. My limit is 30 kilometers. I've run countless tests on it." "Did you see anything before you lost the connection?" the boss asks. "The moment I opened my eyes through the puppet, I think. I saw a woman. She was looking at me and smiling." "Are you that desperate for a woman?" the short guy mocks. "No need. To wait," the boss commands. "Prepare to withdraw." "Boss, we might not get paid if the data's at this level." The boss turns away and declares, "The mission is a failure." He glances at his two cronies. "You know why I've lived this long? Because when it's time to run, I never let greed stop me." "My sister is incredible," Lu Xin says in awe. "The monster she corrupted has way more combat power than the enemy's spiritual beast. It's getting completely overwhelmed." "This is bad," Lu Xin suddenly shouts. "It's about to release its final radiation blast." He calls out to his sister, but she just giggles. "It's okay, big brother." All of a sudden, she shoots into the sky, her arms and legs stretching out grotesquely, wrapping around both of the giant monsters. "Brother, look, I've split into so many me's." She intends to use her own body to absorb the entire explosion. Boom! A terrifying spiritual blast goes off in complete silence. When the light finally fades, only little 17's disembodied head is left floating there, grinning widely. "Brother, look, I hugged it." Lu Xin breaks into a cold sweat. This is his sister's ability, but why does he feel so disturbed by it? The three short guys slide down from a rooftop. "Let's go." The water in this Qinggang city runs too deep. Suddenly, the boss freezes, the cigarette falling from his lips. He's sweating, staring at the woman standing before them, a pair of scissors in her hand and a smile on her face. "Report!" Lizard yells from a distance. "Spiritual amplification level is dropping fast. It's almost at 0. Requesting orders. Should we enter the scene?" "Approved," Linda replies. "Enter and inspect." "Roger. Be careful." Are you worried about me? Qinglan teases. Okay, Linda, shut up. By the time Lizard gets there, the monsters are gone, and the contaminated people are all unconscious, lying everywhere. Lu Xin sits silently in the middle of the rubble. His buddy Lizard cautiously pokes him with a tree branch. Lu Xin whips his head around, making Lizard jump back. Oh, you're here? It should be over. You can call in the support team. What did you do? Lu Xin's eyes tear up, looking full of regret. My earpiece is broken, and I dropped the scanner too. Headquarters won't make me pay for it, will they? Lizard is at a loss for words. Probably not, unless you're honest enough to report you broke it. He looks at the huge crater around them. How did this crater happen anyway? The monster blew itself up like a bomb, Lu Xin replies. Then how did you contain the explosion to such a small area? Wasn't your brother great? Little 17 boasts, clinging to Lu Xin with a proud smile. It was my sister. She split her body apart. Lu Xin reaches out and just absorbs the entire explosion. He tells Lizard, all you have to do is gather the energy and wrap it up. You guys can't do that? Of course not. Lizard cuts him off, saying, so I guess we understand the rules now. This is our problem, right? Lu Xin just smiles and says, yep. Support helicopters finally begin to move in. A voice crackles over a loudspeaker, announcing a citywide case of mass food poisoning. Medical staff are on their way, so please stay where you are. If you run, you won't receive treatment, and you'll have to bear the consequences. Hospital bills are at least a few million, you know. Who came up with that excuse? Lu Xin mutters with a grim smile. So vicious. He asks, his voice still thick with exhaustion. So is it all settled now? Almost, Hanbing replies. All 4 of the large-scale contamination zones have been brought under control. Support teams from the satellite cities are moving in to handle the aftermath. This incident was a rare one, but thanks to our regular drills, we were able to handle the situation pretty well. A success, huh? Lu Xin thinks grimly. More than half the people were saved, but what about the other half that had already died? The ones who died from the roses, from Chinran, from the heavy firepower, what was the final count? Is anyone else still alive out here? The rescue team's announcement drones on in the background. Any leads on who was behind this? He asks. The special department is investigating, Hanbing says. There's no official report yet, but it's definitely connected to the tech cult and the Knight's Order from outside the city. Stealing the painting wasn't their only objective, and it's very likely they already achieved that goal. Lu Xin clenches his fist. All these people died just for their selfish agenda. What's headquarters going to do? Capturing the Knight's Order is the city guard's responsibility, so don't worry. Someone has to answer for all these lost lives. Lu Xin gently pats his sister's head. That's right. So many people died. They have to pay the price, no matter who they are or where they run. Well said. A familiar voice cuts in. His mother had appeared nearby without him noticing, clapping her hands in approval. But once you're done here, you need to come home early. Your father is furious, absolutely livid. I think it's about time we had a family meeting. Hanbing tells Lu Xin, you can go and get some rest. I'll inform you if anything comes up. I know, thank you. I should be the one thanking you, on behalf of the entire city. Well, I couldn't have done it without your help. Lu Xin feels a bit embarrassed. Standing nearby, Lizard can't stand another second of this corny back and forth. He walks over, asking, do you two always talk to each other like this? Lu Xin looks confused. Of course, is there a problem? Oh, for crying out loud. Of course there's a problem. Lizard yells, before getting lost in a fantasy. He imagines Linda in a seductive outfit, offering him breakfast. His nose immediately starts to bleed. Look at me and Linda. Now that's a close bond. That's real teamwork. I have a feeling she's going to be mine soon. He throws an arm around Lu Xin. That's right, my brother. Let me give you some classified intelligence. About who? In the car on the way back, Lizard leans close to Lu Xin's ear. About your little personal secretary, of course. I asked around for you. She's beautiful, like the flower of the information analysis team. Oh, Hanbing? She's not my secretary. Her rank is probably even higher than mine. How'd you manage to find that out? I asked Linda, obviously. Hey, you should ask Hanbing for some information on Linda for me. For instance? For instance. Does she have any children? Lu Xin asks casually. No, Lizard says, annoyed. What I'm more concerned about is whether she really weighs over 150 pounds. All right, I'll try. Back at the station, the two of them eat while filling out reports. We have to fill out these damn things after every mission, Lizard complains, propping his feet up. So, what are you going to write in your report this time? Just the truth of what happened. All right, I support you. This guy's being really cautious, Lu Xin thinks. Someone must have told him to keep an eye on him. Suddenly, little 17 hangs upside down from the ceiling. Brother, when are we going home? That old monster is going crazy. I'm too scared to go back. You can feel scared? He holds out a handful of candy. This is all for you. The little girl immediately grins from ear to ear. I have to go home for a bit, Lu Xin says. He turns to Lizard. Go ahead. After a big win like this, they can't possibly keep us here. Lizard then suggests, can I come with you? I've been meaning to come over to your place for a while now. Lu Xin rubs his chin and then suddenly asks, do you ever feel like there's something not right with this life? Lizard is stunned. I'm just kidding. Lu Xin laughs. Don't joke like that in the future. That was terrifying, Lizard says, clutching his heart with a forced smile. All right, but I can't invite you over this time. Lu Xin blocks his sister's hand as she secretly tries to grab more candy. Cover my shift for one day. Call me if anything happens. You got it. Go on. There's a car downstairs to take you home. Seated in the car, little 17 whispers, Brother, someone is following us. Lu Xin lets out a sigh. He understands their caution, but with a family meeting on the horizon, he can't risk angering his father. He calls Chen Qing. Captain Chen, the situation at the satellite city is stable. I'm planning to head home for a bit. Go ahead. You don't need to report that. But someone's tailing me, and I don't like it. Understood, Chen Qing replies. A moment later, little 17 says, Brother, they're gone. Chen Qing's voice comes back on the line, slightly out of breath. The ones following you weren't sent by headquarters, but I told them to back off, so you don't have to worry for now. Ah, hold your hand steady now. Have you never seen a woman's intestines before? What are you doing? Lu Xin asks in a panic. Surgery, she replies nonchalantly. I got a little injured during the attack. I'm just now getting time to deal with it. It's just a hole in my abdomen. I'll stitch it up and be done. I've already hypnotized myself so I don't feel any pain. Your case is quite important. You did very well this time, but you did so well that you've scared a few people. But don't pay them any mind. The special processing department has its own set of rules. Okay, you just focus on your surgery. After hanging up, Lu Xin thinks to himself, my boss is performing her own surgery. Should I maybe bring her some fruit baskets to the hospital? The car pulls up and Lu Xin steps out. The driver immediately gets a call. All surveillance on Lu Xin is to cease immediately. Chen Qing from the Special Action Team had personally vouched for him. Understood, replying now, the driver says, his voice full of doubt. But wasn't his threat level just raised to A? This is for your own safety, the voice on the other end says, suddenly grave. During his last mission handling that psychic monster, several people assigned to investigate him ended up paying the ultimate price. The list included a veteran investigator, an A-rank intelligence agent, and even a person with special abilities. Their causes of death varied all because the mother dealt with the 3 spies using a pair of sharp scissors, cutting them to pieces. A cold chill runs down the driver's spine. Right, got it, I'm gone. Lu Xin just heads up the stairs. Inside, his little sister is bouncing from the walls to the ceiling, all while singing a bizarre nursery rhyme. Dolly made of cotton flies so high. Dolly can crawl, can catch, can swim by. Dolly by your side. A butterfly flies. The butterfly leaves you. Dolly just flies. You're singing off-key, Lu Xin observes. Little 17 jumps down, annoyed. But at their door, she suddenly clings to him, her face full of fear. Don't be scared, big brother, he says. The two of them open the door and walk in. The room is a total wreck, littered with signs of a fierce struggle. Their mother stands silently by the window while their father sits in the middle of the room, roaring, worthless, a bunch of worthless trash. The mother is on the phone, saying, Miss Chen, what are you worried about? Everything is fine. It was just a few thieves in the city, and they've all been dealt with. My son works for the department, so don't you worry. Smash. The father shatters the table. Useless. A bunch of useless fools. They deserve to be used and killed. He points a finger right at Lu Xin's face. And you, tell me, are you useless or not? Running around like crazy all night, and you let them all go. They sweet-talked you a little, and you ran yourself ragged for absolutely no benefit at all. Lu Xin lets out an annoyed grunt. His mother tries to mediate. All right. You've been angry all day, and he's finally home. Now that everyone's here, should we have a little family meeting? And so, the whole family sits down. The mother and kids sit on the sofa across from the father. Mom's right, Lu Xin says. We really should have a proper talk. He pulls his sister into his arms and speaks bluntly. I don't think I did anything wrong. I get paid, so I solve their problems. It's just as the director always said. If everyone does their job properly, this society can actually function normally. Besides, she helped protect the people at the orphanage, so of course I have to help her protect the people of this city. Are you still spouting that empty rhetoric now? His father yells. You go and protect other people, but who protects us? What job? They're just using you. You do so much for them, and what is their very first reaction? It's to be wary of you, to spy on you. You have to kill them all, or you'll get this entire family killed. The mother just smiles. If they're all dead, who's going to pay our son? Who will protect the operations of this city? What's so interesting about a hollowed-out city? We can do things that other people simply cannot. People have a right to be afraid. Not everyone is like you, happy to just hide away. The father, furious, has no rebuttal. Of course, she says, turning to Lu Xin. I'm a reasonable woman. You certainly showed your weakness when those people ran off. You chose to save people first, I understand. But what about now? If you're afraid of being killed, then you have to strike them first, the father roars. You have to show them not to mess with you. Big brother wasn't wrong, little 17 pouts. Both parents are surprised. What? You damn brat, what do you know? Little 17 raises her hands to shield Lu Xin. What my brother did wasn't wrong, so stop scaring him. Lu Xin protects his sister. Of course your brother wasn't wrong. The mother smiles. She pats the girl's head. Your brother did very well, she continues. The issue we need to discuss now is what comes next. Those people already stole the painting. Others might think that's all they wanted. But is it really that simple? Why did a psychic approach us to begin with? And why was that bomb planted specifically in the south of the city? Besides, it must be fun outside the city. We've never even been, little 17 says with a grin. Lu Xin looks down, his hands clasped. After a moment he speaks. Everyone has a good point. So, you agree this time? The father asks, shocked. Lu Xin springs to his feet. You could say I had already decided before I came home. I just wanted to confirm if you all would support me or not. Well, since you've made such a happy decision, the mother smiles, a pair of sharp scissors appearing in her hand. Then let's go find them. The father laughs with pure delight. Lu Xin's eyes turn pitch black with glowing red pupils as he finally smiles. All right then. Back at headquarters, Captain Chen meets with Professor Bai. How's your wound? He asks. You should be resting. It's nothing serious. There's no time to rest now. This situation is far too serious. She placed a stack of files on the desk. It held the testimony from the Shu family, a report on 10 recovered art pieces, and documents from the wilderness search team. They had reason to suspect that powered individuals outside the city walls had been after this painting for a long time, and they'd been hiding inside the city for a while. Professor Bai said the picture was finally becoming clear. He called their target Pollution Source 04, or simply the parasite, a being that was bold, cautious, and knew their defenses inside and out. In terms of power, the enemy was at least at the end of Stage 1. He couldn't even rule out the possibility of them reaching Stage 2. A simple robbery was one thing, but the Church of Science and Technology was another. Professor Bai cut in, saying he disagreed. With their methods, they never would have used just one psychic bomb. Of course, there was also the chance they were just pulling strings from the shadows, watching and collecting experimental data. Chen Qing spoke up, her voice tinged with frustration. This was all thanks to Lu Xin, and yet Director Shen still had men monitoring him. She knew that was just how the old man operated. It was business as usual. Professor Bai stood up. Actually, I called you here to discuss another suspicious detail about this mysterious night squad. He handed her a folder. Sometime in the past, they had arranged for a psychic operative to appear near the orphanage. Their goal was to get close to Lu Xin. Samples confirmed this operative, and the mercenaries who attacked them all came from the same source. This person had a puppet master type ability. This meant the night squad had been targeting Lu Xin for a very long time. His voice dropped low as he asked, "The real question is, do you know why? Read this file. It's everything our investigation found on the explosion at the Red Moon Orphanage. Everything up until now." Chen Qing was shocked. You suspect that he's… 25 years ago, Professor Bai interrupted, his gaze sharp. The Lunar Eclipse Research Institute had a major split. A lab director left, taking critical resources and their most important experimental subjects with him. The institute had been hunting that person for years. The incident became known as the Fugitive Laboratory. We have reason to believe this is also one of the targets the Knights are after this time. These files are thin. They don't prove anything, Chen Qing said, a cold sweat forming on her brow. Exactly, Professor Bai frowned. It's like someone deliberately erased every trace. But if the orphanage really was connected to the Fugitive Laboratory, then there was at least one person left who knew the truth, which is why you have to be the one to handle this, Professor Bai said. Shen is better at tracking weapons or breaking the Shu family, but when it comes to the orphanage, you're the only one I can trust. Chen Qing nodded. I understand. I'll go to the orphanage tomorrow. At that same orphanage, late into the night, Tang Xiaolu sat by the window. A cold pistol rested on her lap. The next day, Chen Qing arrived at the new location. She was relieved that the orphanage was unharmed. Moving them had definitely been the right decision. I'm from the guard, here for Principal Tang, she told an old man reading a paper. Wait a moment. Class isn't over yet. The bell rang. Chen Qing walked in to see Xiaolu happily chatting with a group of children. Hello, I'm Chen Qing, a colleague of Lu Xin's. A colleague? Xiaolu looked surprised. Are you the one paying him that massive salary? He earns every cent of it. The two of them walked into the office. Chen Qing smiled, looking at the children's schoolwork. Are all the children here this determined? She asked. Would you like some tea? No, that's all right. I just wanted to ask you, and Lu Xin grew up in an orphanage together, right? That's right, Xiaolu smiled. He left when he was 13, but he still comes back often to help out. He's a silly boy. He barely spends anything on himself, but he always gives his entire salary to me. This orphanage wouldn't exist without him. He's a good person, but I need to know about the orphanage's early days. The smile instantly vanished from Xiaolu's face. He was a good boy. What do you want to ask? About how Lu Xin was back then? Or about the explosion? Suddenly, Xiaolu pulled a gun and pressed it to her own temple. With tears in her eyes, she cried, I don't know what you're asking. I don't know anything about that year, but I know I can't let you people hurt Lu Xin. He deserves to have this peaceful life. I know you have ways to make me talk, but I'd rather die. Chen Qing just sighed. That gun has never been maintained. It won't fire. Model. Hey, I saw the notice downstairs. Utilities are due. And about that gun you're hiding? For Lu Tan's sake, I'll keep it under wraps. But you're still on your own for rent and utilities. Outside, Lu Tan listened as a broadcast explained the city's chaos was due to tainted mushrooms flooding the market. This led to massive food poisoning, forcing the administration to open 4 free medical zones. It promised that anyone involved would face severe punishment. Is that really all it was? He thought, letting out a bitter laugh. The Pollution Control Department has plenty of experience with this. Han Bing's voice came through his earpiece. Any word on the art thieves? HQ sent 3 B-rank special ops teams, but the targets are seasoned professionals. We've managed to prepare a composite sketch. Qinran's face was now on a wanted poster, hoping the entire Alliance's network could track them down. What's the bounty? Lu Tan asked. It's estimated to be over 3 million yuan. They really crossed a line with High City this time. 3 million? Lu Tan was completely stunned. That's right. Also, regarding your subsidy, that's not important, Lu Tan cut in. I need to submit an official request to headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Qinggang City Administration headquarters, a tense meeting was underway. He wants to go out and track them. Alone? Absolutely not. Director Shen slammed his fist on the table. He's already exposed too many of our secrets and needs to be investigated. And now he's demanding to leave the city? Something is definitely suspicious. At his outburst, all eyes in the room turned to face him. What are you all looking at me for? Director Shen asked, flustered. I know he performed a great service, but that's an entirely separate issue. Hiding his abilities is the most serious offense of all. He needs a full interrogation. At that, a man from the Research Institute let out a smirk. Oh, so it's an interrogation now, not just questioning? Glad you cleared that up. For a moment, I thought you planned to use him and then toss him aside. Though, to be fair, you barely even got to use him at all. Director Shen just grunted in frustration. The tension in the meeting was palpable. The air was thick. Su Jingzong, chairman of the General Administration, finally spoke. I find this request of his very strange. He wants to leave the city, but what's his true motive? Regarding his abilities, what have we actually learned? How much can we even explain? An elderly professor beside him shook his head. It's unexplainable. Our people retreated at the most critical moment, so we didn't witness the process firsthand. All they knew was that Lu Tan handled the monster, and in the process, a psychic explosion occurred with an amplification level near 3000. Chen Qing's voice cut through the debate, firm and decisive. I am certain Lu Tan's goal is not to flee. I have always trusted him. I understand Director Shen's concerns, but to date, Lu Tan has never once violated regulations on any mission he has undertaken. To be this paranoid about someone who is putting everything on the line for us, that, I believe, is the real danger here. Why can't we simply treat this as a standard request for leave? Besides, she paused for effect. If Lu Tan truly wanted to force his way out of the city, it's likely none of us could stop him. I agree, Professor Bai chimed in. So, where is Lu Tan now? At the guard department. Lu Tan was sitting beside the lizard when his communication device suddenly buzzed. Hello? I've reviewed your official request, came Chen Qing's voice. You want to leave the city? I do. My strong recommendation is that you don't go. We've run a preliminary investigation on the night order you want to hunt, she explained. There are at least 3 individuals with special abilities among them. The first is Qin Ran, who possesses suspicious powers like duplication, or perhaps even some form of resurrection. The second is a puppet master type. He's the one who manipulated that mentally enhanced person to attack us before. And the third is the culprit behind Pollution Incident 093. His psychic amplification levels are off the charts. You haven't even finished your basic training. Going out there to face them would be incredibly dangerous. Lu Tan simply stared out the window. It's true. I don't have experience fighting other people with powers, he admitted. But I'm willing to bet they don't have any experience dealing with me, either. Chen Qing cut straight to the point. Tell me the real reason you want to go. Didn't you say it yourself once? Lu Tan replied calmly. Anyone who does wrong must pay the price. His words were a clear declaration the hunt was on. A bloody chase was about to begin. But Chen Qing was still skeptical. This is about the reward money, isn't it? No, it's not like that. Lu Tan quickly waved his hands. They've hurt too many people. It's unforgivable. I want to bring them to justice. The bounty is just a bonus. All right. I can approve this, she conceded. But you have to give me an estimated time frame for the mission. Maybe 10 days? Lu Tan scratched his cheek. I'm not familiar with the situation outside the city, so I'm building in extra time for tracking. Hold on, Chen Qing said, then ended the call. Back in the meeting, a researcher scoffed. Does he always talk that big? Is he even sane? But Chen Qing shot back. I have never known Lu Tan to bluff. Chairman Su, I am being completely serious. Have you considered transferring Lu Tan to our research institute? Out of the question. Director Shen immediately protested. That would be for your own safety, Director, she retorted. Chairman Su could only sigh as Professor Bai spoke up. I have 2 proposals. First, as of today, Lu Tan's file is to be elevated to security level A. Second, regarding his current request, we must give him our full support not just in terms of supplies, but in our attitude as well. This time, even Director Shen nodded in agreement. Who was that? Lizard asked with curiosity as Tan ended the call. Captain Chen, I requested a field mission. Where to? Outside the city. Lizard practically jumped out of his skin. Brother, have you lost your mind? Only a fool would go out there, it's hell on earth. There was no food, nowhere safe to sleep, and yet he was actively volunteering to leave the city. Before Tan could explain, his communicator buzzed again. It was Chen. This mission is now designated Special A rank. In addition to the necessary equipment, I'll assign support teams to go with you. That's not necessary, Tan cut in. I only need a driver. A high-performance vehicle, 10 days worth of food and water, and a driver who knows the terrain and can defend himself. Someone I know would be even better, for conversation on the road. Are you talking about Lizard? Tan glanced at the man. Yeah, it's him. Huh? Lizard whipped around. Is he listening in on us? He is. So just tell him to get ready to go. Hey, wait just a minute, Lizard yelled. Prepare for what? I never agreed to this. Did you forget to ask me? Tan just offered a weak smile as the call ended. Didn't you always say you wanted to see my home? Well, here's your chance. Lizard stormed off, muttering. Is he out of his mind? I was hired to make money for a wedding, not to go on a suicide mission. Nearby, 17 hung completely upside down. Brother, that guy's on the phone talking trash about you. Want me to take care of him? In the hallway, Lizard was screaming into his device. I would rather jump from the 4th floor than go with him. A moment later, Tan heard Lizard's voice light up with joy. You're serious? My beloved Linda is going too? He returned, his expression dead serious. Headquarters has made its decision. We're forming a special operations team. I'm the vice captain, and you're the captain. Supplies are being prepared. We leave in 30 minutes. That soon? Lizard threw an arm around Tan's shoulder. Brother, you have no idea the sacrifice I just made for you. I had originally convinced the higher-ups to get you a different driver, but then I thought about how dangerous it is out there. Tan just smiled. Then I suppose I should thank you. 17 spoke up. Is he coming with us? Can I treat him like a toy? Tan simply patted the girl's head. His voice was gentle. No. The first rule for this trip of ours is simple. We do not let him get hurt. At least, we try our absolute best not to. Lizard couldn't see the girl, of course, but hearing those words sent a sudden chill straight down his spine. Hey, my friend, I have no idea who you're talking to. But that whole try our best thing, were you being serious? A little while later, the two men were inventorying their supplies. Besides the essentials like canned food, water, and a medical kit, they had 10,000 Union currency, 2 gold bars, and 4 special pliers for ability users. As for their arsenal, they had 1 pistol and 4 boxes of ammunition. They also had a heavy 14.9mm sniper rifle, along with 50 regular rounds and 20 special rounds, plus a flare gun, a radio, and 3 magazines to kill time. All this? Tan was surprised. We're only gone for 10 days. Hey, I'm worried this isn't enough, Lizard shot back. Who knows what we'll run into in the wasteland. But one thing's for sure, Colonel Chen really pulled out all the stops for you. He threw his arms up, admiring the vehicle with pure joy. Look at this. It's a custom-modded hammer off-roader straight from the research division. High ground clearance, a massive trunk, and an engine with the horsepower of a 30-year-old Virgin. It even has bulletproof glass, a 6-barreled machine gun. Oh my god, it's a giant iron beast. I bet this thing can fly. Do you need to stop by your home first? Tan asked. No need. I live alone. Besides Linda, nobody cares about me anyway. Let's just head straight out of the city. Oh, in that case, before we leave the city, let's stop by the Bright Moon District first. You know my address. We're picking up my family. Right. Arriving at the apartment building, they saw his mother already waiting. Lizard broke into a sweat, asking, do you need to go up? Maybe help with luggage or something? No need, Tan replied calmly. They're already in the car. In the back seat, his mother was sitting and chuckling softly. We can go now, Tan said. Lizard whispered back, a cold sweat running down his spine. He glanced in the rearview mirror. The back seat was completely empty. He stomped on the gas. All right, let's get going then. He forced a twisted smile, speaking to the empty air. Hello, sir. Hello, ma'am. Hello, little sister. My name's Lizard. I'm Tan's best friend. It's a pleasure to meet you all. I'm sure you're just as happy to meet me, right? Haha, no need to be so formal. The mother's voice was heard covering a laugh. This boy has a good heart. He just talks a little too much. Should I have your sister sew his mouth shut? Tan could only let out a sigh. On top of the vehicle, 17 yelled excitedly. Let's leave the city. The hammer rumbled down the uneven road. Ha, let me guess, Lizard said, forcing conversation. Right now, your dad is sitting on the left, your mom is on the right, and the cute little sister is in the middle, correct? You guessed wrong, Tan replied gently. Dad said he couldn't stand the boredom and hardship of the trip, so he isn't with us. Tan figured Lizard was already stressed enough, no need to tell him more. He flipped through the mission folder. It seems the file from the Containment department is a little light on information. Yeah, Lizard responded. It just says 2 agents managed to track the squad's trail to their last known position. A knight was sent to an abandoned high-rise, but all contact was lost. Now, a new team heads in to investigate the scene. They needed to see if the first team found any clues. The mother agreed. Sixtan frowned. Their targets had a full day's head start. Catching up now would require some serious speed. Lizard just smirked. Heh, guess it's time to put on a show for you, my friend. For spider system guys like us, he bragged. Once we get our hands on something we can manipulate, we can push it to the absolute limit. He slammed his foot on the gas. The engine roared and the car launched forward, moving so fast it threw Xiao 17 right out. What the hell, man? Does this car actually fly? But that wasn't right. Sixtan quickly looked behind them, and there was Xiao 17, chasing the car at a terrifying speed, eyes blazing as he screamed, Damn you! I'm going to rip you to shreds! 20 minutes later, they screeched to a halt in an abandoned city. Awesome, Lizard cheered. Sixtan and his mother only offered a weak smile. Zhao 17 just snorted in fury. A member of the first team met them. At 4 a.m., we tracked them here, but then lost our 2 agents. The enemy is a group of 7 with 5 bikes and an SUV, heading south. But the terrain's too complex to pinpoint their exact route. With just this to go on, we'll never find them, Lizard said, his shoulders slumping in defeat. Take the path on the left, the mother suddenly ordered. Sixtan was stunned. She just smiled. How can you not even know where your guests are? When they left, one of them looked at you, son, and I made sure to look right back at him. Could she really track someone she'd only seen? Absolutely astonished. Sixtan quickly jotted the new ability down in his notebook. He then turned to Lizard. Take the trail on the left. Lizard was impressed. My friend, you know how to track? Sixtan shook his head. I don't. But my family is here to help. 2 hours later, Lizard was getting fed up. These guys are pros at running. This is definitely not some local night squad. He figured they were mercenaries hired by another high-wall city. Just then, A humanoid monster leaped out, blocking their path. Lizard didn't even slow down, plowing straight into it. "Don't think I'm just a little lamb." He suddenly started singing. "Why do you keep singing?" Six-Tan asked, annoyed. "Well, you're not talking to me, so I sing to keep my own morale up. It's been hours. You want me to take over?" Six-Tan offered. "No need. I'm fine." "What, you think I don't know how to drive?" Lizard then made a throat-slitting gesture. "No," he said. "I'm just afraid what your family will do to me once I'm no longer useful." "That's a crazy thing to say about my family," Six-Tan shot back, shocked. But Xiao 17 just flashed a predatory grin as the mother smiled. "This boy seems tired of living." Suddenly, a foul stench filled the vehicle. "Whoa," Xiao 17 cried out, weirdly excited. Lizard grimaced, pinching his nose. "What is that smell?" "Found them," the mother stated calmly. "Over there." They got out and moved towards the source. "Probably just some dead animal." Lizard fired a warning shot into the bushes. In an instant, a dozen bizarre creatures scrambled out. "Stay sharp," he yelled. The wilds were full of nasty surprises, he thought. As he and Six-Tan got closer, the disgusting smell became overwhelming. It was organs, piles of them. They shouted in horror. "They're human," Lizard said grimly. "And from more than one person." "But why are there only organs here?" Six-Tan asked, his brow furrowed. "There are no other body parts anywhere." "That night they're chasing. One of them has puppet-type abilities, right? His specialty is controlling mentally altered humans. You think this is where they make them?" Lizard asked. Six-Tan bit his nail, a wave of disgust rising as he recalled the research files. The altered people have all their non-essential organs removed, leaving only the brain and heart. It's their standard creation method. He lost a ton of his puppets back in Satellite City too, so he'd have to be restocking his forces. Six-Tan picked up a tattered piece of cloth. This special fabric was only available inside the high wall. "I think we just found our two missing agents." Lizard let out a long sigh. "How in the world did you manage to piece all of that together so quickly?" "It was all in the briefing documents," Six-Tan replied. Lizard just scratched his head. "Right. Well, I guess I was busy driving. They're our comrades. We're taking them back," Six-Tan declared. Lizard looked confused. "Huh? Wouldn't it be better to just bury them here?" "Too many scavengers out here," Six-Tan said, his voice turning ice cold. "They would just be dug up anyway. In our squad, I am the captain, and you're the vice captain. Correct?" Lizard nodded. "Yeah. So what?" "Vice captain!" Six-Tan ordered sharply. "Collect the agent's remains." A few moments later, Lizard was vomiting his guts out. Six-Tan handed him a bottle of water. "Here, drink." He then gazed into the distance. "That must be the place." The invisible mother smiled. As Lizard was still retching, they got back in the car. He asked, completely exhausted, "How in the hell did you find them?" "I didn't just find them." Six-Tan pointed ahead. "Our targets are close. There's some kind of settlement in that direction, right?" Lizard stared, then frantically pulled out a map. "Blackwater Town," he gasped. "Are you a spider system user or a damn fortune teller?" His tone became deadly serious. "If they're hiding in Blackwater Town, we are in major trouble. It's one of the biggest black markets around here. The armed forces there are just as strong as our own patrols. To them, we're just two fat sheep walking right into a slaughter." Lizard knew the risks, but the name Qinggang carried some weight. Still, to be safe, he made the call to report their status. He reported into headquarters. He'd found the two missing agents, both confirmed killed in action. They suspected the Knights had entered Blackwater Town and were now moving in to investigate, promising a report in 3 hours. If HQ didn't hear from them by then, it meant something had gone horribly wrong. Back at the high-level administrative office, an official laid out the facts. Without any intel, he'd found the agents' bodies and the Knight's location. It made absolutely no sense. He asked the room how on earth the kid could have possibly pulled it off. Professor Bai pressed the question. Another analyst noted Blackwater Town was over 700 kilometers away, yet a single soldier arrived in just 1 day. This proved he already had a clear target. After their escape, the Knights would need a major resupply point for food, water, and fuel. To the south, only Blackwater Town fit the bill. A woman from the Research Institute then added one more crucial detail. The puppet user was running low on modified people. This meant their supply point also needed to be a large labor market. That sealed it only Blackwater Town met all the conditions. Director Shen gave the order for the Special Forces team to immediately surround the town. They were to hold position 10 miles out and attack the very moment they received a distress signal, and if necessary, he gave them clearance to level the entire place with plasma weapons. Back in Blackwater Town, Lu Xin told the gatekeeper they were bounty hunters just stopping to rest. The guard eyed them suspiciously. Bounty hunters? They looked way too clean. Lizard slammed a hand on the car. They were here to collect a bounty, not clean up filth. Did they need to be covered in mud to get in? The gatekeeper just grunted out the old rules. Pistols only. Fire your weapon. It's $1,000 fine. Parking for a day costs $100, or 10 cans of food. Park outside, and whatever happens is your problem. Lizard just laughed, saying of course they'd park inside to avoid getting their wheels stolen. After they parked, Lu Xin asked if the car was safe. Lizard just patted the hood reassuringly. Normal people couldn't mess with this thing. His mother and sister then stepped out of the car. His mother gave Lu Xin a smile, telling him to be prepared. They were very close now. The parking attendant, a guy they called the Bull, eyed them up and asked what brought them to town. He boasted the town had more food, drink, and entertainment than anywhere inside the high walls. Giving a sly grin, he said they could take their pick. They told the broker they'd find him later, and he promised he'd be waiting for them right by the main gate. Lu Xin finally understood this was the kind of dark labor market that festered outside the walls. As they left, the broker watched them go with a dangerous smile. Lu Xin's group stepped into the utter chaos of Blackwater Town's market, a deafening wall of sound from haggling, shouting, and cursing. One vendor hawked his wares. Good guns, guaranteed not to jam, perfect for a roadside robbery. Only $10 for a peek. Nearby in a cage was a mutated child from after the disaster, with a human head on a snake's body, just one of many freaks on display. Just $10 to open your mind. A little further on, scantily clad women beckoned to them from doorways. They offered good service and guaranteed fun, with a complimentary fruit platter. Lu Xin, completely lost, asked what exactly they were doing. Just an honest living, Lizard replied dryly, selling newspapers. Lu Xin then asked what the protocol was once they located the knights. First, they had to inform the boss of this town, a man who went by the name Mr. Snake. Lizard explained he ran a crew of mercenaries and did plenty of business with Qinggang, making him a sort of affiliate. In theory, he should cooperate. But Lizard frowned. Guys like him were greedy, and he couldn't be sure they hadn't already made a deal with the ability users. If they revealed their identities too early, it would definitely tip off their targets. Still, it was better to face them inside the town than out in the open, since everyone was limited to handguns. Lu Xin decided finding them came first. Suddenly, his mother pointed to a bar on the side of the road. In there, Lu Xin dragged Lizard inside to investigate. The place was roaring with gambling and shouting. Waitresses in skimpy bunny costumes rushed back and forth. This was the spot? Lizard had to ask what the plan was. His mother simply smiled and pointed to a private room. Lu Xin saw it. No plan needed. With a loud crash, he kicked the door clean off its hinges. Inside, the puppet mask and 3 others were mid-card game. The man had just played his hand. Nice cards, Lu Xin smirked, saying he wasn't in a hurry. A tattooed player roared, asking who the hell let them in. He reached for his gun, but before he could even pull back the hammer, a knife was pressed right against his throat. Don't move, Lizard whispered coldly. The tattooed man trembled, asking what they wanted as Lizard smoothly disarmed him, aiming the gun at the table. The masked man casually played his final 3 cards, asking if they were supposed to know who he was, or if he should just kill them all. 3 aces, I win. He finally looked up. Who are you? Lu Xin's response was simple. I think you know who I am. I'm here to take you away. He calmly advised the man not to resist. The plan was to bring him back alive for a proper trial and execution. It was just more meaningful that way. But, he added, he had no experience fighting ability users. He was worried he might hit a little too hard and leave a corpse behind by accident. The man in the mask just grinned. No wonder the boss had been so cautious. He had to admit, Lu Xin was making a lot of sense. 3 guys at the table draw their guns, but Lizard is way faster. A few shots ring out, and all 3 of them drop. Too easy, he scoffs. But then the bodies start to twitch, getting back up as invisible threads connect to the masked man's fingers. Threads linking to their bodies. Damn it, he's a mental modifier, Lizard shouts out. The puppets immediately open fire. Lu Tan dodges the bullets, recalling the file. Puppet system, the puppet's weak point is its... Let's go. Little 17 leaps onto her brother's back. A red glint flashes in Lu Tan's eyes as he charges forward. With just a few moves, he snaps a puppet's spine clean in 2. 1 down. On the other side, Lizard has already taken out the rest. Well now, all taken care of that quickly? The masked man clicks his tongue. Lizard picks up a strange cylindrical device, a custom silencer, made for ability users. Looks like it's finally showtime. It's not over yet? Mother steps forward. Lu Tan glances at a puppet and spots the glint of metal under its coat. He screams out a warning. He's got a bomb. Lizard is horrified. We gotta bail, man. But Lu Tan charges instead, using insane strength to fold the puppet in half. He turns the man into a human shield, wrapping him around the bomb before kicking the whole package far away. Boom! The blast is mostly contained. The masked man has already escaped through the window, flashing a smirk as he goes. What kind of mental amplification do you even need to pull something like that off? Lizard is in total shock. If one of them had a bomb, the others might too. He flicks a knife, slicing open another puppet's jacket, just as he thought another bomb. This one isn't active, though. Is it because he didn't damage its spine? The only man left alive, the one Lizard had at knife point before, is trembling uncontrollably from the shock. What in the world is going on? Lu Tan looks him over. Seems like the four of you were just playing cards. Except it was just you against his 3 puppets, wasn't it? Bet you lost a ton of money. Lu Tan glances toward the window, but the masked man was already long gone. The bomb inside the mental modifier wasn't that strong. Its real purpose was simply to create a distraction for his escape. Outside, a man is riling up the crowd, yelling, "Town Chief, there's a huge fight going on inside. I knew something was wrong the second I walked in." This is getting too big, Lizard worries. The town's armed forces have arrived. Let's hold back. These guys look like they'll shoot on sight. The crowd outside starts to rush in. Lu Tan notices Mother is gone. She probably left when the bomb went off. She always did hate getting her hands dirty. He and his sister run out to meet Lizard. You stay and explain everything to them. I'm going after that guy. Hey, wait. They could have up to 3 ability users. Lizard calls out after him. He watches Lu Tan disappear and just sighs. Man, my little captain sure is quick to jump into action. He turns to the man on the floor. Don't move. If you even twitch, I'll beat you to death. The guy just sobs. Boss, you really think I have the strength to move right now? Yeah, good point, Lizard thinks to himself. Then he turns to the waitresses in bunny outfits, his voice turning sleazy. So, how old are all of you lovely ladies? That little sister of his doesn't look so little, huh? Just then, the armed men burst in. Lizard immediately throws his hands in the air. Whoa, let's not get crazy here. I really don't want to have to kill you guys. Meanwhile, Lu Tan reaches a fork in the road. Right? No, to the left. His mother suddenly appears, waiting for him. The right path is just a simple illusion. She watches her children race off, thinking to herself, be careful, my son. They're waiting for you. On the surrounding rooftops, shadowy figures take their positions with rifles ready. The siblings arrive at an abandoned warehouse. Hee, big brother, his sister grins. He's inside. Lu Tan kicks the door in, and bullets immediately start flying his way. The puppet master scoffs. You got here fast. Lu Tan moves like a blur, dodging every shot. Last time, he was lucky Mother was there to protect him. This time, he came prepared. A spider system? So fast. Looks like this escape won't be so easy. The masked man smirks. Then he suddenly starts choking himself with his own hands. Incredibly, Lu Tan does the exact same thing. He's being controlled. He realizes it instantly, the puppet system's second ability, forced mimicry. It forces anyone within 5 to 10 meters to copy his every move. Sister, help me out. Big brother. The girl strolls over, easily prying his hands from his own throat. Freed, Lu Tan charges right back into the gunfire. His sister joins the fray. He gets up close to one gunman, grabs him, and makes him shoot his own 2 buddies. With the 3 minions down, he smiles and dashes straight for the puppet master, who's already on a motorcycle trying to flee. Seeing Lu Tan approach, he starts to panic. No, that's impossible. You can't possibly aim that perfectly at me every time, right? Lu Tan just smirks. Damn it. Why won't it start? The guy curses. Lu Tan is already on top of him, forcing him off the bike. It was his only move. Mental threads shot from his hands, latching onto the ceiling. But Lu Xin was faster, grabbing his leg mid-air. Don't even think about running. Lu Xin grinned, slamming the man hard onto the floor. Damn it! The man grit his teeth as Lu Xin pinned his shoulders down, trying to escape with those mental threads. He'd already seen them before, on another psychic near the orphanage. Sweat beaded on the man's forehead. His 7 enhancers were all gone, and at this range, his threads were useless. Only one option left. He pulled a gun from his pocket, aiming it straight at Lu Xin. Die, Lu Xin just smiled, tilting his head a clean 90 degrees to dodge the bullet. Then, he grabbed the man's gun arm, and with a sharp twist, snap, tore it right off. He tossed the severed arm aside. Ah, my arm! The man shrieked, writhing on the ground. The red glow in Lu Xin's eyes faded, his expression turning serious. Can't move now, can you? Just come back with me quietly. Ha ha ha! The man staggered to his feet, laughing like a complete maniac. You're not like the other spider types. They weren't nearly this terrifying. Lu Xin replied flatly, You're not the first person to say that. So, where are the others on your team? They're not here. After the mind bomb experiment failed, our leader knew something was wrong. To be safe, we split up. I didn't think much of it, I just wanted to relax and buy some new puppets. But I never expected you guys to show up so fast. The boss really knows his stuff. Qinggang City is no joke. Where did they go? Lu Xin's brow furrowed. If you don't talk, I have other ways of making you. The puppet user just laughed, throwing his mask to the ground. Beneath it was a handsome face, framed by long hair and glowing red eyes. Buddy, you're seriously underestimating me, he snarled. Out in the wilds, rules and honor are everything. I lost to you, I'll admit that. But ratting out my crew? That's a fate worse than death. He smirked. I can control myself just like a puppet. Even if you chop me into 8 pieces, I won't feel a thing. Doesn't matter, Lu Xin said, completely unfazed. We'll find a way. Just then, the mother appeared beside him. Aren't you finished with this yet, son? A crowd was approaching. Move it, stop pushing. Lizard was being dragged along by a group of men, shouting the whole way. Hey fellas, let's just talk this out. Let me tell you, back in Qinggang City, I'm kind of a big deal. What is this vice captain even doing? Lu Xin wondered. He watched as 2 huge guys pinned Lizard, led by the town chief himself. The chief was a massive, intimidating brute. He stomped right up to Lu Xin, rifle in hand. You're here to cause trouble, aren't you? Don't you know gunfire is banned in Blackwater Town? I don't care where you're from. Making a mess here won't end well for you. Please, don't misunderstand. Lu Xin replied calmly, his eyes flicking to the puppet user standing right behind the chief. We're from Qinggang City, here to arrest a wanted fugitive. Besides, he's the one who shot first. I know you're from Qinggang. So what? The town chief roared. This is Blackwater Town. Only Mr. Snake calls the shots here. You want to arrest someone without telling me first? The puppet user smirked from behind him. Lu Xin simply stroked his chin, thinking. The chief pulled the criminal behind him, leveling his rifle at Lu Xin. Blackwater Town has its own rules. I'm interrogating him first. You really think I couldn't just kill you and feed you to the dogs? The invisible mother floated over to the chief's side, smiling as she pointed a finger right at him. So that's how it is. The realization hit Lu Xin. He spoke bluntly. Sir, you're not well. What did you just say? This man committed crimes in Qinggang, and we captured him. Yet you want to protect him, even if it means fighting us, Lu Xin said with a slight smile. So either you have zero respect for Qinggang, or you're not in your right mind. Did he give you something? A rose, perhaps? And after you received it, you suddenly felt very fond of him, maybe you even fell in love with him. Both the town chief and the puppet user flinched. Just as he thought, Lu Xin knew he was right. This man was connected to the rose distributor back in Qinggang. He'd used the same trick to control the town chief, turning him into a human shield. The guy's insane, the henchmen whispered among themselves. You're talking crazy. The chief's face turned beet red as he screamed. You want me to take you out right now? Cursing isn't good for you, Lu Xin noted, frowning. If you keep talking like that, I'm going to get angry. Lizard could feel the tension rising. Haha, you look so big and tough, but your tastes are something else. The puppet user laughed, dropping the act. Time to show my hand. Crack! He elbowed the 2 men holding him, snatching their guns. With a pistol in each hand, he grinned. All right, playtime's over, my friend. Whether you're being controlled or you're actually in love, it's time for you to step aside. Let's start coordinating. You think you can scare me? The chief bellowed. This is my town. You think you can win with just 2 guns? Crash! Their ATV smashed through a wall, plowing into the crowd. Lizard grabbed a megaphone. We are the Qinggang City Special Operations Unit. He is our captain, and I am the vice captain. A special ops team is posted just outside of town, with a 100,000 yield plasma bomb aimed right at it. Their demand is simple. Bring out your leader, or watch the whole place go up in a fireworks display before you die. But suddenly, more cars swarmed in, boxing them in completely. A gorgeous woman in a cheongsam stepped out, cradling a fat orange cat. Madam Snake. Madam Snake is here. Everyone immediately bowed their heads, lowering their weapons. She speaks softly, telling them the people of Qinggang are not their enemies. Lizard just grins, asking Lady Snake what the problem is. She asks why they'd make such a massive scene just to arrest someone, and without even giving her a heads up first. Lu Xin steps forward to apologize, explaining they feared tipping off their target and that his partner only fired 2 shots. But he insists their caution is necessary. One of her men has a problem. He's under a very specific and powerful influence. He's willing to do anything to protect the man they're after. Lu Xin awkwardly rubs his hands, but the town chief interrupts, shouting, "Don't believe him, Lady Snake." "What kind of influence?" she asks. Lu Xin points at the town chief and the puppet-type user. He's in love with him. The puppet user looks away, embarrassed, while Lady Snake just laughs. "Oh my, he's into him? Why didn't I know?" Lu Xin suggests she test it. At Lady Snake's signal, one of her men immediately points a gun at the puppet user. "Don't!" The town chief screams, instantly diving in front of the other man to shield him with his own body. He begs her to spare the man for his years of loyal service. The puppet user, meanwhile, just mutters, "I'm actually straight, you know. Don't you feel guilty saying that?" Lu Xin scoffs. But Lady Snake just smiles. Well, this is certainly an interesting development. She admits the situation is strange, and decides she needs to investigate it thoroughly herself first. She'll personally deliver the man to Qinggong later. But Lu Xin steps up. "That's not happening. We're taking this guy now. And for everyone's safety, he's to have no contact with anyone until they can sort a few things out." Lady Snake's brow furrows. Her voice is still sweet, but now it has a chilling edge to it. So, what crime did he even commit? She insists they tell her something, but Lu Xin stands his ground, stating that the information is confidential and he can't disclose it. If she really wants to know, he can file an official request with headquarters, but hopes she understands their tough position. If everyone's reasonable, this'll be easier. Lizard adds with a huge grin, standing right behind his captain. Lady Snake just smiles, petting the fat cat in her lap. Lu Xin glances at it, thinking it's huge, when suddenly the cat's eyes snap open, locking right onto him. It hisses furiously, its fur standing on end, and then lashes out, leaving a long scratch on Lady Snake's hand. Lu Xin and Lizard are stunned. Every gun in the vicinity is immediately aimed at them. "It's fine," Lady Snake says, still petting the cat before casually licking the blood from her hand. Seeing this, Lizard frowns. This is Lady Snake, after all. He quickly pulls out a metal card, insisting they aren't trying to be unreasonable. It's just protocol from their superiors. He asks if she recognizes the certificate, and Lady Snake gives it a quick glance. "His crime must be pretty serious for you two to come this far," she says, finally signaling her men to tie him up. The town chief is dragged away, a complete mess, still begging her to spare the other man for the sake of his loyal service. Lady Snake ignores him completely. "After all," she says, "Blackwater Town and Qinggang are practically family." She reminds them that her people survive the winters with their food, and live like humans thanks to their alcohol. Qinggang's business is their business. She looks at Lu Xin and says to consider today's trouble her personal compensation. She muses that with so many men, some are bound to be clueless. That guy usually checks her out, so who knew he had such tastes? "It's okay, I understand." "Thank you," Lu Xin replies. A nearby goon is just stunned since when was Lady Snake so reasonable? She asks if they need anything else. Lu Xin looks at the puppet user. "Actually, yes. I need to borrow this warehouse to ask him some questions." Lady Snake grins. "Be my guest. Need me to bring a chainsaw, some rusty nails, or a barbed whip to help?" Lu Xin forces a smile, saying it's not necessary. He says waiving the fine is appreciation enough. Lady Snake's face drops. "What fine?" Later, in the warehouse, the puppet user just smirks. "It's no use," he says. "I can block out all physical pain. Any form of torture is completely useless against me. Besides," he adds, "Lu Xin doesn't look like a hypnotist or a dreamweaver." The door slams shut. "I already said I'm not going to torture you. Then how will you interrogate me?" Lu Xin turns, his face shadowed. "I'm just a normal office worker. I've never learned how to interrogate anyone," he continues. "I was hoping you'd just confess on your own." Then he calls out softly. A small figure appears from the shadows behind the puppet user, wrapping its arms around his neck as little 17 bears a set of sharp teeth. He, let's begin." Outside, Lady Snake lights up a cigarette. "Brother, I don't believe I caught your name." "I'm Zhang San, he's Li Si," Lizard replies, taking the offered cigarette. He takes one drag and immediately starts coughing violently. "Lady, is this cigarette moldy? It's pre-disaster stuff." But she just calmly replies, "I've heard a few rumors about your department." Surrounded by guns, yet her expression never changed. "People like you. Does Qinggang have many more? Were you two that confident you could handle a helpless woman like me?" Lizard glanced at her chest. "Confident? Not me," he shot back. "At best, I'd say it's 50-50. But if it were my captain," he gestured to the warehouse, "it wouldn't just be you, it'd be everyone here. You've seen it, he doesn't like unreasonable people." One of her men returned to report. "We got it." Heisan took a gold bar from the man in the red vest, and then he just went insane. Claimed he found true love. He made his own mess. Madam Snake ordered him locked up, then turned her gaze back to Lizard. Two guys like you must be pretty important in Qinggang, huh? Lizard puffed his chest out. You could say that. We've got special privileges. Is that all? Lizard let out a cloud of smoke. More importantly, we actually like it there. When we want a thrill, we take a mission. When we don't, we can just lie around all day, not acting like fighting cocks every second. And the most important part? The women on the street don't have to be afraid to wear short skirts when they go out. Another subordinate came and whispered something into Madam Snake's ear, making her flinch. What? Was that casual threat you made earlier for real? Lizard just scratched his head and laughed. Casual? Oh, the self-guided bullets? I was just messing with you. Madam Snake exhaled slowly. You just said we were crazy. Are the people from Highwall City any different? What did she mean? Lizard was baffled. Didn't she appreciate a good bluff? Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoed from inside the warehouse. Ah, Lizard forced a laugh. Well, yeah, of course. We've also got a few people who aren't exactly normal. Lu Xin walked out, wiping his hands, muttering, That scared me to death. What was he possibly scared of? Wasn't he the one who caused that scream? Lizard was completely lost. I'm done questioning him, Lu Xin said to Madam Snake. We need to leave now, no time to take this guy back with us. Can we deal with him here? Brother Li Si, you trust me with that? Madam Snake smirked. Lu Xin replied flatly. Who's Li Si? But this guy is weird. Can you contain him? The puppet system user cowered in the corner, muttering in fear, Monster, monster. They're all monsters. Don't worry, Lu Xin said calmly. He's perfectly normal now. With that, they got back in the car and drove off. Lizard continued driving while in the back. Little 17 was already sound asleep, her head resting peacefully on her mother's lap. That look on the face of the guy in the red vest. It was genuinely terrifying. Lizard thought to himself, his hands still shaking on the wheel. Lu Xin, however, was smiling. That Madam Snake is a pretty decent person, huh? Very direct. I've always heard people from the wastelands were straightforward. If they're all as reasonable as her, going out will be a lot easier in the future. Are you only saying that because she gave you a motorcycle? Lizard asked. Not just that, Lu Xin replied. Madam Snake didn't just give us everything valuable she had. She also kindly promised to deliver the man to Qinggang. She also waived the fine for the shootout, and then threw in a free tank of gas for good measure. She topped off our food and water and even gave us some local specialties. Too bad regulations kept me from giving her my number. Yeah. Lizard sighed. I regret that, too. Lu Xin looked over at him. So, you're finally talking. You've been dead silent since we left Blackwater Town. I thought something had gotten to you. I was actually getting worried. I wasn't sure if you were upset because I pulled rank and gave you an order as your captain. If I was out of line, I'm willing to apologize. Lizard looked at him, completely stunned. You were worried about me, and you'd apologize for something so small? Yes, Lu Xin answered with total sincerity. You're my first real colleague, the partner I've worked with the most, and you've taught me a lot. I consider you a friend, so of course I pay attention. Actually, we're more than friends. We're brothers who trust each other completely. I trust my family, and you can choose to trust me. Lizard suddenly looked anxious and asked, But about us being friends? Your dad, your mom, and your little sister, they don't mind, do they? Lu Xin glanced at his mother, who was casually reapplying her lipstick. She shot Lizard a look as if teaching him a lesson. When making friends, you don't tell them everything. Otherwise, you'll just push them away. She's just kidding, Lu Xin said quickly. It's just that my ability is a little weird. I know sometimes people might think I'm not normal. Don't worry, Lizard smiled. I've heard about it. There was a professor who always used to say, your ability is a composite type, but I think it's normal. You're perfectly normal too. At most, you just have some not-so-normal family members. Maybe it's best we don't bring this up again, Lu Xin suggested. A chill ran down Lizard's spine. Okay. Behind him, his mother was holding a pair of scissors, and little 17. The man smiled, his eyes flashing a menacing red. Immediately, Lizard tried to change the subject. What did you find out in Blackwater Town? Why leave in such a hurry? Luke Tan explained that the puppet user's name was Trun Trong. Their leader is Qin Ran, whose real name is Zhang Siwo. They came to Qinggang to steal a painting, but the client who hired them is a total mystery. They also had two side missions. The first was to record data after a so-called mental pollution bomb was detonated, data that was meant for some shadowy organization. But the second mission? The guy broke down before he could talk. The team had 3 ability users, and a member named Big Head was behind the Rose incident. As for Qin Ran, their captive revealed only one chilling detail. He can't be killed. No, he's immortal. Lizard frowned. It was just as they suspected. The man can resurrect himself. Are you sure he's telling the truth? His exact words were that he lost their duel before Shinran even had to go all out. Lu Xin added that he managed to get Shinran's location. Turns out, the guy has a habit of laying low in one specific spot whenever he's in danger. And that spot is at the end of Highway 85, in a place called Happy Town. Screech! Lizard suddenly slams on the brakes. The hard stop sends little 17 tumbling right off the car roof, but the furious girl just climbs right back on. Dude, Lizard asks frantically, are you absolutely sure it's that place? Yeah, why? Lizard just points to a spot on the digital map. Lu Xin sees the location is covered in skull icons. So many skulls. It means stay away. It means once you go in, you don't come out. Lizard's brow furrowed as he explained they've scouted almost every major power and abandoned fortress around Qinggang, but there are still these mysterious dead zones that they know absolutely nothing about. They call them forbidden zones. Anyone who enters either loses their mind or simply vanishes. Countless people have died trying to get intel, but none have ever brought anything back. And this Happy Town? It's the most dangerous one of all. Little 17 crawls into the car. Sounds like a fun place for a trip, right, Mom? The mother just nods in agreement. Then let's head straight there, Lu Xin says calmly. Forbidden zone or not, we have a target to catch. Lizard just stares. What? Lizard is stunned. He drives on, sweating bullets, thinking he's already a dead man. They pull over so he can report to headquarters. Shinran, the prime suspect in the 818 incident, is likely hiding out in Happy Town. So what did HQ say? They sent over the file, Lizard says with a headache. And they told us to investigate the mysterious zone while we're at it. Bringing back intel is now part of the mission, he whines. Lu Xin just pats his shoulder. It'll be fine. Let's get going. I'll read the file on the way. S-Class Mysterious Forbidden Zone, Happy Town, located at the end of Highway 85. The briefing describes it as an extremely high-risk area, about 50 square kilometers, with a powerful psychic field on approach. It causes dizziness, comas, hallucinations, and seizures. Go 50 meters deep, and you'll never come out, vanishing from sight entirely. All electronic devices are scrambled inside. Its origin is unknown, and the contamination level is a complete mystery. Never seen a file like this, Lu Xin mutters, rubbing his chin. It seems less than professional. He looks at a photo of a resident, a man with dark, sunken eyes but a constant, disturbing smile plastered on his face. The file says the town's abnormalities were first spotted 15 years ago. The place is totally isolated from the outside world. An agent once interrogated a resident who wandered out, but overnight, the resident, the agent, and the entire research report all vanished, without a trace. So, you read it. Any regrets? Lizard asks nervously. Not much useful info here. Looks like we'll have to see for ourselves. They stop 10 kilometers from the town, where Lizard is already nervously cleaning his gun. Sweat pours down his face. Hey, don't be scared, Lu Xin tells him. When we get there, I'll go in alone. Go in alone? Lizard approaches, looking genuinely touched. My man, you realized I'm a total coward, didn't you? Before I got my powers, I was just a street punk who got beat up daily. So yeah, cards on the table, I'm a coward. This whole tough guy act? It's just for show. I know, Lu Xin says, patting his shoulder. But then, Lizard raises a hand, his face set with determination. But we're ability users now. We're supposed to be braver than this. How can we not shoulder some responsibility? So don't worry. Whatever demons or monsters are in there, I'll charge in right alongside you. Thanks, but you really don't have to, Lu Xin smiles. You can just keep watch out here. It's not dangerous, he says, before adding, I don't mean Happy Town, as he turns away. The scene cuts to Lu Xin's home, where his father is chugging alcohol and laughing maniacally. I can finally get out. I'm the one pulling them back to Qinggang, not you. I can't get you involved in this. The way you talk. Lizard sighs, scratching his head. Didn't you bring me along for backup? I brought you here to drive, Lu Xin says with an innocent smile. Fine, you win, Lizard sulks. Get some rest now. I'll take the night watch. The next day, they arrive at the town, where a thick fog blankets everything ahead. The car can't go any further, Lizard says nervously, handing Lu Xin a gear bag with special ammo, serums, a manual, and a signal flare. If anything happens, fire that signal immediately, and I'm coming in. You be careful out here. And with that, he sets off. The little sister crawls on the ground happily, her mother following silently. Lizard watches Lu Xin vanish into the fog. That kid has guts. Suddenly, two figures appear, one tall, one short. Another figure appeared beside Luke Tan in the thick mist. Wait, no. Lizard panicked. Where did 2 more people come from? Could there still be one more? He paled, glancing at the back seat. Uncle. They all went in. Aren't you going? Luke Tan carried his sister through the fog. The road felt longer than he'd imagined. Their mother had vanished, probably because of her high heels. Brother, look! A sudden wave of dizziness washed over him. This place was not normal. After a moment, the headache began to fade. No, I like it here, his sister said with a happy smile. The puppet user was down, but the enemy still had 2 other ability wielders. And on top of that, 4 fully armed men. As they walked, Luke Tan spoke. We promised Dad we'd let him out to help you. Are you scared of him? Him? His sister asked, frowning. When I'm older, I'll turn him into my toy and beat him every single day. As they stepped out of the mist, she yelled, Brother, look! Before them was a massive farm, with people working under a strange red moon. So, they had finally arrived. How bizarre. It was supposed to be morning, yet the moon was out. He wondered if a whole day had passed as he took out his notebook. He jotted down that a headache hits you on entry, but it's manageable. A 10-minute walk then leads to a farm. Night seemed to fall incredibly fast here, yet people were still out working. Luke Tan approached a small group. Excuse me, is this happy little town? I'm trying to find someone. The woman just stared back with a mysterious smile. Her blood-red eyes stared without blinking. Luke Tan put away the photo and pulled out a bill. Maybe this will get you to talk? He held out the money, his heart aching at losing $50. A painful loss, but at least he could expense it. The woman took the cash and stayed silent. The smile on her face seemed frozen solid. Fine, don't talk then. Feeling helpless, Luke Tan reached over to snatch the money back. The woman clutched it tightly, but he pulled harder. If you won't answer, then you have to give me back my money. He finally wrestled it free. Luke Tan muttered that he'd just find them himself. He and his sister then turned and walked down a street lined with identical houses, packed tightly together. The scale of the place was massive. Luke Tan thought it could house tens of thousands of people, and yet, it was unnervingly silent. He wondered if Tun Yin's group was hiding in one of these houses. He reached out and tried the handle on one of the houses. Just as the door creaked open, his mother appeared beside him. She held a pair of garden shears, snapping them shut in the empty air. She smiled. A filthy thing almost touched you just now. This town is quite beautiful, with nice houses and pretty flowers. Most importantly, it's quiet. Compared to that Blackwater slum, it's paradise. Yeah, Luke Tan replied. The people here are really friendly, too. Oh yes, very friendly, his mother smiled, her voice full of hidden meaning. A chill ran down his spine. He spun around, shocked. Dozens of townspeople were standing right behind them, completely silent, like a crowd of ghosts. Their eyes were glowing red, and they were gripping hoes, shovels, and other farming tools. Huh? Why are they like this now? They were so nice before. It has nothing to do with me. His mother simply shrugged. But to Luke Tan, her quick denial proved that she was absolutely involved. That filthy thing she cut must have been what made them hostile. For now, though, they didn't seem ready to attack. He decided finding Tun Yin was the priority. But since nobody would talk, they'd have to search house by house. Turns out, his mom had already scouted the town while they were fighting for the money. I don't think every room here is dark. Luke Tan's eyes widened. You saw a room with lights on? Where? But his mother had been too busy admiring the flowers to see clearly. She pointed vaguely. I think it was over there. Let's go see. The 3 of them headed off, the silent mob of townspeople trailing close behind. Thank goodness his mom and sister were here, Luke Tan thought. He glanced at Teo Thut, surprised that with so many enemies around, the girl hadn't asked for her toys. They're already toys, Teo Thut said smugly in his mind, crossing her arms. And I don't want someone else's used playthings. When they arrived, his mother looked confused. I just remember it was somewhere in this area. She secretly snipped another invisible thread attached to Luke Tan. Suddenly, he picked up a familiar scent. Does anyone else smell that? He thought for a second. It was barbecue. It reminded him of his first time meeting Tun Yin, who always looked like he was starving. He was certain they were nearby, but if he didn't find them fast, they'd escape. Plus, the mob behind them was getting impatient. Out of nowhere, a little boy ran up. Uncle, he yelled, holding out red apples. Red apples, Uncle! Luke Tan was speechless. Who was he calling uncle? Brother. Brother! Luke Tan took an apple for his sister, and suddenly, an idea struck him. I know how we can find them. He grinned. The pine trees on that mountain look very flammable. We'll just burn a few and place them around the houses. We won't need to open every door. They'll come running out themselves. You're a genius, brother. Teo Thut clapped. You wouldn't really do that, would you? A new voice called out. Tun Yin himself stepped out from a nearby house. Luke Tun dropped his pack to the ground. I've been looking for you for days. Qin Ran casually munched on corn. You found me, which means Chen Zhong is already in your hands. He's a tough one, you know, not afraid of a little pain. We had a deal. If he got caught, he just had to hold out for 3 days before spilling everything. You got here so fast. I'm curious what you did. Lu Xin replied. Honestly, I did nothing at all. He confessed on his own. Lu Xin pressed on. You caused such a massive incident in Qinggang, killed so many people. You had to know we'd come for you, right? You came all this way. For them? Qin Ran looked genuinely surprised. I thought you guys had figured out the painting's true value. That's why I thought you were chasing me so hard. Lu Xin answered coldly. The painting is a bonus. My main target is you, and the other 6 members of your crew. Qin Ran burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, come on, brother, seriously? You chased me 1,000 miles just for a few ordinary lives? You're a gifted person too, aren't you? For people like us, we are the gods of this Red Moon world. We do whatever we want. At that moment, little 17 leaped onto her brother's back, clinging tightly. Lu Xin frowned at Qin Ran, saying, those were living, breathing people. And besides, you should probably read a book once in a while. The textbooks are clear there are no gods in this world. He added, his voice dripping with sarcasm. And even if there were, they wouldn't be anything like you. At best, you're just some psycho. The mother warned from behind, be careful, son. But Qin Ran just let out a blood-curdling laugh. Suddenly, from the house behind him, dozens of gunmen emerged, aiming their dark muzzles straight at Lu Xin. They opened fire in unison. Lu Xin moved like a blur, dodging every single bullet. He couldn't retreat. If he fell back, Qin Ran would escape. His mother instantly formed a blood-red shield around him, smiling. Go. Do what you have to do. Lu Xin shot towards Qin Ran. What kind of power did this guy even have? There was nothing about it in his file. Protected by the shield, he pushed forward. He wasn't sure how to completely destroy Qin Ran, but breaking his spine was a good start. Nothing wrong with that plan. Lu Xin leaped, closing the distance in a flash, and if it came to it, he'd just rip out his heart. And that's exactly what he did. His hand phased through Qin Ran's chest, pulling out a still-beating heart. Qin Ran just laughed one last time and collapsed. Behind him, the mother let out a sigh. Lu Xin stared at the heart in his hand, completely stunned. Damn it, he hadn't meant to use a killing blow. If I don't crush it, it's probably still usable, right? He wondered, rubbing his chin. The original pollution incident, number 041, started when Kui Wang killed Qin Ran and took his place, sparking an endless cycle of revenge. But the real source of the contamination was at the bottom of the lake. Everything kicked off when Qin Ran died. And now, he died in the exact same way. So, what happens now? Suddenly, from Qin Ran's corpse, a massive, twisted tree erupted at an insane speed. This was bad. Lu Xin leaped back as thorny vines shot out towards him. He dodged and sliced through them with ease, but the severed vines kept writhing on the ground like snakes. Wait a minute. He realized their target wasn't him. It was the townspeople. One of them, eyes glowing red, charged Lu Xin with a massive scythe. Zhang Siwo, you dare betray me, the man screamed. Lu Xin shifted into a defensive stance. He'd mistaken him for Qin Ran. He couldn't kill this man last time. Killing one brought 2 more. It would just keep escalating. The man suddenly put the scythe to his own neck. Zhang Siwo, I have to kill you. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. Self-destruct? Lu Xin's mind raced, thinking of the people trapped in the basement before. Once they realized revenge was hopeless, they started devouring each other, completing the cycle of being both avenger and victim. It was the trigger for the next phase. Could it be that these townspeople, feeling they couldn't kill him, and were killing themselves to complete the ritual? More and more vines snaked out, wrapping around the necks of other villagers. These people are fools, Lu Xin muttered. They were becoming nothing but nutrients for Qin Ran. Was this why he hid here? Was it because the people in this town had this specific trait? How could he possibly break this cycle? Should he just rip the body to shreds? If you tear up his body now, his mother warned, you'll only help him spread faster. Little 17 tugged on his shirt. Brother, we have to hurry. But if he didn't destroy the body? Lu Xin was at a loss. Suddenly, his father's voice echoed in his head. Just let your old man handle it. No, Lu Xin thought. Not yet. His father wouldn't tolerate being hunted by these vengeful spirits. He would just annihilate them all. If that happened, Qin Ran and his father would work in tandem, and the whole world would be contaminated in no time. He glanced at his sister. Should he let his sister just chew on the tree? But this version of Shinran was different from the last monster. She might not be able to digest it. Looked like he was on his own for now. Shinran's ability was simple. If someone killed him, he became a source of pollution. He'd turn everyone nearby into a part of himself. But why was the contamination so much faster this time? Why did it have to be his ability? His mother spoke up. Why can't you see it as the price he has to pay? For Lu Xin, it was like a light bulb went off. That was it. After becoming a pollution source, Shinran would devour the spirits of those around him. But those same corrupted spirits absolutely hated his guts. This was the price he had to pay. The real challenge for him was erasing their hatred before completely consuming them. So, he'd redirected all that hatred onto himself. But the question was, how did he even manage that? He broke free and leaped towards his mother. She came up behind him, glanced over, and said, "Oh, found it. Snip." She cut into the empty air with a pair of scissors. Ah! A scream ripped through the air as a layer of skin, shaped exactly like Shinran's face, appeared. It peeled off from Lu Xin's back and fell to the ground. Shinran's face? When did that grow on him? Lu Xin was in absolute shock. "Big brother doesn't hurt anymore," little 17 said, clinging to him. It seemed this was Shinran's way of making the townsfolk hate him. His mother just smiled. The rest of the townspeople lunged for the skin mask like starving animals. They frantically ripped it to pieces. "Zhang Siwo. I'll burn you to death. Just die already. I'll eat you alive." They tore the skin, each stuffing a piece in their mouth, and then they all froze in place, motionless. It seemed eating the skin counted as their revenge, their grudges finally settled. Lu Xin thought this as he approached the giant tree. Now that the source of the contamination was cut off, what would happen? Suddenly, a human face appeared on the trunk, its voice filled with satisfaction. "Excellent. I've never felt such rapid growth before. My growth rate is directly tied to the level of your district. So much so that it helped me complete the 5th group contamination ahead of schedule. Truly unexpected at this most critical moment. The Runaway Lab mission. Completed so unexpectedly. Runaway Lab?" The words left Lu Xin completely stunned. "It has to end now," his mother whispered. "Yeah," Lu Xin replied, watching as the face on the tree began to fade. It was time. Suddenly, a big-headed ghoul peeked out from a nearby house, screaming, "You can't harm him! From now on, you will obey me." Lu Xin just stared at him. A head that big was actually kind of cute. "It seems you've accepted a gift you shouldn't have." The face on the tree spoke. Lu Xin suddenly spun around and grabbed it. "What's going on?" the face asked, surprised. "You're the one who spread the roses in Qinggang City, right?" Lu Xin said. "Just receiving its head creates an automatic affection for it. My sister has already gone to find it." He smiled. "Perhaps you don't realize what my sister does to things that she likes." "Sister? But your ability is spider type." Lu Xin ripped the face clean off, pulling out a tree person and slamming it hard onto the ground. "Looks like you don't know everything, do you?" he thought. This version of Shinran was finished. Then, countless bodies shot out from the tree to attack him. "This is bad," Lu Xin yelled. These fruits were all about to turn into more Shinrans. Without his sister here, he couldn't dodge them all. Wherever he was touched, a new face of Shinran sprouted. "I am you, and you are me," the tree roared. "Am I going to become a Shinran too?" Lu Xin felt his strength failing. How could this happen? His mother rushed over and hugged him. "Looks like it's time," Lu Xin thought. He had only ever intended to let him out for a little while this time, just to get a bit of fresh air. If kept cooped up too long, he gets angry and causes big trouble. Back at Lu Xin's house, the sealed door opened. A colossal figure appeared behind him. The big-headed ghoul hid behind a door, gritting its teeth. "Why isn't it working? I saw that kid give him the apple myself." A sudden giggle. "Hee, big brother, who's there?" he yelped. Through a crack in the door, a pair of crimson eyes stared back. The little sister hung upside down right behind him, smiling. "I like you so much. What in the world was this thing?" The big-headed ghoul panicked. Suddenly, his limbs were bent and folded into unnatural angles. Hee, you're so cute. You're my toy now," the sister grinned, baring her teeth. "Don't be scared, Dolly. Dad's about to appear, and he's really mean. Let me protect you. By killing you first. The more wounds you have, the less it'll hurt." "No!" the ghoul screamed in pure despair. Sensing the ghoul's death, Shinran activated its third ability. It knew it had to escape before that thing fully awakened. It looked at Lu Xin and felt something was wrong. What's with this guy? The vines around Lu Xin suddenly shattered as his eyes turned completely red. Hey, finally get to come outside." The giant father figure and Lu Xin smirked, their movements in perfect sync. "Worthless trash. Thieves who break into a home without permission deserve to die." He grabbed the vines with human faces and began to gnaw on them, pathetically weak. Not even a satisfying taste. He slammed his fist on the ground, and the vines shattered into pieces. Agonized screams echoed out. "You worthless things, your only value is the pleasant sound of your pathetic cries." "Monster," the townspeople shrieked. A true monster, even his mother had to admit. She turned to see the sister hugging the big-headed ghoul's head. "What are you hugging?" "I like him. I don't want Dad to hurt him." Slash. "Oh, you're not allowed to fall in love so young. That's something only naughty children do." After the head was cut, the sister held her mom's hand. "Will brother ever change back? Brother is always brother, but for now, we need to stay away from him a bit. Run!" The humanoid branches trembled in fear. The father figure grabbed each branch, tearing them apart. "Your ability is immortality. I like things that can't die, because that way, you can feel fear forever." Chin ran, disguised in villager clothes, tried to flee. Damn it, this is the real monster. But the mother and sister suddenly appeared right in front of it. Heh, you're not going anywhere yet. In another large house in town, a young woman suddenly woke up. "That's good." The mother smiled at Chinran and asked, "Pardon me, but who was it that asked you to investigate the lab?" "Damn it!" Chinran fires, but his bullet is stopped dead by an invisible shield. His heart pounding, Chinran dives for cover in the nearby bushes. This was a custom round in theory. It should have detonated into an electric grid that vaporizes everything. So why was it just frozen in midair? The mom calmly extends a hand, flicking the bullet away like it's a fly. It soars into the distance and explodes. She smiles, but there's no warmth in it. Why can't you just die peacefully? On the other side of the clearing, Lu Xin and his dad continue to tear the forest apart. Disgusting trash. "Runners are the worst kind," he grumbled before letting out a furious roar. The ground shook as trees were ripped from their roots. He then spotted a hiding figure. "There's another one over there." He finally understood. A horrified Chinran gritted his teeth. What kind of monster nicknamed him Lu Xin, the one-man army? In a flash, Lu Xin and the giant shadow of his dad were towering over Chinran. "Got you," the man chuckled darkly. Cold sweat dripped down Chinran's forehead. Is this the power of the tyrant nickname? Has the experiment really succeeded to this degree? Ahem. The mom cleared her throat, and the dad's hand tightened on Chinran's neck as he screamed, "But you can't kill me." He was lifted into the air. "No, do you know why I was hiding here? Because this is Happy Town. The queen herself slumbers here. Everyone in this town is one of her subjects, and that includes me." He pointed towards a large mansion on a hilltop. "And now, you've woken the queen." Around the estate, countless shriveled corpses littered the ground. Suddenly, every townsperson steps out of their homes, forming neat rows and staring in one direction. The dried-up corpses also began to stir and rise. Sharp, withered branches sprouted from their mouths. The mansion doors creaked open, and the queen appeared. "So that's how it is," the mom smiled. "How interesting." Little 17 cheered. The queen emerged, her top half a beautiful woman, her lower half a grotesque, writhing mass of tentacles and hideous roots. "The queen is one of the most powerful mystical beings," Chinran managed to gasp out. "My current body is one of her loyal subjects." "Are you really going to kill me right in front of her?" he smirked internally. He was lucky he hid here. No matter how strong the enemy, he could borrow the queen's power to deal with them. Even though she was awake and his own escape was now tricky, it was still better than falling into this monster's hands. The dad let out an earth-shattering roar. The energy barrier surrounding the mansion instantly shattered. Is this monster trying to provoke the queen? Chinran was absolutely stunned. Lu Xin's family of 4 stood facing the queen and her hundreds of followers. No wonder no one ever leaves this place, Lu Xin thought. Anyone who enters literally becomes a part of the town itself. Those unlit houses are where the town's real residents are stored. The secret of Happy Town was actually quite simple. This place is ruled by a queen who influences the entire area, turning everyone into her happy, devoted subjects. And now, one of the world's most powerful mystical beings had its eyes on him. The colossal dad stood menacingly behind them. The mom pulled out her gardening shears. Little 17 grinned, hugging his brother's leg. Lu Xin's eyes turned a blazing scarlet. This time, he had to fight alongside his family. Chinran clutched his head, reeling from the immense spiritual pressure coming from both sides. The intel was wrong. There's no way he should be strong enough to face the queen. Could he have already reached the second stage? The tension was at its breaking point. Just as everyone braced for a cataclysmic battle, the mom calmly stepped forward. She had become an unlikely diplomat. "Your little town is quite beautiful," she complimented. She brushed back a lock of hair. "Please, don't worry. We're just here on a trip, helping our son finish some work." We sincerely apologize for disturbing you. She approached the queen. This place of yours is lovely, especially these flowers. Lu Xin was floored by his mother's incredible diplomatic skill. She can just talk to the queen? The queen, a classic introvert getting praised for the first time, stammered out a flustered, "Thank you." The mom pointed to the flower garden. "However, everything is pink. It's a little monotonous. In my opinion, adding some blue irises would make it even more beautiful." The queen was completely sold. She blushed and scratched her head. I thought so too, but I couldn't find any other seeds." "Oh, seeds are easy to find." The mom's voice was like honey. "There are plenty in Tall Wall City. You could plant them in alternating patterns. They create stunning designs, and their colors even change with the seasons." Uh-huh, thank you," the queen replied cheerfully. "We are truly sorry for damaging your property," the mom continued. "I'll come visit you again when I have the chance. Of course, I'll welcome you properly." The queen beamed. As she turned away, Qinran knew his fate was sealed. He was a fish on the chopping block. "I still have questions for him," Lu Xin said. "What is there to ask a piece of trash like him?" His dad roared impatiently. "Just kill him. Killing him is cleaner." With that, he lunged forward to end Qinran's life. Lu Xin quickly grabbed his father's arm. "I told you, I still need to ask him something." The conflict between them finally snapped. "You worthless piece of trash." The father's rage explodes, and he turns on Su Tan, ready to strike, screaming that he's nothing but a useless, spineless coward. The mother, watching coolly from the side, tells him to go home. But the father just laughs maniacally, refusing. Su Tan struggles to restrain him. He's fighting to keep his father's personality from completely taking over his body. Seeing her brother in trouble, little 17 jumps in front to protect him. "I won't let you bully my brother," she screams. The mother just frowns from behind, questioning him. Is he actually furious, or just afraid? "Where are you trying to run to?" she asks. "We're family. If we can't even trust each other, who else is there in this world?" She then pulls out a pair of scissors, facing him directly. "Do you really want our family to start falling apart right now? I'll turn you into a toy," little 17 adds, "the kind that can't move." The family civil war about to erupt is suddenly cut short. It's an innocent voice from the doorway. The Snake Queen, having just returned home, now has to deal with Su Tan's family drama. "Could you please not fight in my place?" she asks. "Oh, awkward." The mother quickly flashes a bright, apologetic smile. "So sorry." She turns to her husband, lecturing him. "See that? People are laughing at us. How long are you going to keep making a scene?" Pressured by his family and the intimidating queen, the father forces a laugh. I was just kidding around with him, that's all." With that, he turns and vanishes into thin air. But not without a final warning. "But I'm not changing my mind. He's a good-for-nothing. You protect him now, but sooner or later, he's going to kill every single one of us. By then, it'll be too late for regrets." And with that, the door closes. Su Tan feels like he's returned from the brink of death, sighing in relief. Is it finally over? He says goodbye to their new friend. His mother approaches him. "So, what's your plan now?" Su Tan looks over at Tan Yin, the one who caused all that trouble in Qinggang. "I have to take him back, find the painting, and hand him over to headquarters. But a minute ago, I heard something. He mentioned something about me, and I need answers." Seeing Su Tan approach, Tan Yin nervously admits, "That's right. I do know a few things about you," he stammers. "I don't know how you see yourself, or what your situation is, but everything you know is a lie. The truth is, you're Shink." Before Tan Yin can finish, he's silenced. The mother stabbed him with her scissors, shutting him up instantly. "The painting is in his suitcase," she explains calmly. "Inside, there are also other files about the crying boy, and things that have to do with you. You can read the documents. The truth in there will be more reliable than anything from his mouth." She pauses, then smiles. "But you have to promise me something. Wait until you've reached the second stage before you look inside. Otherwise, you won't be able to handle what you find." Handle it? Su Tan is curious, but it's the first time his mother has ever asked him for something. He doesn't hesitate. "I promise." "Good boy," she says with a gentle smile. "Also, I can't bring his spirit back with us. His physical body belongs to someone else. It's not exactly polite to take him back directly. So, we'll just let little 17 have some fun with him." Su Tan picks up the suitcase. He stands waiting for Lizard out in the middle of nowhere. His mother had mentioned his dad was stuck suffering at home, and she was worried. That's why she took his sister back home. It's eerily quiet out here. Not a soul to talk to. Lizard tears up on his beast of a bike, skidding to a halt before starting his usual teasing. Age, full name, sexual orientation, Can't be too careful, you know? Then he gets serious. So, is it done? Sutan just holds up the suitcase. Both ability users have been taken care of. Everything they stole from Chingang is right in here. The recon mission in Happy Town is officially done. Lizard's jaw nearly hits the floor. Wait, taken care of like, that kind of taken care of? Sutan just grins. Yep, instantly, Lizard snaps to attention with a sharp salute. Captain, report. After receiving your signal, I immediately set up an ambush, spotted 4 mercenaries trying to flee. I gave chase, took down 3 of them, and captured 1 alive. He's tied up in the back seat now, ready for your inspection, Captain. Sutan just sighs. You don't have to be so formal. Inside the car, Tan Yen is bound and unconscious. Heh, figured I'd put him to sleep to avoid any trouble, Lizard explains. Oh, right. Should I toss him in the trunk to make room for your family? Sutan shakes his head. No need. But where's the loot? Don't you worry, Lizard says, casually juggling a few grenades. 4 submachine guns, a few pistols, plenty of ammo, and these little apples. Sutan panics. Put the grenades back right now. Lizard just smirks. Captain, you can take on a 1,000-level contamination source alone, and you're afraid of a little boom? So, where are their bikes? The 4 motorcycles. Oh, the bikes. Just left 'em back there. I mean, it's not like we could have brought them back anyway. Sutan considers this. True. But I have an idea. Just as they get back to the rendezvous point, they run right into a special ops squad. Unit 247, Qinggang City Division, reporting in. We have orders from High Command, authorizing all necessary rescue and elimination protocols. Awaiting your command, Lizard whispers. Where did a support team come from out here? Sutan just points with a grin. Over there, 4 motorcycles. Lizard could only shake his head and laugh as they finally made their way back to a hero's welcome. Tranthon and the special committee were there waiting. 4 days, 13 hours, 54 minutes. Tranthon checked his watch half the expected time. He knew that once the professors heard this, they'd start fighting all over again about how to rank Luton's power. It would get ugly. Luton cut in. All right. Mission report. The night team, he stated, had a total of 7 members. 3 superpowered individuals were eliminated. 2 killed, 1 captured. 4 mercenaries were dead, and 3 were taken alive. They successfully recovered 1 stolen painting, secured 5 motorcycles, and confirmed the deaths of 2 of the powered targets. Not a single trace of them was left. Tranthon clapped Lutan's shoulder, telling him to get some rest, that returning safely was the best result. Lizard strolled in with a sarcastic remark. Is this really Captain Tran, who values work more than our lives? He dragged a large bag behind him. The live mercenaries right here. Our Captain Lu handled 3, but I took down 4. Plus I captured 1 alive. My contribution wasn't small either, Chief Tran. Then, he brought up the matter of Lena. Tranthon crossed his arms. I will inform her. You need to wait 2 days. 2 days? Lizard was shocked. You still haven't told her? We weren't certain before, Tranthon said with a slight smile. You managing to return alive was quite a surprise for us. He picked up a briefcase. A car is arranged. I'll personally escort this to the Research Institute. You 2 have 3 days leave. Stay in touch. Later, at headquarters, the briefcase sat on a conference table. This is what our lone operative brought back, Tranthon said. They were certain it contained the red and white painting, files on the spirit pollution rounds, and data on the escaped lab. A professor added that the operative's own secrets might be hidden in that very case. Tranthon simply continued. Then what are we waiting for? Open it. Elsewhere, Lizard was trying to convince Lutan. Seriously, you're not going for a massage? After all that pressure, you'll lose control if you don't relax a bit. It's on me tonight. Forget it. You can go by yourself, Luton refused. The last 4 days had been dangerous, fighting all kinds of monsters outside the city. He wanted to go home and eat with his family, though he expected the place to be a complete mess. I knew you were back. Han Bing's cheerful voice came over the line. Congratulations, you did an amazing job on the mission. No, not at all. I just did my best, Lutan mumbled, blushing. She had his payment report ready. Wait, tell me one by one. I enjoy this part. Of course, Han Bing beamed. 10 minutes later, Lutan hung up the phone, still in awe. He'd made an absolute killing this time. Besides the pay, he even got to keep a motorcycle, which would make traveling outside the city much easier. His dad's anger didn't seem so bad now. They were family. They could talk things through. He opened the door, but there was no chaos. His mother was just chatting with a neighbor. A family trip is just wonderful. It really lifts the spirits, she was saying. I even made a great new friend. Brother, you're late, his younger sister, Xiao Shiqi, said from the TV. His father sat at a table piled high with food, a scene of total peace. You all should have eaten first, don't wait for me. His father grunted. If you know we're waiting, try to be earlier next time. I will, Dad. The whole family ate together, and it seemed his father was in a much better mood than he'd expected. Lu Tan thought to himself. At the same time, back at headquarters, the briefcase was opened. Inside were 3 files and 1 painting. Everything was carefully protected. This has to be the painting, Tranthan said, picking it up. And this is the file on the escaped lab. Not even the 6 senior professors at the research institute had the security clearance to view this material. So, what do we do? An officer hesitated. It's fine, Professor Bai assured them. The operative is one of our own now. What we need is to understand him. Open it. The file was opened, and every single person in the room was left speechless. Inside was nothing but a mess of shredded paper. The cozy family dinner had finished, and his mother stood smiling by the window. We can take more trips like this in the future, she said. But there are some unpleasant things that need to be criticized. She turned to his father. Your harsh temper is worrying. If this continues, this house will fall apart sooner or later. I am giving you a formal warning. If you don't change, the next time the family goes out, you will stay home alone. How did his dad just agree to that? Lu Tan wondered. But then he felt like his mother's words were secretly aimed at him, and just as he thought it, she turned to him. All right, your turn. I know you're curious, and I support you finding the answers you're looking for. You're grown up now, you can't live in the dark forever. She pulled out a folder. That's why we decided to give you this gift. It contains some of the things you want to know. She locked the folder in a drawer and handed the key to Lu Tan. But, she warned, you made me a promise, didn't you? You have to wait until you've reached it. You can only open it when you reach phase 2. Keep this key safe. Yes, I promise. The next day, Lu Tan was in his office. He wrote his report. Entering the small, cheerful town had alerted the queen. Though terrifying, she proved to be reasonable, and after a cordial discussion, he withdrew safely. Now that's a good report, he thought to himself. The bosses were definitely going to love this level of detail. First, he'd send it to Han Bing. It had also been ages since he'd visited the orphanage, and he still had a day off. Meanwhile, Han Bing couldn't help but chuckle as she read his report. Lu Xin, I've gone over your report. I didn't expect you to be so fast, and it's incredibly detailed. What do I think? It's excellent. I'll just polish it up a bit, then send it up the ladder. That would be great, thank you. Lu Xin smiled. But I have another question. What do you know about Phase 2? Back at headquarters, Director Shen turned to Chen Qing. Lu Xin has been asking about Phase 2, has he not? Chen Qing replied. The concept isn't exactly a secret. It's normal for him to have heard of it. The real question is his true motive. Director Shen said, I just read his report. The kid is a sly fox. He even included the 3 to 1,000 yuan fine for firing his weapon in Blackwater Town, but conveniently left out how he actually completed it. To escape Happy Town, he simply claims the queen was friendly, so he left safely. He is definitely hiding something huge. Professor Bai just smiled gently. It's only natural for them to be cautious. This is precisely why rules are so important. They're the foundation of trust. And from this report, we can see Lu Xin is a man who respects the rules. That works to our advantage. My suggestion is this, we don't refuse him, but we don't bend the rules either. We'll simply agree to let him learn more, as long as he meets all the necessary requirements. Just as Lu Xin was sweating over a pile of paperwork, Han Bing gave him a call. Lu Xin, you have 2 options for your mission reward. 1, you can take the 3 million cash bonus outright. 2, you convert all of it into contribution points for a promotion. You'd instantly become a level 3 special talent, but your cash reward would drop to just 700,000. The mission was hard, but this choice? Lu Xin felt the pressure building. Han Bing offered a suggestion. Perhaps we can bend the rules just a little. You could take a portion of the bonus and convert the rest. That way, you get a solid reward and still become a level 2 special talent. According to regulations, special talents at level 2 and above can access the detailed files on Phase 2. Let's do it your way, Lu Xin said, scratching his head with a grin. Thanks a million. No need to thank me. I told you I'm on your side. Han Bing smiled. So this time, you'll receive a total of 2,221,200 yuan, transferred within 3 business days. You have now been promoted to a level 2 special talent. With that, she began explaining Phase 2. Simply put, it's the next stage of evolution for superhumans. During the chaos after the Red Moon incident, many factions started conducting inhumane enhancement experiments. The fate of every person who went through those experiments was completely different. So what about now? Lu Xin clutched his head. Where are these Phase 2 people, and why is my head suddenly killing me? Han Bing didn't answer him directly. At present, the enhancement process has been perfected. Our research team can now perform it safely. And please rest assured, Professor Bai set strict ethical limits. Qinggang has never, and will never, conduct forbidden experiments on people. Currently, even if someone with abilities volunteers for enhancement, we conduct a rigorous evaluation, selecting only the most stable individuals. So, she continued, although we've had this tech for a while, the number of people enhanced in Qinggang can be counted on one hand. In fact, among all the people you know, only one person has ever met the strict conditions for a Phase 2 enhancement, and that person is Lizard. He's recognized by the entire research department as the most stable superhuman they've ever seen. But Lizard just wants to live a normal life. Enhancement? Are you kidding me? Absolutely not. If anyone forces me, I'm going straight to the Union. Lu Xin smiled. That sounded exactly like him. He then recalled his mother's words that he had to reach Phase 2 before opening that suitcase. Did she know for sure I would get here, or was she hoping I would never see what was inside? I've made up my mind, he told Han Bing. Please sign me up for the Phase 2 enhancement. Sorry, she replied flatly. You can't. Your rank is still too low. You have to be a level 3 special talent to even apply. So how do I meet that standard? You're currently short 55 contribution points. Hearing that, Lu Xin immediately demanded another mission to earn the rest. Elsewhere, a 22-year-old college student named Li Mengmeng was confiding in her best friend about being harassed by a creep, but her pink-haired friend, instead of offering comfort, simply pulls out an expensive bottle of wine. Okay, I believe you. Now have a drink. This is my treasure, you know. Wine's for drinking. Refuse me, and there will be serious consequences. Meng Meng shivered uncontrollably. What was that? Something about her friend felt deeply wrong. The scene then cuts to a truly horrific invasion of her space. Her friend has transformed into a lecherous monster, her long tongue licking her lips. You're so pretty, and your body is gorgeous. It's so hot, let's take a shower together. Refuse me, and the consequences will be severe. The next day, we see a psychologist's office. Meng Meng clutched her head, her voice trembling. Since that day, she said, she couldn't face her best friend. Something was definitely targeting her. That thing was terrifying. But the doctor just laughed, telling her not to be so tense, that it was common for people her age. The pressure to graduate, find a job, and get married was immense, he said, so she just needed to manage her emotions. Doctor, please help me, she cried, grabbing his hand. My family thinks I'm going crazy, but I really saw it. Even my parents are starting to say those things to me. The doctor stood up, his voice supposedly soothing. Hey now, don't be so stressed. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Then, he smirked. Are you sure? He asked. Refusing my invitation will have some very serious consequences. Meanwhile, at the Qinggang guard station, Lu Xin stepped out looking cool as ever. Han Bing was a true gem for getting him a new uniform, and she'd even found him a mission worth a full 10 contribution points. He joked that she was the top candidate for his future wife. He climbed onto the slick, new bike he was just issued. It wasn't just for looks, this motorcycle was seriously upgraded. Han Bing's voice crackled over the radio, listing its features. A reinforced frame, enhanced agility, and a steel wire launcher up front. It also had a GPS system, voice alerts, and in the back, a smart robotic dog. This is a specialized vehicle for the spider system, she said. Mr. Lizard always wanted one, so why didn't he get one? Because he pissed off the girlfriend of the weapons research manager. Nice, Lu Xin said, though it was a bit different than he'd imagined. He thought it would be simpler. You know, push a button to start, pedals on the side, a battery in the middle. Lu Xin, Han Bing said, exasperated. That's an electric scooter. All right, I'm heading out to catch a ghost, he signed off. Just as a terrified Meng Meng fled the hospital. It was horrible. Even the hospital wasn't safe. Just then, a cute little girl with pigtails ran up to her, saying hello. But in an instant, her face twisted into a demonic mask. See the consequences of refusing me now? Suddenly, a crowd of people with glowing red eyes surrounded her. You can't refuse me, the voice echoed. From the moment I chose you, you were mine. I want you to submit, to get on your knees and beg me. You witch! Utterly broken, Meng Meng fell to her knees, sobbing. But right then, her angel arrived. A tall, elegantly dressed man was smiling gently, offering her a handkerchief. It's okay, don't worry, I'm here to help you. You're safe now. Can you really help me? Meng Meng sobbed. A middle-aged man suddenly lunged to grab her, but his hand was swiftly blocked by Lu Xin. The man looked dazed. "Where am I? Who am I?" he muttered, then ran off as Lu Xin explained. "I saw a different face appear on him, so I grabbed him, and the face just vanished." It was a smug, crazed smile. "That's him. That's really him," Meng Meng cried, throwing herself at Lu Xin. "He's a ghost, and he's driving me insane. Please, you have to save me." Lu Xin smiled kindly. "Don't worry, I will. But first, could you back up a little? You're smudging my brand new bike." A moment later, Lu Xin was on his motorcycle, the beautiful girl riding behind him. Meng Meng was helping him hunt the culprit by finding a place to lure him out. "Don't worry," he said, "even though I might look." "Yes, I trust you," Meng Meng said, holding on to him tightly. "But who are you exactly?" "I'm someone who handles these kinds of things," he replied, "but I can't show you my credentials right now. We have to be careful not to scare him off. And please don't hold on so tight, it's uncomfortable." Pollution Source 102, Ghost. Suspected to be a mentally mutated ability user engaged in illegal activities. B-Class Ghost System. Its ability is to detach its spiritual body and possess others. The host temporarily acquires the ghost's memories and thoughts, weakness unknown. An invisible spirit, freely jumping between bodies. "How do I catch this thing?" Lu Xin thought to himself. He drove Meng Meng to a love hotel. "Let's go inside," he told her. Seeing her hesitation, he discreetly flashed his badge. "See this? Official seal. It's legit. Now I need you to go inside and act natural. Don't let him get away. I'll catch him and solve this problem for you." "Oh, so that's the plan." The girl was finally relieved. "You know how to catch ghosts, right? After the red moon appeared, anything seems possible, doesn't it?" "Don't worry," Lu Xin chuckled. "Even with the red moon, there are no ghosts. There are only things far more terrifying than ghosts." How was that supposed to be comforting? Meng Meng broke out in a cold sweat. As Lu Xin paid for the room, he thought, if that guy doesn't show, this'll be a total waste of money. As they reached the hallway, he suddenly felt sick. "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. Let's get in the room." Just then, a nearby cleaning lady's face contorted in horror. She screamed, "Who the hell are you?" "That's him," Meng Meng whispered, trembling. "I recognize that expression." "It's okay," Lu Xin said, placing a hand on her shoulder. "You witch!" the cleaning lady roared. "I don't care who you are, get lost. This prey is mine." Lu Xin completely ignored the threat. Where did my little sister run off to? He thought. Good thing I can still borrow her power when things get serious. His voice turned sharp. "No one is your prey. You have broken the law. Come with me. If you resist, I'll be forced to act and you might die." "You're talking about the law with me?" The ghost laughed. "You followed me all the way from the main city, didn't you? Go back and tell your bosses. As long as I don't mess with you, you'd better not mess with me. Otherwise, I could kill even the highest-ranking people in Qinggang for you to see." "Heh, the cavalry's here." Little 17 finally showed up, telling his brother he could handle them, that it had nothing to do with her. But Lu Xin simply said, "I don't think you're going anywhere. You've got a death wish." Ghost lunged forward. But Lu Xin dodged with ease, grabbing the janitor by the neck only to find Ghost had already vanished. The poor janitor profusely apologized. "Haha." Ghost had already jumped to a nearby female employee. "See, you're all just normal people. But me? I'm like a god now." Lu Xin paused, thinking that line sounded awfully familiar. "That stubborn thorn in our side," his sister finished his thought. Little 17 darted forward, but Ghost instantly possessed someone else. He ambushed Lu Xin from behind, constantly switching bodies, taunting him and threatening Meng Meng. "You think I can't feel you targeting my mental power? Defying me is just asking to die. No one can protect you. I could even use your own father's body to get to you. You're insane. Get away from me, you freak." Meng Meng screamed in terror. Lu Xin thought to himself, she's too scared to even open her eyes, but she's still cursing him out pretty brave. Lu Xin grabbed her, swinging them high up to escape. "So, you're not a normal person either," Ghost said. "If you're one of us, why fight me? Give her to me, and this entire city will be ours." Lu Xin set Meng Meng down in a safe spot. "There are monsters in this world, but there are also people who will protect you." He turned to his sister. "Let me borrow your ability for a bit. You watch her for me, and don't you dare tease her." Just then, Ghost possessed a little girl. "Ha ha, is one gun not enough? No problem. I can just grab a few more machine guns from the patrol team." But as Lu Xin grabbed the girl's hand, Ghost jumped into a bald old man. "That should be enough time, right?" Lu Xin said, speaking to someone through his earpiece as he approached. "Who are you talking to?" the old man asked, looking up. Lu Xin knelt down. "Almost there," The patrol team has this place surrounded. Can you please stop causing trouble now? Are you messing with me? Ghost leaped into a beautiful woman nearby. You think a crowd can trap me? For me, the more people there are, the better. But Lu Xin just smiled. His voice was calm, yet it sent a chill down the enemy's spine. Every soldier surrounding the building was wearing anti-mental pollution gear. 2,000 more suits are on the way. Soon, every single person in here will be fully equipped. I don't know how long you need to invade someone's mind, but your number of targets is shrinking until you'll have nowhere left to hide. In other words, he concluded, you're finished. Damn it. The ability user roared as his form dissipated. Did he run? Lu Xin said, turning to calm the panicked crowd. Everyone, don't worry, this was just a drill. For your trouble, each of you will receive a generous subsidy. I'm serious. Now, please keep your distance from each other. Don't run around, or the patrol team outside might open fire. A security guard rushed over, shaking his hand excitedly. Brother, I remember you. I saw you at the guard department. You're an expert, right? Just tell me, how can I help you? Don't call me brother, Lu Xin replied with a forced smile. Just help me maintain order. Now disperse. Disperse. Keep your distance. The guard immediately turned and started shouting. Lu Xin walked over to Meng Meng. Don't be afraid, we're here to protect everyone. When he gets serious, he's actually really handsome, the girl thought to herself. Lu Xin glanced out the window at his motorcycle, relieved no one had touched it. He was impressed. The patrol team's efficiency was insane. They'd locked down the entire building in no time. A loudspeaker blared. Attention everyone, this is a temporary military drill. We require your full cooperation. Kneel down with your hands on your head so we can see them. Any resistance will be met with tranquilizer guns. We will now distribute protective helmets. At that moment, the ability user possessed a muscular guy. He gritted his teeth. You people just have to defy me, don't you? You think this is enough to make me surrender? Lu Xin casually walked forward. So you're still here. Don't misunderstand. I'm not against you, we have no personal grudge. I'm just doing my job. He analyzed the situation. Your ability to possess others has two methods: direct contact and remote invasion. For the remote version, the range is probably no more than 10 meters, right? Given the current situation, you really have no way out. You forced me to do this, the man roared, slamming his hand on the floor. You want to get everyone killed. If you insist on fighting, I'll kill them all. He started brutally harming the host body, laughing manically. Tell me, do you want me to kill all these people? Lu Xin replied calmly. You've already broken the law. Are you sure you want to add a few bodies to your record and earn a death sentence? Seeing the guy wasn't backing down, Lu Xin's patience ran out. He tossed his sister several specially made locking collars. Like lightning, Little 17 snapped them onto the necks of the people closest, blocking the enemy from switching hosts. Lu Xin raised a hand, signaling for everyone to back away as he pressed his earpiece. The support team can move in now. What are you doing? The spirit raged in panic. Don't you even care if this host dies? I just put inhibitors on the two people closest to you, Lu Xin explained calmly. Everyone else is outside your 10-meter range. You've got nowhere to run. If the host dies and you can't jump ship, you die with her, right? So, fight or surrender? Cornered, the entity inside the receptionist shrieked, Damn you to hell. You forced my hand. I'm taking you with me. With that, it erupted from the host's body. A shadowy phantom shot straight for Lu Xin. The moment it hit, all of its vile memories flooded his mind. A wicked grin spread across Lu Xin's face. Now, you're not getting away from me. The entity was horrified, realizing it couldn't possess him, so it switched tactics, trying to devour his soul. Little 17 just watched, enjoying the show. This kid is just enjoying the drama, Lu Xin thought. Fine, I'll handle it myself. He lunged forward, unleashing a storm of attacks. Beaten black and blue, the spirit painfully retreated back into the receptionist. Lu Xin stepped forward with a smirk. Now, be a good little ghost and stay put. I seriously don't get your god complex. While we wait for backup, go ahead and refund my room fee. I'm not here for a room, the receptionist screamed as the patrol team finally dragged her away. What are you doing? Why are you arresting me? Han Bing explained to Lu Xin. She honestly has no idea what's happening. That spirit is buried deep in her subconscious. But as long as it's there, we can drag it out. So, what's the consequence for it? Under Qinggong law, it's probably a death sentence. More accurately, a termination of its right to exist. Best case scenario, it gets sent to the research department, or becomes D-class personnel for the prevention department. The patrol team laid the girl down. Please cooperate. We will ensure your safety. You'll get a subsidy of over 10,000 for your trouble. Once the receptionist was secured, the team waved to Lu Xin. Great work, Mr. Lu Xin. The support team is amazing. Lu Xin smiled back. It's all part of the job. You all worked hard too. My work here is done then, right? I'll be heading out. Wait. Suddenly the girl, Meng Meng, called out to him. You're just going to leave? What's your name? She quickly added. Don't get me wrong, I'm just worried about future incidents. Can I call you if something happens? If I run into trouble like this again, will you come protect me? Ha, she's totally fallen for you. Little 17 giggled inside his head. Lu Xin turned to her with a reassuring smile. You don't need to be afraid. It's been captured, so there won't be any more problems. And if something else comes up, that depends on orders from my superiors. Another colleague of mine would probably be sent to protect you. Even so, thank you, Meng Meng said, her face bright red. But before she could finish, the patrol team unceremoniously scooped her up and carried her off. Lu Xin just hopped on his bike and headed for headquarters. Right. I'll process your compensation request and file it with the mission report. Han Bing's voice crackled over the comms. Oh, by the way, you were pretty cool back there, weren't you? Even though I couldn't see it, I could feel it was awesome. Not at all. Not at all. Lu Xin thought to himself. But he had no idea that other eyes were watching him, inside the processing committee's surveillance room. Very good. Less than 2 hours, 132 people affected, 5 injured. 2 of them are serious, but their lives aren't in danger. We can rate this a B-class incident. Just B-class? That's pretty good, considering he's a rookie. But I'm sure you all don't know, this subject's risk of losing control is currently at 85%. Technically, that's way past recruitment standards. Our job is simply to observe. Can we lower that number? Or how about we lowball this evaluation, then rate the next one higher to balance things out? In any case, he just got another mission, supporting Mamen in Satellite City number 4. This time, it's an assassination, Han Bing informed Lu Xin. Mamen has been investigating for a month. She's ready to take out the target cleanly, so she requested backup. A headless spirit in Satellite City number 4? This is the intel Mamen sent. We don't know the specifics of her progress. We just know the hazard level is rated at 3. The reward is 1 million yuan, and the mission offers 100 contribution points. Logically, Mamen requested support from the spider system. Shouldn't Lizard have been the first choice? Lu Xin frowned. Lizard has always been terrified of Mamen. To avoid any friction on the mission, we decided not to push him. Fine, I'll go then. Lu Xin grinned. Just to be clear, the contribution points and reward money will be split with me, right? I'm only 45 points shy of level 3. It'll be split, Han Bing chuckled. Mamen is always very generous. The next day, Lu Xin arrived at the high-speed rail station exit. A girl in a school uniform was waiting. Holding a liquor bottle, she staggered and waved. Hey kid, over here, you must be Lu Xin, right? Mamen called out. We met before, but things were too chaotic to actually talk. Thanks for coming to provide support. I was originally going to get Lizard, but he claimed he had a stomachache, so whatever. In any case, I'll cooperate with you completely. Lu Tan offered an awkward smile. Good. Great spirit. Mamen just took a swig of her drink. I'll go start the car. Come on, I'll take you out to eat. And then she pulled up in a 3-wheeled rust bucket from another century. Hop in, she said. Just toss your bike in the back. But he decided it was probably better to just ride his own motorcycle. Lu Tan followed behind, covering his nose. What kind of fuel did this thing even run on? It was slow and coughed out black smoke. Mamen led him to her apartment complex. Come on up for dinner, we'll discuss the mission. A friendly neighbor called out, Oh, Wu Gege, you're back. Is this young man your friend? She asked. A colleague, Mamen replied. Buying more good food, Mrs. Wang? Oh, you always notice, the woman laughed. Mamen's neighbors were almost too friendly, Lu Tan thought. It'd be nice if his own old building had more people like this. Inside, he met Mamen's parents. This is my colleague, she announced. You two entertain him for a bit while I cook, Mamen instructed. Son, don't be shy. Have some fruit. He figured they had to be using code names for a reason. Should he tell them his real name? He didn't even know Mamen's. The moment Mamen's parents heard Lu Tan was 23, they started playing matchmaker. Our Gege just turned 18. She might seem odd, but she's a really good person. So, how far have you two gotten? Mamen had to stick her head out of the kitchen. He's my colleague. This is only the second time we've ever met. Can't you two be more enlightened and focus on our careers for a change? Her mother turned to Lu Tan, embarrassed. You just eat. I'll go help her. But the second she entered the kitchen, she got an earful. Mom, you're this old and you're still so clumsy. Is that how you scale a fish? And you're a university professor. How can you possibly teach kids when you're like this? Half an hour later, dinner was finally ready, and Maman was pouring drinks. Hey, Xiaobing, don't just eat, she said. Here, fill it up. Alcohol is the essence of life, you know. Keeps you young. No thank you, Lu Tan said, sweating. We have to discuss things later. Her father chimed in. If he doesn't want to drink, let him be. And you should drink less, too, he added. A girl your age, you'll understand when you get there, she shot back. No outsiders here now. I'm not calling you dad anymore, Xiao Wu. You're too honest. No drinking, no smoking. How did Xiao Wang even fall for you? She put a hand on his shoulder. Just retire. I'll support you. Lu Tan wondered if they were always like this. That was so good. Maman sighed, relaxing on the sofa. What did you think? Yeah, the food was great. About tonight. You're not going back tonight, Maman interrupted. Just sleep in my room. You're already here. Might as well rest, right? I'd rather stay at the hotel. The company pays for it. Maman casually propped her leg on his. Why stay at a hotel? Isn't the company's money still money? My bed is big and soft, plenty of room for both of us. Besides, it's easier to talk if you stay over, right? She whispered in his ear. We're both guys here, so why are you being so shy? Just think of me as your grandpa. Come on, let's go to my room. Maman's parents were tearing up, ecstatic. Their precious daughter was finally settling down. But as soon as Maman hit the bed, she groaned. Oh man, this old back of mine. So, now what do we? Shh. Maman held a finger to her lips, pointing at the wall. They're next door, eavesdropping, she sighed. It hasn't been easy on them. They've gone through so much trouble because of me, even hiring countless spiritual masters. They tried everything to make me a normal little girl, even setting me up on blind dates. Anything to change my preferences. Turning from an old man to an old lady would have been fine. But in this body? And then it hit him. Was Maman an old man possessing a girl's body? Lu Tan pondered this. But ghost-type users can't stay in one body for too long, and Maman seemed to have been this way for a while. Suddenly, Maman shot up from the bed. The time has come. And with that, she changed right in front of him, into some serious tactical gear. She grabbed a gun and headed for the door. I got Xiao Wang and Xiao Wu drunk. They're asleep. Those monsters are about to arrive. Seeing Lu Tan's blushing face, she scoffed. You didn't really think your grandpa here was interested in your body, did you? What are these monsters you're talking about? He asked. At least 2 level 2 spiritual monsters. They come every night. Level 2? They can just show up here whenever they want? Maman sat by the window, striking an alluring pose as she took a sip of wine. It's probably related to my investigation into the Hometown Association, a mysterious organization. I haven't identified their ability user yet, so I didn't want to alert them. But I guess they decided to make a move on me first. The nerve, right? Why not request a squad for protection? Pointless to bring those kids here until I know what the enemy can do. Besides, I can leave easily. But what about the 2 old folks in this house? What about all the neighbors? I've been protecting this place for years now. This is my turf. And I don't care who this guy is. If they dare to cause trouble here, I'll show them who's boss. The clock struck 12. They're here. I've used my ability to cover the entire building, Maman said, so they can't pinpoint me. But they're patient. They search floor by floor. They can only manifest for about 3 or 4 minutes, so it's all on you. While they're looking for me, you go check them out. With the controller found, their job was done. Lu Xin tells his sister it's over, but as he leaves, she doesn't follow. He scoffs at her work ethic, how's she supposed to make it in the world? Then he activates a wall-clinging skill and glides down below. Thankfully, he could borrow some of his sister's power. But 3 or 4 minutes was cutting it close as he landed. Cao Tan immediately spotted a grotesque frog monster scaling the building wall, with 2 more closing in from both sides. The point where their paths would meet, that had to be where the controller was hiding. Cao Tan darted out, eyes locked on the security booth. This was the most suspicious place. But strangely, it was empty. The guard had no idea something had infiltrated the area. What would his mother do in this situation? Cao Tan closed his eyes, trying to channel her unique ability, and instantly, his entire perception of the world shifted. Everything became unbelievably clear, allowing him to see the very state of people's minds. He could even hear a security guard's thoughts. The building's voltage is unstable again. Didn't they just fix it? He could even see their emotions calm, irritated, worried. They seemed to be safe, at least. Was this truly how his mother saw the world? But this was no time to analyze his new power. He had to find whoever was controlling these monsters. But after a frantic search, he found nothing. There was no such person. Maman's guess had been wrong. If his mom's power wasn't the answer, there was only one way left: his dad's way. He'd just grab the two monsters and force them to talk. But could he really be like his father? A sudden headache pulsed behind his eyes. With no time for the elevator, Cao Tan rushed for the stairs, but the bizarre Mrs. Vuong blocked his path. A thick, dark aura seeped from the strange neighbor. "You're the boy Catch brought home, aren't you?" She held up a basket of food. "I'm just bringing some treats to the neighbors." But Cao Tan saw maggots writhing inside. Bringing food in the middle of the night? Her body jolted in surprise. Yes, a lonely old woman like me. Who knows when someone will try to take advantage? She hissed. "None of them are good people, only thinking about my cooking. Feed them. Feed them all," she muttered resentfully. Cao Tan quickly squeezed past her and bolted up the stairs. The higher he climbed, the more he felt the building turning into a living hell. Screams, curses, and crashes echoed from every apartment. "You cheated on me with my best friend. I'll burn you all. Why won't you buy me a new computer? Where did that old bastard hide the money?" When Cao Tan reached Maman's floor, he froze before a mob of neighbors with crazed eyes. They were wielding all kinds of weapons, surrounding her front door. He kept running upstairs and found Maman fighting the frog monster. She dodged its tentacles with incredible agility, then suddenly smashed through a window, launching herself into the open air. In midair, she unleashed a devastating attack that made the monster explode like a bomb. A brilliant flash lit up the night. He never figured she'd have a hit-and-run move like that. Cao Tan took a deep breath. Closing his eyes, he tapped into his father's rage. When they opened again, they were glowing a furious red. A roar ripped from his throat, identical to his father's. Little 17 was perched on a lamppost. "Get out of here!" Cao Tan yelled. He chased the last monster, fueled by his father's borrowed strength, and easily ripped off its heads one by one. But in its agony, the monster let out a sonic roar that threw Cao Tan backward. Instantly, a wave of negative emotions washed over him. Useless. I'm completely useless. I can't even handle this disgusting thing. As the thought crossed his mind, a wicked grin spread across his face. He realized this monster knew how to manipulate negative emotions. He charged forward, unleashing a flurry of hate-filled hammer fists. In a flash, the colossal monster was crushed into a pool of blood. The job done. Cao Tan looked around blankly. Why did it suddenly disappear? "Hey young man, are you okay?" Maman ran towards him, but Cao Tan knew this Maman was a fake. His anger vanished. "Why was I so mad? Brother? Are you not angry anymore?" Little 17 peeked out from behind a bush. Cao Tan walked over. "It's okay now. Brother, I won't mess around anymore. I'll always protect you," the little girl cried. "It's fine. How could I blame you?" he said softly. "Mom was the one who told you not to help, wasn't she? Come on, let's go back and check the building." When they returned, Mrs. Vuong was gone. With the source of the corruption gone, everyone was slowly returning to normal. Cao Tan pushed open the door to Maman's apartment. The place was a complete mess, with shattered dishes everywhere. Maman was sitting there, drinking. "What happened?" "Monster radiation," she answered. One of the two had the ability to amplify negative emotions. They changed their tactics, choosing to influence my neighbors and drive them into a frenzy instead. Cao Tan glanced at two pillows on the bed, which had deep slash marks on them. Maman's parents had been killed. These must be stand-ins. "Were you prepared for this?" he asked. "What about the neighbors?" Maman took a long swig of her drink before answering. When you have so many people living in one building, conflicts are inevitable. Everyone has complaints about someone, so when their darkest sides were brought to the surface, anyone with a grudge against me came knocking at my door. Lu Xin asks about her neighborly relations, and Maman just laughs, claiming her family has the best social life in the entire building. But she reveals the truth: those two monsters came looking for her, and their terrifying will influenced the behavior of all their neighbors. Luckily, as she explains, she had already prepared the house for this kind of situation. Her power allows her to distort the senses of those around her, making them see, hear, and even touch pure illusion. The neighbors were never in any real danger. They were under the influence of her ability the entire time, so everything they just did was completely fake. When they wake up, they'll just think it was all a terrible nightmare. But Lu Xin wonders, can a monster's influence alone really drive people that insane? Maman laughs, telling the young man that he is far too naive. She explains that those negative feelings were 100% real, they were just buried deep down, and the monster's presence dragged them out into the open. So, does that mean no one in the building is a good person? Maman sighs, saying he's missing the point again. Isn't someone who can normally keep those dark emotions hidden away considered a good person? But Lu Xin interrupts, stating her initial guess about the enemy was wrong. He had already searched the entire area and can confirm there is no mind controller hiding in the shadows pulling the strings. Maman is shocked. No way. But those two monsters were clearly lured to her, and they even changed their initial strategy. How could the enemy have targeted her so precisely? To be honest, Maman has no idea either. She was investigating a series of mysterious deaths, which she now knows were caused by those very creatures. This makes figuring out the mastermind's ability even more difficult. Can the enemy transform into a monster? Or can they warp spiritual power to create a source of contamination? Lu Xin states flatly that if no one is hiding nearby, then the enemy must have left some kind of mark on her that automatically draws the monsters in. This means she was hit with the enemy's attack at some point before, and she didn't even realize it happened. If monsters have been targeting her for 3 days straight, then where exactly was she 3 days ago? The young man, she admits, has a point. Maman scratches her head, agreeing that she must have been hit, and she even remembers the location. At the time, she felt like she was being watched, but no matter what she tried, she couldn't find the stalker. Lu Xin says he doesn't need to find them. He just needs to know where she got hit and why the enemy is after her. Why does he need to know? His plan. Invite them over to his house. Maman nearly chokes on her drink. She warns the young man not to be reckless. Being targeted by them is extremely dangerous. Her abilities can hold them off, but he's a spider type. Lu Xin calmly points out that since they can't target the enemy right now, they might as well try to influence them instead. He figures that if he can attract their attention, he might just be able to disrupt their entire pattern of attack. Plus, he has another major advantage: he doesn't have any neighbors, and his family would probably give them a warm welcome. The scene shifts to a cafe called Black Rubik, where a waitress approaches. A maid asks for his order. He pretends to browse the menu for a moment, then points to one specific item. The most expensive one, of course. As the waitress leaves, he thinks to himself that Maman is paying for it anyway. But why a cafe? The place looks more like the headquarters for an illegal organization, but Maman said this was the last place she investigated. The chances of her being marked right here are incredibly high. He recalls Maman's story. She casually ordered a coffee, dumped half a cup of liquor into it, and then chatted with the cleaning lady about comics. The reason Maman got into this mess has to be hidden somewhere in those details. He then thinks back to Maman's own strange questions. Questions like, how's your relationship with your husband? And ever think about trading him in? Is he really going to have to reenact every single thing Maman did? Just then, the coffee arrives. The waitress brings his coffee, wishing him well. He immediately asks for sugar and milk. She explains it's their specialty, pure black coffee, meant to be drunk straight to appreciate its unique bitterness and aroma. He nods, saying he understands, but asks for some anyway. It's just too bitter for his taste. The waitress patiently replies that only by tasting the bitterness can one appreciate the fragrance, much like life itself. She suggests a cappuccino for sweetness, but warns there are no refunds. Unfazed, Lu Xin quietly drops a candy from his pocket right into the coffee. Hey! Shi-Chi suddenly appears out of nowhere. You lied to me, she yells. You still had candy. And with that, he is totally busted. The waitress sees his little trick, her hands clenching into fists as her eyes turn red. Sir, she says through gritted teeth, you have excellent taste. This is it, Lu Xin thinks. He's successfully been targeted. Maman was marked for adding alcohol to her coffee, a similar sign of disrespect. Now, all he needs to do is lead them back to his house as guests. That's the signal for Maman to make her move. Lu Xin returns home carrying bags of delicious food, announcing they're having extra dishes tonight. Shi-Chi immediately starts searching his pockets. Where's the candy? She demands. Hey, didn't we just have a feast 2 days ago? His mother started talking, while his dad just huffed beside her. He just got back from a business trip with some extra cash. Lu Xin placed a bag of food on the table. He just wanted everyone to have a good meal. His mother smiled, saying she'll go cook. Little 17 chimed in, demanding candy. But there really wasn't any left. His father suddenly spoke up, asking if he was rushing his work just to level up to stage 2 and see ghosts. To see that secret? He asked. Is your current life so unbearable that you have to risk your life like this? Is there any wine left in the house? Lu Xin sat down, offering to have a drink with his dad tonight. Aren't you tired of pretending to be normal? His father growled. But Lu Xin simply replied, how can you call it pretending if it's what I like? He really wanted that drink. Besides, he mentioned he invited 2 friends over tonight, or maybe a few more than 2. Little 17 raised her hand, saying she wanted to dissect a friend. Oh, then we need to prepare more dishes, his mom laughed. If they're your friends, his father stood up, laughing loudly, then we must treat them with the utmost hospitality. Meanwhile, at a pub, the waitress from the cafe sat with a few young men. Why would you ask such a question? The leader slammed the table. He declared that they were the only ones who saw the world's truth. Everyone else was just a walking corpse, willingly enslaved by a world of lies. The waitress admitted she was just a little worried. Not worried, he corrected her. You're afraid. The man in brown agreed. The leader's veins popped. You don't even dare to admit you're scared, just like you won't admit that your best friend's death was caused by your own greed. He taunted her, saying she hated her rich friend who treated her like a servant. Is it wrong for you to hate her? Then he turned to the man in brown. And you, why did you poison your colleague? That bastard was nothing compared to me, the man sneered. Just because he got here earlier, made money, and found a pretty wife. In the eyes of others, we are not good people, the leader announced. And why is that? Because they are all fakes. We are the ones who have removed our masks. If that's the case, why should we be afraid? But the waitress worried about attracting the guards. What's there to fear about the guards? He scoffed. Even if we die, it's fine. We will return to our true homeland. A golden light suddenly enveloped them all. Praise the homeland, he cried out. Let them see the real world. A blood moon hung over a dilapidated apartment building as a giant frog monster climbed straight toward Lu Xin's window. His mom opened the window. Ah, the guests have arrived. The frog saw her and immediately tried to flee, but there was no escape. She grabbed its tentacle tightly. Where are you running, my little doll? Little 17 landed right on the monster's head. She grabbed it by the neck and shoved it inside. His dad then dragged the monster straight to the kitchen to see how to cook it. With the whole family busy, only Lu Xin was free, calmly making a phone call. He gave the signal for everyone to move. He hadn't found the one with that specific ability yet, but he figured the target would show up soon. He told his team to ignore him. Just capture everyone you want to. Immediately, Maman led a special forces team, storming the cafe and arresting everyone inside. If they resist, shoot to kill. What is this? The cult leader wondered. I can feel the breath of truth. He placed a hand on his chest. We're going home. We will finally return to our homeland, a place where we never have to pretend again. He opened his eyes to a warm light. Was he home? In front of him were perfectly normal faces. This is our home. Lu Xin's family of 4 smiled at him with unnerving friendliness. 10 minutes later, Lu Xin was reading the case report. It turns out this cult worships a place called the True Homeland, not a specific evil god. The leader claimed he received a divine message when his powers awakened, and then he started his preaching. Their targets are enlightened and willingly dedicate everything. They eliminate people for 2 reasons: recruitment or conflict. Developing new members is based on fate, like ordering a special coffee in a specific situation. In other words, when they sent 2 monsters to hunt him and Maimon, it wasn't to kill them, it was to recruit them. Lu Xin thought to himself, what kind of twisted logic is that? But many questions remained. The monster attracting symbol, consuming the target's head, what kind of ability was that? Where did the spirit monster come from? Why did it obey him? Was the divine message a delusion or real? And most importantly, does the true homeland even exist? He sighed. The cult leader wasn't in any condition to answer questions now. Right now, his dad was dragging the leader into the kitchen for a massage to wake him up, while his mom brought out a hot plate of food. You did well this time, she said. Lu Xin was confused. Is it because I started inviting guests home? No, his mother smiled. It's because you've started to trust your family, especially your father. Although, she added seriously, trusting them in this particular way. He then asked why she told his sister not to help him earlier. Because you can't always rely on your little sister, she said with a gentle smile. You have to grow up too. What will you do when your family isn't around? She reassured him they always would be, but he also needed his own friends, and his own life. If his friends didn't understand him or trust him, how could they ever truly help? So, his mother explains, she intentionally nudged them, just so he could smoothly enter stage 2. Well, not a lie. She just held some fruit what they thought was their own business. We just guided them a little, that's all. Lu Xin rests his chin, understanding, and so he'd already told them he could identify monsters directly. But that heartwarming family scene? Through the lens of the surveillance team, it becomes something absolutely terrifying. How did he even do that? One observer sweats. The amplification level on those 2 monsters had to be nearly 2,000. Their spiritual radiation just completely vanished inside that house. It's like he dragged them into his room and devoured them. More importantly, he somehow deduced the mastermind's entire logic and detailed personal information. It's as if he interrogated the spiritual monsters directly. It just doesn't make any sense. Wait, Senior, the other one trembles. Do you get the feeling someone's watching us from that window? Remember how we said we'd adjust his evaluation score a little higher? Forget that. Just give him an A rank. Right now. At the Qinggang City Administrative Headquarters, a high-level meeting is in progress. If this was just about some small mystic cult, you wouldn't need to call all of us here. Director Shen says he's called them for a far more important matter. As Professor Bai hands a file to Chen Qing, he believes the mystery of Lu Xin's ability has finally been solved. Director Shen grabs the assessment. 77.5%? How could it possibly be so low? That's his risk assessment for losing control, Professor Bai explains. They'd always subjectively set his risk factor incredibly high, but in reality, he's a special case. Everything he handles is done without a single violation of the rules. Actually, he has, Chen Qing interjects. Looking at his and Lizard's expense reports, I suspect he's been padding the numbers. But Lizard's receipts are even higher than his, Professor Bai counters. Our two biggest worries are these. 1. He isn't a spider type. And 2. The existence of his family. The reports from the observation team and Mamen show that family doesn't actually exist. Lu Xin's behavior is unlike any other ability user. His powers are chaotic, complex. The professor suspects Lu Xin might not have any real abilities at all. So where are those Stage 2 ability users he supposedly dealt with? After several days off, Lu Xin returns to the agency with a bright smile. The moment he sees him, the old section chief rushes over with a handshake and a friendly cigarette offer. Lu Xin just smiles and accepts. But the second he turns his back, the chief's expression completely changes. What in the world is he so happy about? He thinks to himself, did he just chop up a few people or take down a gang leader? Later, Lu Xin gets a mission rewards report from Han Bing. Lu Xin, she begins, regarding the mission on the True Homeland Mystic Organization. The higher-ups were very impressed with your work with Mamen. So does that mean I can finally get promoted to a level 3 special talent? He asks, his voice full of hope. Of course, Han Bing says. Mamen also split her fee with you 500,000 yuan. She said you basically handled all the ability users from the Mystic Organization by yourself. Also, about your application for Stage 2 enhancement, I've already prepared it. Is there any special reason you'd like me to add? Hearing the number 500,000, Lu Xin is so ecstatic he practically jumps. He clears his throat and says with grave importance, yes, there is. I want to protect Qinggang, protect its people, and strive to help rebuild world civilization. Hearing this, Han Bing just laughs. All right, once I get the order from above, I'll send the documents for you right away. It should only take a few days. You'll even be able to attend the high-level talent training session being held in the main city. But, will they really be okay with letting me go? Lu Xin suddenly worries. After all, they've always been wary of him. Back in the meeting room, everyone is left speechless by Professor Bai's conclusion. To put it simply, he explains, his face growing a little more serious. Lu Xin doesn't have any one specific ability. He just has an abnormally powerful spiritual amplification level. This theory would explain how he was able to resolve the spiritual pollution bomb back at the South Wall. He used his own superior spiritual power to simply envelop and neutralize it. If that's true, Chen Qing's eyes go wide. Could his spiritual amplification be close to 10,000? Currently, no known person or creature can withstand a spiritual amplification level of 10,000, Professor Bai says. It's much more likely that he weakens the monster first, and only then does he envelop it. By that calculation, I believe a range of 4,000 to 6,000 is reasonable. You can think of Lu Xin as a massive source of pollution, but he himself has no polluting properties, like distilled water that doesn't conduct electricity. It's why he doesn't suffer from multiple personalities. 3. His family doesn't actually exist. The professor says this, recalling Lu Xin's own words. But I don't just see them. I eat with them, chat with them, watch TV with them. When I'm in danger, they appear to protect me. I suspect, the professor continues. During his initial awakening at the orphanage, Lu Xin actually encountered 3 different people, or rather, 3 different types of abilities. For some reason, he used his own psychic power to mimic them, and then he completely reconstructed them. Back then, he was just a kid, 12, maybe 13, who'd lost his home in a chaotic world. So he saw these 3 abilities as his family, invisible to everyone else, and allowed them to exist alongside him. The thing is, Lu Xin's power comes from imitation, which means he can't access his own true spiritual void-class level, so he's naturally a tier below other S-class individuals. The man slides a file forward, still in its early research phase, no records of losing control, and he loves to follow the rules. What a perfect candidate. One official argues he's the ideal choice for Phase 2, but Director Shen, ever the skeptic, scoffs. That's pure speculation. He's definitely dangerous, another person adds, but our founding principle was always about ability and cooperation, not about creating conflict. The director shot back, "Well, I don't subscribe to that principle." Director Shen continues, "Some of these power users are terrifying. Have you all read the report on Happy Town? Someone turned an entire town into a human beehive. Are you absolutely certain you know what you're doing?" he demands. "I've read it," Professor Bai replies calmly. "And honestly, I wasn't surprised. Do you remember the words of that genius researcher? Right before he jumped from the 100th floor of the Eclipse Research Institute in despair? You mean the 3 curses? Chen Qing asks, thinking it over. They weren't curses. They were warnings. Or maybe prophecies. Professor Bai explains, the second one stated, that we must prepare ourselves to welcome the arrival of a god. A man next to Director Shen just laughs it off. The will of a madman. But we have to admit, he adds, old Shen's worries have merit. We need to be cautious. I have 2 things to tell you, gentlemen, Professor Bai says, leaning in. First, are you aware that the Azure Sea Corporation has been in close contact with the Deep Love Mining Company? And they're discussing cultivation mediums? And second, he continues, do you really think Lu Xin, with his current spiritual void class level, actually needs to be enhanced? He slams his hand on the table. Phase 2 is for enhancement and stabilization of spiritual power. He doesn't need the first one, so our only job here is to help him become more stable. That's it. I have one last question. Director Shen insists. How can you guarantee that after entering Phase 2, he won't turn against us? Professor Bai smirks. I've thought of the perfect solution for that. We sign a contract with him. Don't worry, Mr. Dan Bing. Han Bing's voice chirps over the phone. Once your profile is updated, your pass for the main city will be sent immediately. You also now have the right to buy property in Satellite City 2 anytime. In that case, Lu Xin's eyes lit up. Could you do me a favor and check something for me? How much is a single-story house on Green Cliff Mountain in the East District, and are there any discounts? Han Bing just laughs. Of course, I'll look into it for you. They're not rejecting him anymore, Lu Xin thinks. Mom's guidance actually worked. Ever since the ghost case, his family has rarely appeared. It seems like all his actions are just him borrowing their powers. To everyone else, it must look like he's the one using these abilities, all on his own to complete his missions. Suddenly, a call comes in. Bro, you're awesome. It's Lizard, sounding ecstatic. HQ approved. I'm going to the high-level talent training conference. Linda's gonna be there too. Oh my god. I can finally meet Linda in person. Then I'll work hard for a year, move to the main city, buy a house, and marry her. We'll have 3 kids, then I'll cheat on her. Ha ha ha. Lu Xin just lets out a helpless laugh. That's great. Congrats. Maybe I'll go too. Doesn't that mean we can finally take our online romance offline? What about your group's flower? That Miss Bing intentionally mentioned the conference. Was she hinting that she's going to? If so, what should I even wear? Little Lu! The old, balding chief rushes over. Don't be in a hurry to leave after work. What's going on, sir? The vice director is here for an inspection, so we're all going out for dinner tonight. Oh, okay, sure. The chief then leans in, whispering, just one small request. Could you maybe not bring your gun to dinner? At a fancy restaurant, the table is filled with company veterans, or talented young executives. The vice director, a handsome young man named Xiao, smiles. I look forward to working with all of you. That's Vice Director Xiao? He's so young, Lu Xin whispers to Chen Qing beside him. I heard he's incredibly talented. He was in charge of a multi-million yuan project at 20 and got into a university in the main city. Of course, the best part is, the CEO is his dad. A woman nearby swoons. A man like that is perfect husband material. He already has kids. Lu Xin is surprised to see the man patting a child's head. Those are his half-siblings, and rumor has it he treats them very well. But as Vice President Xiao lifts his little brother, Lu Xin senses that something is deeply wrong. He closes his eyes. His mother's power lets him feel the emotional states of those around him. He activates that skill now, scanning the crowd. This girl is feeling lusty. That guy is trying to stay calm to make a good impression, and Vice President Xiao is thinking about human flesh. So that's what he was seeing. Lu Xin knew exactly how to get this VP's attention. Just then, Xiao himself approaches Lu Xin's table. Hello, you look so young. I don't know how to address you. My name is Lu Xin, he replies, placing a folded note directly into the VP's hand. The vice president stumbles back in shock, falling to the floor. He scrambles up, trembling, and grabs another glass of wine to play it cool. On the way home, the balding department head asks, Little Lu, what in the world did you do back there? Nothing. I was just discussing culinary matters with him. The boss wondered what kind of connections Lu Xin had to scare Xiao like that with one note. The chief just couldn't figure it out. Thank you, sir. Sorry for the trouble. Oh, no need to thank me. Tonight's party was a great success. Lu Xin knew he'd definitely caught the vice president's attention, but based on that reaction, there was clearly something sinister going on. He knew he had to report this up the chain. He places a call to Han Bing. Good evening. What are you up to? Good evening. She mumbles back through the sound of brushing her teeth. Sorry, I know it's late. It's fine. I'm sure you're calling about something important. Is it about the house case? Actually, it's not that big of a deal, Lu Xin replies. A moment later, Han Bing asks, is he an ability user? If you only sensed his desire to eat human flesh, then this is just a potential criminal case, not something our department handles. I can only report it to the security bureau to have them keep an eye on him. But if he hasn't acted, they can't do much. But don't you worry. I'll find a reason to check his DNA tonight. At least we can guarantee the safety of those two kids. And Lu Xin, you need to be careful. If this guy is really that abnormal and you just provoked him, I'm worried he might. Yeah, I get it. I'll be careful. Okay, good night, Lu Xin. Good night. Hanging up, Lu Xin sighs. He realized he wasn't the same person anymore. He had just met a twisted, potentially cannibalistic murderer, and yet he felt nothing, absolutely no sense of being threatened. Ugh. He forgot to ask her about the high-level talent training conference. The next day at the office, everyone was whispering, "Did you hear? Lu Xin's backing is even more powerful than Boss Xiao's." Seriously? No wonder the guy carries a gun to work every day. The department head ran over, breathless. Little Lu, Vice President Xiao is in his office. He said he wants to see you. He just gave him a warning yesterday, and now he's demanding a meeting? Lu Xin wondered what this was about. This wasn't a department matter. There was no need to call his sister. So he stood up, picked up his gun, and walked out. Boss Xiao, you better run, the chief thought, trembling. The air in the vice president's office was thick with tension. You're Lu Xin? Hello, Boss Xiao. Crash. The VP slammed the desk. I've done my research. You have some kind of background. A secretary from the special department once called to assign you a project. During a transport negotiation, you got into a fight and even fired your weapon. That's right, Lu Xin replied coolly. Shaking, the vice president held out a small piece of paper. Who are you? What did you mean by this? On the note was a single line of text. People should not, and cannot, think about eating other people. Lu Xin just smiled. You kept it? It means exactly what it says. Honestly, you shouldn't even try to taste it. It's against both the law and basic decency. I'm asking you, he roared, his eyes wide with fury. Why would a normal person write this to me? A nightmare has been tormenting me for a month. Is it related to you? A dream? What dream? Lu Xin asked, still perfectly calm. It's okay. You can tell me. I have some experience dealing with strange matters. But first, tell me, why did you write that note? Because I saw that you wanted to eat. Vice President Xiao just broke. He collapsed into his chair. It's true, I want to, or you could say, I already have, for an entire month. He started to explain, his voice shaking. A month ago, I started having these bizarre dreams. In the dream, someone kills my brother and sister. Then he cooks them, a stir-fry. He forces my mouth open and makes me eat it, every single day. How terrifying, Lu Xin noted, without a hint of emotion. I'm used to it. The VP lit a cigarette. After I wake up, I immediately go check on them, and they're fine. But the next night, the dream comes back. I can never see his face. I just see that he's killed my two siblings, and then serves them to me in a red ceramic pot. I can't wake up until I've eaten everything. Is that it? Yes, just that dream, over and over, every single night. But, he grabbed his head, I'm addicted. Addicted? Yes. That dream has completely rewired my sense of taste. In the dream, everything feels so real. The taste is unimaginable, and I can't forget it when I wake up. No other food in the world can even compare. He was on his way home, holding his two siblings, when a terrifying thought suddenly hit him, a violent, primal urge. He wanted to devour them. Terrified of himself, he stopped going home. Lu Xin watched, wondering just what kind of psychic contamination this was. Did it just affect him or his entire family? Seeing his silence, the vice president's hope shattered. Was he a lost cause? Not at all. Wait here a moment. I need to make a call, Lu Xin said as he stepped outside. Lu Xin? Good morning, Han Bing cheerfully answered. Morning. About that Vice President Xiao I mentioned, he's probably not a psycho killer. He says he keeps dreaming he's being forced to eat human flesh. What kind of situation is this? Han Bing's tone immediately turned serious. A dreamweaver. The victim has been implanted with an extremely powerful psychological suggestion, creating a twisted, unnatural desire. If that's the case, this is serious. Dreamweavers are notoriously hard to deal with. Hard to deal with? Lu Xin just grinned. Hold on. If I take this case, it counts as an official mission, right? So, what's the payout? Lu Xin asked Han Bing. Ability users who break the law can cause massive disruption to the city if they aren't bound by strict rules. So when handling cases that involve them, the reward is at least 50,000 yuan. After hanging up, Lu Xin walked back into the room. I can help you. The vice president, with dark circles like a panda, was overjoyed. Really? Okay. If you can help me, I'll pay you a reward of 50,000. No, 100,000. Lu Xin blurted out, and immediately regretted it. Damn it. Han Bing said the reward was only 50,000, and he'd just called her to make this an official mission, which meant he couldn't take any extra money from the client. His heart felt a sharp, stabbing pain. Seeing Lu Xin's silence, the VP thought the offer was too low. Is that not enough? I can add more? The financial pain was so real, Lu Xin almost cried. No, he replied, his voice filled with forced integrity. We have our principles. We don't just accept money randomly. The vice president was in awe, a true master with incredible skills. He's completely unconcerned with money. So, when can we start? Right now. After work, Lu Xin replied coldly, turning his back. I still have to work. At 6:30, the vice president couldn't wait any longer and approached Lu Xin. Mr. Lu, can we get dinner? I have something to do tonight, Lu Xin answered. Then how about I give you a ride there and wait for you? The office staff erupted in whispers. Did little Lu really scare the VP that badly? He didn't kidnap the chairman, did he? Why does it look like the VP is pursuing him? The old department head hurried over. Little Wang, call a contractor tonight. I want you to tear down that partition. Give Mr. Lu a private office. Have it done by morning. Later that evening, at the training center, Lu Xin was on the phone with Han Bing. Tonight, drop everything else and focus your research on the Dreamweaver system. Understood, Han Bing replied. The Dreamweaver system is one of the strangest ability sets. Their core power is entering another person's dreams. From there, they guide the target's experiences. This ability develops into 3 main branches, including forced dream entry, dream traversal, and total dream control. Noticing Lu Xin's silence, Han Bing finally asked, You don't sound too good today, Lu Xin. Is everything okay? Yeah, he grunted, his mind chanting 100,000, 100,000, a 50,000 loss in an instant. Was my support not good enough today? Han Bing wondered to herself. Lu Xin stood up and began pacing back and forth. This Dreamweaver system isn't easy to handle. They rarely fight head-on. Most of the time, their victims are simply tormented to death, and they never even know who the killer was. Even with his own powers, it wouldn't hurt to request a few special-issue bullets. Outside, the vice president saw Lu Xin emerge from the building and rushed over. Master Lu, you're finally done with work. Do you have a plan yet? President Xiao, where do you usually stay at night? Lu Xin asked as he got into the car. Don't call me that. The VP waved him off. My name is Xiao Yuan. Just call me Little Xiao. I'm staying at the Blue Mountain Hotel. My parents and 2 younger siblings just arrived there today too. To the hotel it is, Lu Xin said. If you don't sleep, how can you dream? And if you don't dream, how can I possibly help you? At the Blue Mountain Hotel, a secretary quickly prepared their food. Bring 2 more bottles of wine to my room, Xiao Yuan ordered. When the secretary arrived with the delivery, her eyes went red seeing the 2 men standing so close together. It couldn't be true, could it? 2 men. She backed away hastily. You 2 enjoy yourselves. Unfazed, Lu Xin calmly showed Xiao Yuan his credentials. What you're experiencing is a form of spiritual contamination. I specialize in handling these matters, and I need your complete cooperation. Yes, of course, Master Lu. What do I do next? Lu Xin walked over and patted his hair. Naturally, you get into bed and go to sleep. Okay. Xiao Yuan blushed. Then just give me a minute. I need to clean up first. Washing, brushing, moisturizing. Was the life of the rich always this complicated? After tossing and turning for a while, he finally turned over. I don't think I can fall asleep. Lu Xin simply handed him a bottle of wine. Here, drink this. Xiao Yuan grabbed the bottle and chugged the entire thing. It's all up to you now, Master Lu. With that, he passed out cold. In his rush, he hadn't checked the bottle. He didn't just give him the expensive one, did he? Lu Xin stared out the window. He's finally asleep. Now, all there is to do is wait. At that moment, Xiao Yuan, his face beet red, began to sleepwalk, bouncing on the bed and muttering, Flesh, flesh. The man paced his room, pantomiming the act of chopping meat. washing it, and then eating it completely raw. His face was a mask of pure pleasure and ecstasy. Lu Xin couldn't help but feel sickened. How could someone possibly enjoy this? Lu Xin activated his mother's ability, focusing his observation on the executive, Mr. Xiao. He saw no spiritual monster, but tangled with the man's green aura of desire was a single white thread of energy that wasn't his own. Was that the source of the influence? It was fused to the man's very soul. Tearing it out would cause serious damage. His mother's warning echoed, no family help before stage 2. But right then, Xiao Yuan's 2 little siblings burst into the room. "Brother, we got you. Meet!" Xiao Yuan roared, lunging forward. Lu Xin moved faster, snatching the kids and throwing them onto the bed. What terrible timing. Good thing he could borrow his sister's power. He slammed the vice president to the floor, pinning him instantly. He wasn't getting up this time. "What are you doing?" the secretary screamed, bursting in. "Security." Lu Xin pulled his gun, aiming it at her and the 2 guards. "Don't move a muscle." How does he have a gun? If these guards attacked, things would get messy, Lu Xin thought. The kids just started bawling, terrified by the chaos. "How dare you?" the secretary shrieked, pointing at him. "You gave them the room key, didn't you?" Lu Xin shot back. "Feeling jealous? Your mind is disgusting." Bang! He fired a single warning shot. Huh? Suddenly, the target went completely still. Was the connection broken? A pale white hand shot out of the VP's body, clamping onto Lu Xin's leg. It was trying to drag him into a dream. The world warped around him. Xiao Yuan's head stretched out like a serpent, sinking its fangs deep into Lu Xin's thigh. "It doesn't even hurt," Lu Xin said calmly. The creature wailed in frustration. "So this is a Dreamweaver's forced dream state. First rule: don't believe anything you see." "This trick has no effect on me," he thought, raising his gun. Countless phantoms materialized as demonic whispers echoed inside his skull. Man, this noise is annoying. Why were these images flooding his mind? And stranger still, he wasn't resisting. In fact, he was craving it. He walked into a bizarre room, an overwhelming urge compelling him to open the door right in front of him. But instead, he spun around, grabbing a ghost that tried to ambush him. The entity panicked, everyone else fought to escape. But this one wanted to leave? Am I trapped in my own dream? The spirit thought, horrified. Lu Xin just dragged the ghost by its neck and shoved his way through the door. Bodies of scientists were strewn everywhere. An ID card on the floor told him everything. This was the Blood Moon Project research facility. 3 more doors stood before him. But through the window of one, he spotted an achingly familiar silhouette, a figure that brought tears to his eyes. A sharp pain shot through his head, a mental wall crumbled, and Lu Xin slowly opened his eyes. "Mr. Lu, what happened?" Vice President Xiao asked, confused. "Oh, you're awake?" "The situation's mostly resolved," mostly pointing to the secretary passed out on the floor. Lu Xin explained as he untied him. "Your secretary got jealous and gave the room key to your little brother and sister. She nearly turned a nightmare into reality, so I had to react. Maybe I was a bit rough." "Not at all," the vice president insisted. "She almost caused an absolute catastrophe. Security, get her to a hospital." His case, for now, was considered halfway done. "But right now," Lu Xin said, "I have more important things to deal with. I'm going to need your help with the fallout from this." He called Han Bing. "It's confirmed. The target was definitely contaminated." Han Bing, still in her pajamas, asked, "What is all that chaos?" "A situation came up," he replied. "I had to fire my weapon." "Are you okay?" "What about them?" "I'm fine, but the girl was injured." "Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Now, can you give me a rundown of what happened?" As he was subduing him, the psychic energy from a Dreamweaver tried to pull him into its world, but it vanished almost instantly. Now there's not a single trace left on Vice President Xiao. "Did you get rid of it?" she asked. "No, I didn't touch it," he replied. "It just vanished on its own. Usually, traces left by a Dreamweaver are faint." "This didn't feel faint," Lu Xin added. "This user is strange, so the report's going to be late. I'll file it after I figure this out." "Okay, so what's your plan?" "Simple. Find the person responsible and ask them directly." "The problem is," Lu Xin said, "once the residual power on Xiao disappeared, I couldn't detect the Dreamweaver at all. Not a single trace was left behind. That means this Dreamweaver is an expert at covering their tracks." Han Bing typed as she spoke. "Dreamweavers are already notoriously hard to trace. They can kill from miles away using psychological manipulation. Finding this person is going to be incredibly difficult. Lu Xin, your mission is officially complete. I'm recommending we hand this over to the pros at HQ. Or I could just handle it," Lu Xin interrupted. "I've got a few ideas. I'm pretty sure they'll work." Vice President Xiao desperately tries to explain to the police. Officers, believe me, we didn't do anything. We were just driving out evil spirits. A gun? What gun? There were no gunshots. Is there a problem? One officer asks, seeing Luke Tan approach. Nope, no problem, Luke Tan says casually. Thanks, you guys can go now. A shooting incident just gets wrapped up like that? Vice President Xiao can't believe it. Why would someone so terrifyingly powerful even work for his company? He quickly runs after Luke Tan, pleading, Master Luke! No, Mr. Luke, what do I do now? Your nightmare problem is solved, Luke Tan tells him. You'll sleep soundly tonight. But now we need to find who's behind this, and I'll help you handle it. Someone wants to harm me? That's right, Luke Tan confirms. Now, tell me the truth. In the dream, who was forcing you to eat? Or were you eating on your own? The vice president trembles. At first he forced me, but after a few days, it was me. He explains that his dream self became someone else entirely, enjoying the whole process. But he insists that pervert wasn't the real him. I swear, he cries. I get it, Luke Tan says. You were too deeply affected. If the nightmare started a month ago, I need you to gather them. Gather everyone you came into contact with during that time, especially anyone with a grudge against your family, or anyone who'd benefit if something happened to you. It's a bit of a hassle, but I'll do my best. Even the people from the main city have to be there. I need to see them all. The next morning, Luke Tan arrives at the company to find his desk is completely gone. Manager Luke, your new office is over there, a coworker says, sucking up. Haven't you heard? You got promoted. Another colleague chimes in. Manager Lu had people working all night to set up your new office. The guy's execution is insanely fast. Luke Tan is pretty pleased. His other coworkers immediately crowd around him, shouting, Manager Luke, congrats. You have to treat us to a meal. Not treating is fine, Luke Tan laughs. It's not about the money. I've just been a little busy lately. While Luke Tan enjoys his new chair, the old bald director, who oversaw the work all night, is sweating bullets. Just then, Vice President Xiao arrives. Great work, everyone. I'm just here to see little Luke. He walks into Luke Tan's new office and hands him a list. Mr. Luke, I've arranged everything. You don't know how to use Excel? Luke Tan asks, glancing at the handwritten paper. My secretary usually handles that for me, but she's in the hospital right now. All right, Luke Tan says. Gather them. The day after tomorrow, we go to the main city. Before leaving, Luke Tan visits the orphanage. Don't you have to work? Xiao Lu asks. I'm going on a business trip, so I took leave to prepare. Boyfriend's here, two of the small children yell out happily. Xiao Lu blushes and scolds them. What nonsense are you talking? She clarifies. It's just a trip to the main city for about a week. The main city is very safe. Luke Tan reassures her. They have everything. Is there anything you'd like me to buy? No need. Just come back soon. Then come outside with me for a moment. There's something I want to discuss with you. Luke Tan carries her outside, pointing towards a large housing complex. Look over there, he says. I checked out a unit. It's spacious, big enough for a classroom, and it even has a garden for vegetables. This place is far from the West District, so it's very safe. A house here costs about 500,000 or 600,000. When I can buy it, you should move here. I've been working really hard lately and saved up some money. 500,000 or 600,000? Xiao Lu turns to him. Do you think I'm an idiot? Tell me the truth, she demands. Why are you being so good to the kids all of a sudden? Luke Tan just smiles. Isn't it what the director always said? We may be small, but we represent hope. He wipes a tear from her eye. I just want to treat them as well as the director treated us. A while ago, Xiao Lu says, her voice choked with emotion, one of your colleagues came to see me. She made me realize that maybe people like you aren't what I thought. I don't want to hold you back anymore, but you have to promise me you won't take on too much pressure by yourself. Back at the orphanage, I was the one who grabbed a brick to help you fight. Do you remember? She looks him straight in the eyes. Also, you have never owed anyone anything. Got it? Not even me. I've kept a record of all the money you've sent. You've never done anything wrong. I don't know what you'll become or where you'll go, but you must always remember the way home, okay? Don't forget. As she speaks, Xiao Lu gives him a light kiss on the cheek, blushing furiously. That was a kiss from the kids. Don't get any funny ideas. But when Luke Tan tries to kiss her back, she turns bright red and refuses. On the high-speed train to the main city, Xiao Yuan fusses around Luke Tan like a dedicated servant. Brother Luke, would you like something to eat? Brother Luke, something to drink? Brother Luke, should I get that flight attendant's number for you? You've been staring at her quite a bit. Luke Tan doesn't even look up from his newspaper. No need. I don't need anything. I just need you to be quiet for a bit. Is everything prepared as I asked? I did exactly as you said, Xiao Yuan replies quickly. I've listed everyone I could have possibly contacted in the last month, and since I'm starting university in the main city, I used my father's name to invite everyone to a celebratory party. Most of them should be able to make it. When is it? Tomorrow evening, Xiao Yuan answers, dark circles under his eyes. Should we make a plan first? Do we need to prepare some weapons? Oh, right, the monk. Tan sighed, admitting he knew a few of the local gangsters from around Zhanshan Temple. Could you at least try to look like a leader? Yuan thought to himself. Just 1 month ago, he was getting his college acceptance letter. To pull a stunt like this, right in the main city, a dream system ability user has some serious nerve. Security here is supposed to be way tighter than in the satellite cities, so how could someone this dangerous possibly be hiding here? Right after they got off the train, Yuan turned to him. Mr. Tan, I've already arranged for a car. You don't need help booking a hotel, right? No need. Someone's picking me up. Walking through the hall, Tan noticed the graffiti on the walls felt watchful, like a pair of eyes staring at him. He realized what it was, the main city's first line of defense, a totally invisible surveillance system. Mr. Tan, my parents are probably waiting outside. Want to go say hello? We can talk after everyone gets together. I have to report in first. Tan walked over to where Chen Qing was waiting. Team leader Chen, good to see you. Is he the one being troubled by nightmares? She asked. Yes, and he's also the vice president of our company. Basically, my boss's boss. Tan nodded, but then he froze, his eyes locked onto a middle-aged woman nearby. Standing right next to Yuan, an invisible demon was coiled around her. He knew instantly this wasn't the person he was looking for. It was her. That's her, isn't it? Chen Qing asked. Tan immediately activated his ability. Through his eyes, the woman glowed with a pale, grayish-brown aura, the color of pure stress, mixed with a familiar type of psychic power. It was identical to the white energy he saw in Yuan during his sleepwalking. It's her, he told Chen Qing. She's our prime suspect. Wait, she stopped him. She doesn't look like an ability user, and this area is under the city guard's jurisdiction. Let their people handle it, she said, immediately giving the order through her comms. A massive man with an intimidating presence strode toward them. He was so tall, Tan barely reached his navel. You must have missed one, Chen Qing explained. That woman is a problem. My agent just detected an abnormality coming from her. Impossible, the giant rumbled, his voice deep and loud. I've been monitoring her. She is not an ability user, but she is definitely affecting other people, Tan shot back. So your judgment must have been wrong. What's going on? Why did he suddenly feel a flash of panic? This guy was a colleague, no need to be afraid. Tan stepped forward with a smile, extending his hand. Hello, I'm Tan. All right, enough arguing, Chen Qing cut in. We'll find out who's right by asking her directly. The city's defenses are always effective. Immediately, the giant gave a signal. Armed soldiers swarmed in, aiming their rifles at Yuan's family. Whoa, what's happening? Yuan yelled, hands in the air. There's nothing in my suitcase, I swear. It's just a few comic books. At that moment, his stepmother, Yuan's stepmother, began to tremble, whispering in a panicked voice. It's finally happening. I knew I couldn't resist it forever. And just like that, soldiers cuffed her and led her away. Huh? Tan's jaw dropped. He hadn't even done anything. And it was already over? Whether she's an ability user or not, she can't escape now, Chen Qing explained calmly. The city guard's interrogation methods are much harsher than ours. All we have to do is wait for the results. Right. I'll head over there in a bit, Tan said. Goodbye, President Yuan. See you later. But Yuan was just left standing there, completely lost. Yuan's father was still baffled. Who? Who was that man? Yuan could only reply, what if I told you he works for our company? Would you even believe me? Later in the car, Tan asked, so Yuan's stepmother was the one giving him nightmares. But why? He was trying to figure out her motive. Chen Qing said, technically, once you found her, our job was done. But honestly, I don't recommend you watch the interrogation. These reports always have a dark side to them. If your mental fortitude isn't strong enough, you could be affected. It's considered a type of psychic contamination. Oh right, how did you know it was her? By comparing their psychic energies. But that's not all. I also saw a mental monster on her, like a dangerous second brain. A mental monster? Chen Qing repeated, intrigued. Is your family coming to the main city? My sister's not with me. It's actually been a while since I've seen my family. Professor Bai once said that Tan's family was just his own perception of his special ability. Chen Qing thought to herself that as he grew more proficient, those family members would slowly disappear. By the way, has Lizard arrived yet? He told me he'd meet me at the station. Lizard? Chen Qing chuckled. I may have mentioned to him that his information analyst was part of the conference staff, so he went to the hotel a day early. He grabbed his own ride and didn't even think about waiting for you. What? He didn't wait for me? Tan was dumbfounded. I'll take you straight to the Donghai Hotel, Chen Qing offered. During the conference, you have free access to the main city. Ask me if you need anything, though I'm not much of a tour guide. So, should he ask? Lu Xin wondered. The city leader was so immaculate. Was this how the world was before the Red Moon? Did he like it here? Absolutely. Could Satellite City number 2 ever become like this? Our goals are far bigger than that, Chen Qing replied. Do you see what's different, he asked. People here actually wait for traffic lights. They follow the rules. This is called order. A professor he respected once said that a city no longer worried about survival would soon start to crave true order. Sooner or later, order will be rebuilt. That's our real mission. Their car then stopped in front of a massive, modern skyscraper. Linda, Han Bing, and a man called Lizard were already there waiting. Dan Bing, Han Bing waved as their eyes met. For a second, they were both stunned by the other's appearance. But in that exact moment, everything went sideways. An ethereal beauty they called Doll appeared from thin air, right in front of Lu Xin. Lizard saw her and made a move, earning a hard slap from Linda. Everyone, on me! Chen Qing shouted, his voice cutting through the confusion. Do not look directly at Doll. Immediately fall back to a 100-meter radius and lock down this entire area. At the City Defense Department, Director Shen slammed his desk. I knew it. You gather that many ability users together, and something like this is bound to happen. Meanwhile, at the Research Institute, a scientist explained they'd built a safe room for her at the hotel's peak, just so she could feel involved. A researcher reported to Professor Bai. It's true, Doll responded to Dan Bing, but we never expected her reaction to be this extreme. Continue observing Doll. Chen Qing spoke into his comms. Can you hear me? Please return to your safe room now. What was going on? He was told not to look, but Lu Xin couldn't sense any danger. There was only a sweet, intoxicating fragrance in the air. Dan Bing, listen. Chen Qing's voice crackled. Doll is fixated on you right now. Do not show any hostility. Are you feeling anything unusual? Like a sense of affection, or maybe even possessiveness, since she got near you? Any emotional changes? Has she said anything to you? He'd been standing near Doll for a full 5 minutes now, but strangely, there was no reaction at all. You can open your eyes now. Lu Xin slowly opened them. Right in front of him was Doll's impossibly beautiful face. He felt his heart practically melt, overcome by an intense desire that just grew stronger. And then, just as suddenly, the feeling vanished. He spoke calmly. Hello. It's nice to see you again. I'm Dan Bing. They stared deeply into each other's eyes. Out of nowhere, Doll threw her arms around him. A memory surfaced 15 years ago. A man thinking he'd never find such a beautiful daughter at his age. The man is seen driving down a long road. I'll raise you inside the high walls, he thinks to himself. I don't need you to be rich, just safe and happy. One day a handsome young man will propose. No. No. You can't get married. No one is worthy of my daughter. I must protect you forever. But what if? What if I can't protect you? I know I can't give you a better world. I'm sorry. The memory ends as a soldier steps out of a military truck. This is the place. You'd even harm a child? Huh? This girl is beautiful. Back in the present, Dan Bing hears a voice in his ear. What are you doing holding Doll's hand? Oh, I'm not. I was just shaking it, he replied. Put in your earpiece. Now, what did you see? I saw that she is very beautiful. I mean, was there anything unusual about her? Chen Qing pressed. Well, for a moment, she sniffed me like a puppy. Does that count as unusual? He asked. Now, try to communicate with her. And try to speak gently. What exactly does gently mean? Lu Xin asked. Your current tone is fine, she replied. All right then. Lu Xin could tell his leader was already annoyed with him. Turning to Doll, he asked bluntly, What are you looking at? Is that your idea of talking to a girl gently? Chen Qing yelled through the comms. Well, what am I supposed to say? Lu Xin shot back. Never mind, she sighed. Just see if you can lead her back to the safe room. Up to the 30th floor, Lu Xin thought to himself as he guided Doll forward. He could feel a colossal spiritual power radiating from her immense, but incredibly unstable. He turned and spoke to her. You shouldn't open an umbrella indoors, he said casually. You might see a ghost. Hearing this, Doll immediately folded her umbrella. In the control room, everyone was stunned. What do you all make of this? Chen Qing asked the room. Professor Bai stroked his beard. Doll very rarely refuses anyone, but previous requests were more like commands given to a pet. She would obey. but she wouldn't understand. But what's happening now between Lu Xin and the girl? I believe this is genuine communication. Her closing the umbrella is the clearest proof. That umbrella is her security object. It never leaves her side. Director Shen wondered, how on earth did Lu Xin manage that? Professor Chen, the lead researcher on Doll, spoke up. Perhaps Lu Xin has replaced the umbrella. He has become her new sense of security. Let them get back to the room. I want to observe their interaction more. The elevator finally stopped on the 30th floor. Doll's room was a dazzling, dreamlike fairy tale world. But Lu Xin couldn't help but wonder about something. Why is everything around here made of glass? Just then, Chen Qing's voice cut in. Wait, did you enter her room without taking off your shoes? That's right, he answered. Is Doll reacting? She asked. Can't you see for yourselves? Lu Xin said, his face turning red. There were no cameras in Doll's safe room. Quick, tell me, what's she doing? The answer came back. She's taking off her clothes. Lu Xin tensed up, but relaxed. It was just her outer dress. So, any ideas on what to do? Lu Xin's response was blunt. Yeah, I want to put her clothes back on. Professor Chen immediately got on the line with Chen Qing. He told the kid not to act rashly, thinking to himself that this was the logic of a normal person. But then why did he feel like this kid was anything but normal? Lu Xin reported back. What's Doll doing? She's watching a TV commercial. Phew. That meant there was no problem. Chen Qing breathed a sigh of relief. Now try to leave. Just as Lu Xin was about to go, he froze. I don't think I can move. She's holding on to me. Then stay put for now. I'm not leaving anymore, Lu Xin told Doll. The little girl immediately went back to the sofa. He walked over to sit beside her. On the screen was an ad for male enhancement pills. Good news for all you gentlemen, only $98. Maybe I should change the channel, Lu Xin said. Doll immediately handed him the remote. Lizard was right. She's actually very innocent. Lu Xin, are you feeling anything unusual? I feel like it's a little stuffy in here. As long as you don't have any improper thoughts about Doll, it's normal, Chen Qing explained. Doll is our most powerful asset, but she's also our biggest problem. Her abilities are growing with age and are about to reach an uncontrollable level. You're the first person who can genuinely communicate with her, which proves that you can influence her. Now answer me seriously. When you see Doll, what do you feel? He wondered if he should use his mother's ability to observe her. No, what if it provokes her? I think she's very lonely, Lu Xin replied. In the meeting room, Director Shen was skeptical. Doll was diagnosed with severe autism. Autistic people aren't lonely, they just don't welcome others into their world. But what if someone actually managed to enter their world? Professor Bai explained. They would form an unusually dependent attachment. The city lord spoke up. I need a risk assessment report if Doll and Lu Xin both approach their breaking point at the same time. Just how catastrophic would the consequences be? Professor Chen adjusted his glasses. This is truly beyond our predictions. But for now, we don't need to be overly concerned. First, Lu Xin seems completely immune to Doll's negative influence. Second, Doll shows an incredible amount of tolerance for him, despite her cleanliness and obsessive-compulsive issues. He rested his chin on his hand. So, I have a proposal. Since they've already made contact, why not start that plan? This plan requires Lu Xin's cooperation, Director Shen said. But he himself is too much of a wild card. Plus, this opportunity came too suddenly, and the enemy has certainly been preparing. This isn't the era before the blood moon. Professor Bai replied. We don't have much time to prepare. I, for one, agree with Professor Chen's plan. The city lord lit a cigarette. But you have to tell me how the final plan will actually be executed. Professor Chen didn't show a hint of hesitation. He answered calmly, First, we need to reconfirm his ability to communicate. With that, he reached out and pressed the intercom button on the console. Have him ask Doll 3 questions for us. From the other side of the glass, Lu Xin received the signal. He replied curtly over the comms, Understood. He took a deep breath, approaching the little girl sitting on the floor. First question. He began in the softest voice possible. Are you satisfied with your life here? Doll remained completely lost in her own world, her tiny fingers arranging colorful wooden blocks, seemingly oblivious to his question. Over the comms, Lu Xin's voice sounded hesitant. She's not reacting at all. Either she doesn't understand, or she doesn't want to answer. He paused for a moment, then tried again, rephrasing his words. Something more personal. I mean, do you feel happy living here? This time she stopped. Doll looked up, her eyes as clear as a calm lake, and an innocent smile graced her lips as she gave a small nod. She nodded, and she's smiling, Lu Xin reported, a hint of excitement in his voice. Very good. Proceed to the second question. Help me ask the girl if our presence and our work ever bother her at all. Lu Xin relayed the question. Doll immediately shook her head, but then Lu Xin realized something important. Did she think he was asking only about himself? He quickly clarified. I'm not talking about me, I mean the others. Hearing that, Doll paused for a second before nodding. She nodded, Lu Xin reported, but it was tiny, almost unnoticeable. I don't know what kind of jobs you all give her, but I can feel that some of them make her genuinely uncomfortable. He had to ask that one twice. This difference in reaction proves something critical. Doll might unconsciously agree to any request that Lu Xin himself makes. This requires extreme caution. I'm not sure about that, Lu Xin replied. But judging by that last reaction, the situation looks a little more hopeful. Then, the final question. Ask her, is your life always just here? Is there anything you've always yearned to do, not for others, but something that comes from your own desires? The question seemed to strike a hidden chord. Doll looked up at Lu Xin for a long moment, before looking down again, returning to her unfinished game of blocks. She arranged them with intense concentration, as if they were her entire world. Luke Tan guessed her greatest wish was simple, just to play with these blocks. Excellent. All three of her answers had been recorded. This data would become an invaluable reference for handling the doll going forward. But now, they needed to discuss the most critical issue, the doll's inability to control her immense psychic power. In other words, despite her supernatural abilities, she functioned more like a walking contamination source. The method of contamination was direct eye contact, the clearest sign of her instability, and so, they needed him to ask. Luke Tan turned to the doll, carefully choosing his words. Can you control that mental power of yours by yourself? The doll looked up, her clear eyes filled with a vague, innocent confusion. She tilted her head, as if trying to decipher a completely alien concept. Luke Tan sighed and reported back. I don't think she can do it. But Professor Tran immediately cut in. Don't jump to conclusions. It was highly likely the doll simply didn't understand what they were asking. To her, releasing mental energy was probably just a natural state, like breathing or relaxing your muscles is for a normal person. Even if he could communicate with her, it would be incredibly difficult to explain an abstract concept like mental control. Today's preliminary contact had been a massive success. Thanks to the single soldier, they had confirmed the doll wasn't just some mindless machine. She was a little girl with her own likes, dislikes, and emotions. She just lived in her own world, a bit withdrawn and not good at expressing herself. But in essence, she was just like them. The city lord asked the professor, So, what's your ultimate plan to make this work? Professor Tran replied, Luke Tan's help is crucial. Their most urgent task now was helping the doll learn to control the psychic power she unconsciously radiated. Luke Tan can communicate with her, which means he can guide her learning with their coordinated help. There was hope she could learn self-control, reducing the risk of a catastrophic incident. Let Luke Tan guide her? Director Shen shot to his feet. Doesn't that mean he'll learn everything about the doll? The doll is a level 5 secret, the highest in Qinggang. What's the tension? Professor Bai said calmly. Isn't Luke Tan's file also level 5? The two of them were nearly the same. Was that how security levels worked? Did that mean secrets weren't needed between equals? All right, calm down, Professor Bai said. Luke Tan is currently a level 3 special talent. Strictly speaking, his rank wasn't high enough, but he could become a special operative to get the clearance he needed. Besides, he had an outstanding track record for completing his missions. Once the report was submitted, they would study it in detail. So what was the arrangement for Luke Tan now? He was sprawled on the sofa, sighing heavily. Still can't leave yet? It was getting late, and he wondered what his colleagues were up to now. While others were enjoying the conference, he was stuck here with the most beautiful girl in the world. Just then, Chen Qing announced the news. A decision has been made. We hope you'll accept a special commission. The current assignment is to stay with the doll? What kind of mission was this? Luke Tan was baffled. An important one. Rank B, with B-level pay. She replied, This is just prep work. After a while, a higher-level mission may become available. But first, you need to interact more with the doll so she can adapt to your presence. Hearing the pay grade, Luke Tan's eyes lit up. If it's a mission, then no problem. I'll do what needs to be done. But, I can only stay here? I haven't used the restroom in hours. I need to go, but she just follows me. That was expected, Chen Qing said with a smile. This was the first time the doll had shown such a strong sense of attachment. She probably didn't understand personal boundaries. He could order her to comply, but for now, he shouldn't. It could cause her severe emotional instability. It's best to just indulge her. And what would happen if her emotions destabilized? Simple. The doll could protect this city, or she could destroy it. Chen Qing's voice turned dead serious. Everything you are about to hear is top-level classified information. The doll's ability is officially recorded as A rank, but that data is from 3 years ago. They kept her growing power, a secret to lower the guard of other factions. I figured, he said. But why is she so powerful? This was the doll's greatest secret. She's a princess type. Her powers let her borrow and amplify the psychic energy of people around her. The more people there are, the greater the power she can borrow. In other words, anywhere with a crowd. The doll's spiritual amplification is essentially limitless. They stopped testing her range of influence 3 years ago. The risk was just too great. But they could confirm that if the doll lost control right now, her influence could blanket the entire city of Qinggang. This safe room would only work if she was cooperating. In their internal documents, the doll's current codename is Qinggang's nuclear weapon. Taking care of a bomb, Lu Xin thought to himself about the mission. He pressed on, I can manage this, but what about the 9 o'clock meeting? You're still thinking about that? Came the reply. Don't worry, I'll have Han Bing send you the meeting notes later. You're worried about your phase 2, right? Well, the report was approved. A specialist will contact you very soon. This whole thing is highly classified. Even I don't know how far along it's gotten. I'll do my best to balance things, so the doll's mission won't interfere. Lu Xin seemed relieved. Oh, good. I thought you were running phase 2 that's way beyond my abilities. Professor Bai is the one in charge, Lu Xin asked. Isn't he the one who's always quoting famous people? Oh, and there's one more important thing. Lu Xin then asked. Are the interrogation results for Vice Director Xiao's stepmother in yet? The voice on the other end was surprised. You're still interested in that? Of course, Lu Xin replied. It's my mission, so I have to be the one to finish it. The results were in, but hadn't been reviewed yet. If you're taking charge, I'll request approval for you to handle both missions at once. Qinggang's nuclear weapon, huh? Lu Xin mumbled under his breath. A girl that beautiful looked completely harmless, almost a little cute. Why on earth would they call her something like that? But, he had to admit, all he really needed to do was just stay here with her. Maybe say a few words when needed, and for that he'd get millions for a B-rank mission. This was a massive score, he thought. The doll went to shower, leaving the door open. She changed into pajamas, then climbed into bed. Going to sleep already? So what am I supposed to do? The doll always keeps to a strict schedule, Chen Qing explained. We've arranged a room for you downstairs. You can rest now. Oh, right. He turned to the doll. You stay put, I'm going to get some rest now, but she just pointed to the spot right next to her. She's saving me a spot on the bed, Lu Xin told Chen Qing, totally confused. That's probably not a good idea. Yeah, I'm not used to sleeping with other people. Chen Qing suggested. Try telling her to stay. Blushing, Lu Xin turned to the doll. You stay here and sleep. Don't follow me. The moment he said it, tears started streaming down the doll's face. Looks like leaving was no longer an option. What's wrong? She looks like she's about to cry her eyes out. The mission was to prevent emotional swings. If he left now, her emotions would definitely turn negative, right? No way around it. He'd have to sleep here tonight. But this sofa was way too small to even stretch his legs. Ugh, maybe he'd been overthinking things. Chen Qing put a hand to her forehead. In the emergency operations room, a professor remarked that Dan Bing was still a very honest person. I believe he's very trustworthy, the professor continued. He hasn't asked for much. Someone else then chimed in. What's the situation with that stepmother? It's a case caused by a dream maker type, Chen Qing answered. The perpetrator is under control, but there are still a few loose ends. Dan Bing has this need to see every mission to the very end, almost like an obsession, wouldn't you say? If that's the case, giving it to him is fine, the city lord announced. The level 1 alert is temporarily cancelled. Go ahead and select the right people to form a special task force. This meeting concerns the entire future development of Qinggang, he stressed. We can't afford any mistakes. On top of that, he continued, a team of experts from the Haishang Nation is arriving in Qinggang tomorrow at noon. The room was stunned. What? This time, they were bringing research documents on S-class ability users. The one leading their delegation is a veteran captain. We have to welcome them, but we also must be wary of any bad intentions. Greet your friends with a glass of wine in one hand and a gun in the other. An approval notice was issued for Dan Bing to take on 2 missions at the same time. His primary mission was to stay with the doll. His secondary mission, investigate the wish, granting case of Lu Wei. Lu Wei? Lu Xin said aloud. Isn't that Vice Director Xiao's stepmother? In the interrogation footage, a bewildered Lu Wei spoke. I really didn't expect it to become so serious. I was just worried that after he took over the company, he wouldn't treat my child well. I heard people talking about a certain kind of wish that was very powerful. so I went and tried it. I only wished that he'd have an accident or die. But after that, I had nightmares every single night. I dreamed he ate my child. He's a demon, you have to catch him. From this, Lu Xin figured she wasn't a genuine ability user. She had somehow managed to attract another source of contamination. In his dream, he'd seen a white shadow. It was definitely her. But someone else had clearly borrowed her spiritual power. This whole wishing business started after she visited the wife of a leader in the main city. That wife had mentioned a mysterious faith, saying its gods were incredibly effective and would grant whatever was asked of them. One day, Lu Wei heard that Director Xiao was planning to hand the business over to Xiao Yuan. She panicked, and in a moment of weakness, made that wish. Lu Xin read the report aloud. It seemed the key to this whole thing was that leader's wife, but she was already dead. Beep. His earpiece went off. It was Chen Qing asking, "Finished reading the report?" He replied, "Yeah, was just about to read it one more time." He thought to himself, "She's amazing. She knows exactly how long it takes to read a report." "Set it aside for now," Chen Qing's voice said. "Now, I'm going to run you through the important points for taking the doll on a mission. I've already combined your two assignments." So, Lu Xin and Doll were to form a temporary squad. Doll was the main member, even the B-rank lizard was just a vice captain. Lu Xin was taken aback. Was he being asked if he thought Doll's personality was suited for any other kind of role? "Fair point," Lu Xin laughed. But Chen Qing's tone turned serious. "As the captain, you have to understand your team member. There were 3 critical rules for deploying Doll. First, when she wasn't on a mission, she had to stay in a designated safe space. Second, if she appeared in public, she had to be covered up immediately. And third, requests had to be given sincerely and clearly. That would automatically switch her into mission mode. If anyone had an unusual emotional reaction to Doll, protecting her was the absolute priority." She paused for a beat. "Also, anytime Doll goes out, she'll have 3 support squads with her. Or, more accurately, a nanny squad. But now that Lu Xin was in charge, they would remain hidden in the shadows. He didn't need to mind them, but could call on them with any questions." "All right, got it all," Lu Xin confirmed. Then, a new update. She'd just gotten the latest file about Lu Wei from City Protection. The person who made a wish with her was named Vu Than, 41 years old, a housewife. And she was already dead, so they'd been digging deep into her social network. "I've sent you the results. You can start the mission." Lu Xin quickly scanned the file. Yoga studio. She liked to wander the streets alone, joined a high society wives club but never fit in. Looks like she had almost no friends. After Vu Than died, the security department questioned all her contacts, but they found absolutely nothing out of the ordinary. "But there is one thing that stands out," Chen Qing said. "A stress relief and release course." She explained it was a city-run project designed to prevent so-called pollution incidents from happening. See, stress and negative emotions were the primary cause of mental mutations. The course used sophisticated techniques to help people resist the influence of this mental pollution. "Can I go check it out?" Lu Xin asked. "Permission granted. The class Vu Than attended starts at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'll have a car pick you up at 8:30. The next morning, Doll was already sitting up on the bed, quietly staring out the window. "Morning," Lu Xin yawned. "You can get ready here. I'm just stepping out for a second. I'll be right back." He wasn't kidding. Outside the door, the nanny squad had already delivered breakfast. So this was the legendary team. Chen Qing explained over the comms that Doll could handle basic self-care, but anything more complex required support from her professional team. Their job started with just her meals and rest, but over time, they even began designing and making her dresses. "No wonder they're the support squad. They can do everything," Lu Xin said with a thumbs up. "When Doll goes out, there are 3 mandatory items," Chen Qing continued. "First, her clothes. The outer layer was woven with a special fiberglass. Second, her hair clip concealed a mini mental fluctuation detector. If it passed a certain threshold, it automatically played her favorite song. Third, a blindfold made from a special material. It minimizes the impact her gaze has on people around her," she emphasized. The driver picking them up was also a specialist. He'd taken mental control medication and could only drive for 30 minutes at a time before being swapped out. "What a hassle," Lu Xin muttered. Doll heard him, turning to shoot him a glare. I meant them." Lu Xin quickly pointed to the 2 care staff members standing nearby. That morning, he and Doll headed to the course location. The second they arrived, he ran into that guy with the glasses again, a man named Lu. "Mr. Lu," he said with a smile, "I've been waiting for you. Weren't you at the Shu family's house?" Lu Xin asked. "I also run a tutoring class here." The man offered Lu Xin a cigarette. "Mr. Lu, everything we do is perfectly legal. We provide free mental guidance to everyone. It's a public service, a way to get closer to the community. If we find any bad seeds, we report them immediately. Lu Xin's eyes narrowed. So why do you look so guilty? Let's just go inside and have a look. Lu thought to himself. Guilty? No, I'm just plain terrified. Inside the classroom, a lecturer was droning on. Everyone, we must address a common misconception that's existed for far too long. We can't treat mental illness like an insult, and we can't be afraid to talk about it openly. It is an illness, just like the flu or a fever. It requires time to heal, and more importantly, it has to be confronted head-on. It only took a single glance for Lu Xin to know something was very wrong with this classroom. He led Dahl away and immediately contacted Chen Qing. Chief Chen, this place is trouble. I've already spotted 2 people with clear signs of mental abnormalities. He asked for orders. Handle them now or bring them in. Special task force, Chen Qing commanded instantly. Move in. What are you standing around for? Notify city protection to lock down this entire building. At that exact moment, down at the city's seaport, meanwhile, a delegation from the Haishang Nation, full of scientists and ability users, just arrived to begin their affair. The special task force quickly storms the building. The tension was thick. Tan could see the stress on their faces before turning to speak to his doll. He tells her, "You don't need to be tense. It isn't your time to fight yet." A soldier then asks, "Mr. Tan, who is the target?" "Ah, right. I forgot," Tan says. "You all can't see them, can you?" He steps forward, pointing out the woman in the fleece jacket in the 4th row, and also that man in the tracksuit who looks like he hasn't slept in a week. The man immediately erupts. "Why are you arresting me? My father is the director of logistics. You've got the wrong guy. The suspects are under control." A soldier reports. "We aren't detecting any abnormal mental amplification levels. We're preparing to transport them to city defense for immediate questioning." But Tan thinks to himself, this was way too easy. Something isn't right. The scans show nothing? Chen Qing asks over the radio. "Tan, tell me exactly how you can see that there's something wrong with them. What does it look like to you?" Tan places a hand on his chin, thinking, "It's just like that time I saw Xiao Yuan's stepmother." He explains that there's a very obvious abnormality on their bodies. The shapes are different, but the overall style feels exactly the same. It was only one person last time, and now there are 2. Chen Qing's voice is grim. "Has it spread? I have a very bad feeling about this. Tan, get to the other counseling centers immediately and investigate the situation." Tan turns to the special ops team. "Everyone, you're with me." He puts a hand on the shoulder of the guy named Lu. "Don't worry, you've just been temporarily commandeered. Now, let's go see the other classrooms. 3 people in this room, 4 in this one. How are there so many of them?" Chen Qing asks, shocked. "Is there something wrong with this type of psychological counseling?" The man with the glasses starts sweating bullets. "Impossible. Everything we do is perfectly legal. This is not the time to plead your case. What kinds of programs do you normally run here?" "It's all approved science education and a few simple tips for stress relief. On top of that, we encourage the students to socialize. Well, sometimes they get together on their own, have a few drinks, complain about people." Chen Qing is furious. "You encourage them to curse people out?" Chen Qing's anger is palpable. The man is nearly in tears, saying, "What better way is there to relieve stress than talking trash about someone behind their back?" "Get downstairs," Chen Qing tells Tan over the comms. "A specialized vehicle for you and the doll is already waiting for you." They were en route to the next location to continue the sweep when the convoy suddenly lurched to a halt, and Tan stepped out. He could see contaminated people all around them. The girl in the light blue dress sitting at the coffee shop across the street, the janitor working more than 30 meters away, and the male driver in the SUV with license plate 87430 that just passed, and even the security guard smoking in his booth. They're all compromised. "Arrest every last one of them," Chen Qing orders. "Are you sure you want to arrest all of them?" Chen Qing's response is firm. "If they're showing abnormal signs, we arrest them all. They will only be released when we can guarantee they're 100% safe." But Tan warns, if you really want to catch them all, you're going to need to send more people. In another part of the city, the portly city lord is enthusiastically shaking hands with a guest. "Welcome, Mr. Ye. It has been far too long. I heard that experts from the Haishang Nation wish to share their latest research. We here in Qinggang welcome you warmly. The moment we received your message, we immediately arranged for our top experts to join the conference. We have Lord Su to thank for this opportunity," Professor Ye replies. He then turns from the Lord to address a Professor Bai. "This must be the renowned Professor Bai, correct? Your research paper on special psychic types has been published and is widely read in the Haishang Nation." "Haha, You flatter me. You are far too kind. Let's head inside the city. We can talk more there. Meanwhile, on an observation deck, Director Shen asks his team, "What have you found?" A total of 3 ability users arrived with the delegation. An agent responds, "But we have not detected anything unusual about them. According to our intel, their group only has one registered ability user named Shen Ming, with a mental amplification level of 601,000. We still haven't been able to analyze his ability type. That is irrelevant," Director Shen says bluntly. "What I need is a guarantee that if they have a single hostile thought, we can stop them cold and ensure not one of them escapes. We have completed the security perimeter around the Donghai Hotel. We are standing by for your command." Very good. At the Donghai Hotel, Qinggang's conference for high-level talent training is scheduled to start at 3 p.m. "So this is your big training conference for ability users?" Professor Ye asks. "With an expert like Professor Bai present, we're sure to be on the cutting edge. The emergence of ability users is an issue none of us can afford to ignore." He continues his speech, declaring that among the walled cities, they must all cast aside their prejudices to fight this new upheaval together. He was here this time to promote the relationship between the Hai Thuong and Thonkang nations. Suddenly, an employee rushed in. "Lord, 2, you're going to want to take this call. How could this happen?" Director Shen demands, furious. A staffer reports it was Captain Chen of the Special Processing Unit. "Within an hour, she's arrested over 100 citizens, my lord, and completely locked down 3 city blocks, 2 shopping malls and 1 government building, and it wasn't over. Now she was calling for reinforcements from the city guard. Why were they arresting so many people? The urgent report said all of them were suspected of being contaminated, tainted by some kind of strange anomaly, but among the captured were powerful people. The family members of officials were among them. Now they were all demanding their release." "Tell them to shut up," Director Shen yelled. "Anyone who's contaminated gets arrested, no exceptions." "Yes, but the problem is, we can't prove any of them are actually tainted. Team leader, we've arrested so many people. We're about to exceed our authority," an agent reported to Chen Qing. "What are the interrogation results?" he was asked. "Nothing to report. Psych evaluations, spiritual energy, scans, nothing. They couldn't find a single thing wrong with any of them, so the people they arrested were all just normal, with no abnormalities. A few admitted to participating in some kind of prayer ritual, but far more of them denied it completely. They just didn't have the manpower or equipment to verify every single one. Most of the special processing department was tied up at the Donghai Hotel. They couldn't afford to arrest anyone else right now. It would just make people think they were up to something shady." Chen Qing was lost in thought. "What was the word from the city guard?" Still no response. "I understand," she said. She got on the single-soldier radio to ask Lu Xin, "How many abnormal people are still out there?" "There are still so many," Lu Xin replied. "This is wild. Everyone look, that man with the camera is one of them. He's abnormal too. The closer we get to the city center, the more of them I see." Chen Qing frowned. "Besides you just seeing it, do you have any other proof? Without it, it's hard to convince anyone. Every single person they'd arrested had passed their tests with flying colors." She looked him right in the eye. "How certain are you that they're contaminated?" "You don't believe me, do you?" Lu Xin asked, but there was no hint of blame in his voice. "I get it. When my own family showed up, I thought I was hallucinating. It's the same now. I see their strangeness, but you can't detect it. It's only logical for everyone to doubt me. On this matter, I have no proof. My job is just to spot the abnormality. Whether you believe me or not is a decision for leaders like you." He's so calm, Chen Qing thought. He didn't seem to care at all if anyone believed him, if that's how it was. She suddenly strode right up to the man holding the camera. "What's going on now? The administration arresting more people?" The man muttered to himself. "Pow." Chen Qing slammed her fist right into his face. "Listen," she said, her voice sickeningly sweet. "I know I just hit you, but you can hear how gentle my voice is. That's because I like you. This is the only chance you'll ever have for me to like you. So, shouldn't you be honest with me?" The man, dazed from the punch, quickly raised 3 fingers to swear an oath. I swear, I'd cheat my own parents before I'd ever cheat you." "Very good. I heard there's a trend in the city lately, a prayer ritual. Dig deep into your memory and tell me. Your answer will earn you my affection." "I don't know anything about praying," he stammered, "but I do know about a cursing game. You just curse someone, and they'll definitely have bad luck. It's real, I swear. Last time, I cursed the old lady next door, and a week later she fell and broke her leg." In the observation room, a researcher reported to Director Shen, sweating profusely. "Sir, every action the Special Processing Unit is taking is based on the subjective guess of one person who may have multiple personality disorder. Every test we have can't prove a single thing he said. You mean we can't trust the words of a madman? Director Shen roared. You think the important thing now is whether or not we believe him? The important thing is, Qinggang is about to face a massive contamination event. Someone has found the source and you're still hesitating? A grenade might be a dud, but would you dare pull the pin and sleep with it? Another staffer rushed in. Director Shen, Mr. Su says he trusts your judgment. He's giving you full authority to handle it. Director Shen immediately ordered the mobilization of all personnel from base number 3. They were to assist with arrests and set up a temporary quarantine zone in the abandoned industrial park. He issued an internal level 1 alert, locking down the entire main city. All ability users and special forces were to move out. Finally, he activated the ion cannon's emergency protocol, adjusting the barrel to aim directly at the city's heart. At that moment, Chen Qing broadcast over the radio. Information analysis team, listen up. Preliminary interrogation results. 1. All suspects have participated in a ritual. It's described as praying or cursing. 2. This ritual is spreading like wildfire on the internal network. 3. Immediately isolate all suspects. Cut off all forms of communication with the outside world. Sitting in the car, Lu Xin thought to himself, this perfect, orderly city. It looked just like a metropolis from the old civilized era. But now, monsters were taking it over, and all he could do was watch. Suddenly, the doll grabbed his hand. Was she trying to tell him that she believed him? Chen Qing turned to him. Emergency mission. Find every last one of the mutants. No one gets left behind. In the high-level meeting room, Professor Ye spoke up. Compared to the madmen who want to become gods, the only thing we ordinary people can do right now is unite. That means actual trust. Not this current mess where every city and faction builds its own walls and secretly plots against each other. Professor Ye is right, Professor Bai added. But there's no need to be quite so pessimistic. A lot of people are finally starting to realize just how important cooperation is. The third academic exchange conference led to sharing a lot of crucial resources and increased everyone's understanding of the mental mutations. Professor Ye stood up, agitated. And because of that increased understanding, isn't everyone now scrambling to start Phase 2? The way he sees it, this kind of order based on a city-state alliance was an anomaly from the very beginning. It was just a temporary solution after the Blood Moon catastrophe, while everyone waited for a true civilization to be rebuilt. What they need right now is to become one unified system again. This old man has seen more than enough storms in his lifetime, so he'll say something that's hard to hear. The ignorant fools out there could be terrified with a single glance from him. But what about the ability users of today? A single look from them can make a person commit suicide, let alone an S-rank. He's heard they're even more terrifying. And this time, he's brought an S-rank ability user with him. Mr. Su, the Lord of Qinggang City, just smiled. Surely Professor Ye knows that casually bringing an S-rank into someone else's territory is not exactly a polite move. He adds that there was absolutely no mention of this in the plan outline sent a month ago. So now, can he finally reveal his true purpose for coming to Qinggang? I was afraid you wouldn't agree if I said so earlier, Old Yi replied. I'm here to cooperate. That part hasn't changed. If we want to face the coming changes, we need an alliance without any limits. And out of all the options, his nation of Haisheng has chosen Qinggang. You have the most advanced agricultural production chains and top 5 research on mental mutations. This is the best place for our return to the mainland. It seems your desire to return is quite urgent, Professor Bai noted with a frown. It is, Professor Ye nodded. Because we moved to the sea early on, we suffered only minor losses during those insane years. But some problems did appear. For example, a kind of curse that makes people no longer human. He meant that Haishang was experiencing some kind of degeneration. Regarding the cooperation Haishang is proposing, Mr. Su interrupted. I think Qinggang has shown enough sincerity already. Clearly, this level of cooperation isn't enough, Professor Ye provoked. If Haishang really returns, things are bound to get dirty. Everyone has their own agenda, so he's chosen a different way to cooperate. Haishang will be taking over everything in Qinggang. Mr. Su's expression darkened immediately. So the recent disturbances in our city were your doing? Are you trying to start a war? Haven't I made myself clear? The man sneered back. This is a war. Han Bing's voice suddenly crackled in Lu Xin's earpiece. For now, we can't capture any more of the mutated. We have 2 jobs. 1. Prepare for a large-scale mental mutation event. 2. Figure out the potential threat from these mutants and come up with countermeasures beforehand. Lu Xin, you're basically the only person who can see their abnormal condition right now, so we really need your cooperation. Understood, Lu Xin replied with a serious face. Let's land first. The doll beside him suddenly gripped his hand tightly. Is she afraid of heights? No, that's not right. The first time they met, he saw her fly down from the sky. How could someone like that fear heights? Lu Xin wondered. But that wasn't the most important question now. What would these mentally mutated people ultimately become? Even though in his eyes they had already turned into all sorts of monsters, right now they could still feel fear, still cry, and still think for themselves. When the real mutation happens, what will they become? Who gave them these powers, and for what purpose? At the military command center, the army chief demanded answers. What's the percentage chance we can eliminate him in an instant? Reporting, sir. 3 heavy sniper rifles are locked on. 1 has live ammo, 1 has a tranquilizer, and 1 is a special round. We're certain of a hit, but the target is an ability user. We're not sure if conventional certainty even applies here. 3 special forces teams have already entered the meeting room. All their weapons are specially designed to target ability users. But at the end of the day, the target is an S rank. None of us know if they can actually handle him. Get Mr. Su and Professor Bai out of there first. Our own ability user will make the first move, and adjust the angle of the super-frequency ion cannon. With their sights set on the Donghai Hotel, a secretary told Mr. Su, Sir, you need to leave here first. Mr. Su just waved him off. No need to rush. Go check on our security detail first. He then turned to old Ye, saying, Mr. Ye, you're a capable man. I respect you, and I would even be your friend. But with Qinggang's safety on the line right now, my hands are tied. I don't know how much faith you have in this S-class user. We in Qinggang respect the power of ability users, but that doesn't mean we're afraid of it. If you truly want to start a war, then Qinggang will make you pay an equally heavy price. Arrest all of them. Behind old Ye, an ability user's fingers suddenly morphed into razor-sharp blades. His aura exploded. He didn't need a gun, he was using his power. In a flash, everyone from Qinggang was swept up. What is this feeling? One of them screamed in terror. They all cried out in agony, but old Ye simply gritted his teeth. I'll die before I ever kneel. This is my last shred of dignity. Mr. Su waved his hand. Don't struggle against an ability user. Contain him. An inhibitor collar was snapped onto the neck of the red-hooded man. Mr. Su, you should go, a guard urged. He didn't even resist? Mr. Su stared intently at the hooded man. What exactly is your plan here? Old Ye finally sighed in relief. This kid is from Haishang Nation. His spiritual amplification level is under 1,000, but his power is absolutely terrifying. We had planned to raise him into a guardian deity, but unfortunately, he has a huge problem we could never solve. He has absolutely no will to live. Old Ye's voice was laced with bitterness. Every single minute, he endures an unimaginable level of pain. His only wish is to die, so his soul can return to its true homeland. True homeland? Professor Bai frowned. We tried everything we could, but we couldn't convince him to live. Forcing someone who wants death to keep on suffering is a truly immoral act. So, we allowed him to go to a designated place to commit suicide, as a final contribution. So he's planning to use his life to ambush Qinggang? Mr. Su asked. What about you? Do you plan to die here too? Just look at me. Old Ji laughed. I can't even smoke my favorite pipe anymore. What is this old life of mine even worth? I came here this time to witness my masterpiece and to see what a true god really looks like. Can I be released now? The red-hooded man suddenly asked as his power flared. Mr. Su, Professor Bai, you have to get out of here. Just as the hooded man was about to strike, he collapsed. Was it the inhibitor's shock? No, his power had left his body. It began to envelop everyone nearby. What is that thing? A soldier watching from afar asked in shock. Alarms blared to life. Reinforce all defensive measures. I want a full analysis immediately. Logic and a solution in the shortest time possible. 300 meters underground. Mr. Su raged inside a high-speed train. Interrogate the old captain at once. Use any means necessary. That damn fool. But really, a situation like this wasn't all that surprising. Professor Bai calmly stated, Now is the time to test our preparations. In the war room, a voice rang out. Are high-frequency ion cannons ready at wall sections 14 and 7? A report came in. A massive psychic monster has appeared near the Donghai Hotel. Its spiritual amplification is rising non-stop. It's gone from 1,000 to 7,000. It'll break 10,000 soon. How is it even getting stronger? About 10 artillery rounds should be enough to take it down. Then prepare 12. The attack from Haishang Nation has begun. Professor Bai spoke over the phone. The city has many mutated individuals. Most have already been moved into quarantine. The leader replied, What is that red monster? It's the psychic entity left behind after Haishang's S-class user killed himself. How do we handle it? Obviously, we prepare the high-frequency rounds and hit it twice. Forget that idea, Professor Bai insisted. Using brute force like that without understanding its logic creates far too many variables. What about adjusting to super-frequency mode? Prepare 20 units. It hasn't reached that level yet. The old captain knows Qinggong's defenses inside and out. He wouldn't have left such a huge, obvious opening. I suggest we wait for the interrogation results on the old captain, while also activating the emergency defense plan. We're not following normal procedure, the military chief said to his subordinate. I still don't feel right about this. Just raise the cannon capacity to 20 units, and be ready to adjust to super frequency at a moment's notice. An announcement echoed throughout the city. Please proceed quickly to the nearest emergency shelter. On the streets below, it was a living hell. Mutated people were relentlessly attacking civilians, their screams filling the air. They were in the temporary quarantine zone. The team leader barked out an order, Lu Tan, situation report. Now, Lu Tan's report was chilling. He could see small, spirit-like monsters appearing on every single infected person. Their power level was weak, he explained, just a few dozen units each. But when a host is killed, they don't just disappear, they merge. Their spiritual energy just keeps stacking, with no upper limit. His conclusion was grim. Killing the infected now would only speed up the creation of one massive, powerful monster. All containment units, listen up. The leader's voice crackled over the comms. Hold fire, I repeat, use tranquilizer rounds only. What's the status from the intel team? The old sea captain's preliminary statement has been uploaded to File 1, came the reply. Another voice chimed in. We've pulled all data related to the true homeland incident from Satellite City 4. Professor Bai's analysis report was also sent. Back in the command room, the air was thick with tension. We know next to nothing about this S-rank esper from the Haishang Nation, one of the strategists stated flatly. Then let's use the true homeland case as our lead, someone suggested. Their missionary was able to command 2 of these spirit monsters. Another agent frowned. But where do these things even come from? Are we actually dealing with some kind of other world? Just then, the main screen lit up, showing Professor Bai's face. I've been listening to your analysis, everyone. He began, This other world theory is interesting, but I believe it's merely a concept. Our investigation into the incident at Satellite City 4, he continued, shows that the monster's power stems directly from negative human emotions. So what if the true homeland isn't a place, but a spiritual plane, a collective subconscious ocean of all mankind? Another professor mulled this over. By that logic, does that mean all powers related to the true homeland are based on summoning? They create a rift to that plane and call the creatures through. But there's another possibility, Professor Bai added, his expression. The monsters on the victims aren't directly linked to the S-rank user. This is a completely different form of attack. He explained, the Haishang Nation has figured out how to manipulate monsters connected to the true homeland. The earlier prayers and curses were just bait. When their S-rank Esper used his own death to trigger his ability, he was actually luring these specific monsters out. Once every last one of them materializes, Qinggong will become a literal living hell. And in that chaos, the S-rank user could achieve his true objective, to infinitely raise his spiritual amplification level. It was a perfectly coordinated attack plan. 5 minutes, Mr. Su commanded. I want a recommended course of action. Every team on the ground was waiting for that analysis. Down in the quarantine zone, Lu Tan saw more people succumbing to madness, but killing them wasn't an option. This invisible, growing monster filled him with pure disgust. Even the doll beside him seemed uneasy. Suddenly, a sweet voice came through Lu Tan's earpiece. Brother Lu Tan, are you there? He simply replied, I'm here. Good evening, Brother Lu Tan, he returned the greeting. It's a shame that emergency training conference meant I couldn't see you, she continued. But the most important thing is handling this attack. After it's all over, I hope I get the chance to treat you to dinner. I have to play the part of a good host after all. Lu Tan paused, a wry smile on his face. Seeing this, the doll seemed to brighten up too. All right, you two, the team leader's voice cut in sharply. Save the reunion stories for after the mission is over. The new action plan has been decided. Lu Tan, I have a mission for you, and it requires the doll, he explained. The Haishang Nation secretly created a massive number of infected through these so-called prayer rituals. When their red-robed emissary activates his power, all the monsters on the hosts will awaken. They'll be drawn to him, infecting even more people. Our top priority is dealing with the infected in this quarantine zone first. We need to destroy the monsters on them. The doll has the ability to handle a situation of this massive scale. He hesitated. The problem is, we're not sure she can even understand such a complex command. That's why I need you to explain it to her clearly. Lu Tan simply nodded. Understood. He turned to the doll. Can you control these people and stop them from running wild? They're covered in monsters, these sources of contamination. They're merging and growing stronger. Can you destroy them? The doll just kept smiling. A voice, clear as crystal, replied, I can. Over the comms, Chen Qing was stunned. The doll had answered him. Again, she immediately barked an order. Special ops and support teams, pull back now. On Lu Tan's signal, the doll shot straight into the sky. Her lifeless eyes stared down at the crazed mob below. And in an instant, every single one of them froze. It's so quiet, Lu Tan said, amazed. They had all stopped completely. But in that same moment, the parasitic spirit monsters on them reacted. With their hosts controlled, the monsters roared in fury and charged straight for the doll. They were all targeting her. He had to protect her. Lu Tan panicked and started to move, but when he looked up again, he froze in sheer disbelief. The doll was deliberately baiting them all. She did it all to protect him. This ally is ridiculously strong. Doll snaps her umbrella shut, then unleashes a horrifying wave of force. Invisible, yet solid, it rips through the air. All the spirit monsters just dissolve into smoke. Lu Xin is stunned. That's it? It's really over just like that? With so many monsters, he was sure even Doll would be fighting for a while. But all it took was snapping an umbrella open and closed. He figures she must have borrowed the monster's own spiritual power, then simply redirected it all back at them with her umbrella. She might be smiling like an angel now, but that attack was absolutely vicious. He realizes she is one seriously formidable person. Doll did great, Chen Qing's voice says over the comms. Lu Xin, sweep the area for remnants. But there's nothing left a perfectly clean job. High above, a white-haired girl with crimson wings glares down at the scene below. You killed them, she seethes. And now I'll take your lives in return. 300 meters underground, in a speeding subway car, the head of the military asks the critical question. How do they kill that thing? Send Doll back in? I wouldn't recommend sending Doll, Professor Bai answers. For the exact same reason I told you not to use artillery. The general gets it. You mean its spiritual energy level is already over 20,000? And pushing 30,000? How did it get so high? Mr. Su asks. The special unit's report is grim. Any monster that gets near Red Dress Land is instantly devoured. It's feeding to grow stronger, Professor Bai explains. What's worse, we can all see it so clearly. His terrifying theory is that its core ability is to absorb spiritual energy. Just by looking at it, a part of their own power is being siphoned away. That's why its power level is closing in on 30,000. Part of that energy comes from the monsters it eats, but the rest is coming from Qinggang itself, from every single person looking at it. An ability that's a dark mirror of Doll's. But she borrows power. This thing devours it, he clarifies. If we send a spiritual powerhouse like Doll to attack it, there's a very real chance it will just devour her too, making the contamination even worse. This is the insidious trap the Haisong nation set, Mr. Su points out. And even if we do manage to kill it, countless people in Qinggang have already been drained. The after effects of that spiritual drain would be a citywide wave of uncontrollable, deep depression. Huge numbers of civilians, even their own soldiers, would be driven to mass suicide. The army chief slams his fist on the table. Those absolute bastards. The comparison results confirm my theory, Professor Bai says. And if things have come to this, I am now officially requesting the activation of our non-standard emergency defense protocol. The contamination level of Red Dress Land is spiking. The analyst's recommendation is clear. Do not send Doll. Lu Xin weighs his options. Oddly enough, he doesn't feel like he's in any danger himself. He actually has a powerful urge to charge right in and fight it, but some deep instinct screams at him that doing so would be a fatal mistake. That monster is just too strange. At that moment, Mr. Su, Professor Bai, and the military chief approach him. Hello, Lu Xin, Professor Bai says, shaking his hand. My name is Bai. I'm the director of the Research Institute. Lu Xin recognizes the name. The professor gets straight to the point. If we were to remove all your restraints, let you go all out, could you defeat that thing? The professor lays out the timeline. In 10 minutes, we expect to be facing a monster with a power level exceeding 60,000. Qinggang is, quite frankly, on the brink of total annihilation. I need you to accept this S-class disposal mission. Of course, I know you have your reservations, he continues. So my proposal is this. We immediately begin your Stage 2 enhancement. Stage 2? Lu Xin asks, caught off guard. So suddenly, right here? Not exactly what you pictured, is it? Professor Bai notes. There isn't even a bed. Stage 2 is really just a concept, the professor explains. Its true purpose is stabilization, which usually requires a series of invasive surgeries. The goal is to help a person withstand far greater spiritual power. But, yes, that's the point. Yeah, that's what I figured, Lu Xin nods. But you, Professor Bai says with admiration, are different. Your own base spiritual level is already astronomical. For you, the most important part of Stage 2 is learning emotional control. Therefore, I'll be using a new method. It's incredibly harsh and extremely expensive. Before we proceed, I must ask you one last time. Soldier, do you truly wish to undergo Stage 2? The soldier simply bows his head in silence. That's his answer. Very good. Professor Bai produces a briefcase. Inside is nothing more than a contract and a pen. Please sign this first. Lu Xin had already mentally prepared himself, but having to sign a contract at a time like this? The soldier is left speechless. He signs the paper. Is this all? Lu Xin asks. Still doubtful. What exactly was the new method the professor mentioned? Professor Bach adjusted his glasses, his calm voice hiding a deep well of knowledge. He asked, "Do you recall the painting you seized from the knights outside the city? I believe you've heard of it. It all begins with something called a spiritual parasitic item. They are unique artifacts, vessels that can hold and magnify the power of the human will. If an item contains spiritual energy for too long, it takes on its owner's traits. Or worse, it becomes an independent source of spiritual contamination. And that painting, known as the Red Moon's Gaze, has been thoroughly analyzed. It's been confirmed as an extremely rare, high-grade parasitic item. In the entire Alliance Research Institute database, only 30 like it have ever been recorded. Each one holds one of the 30 most bizarre and terrifying spiritual powers in existence. The power hidden in his painting is called the Gaze. It possesses an absolutely terrifying power to control emotions. Just a single glance is enough to awaken the darkest corners of the human soul, turning people into monsters ruled by their most primal urges. If it ever got out into the open, it could easily ignite a massive, city-wide tragedy. However, the man explains, no matter how destructive a power is, there's always a way to harness it. His Phase 2 enhancement plan involves borrowing the energy from the Red Moon's Gaze itself. Through analysis, they discovered its true nature. It devours positive emotions. So they reversed its process. Using complex extraction and transfer techniques, they crafted this special parasitic item just for him. Just then, alarms blared. Red emergency lights bathed the entire room in crimson. A frantic voice erupts from the intercom. The Red Robe Apostle is active again. The psychic wave is spreading. Instantly, everyone in the command room drops to their knees, clutching their heads in absolute agony. We only have 2 minutes, Professor Bai grunts, fighting to stay on his feet. Proceeding with Phase 2 requires more than just their faith that he won't lose control. It demands that he place his absolute trust in them. He was the one who proposed this, and they trusted him enough to create the item. Now the plan is ready. But the final choice belongs to him, Shanbing. His gaze falters, hesitating for just a moment. They chose to trust him, he thinks to himself. It means they aren't afraid that he's just some lunatic trying to keep it together. Even if you are a lunatic, the head of the military suddenly speaks up, tossing a tactical bag and a pistol right at Shanbing. His voice is raspy but firm. Then your Qinggang port's lunatic. Shanbing opens the bag, finding it filled with custom-made ammunition. The commander's expression is complex, his brow furrowed in thought. To be honest, I've always been wary of your kind, he admits. But this city has always been protected by lunatics, just like you. Shanbing looks up, a question on his mind. When this mission's over, will the pay be enough to buy a house? Mr. Su, who'd been silent this whole time, cracks a small smile. I guarantee it'll be enough. A holographic screen appears, displaying the mission details in cold, hard text. Mission, S, rank. Neutralize the S-rank spiritual entity from Haishang and handle all remaining fallout. Assigned personnel, main operative Shan Bing, analyst Han Bing, support from Dahl, and other squad members. Without a second of hesitation, Shan Bing grabs the specialized glasses and puts them on. I'll take the mission. Are you ready, Shan Bing? Han Bing's voice rings out from the data processing unit. Ready, he replies. Instantly, his world warps through the lenses. Lines of code stream across his vision, retinal data being logged. Initial emotional thresholds being set. Initiating primalization sequence. A bizarre sensation floods his body. Something about this feels wrong. Shanbing mutters as his consciousness starts to fade. Shanbing, can you hear me? A voice suddenly cuts in, right beside his ear. Shanbing reaches up to the frames, turns out they have a built-in earpiece. Pretty advanced tech, he thinks to himself. All right, time to get to work. As he turns, he catches Doll's sorrowful gaze. He pauses, reminding her gently, "Wait for me here. I'll be right back. Don't pretend you can't hear me. Get in the car." With that, Shanbing charges toward the colossal monster. A question echoes in his mind. Can he really face down a spiritual entity this terrifying on his own? What if he could just stop thinking entirely? As his mind drifts into chaos, a familiar figure suddenly appears. It's his little sister, a radiant smile on her face as she floats toward him. "I'm here now." Her clear voice is like a cool spring, washing away all his fears. Then, his mother appears, looking at him with pure affection. "Those glasses really suit you, dear." "Mom, is this enough?" Shanbing asks. "Whether it's enough or not doesn't matter," she replies softly. "What's important is that you've reached the second phase. It's time to start mending things with your father. We are a family. What's the point of living under one roof if we're always so guarded?" Shanbing just nods. Yes, it has been a few days. He felt much safer with everyone here, but there was something he had to handle first. The scene shifted to the command room. Seeing Donbin walk toward the monster with his mother and sister, the military commander couldn't hold back his rage. "You old fraud," he screamed. "Didn't you say his family was just an illusion? That they'd disappear with the second phase enhancement? Well, explain to me what the hell those two women are." Lord Tu's brow furrowed, his eyes filled with displeasure. A mistake like this can't happen again. Even with a hand grabbing his collar, Professor Bach was strangely calm. "How can you call me a fraud?" He explained that everything he said were reasonable speculations based on actual facts. Of course, since they're speculations, it's perfectly normal for there to be some deviations here and there. Meanwhile, Don Bin had gotten incredibly close to the red-robed apostle. He could clearly feel a huge, twisted mental pressure roaring from its body like a storm. The entity before him was a true nightmare. The red-robed apostle stood like a mountain of flesh, its scarlet robe, looking as if it were woven from horror and blood. It constantly expanded, swallowing smaller spirit monsters that swarmed it, merging them into its own hideous body. Don Bin frowned, turning to his little sister who was clinging tightly to his arm. "You can let go of me now, right?" "I don't want to," she giggled. "I have to protect you." Don Bin sighed, pointing at the apostle. "This isn't about protection anymore. We have to get to work. That thing is gigantic. Can you do what you did last time and directly contaminate its body?" His sister tilted her head, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "Do you want to borrow my power?" Sao Tan just ruffled her hair. "You're my sister. There's no such thing as borrowing." Hearing that, little 17 excitedly rushed towards the apostle. Sao Tan felt an invisible link, something from his body rapidly transferring to his sister. She crawled onto the monster, cheering. "What an adorable red doll." But the red-robed apostle immediately detected a burst of energy, shattering little 17's body into pieces. Immediately after, the fragments automatically reassembled, making her whole again. "It pushed me away," she pouted. "It's nothing like my previous toys." It seemed his sister couldn't handle this monster, Sao Tan thought. His mother, standing beside them, wasn't worried at all. "She's still young, after all," she said. "And look how happy she gets when someone actually hits her." "Let's head up first," Sao Tan suggested. Reaching the 34th floor, his earpiece crackled. "Sao Tan, can you hear me?" "I can hear you. I'm in the elevator, so the signal's affected by the monster's proximity." Taking an elevator at a time like this, Han Bang wondered. Staring at the massive red-robed apostle, Sao Tan muttered, "The question I have now is, what exactly are its properties?" It had resisted his sister's contamination after all. Han Bang's voice came through, relaying Professor Tran's analysis. A monster could be contaminated if the source had a higher quality or was a direct counter to its power. But when its level of absence is high enough, it can self-repair and eliminate the contamination to maintain its stability. So that's why his sister couldn't handle it, Sao Tan realized. "Mom, any suggestions?" "I've discovered many things," his mother said, "but most importantly, while you're talking to me now, they can probably hear everything." Sao Tan was helpless. "Ah, well, let them listen. My family is real, after all." His mother explained, "This one is very interesting. It's clearly alive, but it doesn't want to live. Some might think it wants to die from suffering, but why not assume it just always wanted to die in the first place? Only through death could it release its own negative emotions, right?" Sao Tan frowned. A living spiritual power, but a being that wanted death. Was this very contrast the reason it had the trait of devouring the power of others? If so, then the solution was the psychic threads. He suddenly saw countless threads forming this spiritual entity. There was even one thread connecting directly to him. "Can you help me, Mom? We're family, we don't talk about helping." His mother glanced over. "But solving this problem will only create another one." Sao Tan just smiled. We'll just solve them one by one. So smart. His mother took out a pair of scissors and with a snip, cut the thread connected to Sao Tan. He let out a breath, feeling an immense sense of relief. The red-robed apostle lost its mysterious pull, but then countless other threads appeared. Oh my, I was a bit too hasty, his mother said. Instantly, dozens of other mothers appeared from all sides, surrounding the red-robed apostle. They all raised their scissors in unison, quickly snipping every single one of the psychic threads. The smaller monsters advancing on them immediately stopped. The red-robed apostle slowly began to fade. In the command room, Lord, to shout it in joy, it vanished. Pay attention, Professor Bai warns. The red-robed apostle isn't finished. Our agent only severed the logical link connecting us to it. They were no longer being corrupted by it, nor could they see it. And crucially, its power amplification process had been completely shut down. His voice filled with worry, he continues. But the scariest part is that the spirit monsters it absorbed will definitely scatter far and wide. Just then, an urgent report comes in detailing how the monsters are starting to gather. The psychic assault on Donghai Hotel has ended, but the monster swarm is now pouring out into the city. Most of them are heading west, seemingly drawn to the civilians, a worried Mr. Su reported. It's time to test our large-scale contamination response protocols. All special suppression squads, mobilize. The military commander gave the order. Lock down a 3-kilometer radius around the Donghai Hotel. Mid-tier weaponry is authorized. We cannot allow this contamination to spread. All ability users are to enter the quarantine zone immediately. Eliminate every last psychic monster. Professor Bai smiled. Such thorough preparations. You anticipated this, didn't you? I did, the man frowned. But these measures were originally for the guests at the high-level talent summit. Meanwhile, the red-robed apostle was frantically shooting its threads directly at Lu Xin's mother. Useless. She merely smiled with contempt, raising her hand to conjure a strange bubble-like shield around herself. The monster's attack was completely neutralized. Its threads could no longer reach out to connect with others in the city. But Lu Xin was still vulnerable. He felt the red threads tightening around him, concentrating on his head. A horrifying emptiness washed over him, as every last hope and desire he had for the world began to dissolve. In the end, the only thought left in his mind was death. He walked toward room 401, without any hesitation. He unlocked the door and stepped inside to find his father, whose appearance was now absolutely terrifying. This time, I need your help, Lu Xin stated, looking right at him. Don't smile like that. It makes me want to trust you. That would be a mistake. You'd really trust me? His father growled. Of course, Lu Xin nodded. After all, we're family. I know you would have left this house if you'd had the chance, so would I. But you never got that opportunity. But I've decided to accept our family, so why should we still be so wary of each other? Why not find another way to live together, to help each other? You're telling me this now, because you've gotten your hands on that important C-phase item. Because you have power, right? No. I'm telling you this because I trust you. The reason I trust you is that every time I get close, I can feel what you feel. And what I feel coming from you isn't anger. It's suffering. The kind of pain that comes from hating yourself, from helplessly seeing yourself as a total failure. You're talking nonsense. You're the failure. You don't know anything, he roared, wrapping energy around Lu Xin's neck. But Lu Xin wasn't afraid. Maybe you're right. I know very little. But I've thought this through, and my feelings are real. So I'm going to treat you like real family. I'll feel your pain. And if I ever become strong enough, I will help you escape it. So what about you? I'm sincerely asking you now. Can you try to be a real family member? Or will you insist on making everyone miserable? Suddenly, little 17 screamed, Second brother, watch out! The red-robed apostle's massive hand was about to crush both father and son. Get back to the void where you belong. Lu Xin's father blocked the attack with both hands, then summoned a giant blade and sliced the monster's arm clean off. That's a huge arm. This is fun. Little 17 cheered. Both father and Lu Xin pointed at the monster, taunting, What a complete loser. Enraged, it attacked with its other hand, but the two just kept yelling, Loser! Loser! As the father slashed relentlessly with his blade. Fragments of the red-robed apostle flew everywhere. Is it disintegrating? Mr. Su said, stunned. What in the world is that? That is my greatest expectation for Lu Xin, Professor Bai said with satisfaction. A power code named Tyrant. How boring, Lu Xin judged. But then he watched in surprise as the severed parts began slowly knitting them. A healing ability? In response, he simply had his father attack with even more manic intensity. Let's see how long you can really last. Little 17 chimed in. Big brother's amazing. He made so many toys. Little 17 laughed as she collected the monster's severed parts. Elsewhere, A Qing gang member gave a status report. Purification of mutated individuals is underway. This entity's spiritual energy tends to merge, so simple destruction isn't the objective, reported a severe-looking old man. Behind him, two grotesque spiritual monsters staggered forward. He calmly removed his wide-brimmed hat, revealing a horrifying sight. A second mouth, lined with razor-sharp fangs, was embedded in the top of his head. To deal with this spiritual filth completely, the mouth on his head spoke, its voice warped and twisted. There are only two ways. 1. Completely cleanse the twisted psychic energy parasitizing the host. Or 2. Destroy both the host and the parasite. The mouth licked its lips. Or, there is a third option. Their taste isn't half bad, a rather unique delicacy. With that, a burst of energy erupted from the old man's head, shredding the two monsters into fine spiritual dust. The shattered fragments swirl around, converging on a red-robed figure meditating nearby. This person doesn't even move, just a gentle wave of their hand, and all the corrupted energy completely vanishes. He murmurs to himself, "Delicious? I don't think so." In another area, a veteran named Mamen reassures the security team, "You call that stuff delicious?" The old man was joking. "Come on, boys, don't tremble." He lets out a grin. "Just do what this old guy says. It'll be fine. Hey guys, you want to play a fruit shooting game?" A team member looks down at his gun in shock. It has transformed into a toy that shoots pea-shaped bullets, and the cup of water a girl just handed him is now a sunflower. What is this? My weapon." Another old man suddenly appears right beside him. "Just shoot. Use those special bullets." Who are you?" The soldier jumps. "The flower gun in your hands is the special ammo." The old man explains, ignoring the question. "This kind of perception alteration will reduce your psychological pressure. It's even effective at relieving stress on the battlefield." Meanwhile, a blonde guy from the Qing Gang Special Forces is putting on a ridiculous show in the middle of the fight. "So dangerous, I'm about to die," he screams out. Ah. Then he casually blows the head off an incoming monster. "Huh, so I'm not the one who died? Figures." He smirks, turning on his comms. "Linda, my dearest Linda, did you see that? I'm risking my life for our future together. So, could you maybe grant a hero's final wish? What is wrong with your 20-something-year-old child?" Linda's annoyed voice cuts through. "My child? Don't you want me to raise our kid? If you've cleaned up your area, start moving to the Donghai Hotel to support Shanbing. He's leading this S-class mission." "So, Doll and I are on the support team for Shanbing, huh?" The blonde guy laughs confidently. "I've got plenty of experience with that. I've already dealt with the small fry around here, so I can just rest on the spot. I coordinated with him just like this last time. Speaking of, where's Doll? Our team's little treasure." Linda lets out a weary sigh and switches channels. "Doll, we don't need you to move yet." "That's right. Just stay put in the vehicle and continue monitoring Shanbing." Inside the armored car, Doll silently nods. Back at command, the team leader reports to Professor Bai. The purification of the spirit monsters is proceeding very smoothly. "We've got the situation under control, ensuring they can't break the 3-kilometer perimeter." She hesitates for a moment. "Right now, the only thing to worry about is—" "Don't worry about the red-robed apostle," Professor Bai interrupts, his eyes still locked on the monitor. "If Shanbing was in real danger, Doll wouldn't be sitting still." Mr. Su chimes in curiously, "I really want to see how he fights." "Absolutely not." The military commander coldly shoots him down. Fine, Mr. Su concedes. "In that case, connect me to the captain of Haishang. I want to see that old man's face for myself and interrogate him properly. Does he really think our Qing Gang is some soft clay he can just mold?" At the same time, in a secret facility in North City, Old Ye, Haishang's mastermind, sits in an interrogation room with a smug look. It's useless. He sneers. Qing Gang has already lost. To deal with ability users who can warp reality, the only way is to prepare everything in advance. They can change memories, feelings, even a person's spirit, but there's one thing they can't change: a truth that has already been set. As long as you establish an unshakable core logic, everything will unfold along the path that has been laid out. That Shenming child will use his own death to bring Haishang its one and only chance to live. You don't need to question me anymore. I've said all I'm going to say. Monsters from the abyss have already been lured to Qinggang. Shenming will borrow their power to grow stronger and stronger until he becomes a true god. And then, the fate of Qinggang will be in his hands. The interrogator across from him, a woman with an ice-cold expression, lets out a small smirk. "I hope you understand that even things you consider certain can have unexpected turns. Regarding those scattered mutants you mentioned, We detected their unusual activity 8 hours ago and initiated a Level 1 emergency defense protocol. She speaks slowly, each word like a hammer blow against Oldye's confidence. Before they could even fully transform, more than 70% of them were neutralized and captured. A-rank ability users were deployed to completely handle the rest. The final 30% have already been located by our network of freelance ability users. Because it was handled cleanly, almost no one could access the Apostle, she continued, not missing a beat. The second one of our Phase 2 espers made a move. The bond between the Apostle and the psychic monsters rampaging downtown was shattered. With its connection severed, its maximum psychic amplification stalled out, unable to even reach a power level of 50,000. Ha! She let out a cold, mocking laugh. You deliberately left something out, didn't you? The fact that the red-robed Apostle can devour the psychic energy of ordinary people. It doesn't matter, we already figured that out. And that god of yours? Right now it's getting absolutely torn apart by our agents. She let out an exaggerated sigh. What a shame. We were actually planning to use it for live fire testing of our new ion cannon. But who would have thought? All we had to do was send in 2 espers, and the problem was basically solved. Impossible. Mr. Ye stared in disbelief, refusing to process what he was hearing. The interrogator pressed a button, and the wall opposite them became a transparent window, revealing a sky stained blood red. I picked this room just for you. From here, you get a perfect view of the Donghai Hotel's location. Her voice dripped with pure sarcasm. Go on, look. Do you see your precious monster anywhere now? Mr. Ye shook his head wildly, denying reality itself. No, it can't end like this. Our plan was meticulously prepared. There's no way you could have unraveled it so easily. The interrogator leaned back, her sharp eyes gleaming with total confidence. Oh, right. There is one last secret. And since you'll never get to tell anyone, I guess there's no harm. The world mistakenly believes that here in Qinggang, we only have 1 A+ level esper. But the reality? We have 2 S-class super espers. One had their true rank concealed, and the other's very existence was never reported up the chain. Mr. Ye's eyes went wide. A sudden burning rage completely overpowered his fear. He roared as the chains on his wrists rattled violently. You're all playing with fire. You are going to burn yourselves down. A single city can't handle 2 S-class entities, he gasped, before a far worse realization hit him. His voice cracked. Impossible. Besides, do you really think that child is so easy for you to control? The moment you force it to unleash its ultimate power, Qinggang will be plunged into an eternal hell of nightmares. The interrogator's eyes narrowed. Is that so? The simple words plunged the room into a dead, chilling silence. The air grew thick and cold. A sudden chill hit Mr. Yi. He realized he'd made a terrible mistake. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead. What did I just say? The interrogator didn't respond. She was already filing an urgent report. The final results were in. The red-robed Apostle might have an undiscovered ability. It requested Dan Bing be on high alert, suspecting a third power involving a mass release of psychic entities, and get a specialist in deep memory extraction down here. Now, it's obvious this old man is still hiding something important. Back in the control room, Han Bing immediately connected to Dan Bing's private communication channel. Her voice was urgent. Dan Bing, can you hear me? We have new intel from the captain's interrogation. She reported quickly. The red-robed Apostle may have a hidden ability. If cornered, it can unleash a massive wave of psychic monsters, possibly different from the current variants. You need to prepare for a major counterattack. Dan Bing, please, be extremely careful. After a few seconds of static, Dan Bing's calm voice finally broke through. Copy that. The signal was a little unstable just now. Han Bing breathed a sigh of relief. Right, we're boosting the transmission signal now. What's your current mission status? Do you need any backup? Almost done, Dan Bing replied curtly, though his mind was racing with other thoughts. He knew they were trying to help, but right now, the last thing he needed was a distraction. Don't worry about me. I'll report in when it's over. Hearing the sheer confidence in his voice, Han Bing felt a little more at ease. All right, we'll wait for good news. When the mission is complete, I'm definitely treating you to a huge meal. I'll even bring my homemade wontons. A small smile touched Dan Bing's lips. I'll wait. The call cut off. Dan Bing turned his focus back to the chaos before him, analyzing the red-robed Apostle as it disintegrated. Its core abilities were regeneration and energy neutralization. A seriously annoying power, he thought. But his father's power was one of absolute annihilation. Even if a single active particle of it survived, it could never regenerate against that kind of force. It looked like the Apostle was finally about to play its last trump card. With its energy source from devouring others cut off, the apostle resorted to a last-ditch effort, scattering its own power into countless smaller monsters. If it could be consumed, then breaking it down also made sense. But what was the point of it all? Around him, his family was turning the battlefield into some kind of bizarre, grotesque stage. The girl was a blur of pure excitement, a lightning bolt tearing through the horde of monsters, snatching them up with glee. "You're not getting away, big sister's here to play." Dane thought to himself that she still loved collecting her toys, just like always. Elsewhere, his mother casually wrangled a monster that looked like a giant octopus. She smiled gently. "Hey there, little one. What's the hurry? You should stop by the house sometime." Dan Bin smiled to himself. His mom was always so warm. His dad, on the other hand, was just having a blast. Every single one of his punches shook the air itself, cleanly wiping out swaths of monsters right in the heart of the chaos. Then Dan Bin sensed a different presence, a silent, white figure that radiated a strange and profound sorrow. It was the physical form of the red-robed apostle, currently borrowing just a bit of its sister's power. Dan Bin landed softly on the shattered ground and approached the white figure, his greeting calm and steady, as if they were meeting in a cafe. "Hello, it's nice to meet you." Seeing his dad prep a destructive blow, Dan Bin held up a hand. "Don't touch him, Dad." He turned back to face the white figure and began to speak, his voice completely empty of all emotion. "Just look at what you've done." The hotel's glass facade was shattered, the road was a web of cracks, and the railings were twisted out of shape. "Do you have any idea how much money it'll cost to fix all this?" He sighed. "I really loved this city, you know? So many people worked so hard to create such a beautiful, orderly place. And in a flash, you destroyed it. You seem to have a death wish. I can understand that suffering. I felt something like it myself. But I was luckier than you. I found a family early on. However, you've made way too many mistakes. So, it's only fair that I'm the one to end you, isn't it?" Dan Bin took one more step forward. "In a little bit, I'm going to use a special method to let you die one more time, ending your existence for good. But before that, I need you to do something for me." He gave a strange smile. "I mean, it's all about to be over for you anyway. I'm sure you'll be happy to help, right? Thanks in advance." Without waiting for an answer, Dan Bin placed a hand on the apostle's neck. "Now, let me borrow your body for a moment." His energy poured into the vessel, using it as a key to enter another realm, his opponent's spiritual plane. Amidst a sea of twisted, distorted figures, he finally found what he was looking for. A woman with long hair stood there waiting. "Found you," Dan Bin said to the woman. "Hello, we meet again." In a flash, Dan Bin and the ghost were standing before a mysterious door. The heavy metal panel slid open, revealing a sterile white lab filled with the cold, rhythmic hum of machines. A voice echoed from a speaker, mechanical and emotionless. "Status report. Test subject 17's vitals are completely stable, and all indicators are trending towards positive growth." Another researcher shook his head in disbelief. "Incredible. The body was separated to that degree, and yet its vital signs are even better than before. Can we even call this thing human anymore? We have to find the mechanism behind it, the girl's autonomy, and her extraordinary recovery speed." The project leader gave his command. "This ability has far surpassed normal biological limits. Look at the way it crawls on the walls. I feel like I'm facing the legendary Sadako." Sadako was scary because she was a vengeful spirit. She possessed supernatural powers, a colleague shot back. "What we're studying here is a biological mystery, and it's our job to solve that mystery." The world around Dan Bin suddenly twisted, reforming into the cruel scene from the laboratory. A piercing pain tore through his mind, a pain that wasn't his own, but belonged to the little girl. It was chillingly real. "Report. The anesthetic has worn off," a panicked voice suddenly yelled out. The subject regained consciousness sooner than expected. "Should we administer a second dose?" "Absolutely not. The experiment has begun, and we've recorded the baseline data. Any interference now would skew the results." The leader's voice was like ice. "Continue. It can't resist anyway. While we're at it, let's test the subject's pain threshold." A sharp scalpel sliced down into the tender flesh. The little girl's heart-wrenching screams echoed through the room, mixing with the agony that was clawing at Dan Bin's mind. Both of them turned their gazes, full of pure hatred, toward the figures in white lab coats. A furious roar erupted from Dan Bin's throat. A vow was carved deep into his soul. "I will kill every last one of you." He threw a punch, and the illusion shattered into a million fragments of glass. Dan Bin snapped awake, gasping for breath. He was back to reality, but the rage was still there, boiling in his chest like a volcano about to blow. The glasses on his face began to heat up. Their special effect had been activated. "Time to end the warm-up," he muttered, his voice cold enough to freeze blood. With zero effort, Dan Bin moved back up the tower like a ghost. The fragments of the Red Apostle's body screamed and tried to flee. They scattered in terror from his presence alone. Down on the ground, security teams were reporting in. "Report to Central Command. The 3-kilometer perimeter around the Donghai Hotel has essentially been cleared. Most spiritual monsters and mutated individuals have been either eliminated or contained." But the celebration didn't last long. "Report, the energy grid is under extreme pressure. We have entities attempting to break through the defensive line." Suddenly, a horrified soldier pointed up at the sky. "Look, what is that?" The sky, which was already blood-red, was suddenly being torn open by thousands upon thousands of bright crimson spiritual creatures. Shaped like demonic dragons, they descended in a tidal wave of pure madness. Requesting immediate backup, requesting backup. "We can't hold them." At the command center, everyone was frozen in silence. Was this Heishang's ultimate trump card? The head of the military could only stammer. Mr. Su clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. Those bastards. This was all calculated. If they couldn't weaken Xinjiang, they were determined to destroy it completely. Professor Bai's mind raced, analyzing the numbers. With this many hostiles, there was no way to fight back. Once the line of defense was breached, Xinjiang would become a living hell on earth. Just as despair began to settle in, someone suddenly shouted, "Look over there, what is that blue light?" From the direction of the tower, a massive black shadow began to rise, blotting out the entire sky. It was a colossal silhouette, a figure woven from pure power. It was Dan Bing. The giant shadow raised its massive arm into the air. Deep blue energy poured out, weaving itself into a vast psychic net that crashed down upon the red tidal wave of monsters. Every last one of them was captured, screaming in utter despair before the net dragged them back and swallowed them whole. They were consumed by that endless darkness. The shadow, it devoured them all. A security soldier stammered over the radio. His voice was still shaking. Back in the command room, Mr. Su felt like his knees were about to give out from under him. A cold sweat ran down his neck. "Give me a hand," he mumbled. "My legs have completely turned to jelly." The person next to him wasn't doing much better. To be honest, me too. Professor Bai had to take off his glasses and rub his eyes. He couldn't believe the magnificent and terrifying sight before him. He whispered just one word, "Tyrant." He understood this was a kind of power that no ordinary person could ever dream of desiring, let alone controlling. When the shadow finally dissipated, returning the sky to a state of calm, Dan Bing let out a quiet sigh of relief. The streets were clean. He walked towards his mother and his little sister looked around, completely bewildered. "Where did all my toys go?" "Big brother took them all," she said, her voice filled with regret. Dan Bing knelt and hugged her tightly. Feeling him tremble, she patted his back reassuringly. "It's okay. You can have them. Don't cry and don't be scared. And it's okay to get hurt. Once you have enough scars, you stop feeling the pain." Dan Bing stood up and looked at his mother, his gaze firm and cold. "I want to know what really happened all those years ago." "And after that?" his mother asked. "After that," Dan Bing replied, his voice sharp as a razor, "I will make every last one of them pay. Not a single soul will be spared." His mother just smiled, completely satisfied. "Very good. This attitude proves you're finally ready to read that document." The command room was suddenly, unnaturally silent. "Why? Why isn't there any movement?" Mr. Su asked. "Maybe it's been taken care of," Professor Bai replied, though even he sounded unsure. "If it's over, then where's Dan Bing?" the military chief worried. Inside her vehicle, Dahl was still observing the situation intently. The camera feed she transmitted showed something grotesque, a strange and unfamiliar human head. "Brother Dan Bing, can you read me?" Han Bing's voice echoed over the comms again. And then, suddenly, Dan Bing appeared right in the middle of the command center. He was carrying something in his hand. He seemed surprised to see everyone just staring at him, completely stunned. "I'm back. What's wrong with everyone?" The team leader was the first to snap out of it. "Dan Bing, what's the mission status?" "Oh, it's been resolved," he replied nonchalantly. The security personnel standing behind him subconsciously took a step back, trembling. Dan Bing held up the object he was carrying. It was the head of that so-called god from before. "The spiritual entity codenamed Red-Robed Apostle has been dealt with. I discovered it was linked to the Haishang emissary's corpse. To prevent any possibility of its rebirth, or it becoming a new source of contamination, I brought its head back with me." He tilted his head, adding with perfect logic, "Oh, right. Its body was too cumbersome and annoying to carry, so I only brought the head. That's perfectly reasonable, isn't it? The team leader froze, needing a few seconds to find his voice. About that particular issue, you don't really need to explain it in quite so much detail. But why didn't you answer just now? The comms specialist was calling you. He looked a bit flustered, explaining quickly. My family helped me deal with the monster, so I was thanking them and wasn't paying attention. Crap, he thought to himself. Did I make the bosses angry because I didn't answer the radio right away? But contrary to his worries, Professor Bai just started laughing. Ha 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 ha, you completed this mission flawlessly. During this malicious contamination attack launched by the Haishang Nation, you and Dahl successfully eliminated the two primary sources of the threat. Qinggang will recognize this incredible service, and your reward will be calculated accordingly. Now that everything's over, you two can proceed to the designated location for some rest. The remaining work will be handled by the support squad. They and the other ability users will take care of the rest. Mr. Su, another high-ranking official, warmly took Dan Bing's hand. Young man, you've worked hard. Dan Bing quickly shook his head, a little embarrassed. Not at all, sir, it was my duty. He took the opportunity to bring up a small reminder. Sir, about that house we discussed before. Mr. Su's smile became a bit strained, but they reassure him that Qinggang will not forget his deeds. For now, he should rest. Everything else can be discussed later. Dan Bing's heart swells with pride. Being recognized by the top brass feels amazing. He turns to Dahl, who's been standing silently beside him, and says, All right, let's go. The little girl gives a small nod, a faint smile touching her lips. Inside a moving armored vehicle, however, the atmosphere is incredibly tense. The military commander turns to confront Professor Bai, his voice sharp and cold. Professor Bai, you've gone way too far this time. I'm positive you've been hiding classified information about Dan Bing. In fact, I suspect your previous analyses were all just misdirection to throw us off. He slams his fist on the table. This is a severe violation of the transparency principles the Special Treatment Department was founded on. You owe us a reasonable explanation. Mr. Su quickly chimes in, trying to mediate. Calm down now. While the professor's choice did save Qinggang from disaster, an explanation is definitely required. Professor Bai, however, remains completely unfazed. It's true I withheld some information, he admits, but those were secrets I came across as a doctoral student at the Union Academy. The Academy itself made us sign strict non-disclosure agreements to protect them. Therefore, my not disclosing it cannot be considered a breach of our principles. Naturally, once things have settled, I will submit a detailed report. You have my word. Mr. Su's expression turns grave. It seems we have a more important problem to deal with right now. In a cold detention cell, Mr. Su faces Old Ye, his expression a mix of satisfaction and rage. Mr. Yi, I hate to disappoint you, but the spiritual monsters you spread across Qinggang have been nearly wiped out. Even the S-class entity your agent left behind after death has been cleanly dealt with by our special ops team. Damage was kept to an absolute minimum. Old Yi hangs his head, his voice weak and defeated. If that's the case, then what's left to say? What's left? Mr. Su snarls, jabbing a finger in his face. Oh, there's plenty. Qinggang may not have turned into the wasteland you wanted, but this attack still stole the lives of over 3,000 of our citizens. I want to ask you, how does your nation of Haishang intend to repay this debt of blood? Back in the safe room, a security officer hands Dan Bing a suitcase with his belongings, explaining apologetically, Mr. Dan Bing, this happened so suddenly. This is only a temporary safe room. We didn't have time to prepare the things Dahl is used to. If she becomes emotionally unstable, please comfort her gently. Oh, and please try not to speak too loudly. Dan Bing nods. I understand, thank you. You all can get back to your work. The officer points to a stack of cardboard boxes. We are working. This is a pile of toys we just scrambled to collect for her. Now we're going to prepare a late supper for you two. Thank you for all your hard work, Dan Bing says, a bit embarrassed. To be honest, I'm pretty hungry myself. As the staff members leave, Dahl immediately sheds her outer clothing for a more comfortable outfit underneath. She tears open a toy box with her teeth, which makes Dan Bing jump. Hey, you're supposed to open it like this. He leans back in his chair, lost in thought. During the mission just now, his emotions were all over the place. He was lucky this item helped him out. Otherwise, he would have lost all control. It's incredibly useful. He takes off the glasses and stares at them. You performed very well this time, he whispers to them. For that, I'll tentatively accept you as a friend. Your special ability is very helpful, but I can also sense your dishonesty. You have an ambition that a pair of glasses shouldn't possess. You even tried to lead my thoughts earlier. He brings the glasses closer. Of course, we haven't known each other long. We can get to know one another better later, right? Spoken with a mix of friendship and threat, the glasses seem to vibrate slightly. Doll looks up, her expression confused. Dan Bing quickly covers his tracks. Oh, it's nothing, I was just checking its quality. Haha. He puts the glasses back on and closes his eyes to rest. But his mind won't quiet down, as the image of his cruel father returns. Being imprisoned by those rigid rules, don't you find it exhausting? They're shackles that hold back your freedom. You could clearly possess everything, including her. His father's thinking was always so extreme. But Dan Bing calmly responds in his own mind. I still believe there are some things a person just shouldn't do. Rules are what define us as people. Right then, his phone rings. It's his team leader. How are you two doing? Dan Bing glances at Doll. She's playing with building blocks, and I'm waiting for supper. Good. The team leader sounds satisfied. The final sweep is underway, but for the most part, the contamination spots are dealt with. The situation is under control. That's great, Dan Bing says. So, if things here are stable, could I possibly head back to the satellite city first? When? Preferably, right now, Dan Bing replies, with a hint of hesitation. I'm on duty monitoring Doll, but to be honest, right now, I have some urgent personal business to handle. I'll have to report this to my superiors, the team leader says, sounding a bit troubled. I know you're in a rush, but just be patient. In another location, Professor Bai sits opposite the head of the military. His eyes were thoughtful. He remembered Dane specifically saying he couldn't stay with Doll. Could it be that after entering Phase 2, Dane was undergoing some kind of transformation? He pushed up his glasses. For example, maybe he was finding it harder to resist Doll's latent influence. If that was true, the commander's voice was firm. Then we need to separate them immediately. But the core function of the steadfast gaze glasses was supposed to stabilize emotions. Professor Bach frowned. Theoretically, it should be making it easier for him to resist her. So the problem must be internal, coming from Dane himself, which was actually perfectly normal. If there wasn't a distinct change between Phase 1 and 2, it would actually prove their entire project was a failure. Mr. Su stubbed out his cigarette, exhaling a thick cloud of white smoke. I'll leave these complicated technical issues to all of you. I only care about one thing. How do we guarantee zero incidents? A young man with that kind of mindset and self-awareness was truly a rare find. An absolute guarantee is a pretty whimsical concept, Professor Bach explained, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. I suggest that none of you worry too much. The room fell silent. Everyone was thinking the same thing. Here comes another one of the professor's speeches. The professor continued. Just handle things by the book. If you have personal feelings and want to help, then help. If you're dissatisfied or even hate him, that's fine too. Outside the scope of your duties, every single person has the right to express their true emotions. This is how you should treat all ability users from now on. No one needs to mask their own thoughts and attitudes. Ensure absolute authenticity. He paused, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone. You must realize that the source isn't the only thing that can contaminate others. Another professor sitting opposite him shot back. Every single person is a potential source of contamination. We affect them, and they affect us. This old geezer, Professor Bach, thought with a chuckle. Your leave request has been approved by the higher-ups, the team leader informed Dane. Monitoring Doll isn't a top priority right now. If you want to go, go. The high-speed rail is out of service. But if you need it, we can arrange a helicopter. She paused, her tone slightly regretful. Still, you made it all the way to the city center. Don't you want to grab a meal or walk around with? Dane smiled. To be honest, that was my original plan, get together with everyone, see the city, and buy some gifts for my family. But all my colleagues are pretty busy right now, aren't they? He thought to himself. They must have a mountain of work to deal with. Still, it's a bit of a shame to be here and not even see the sights. Just then, he realized Doll was staring at him. Her gaze was usually empty, but this time, it held a strange spark of hope. Dane hesitated, pointing at himself. You mean, you want to go for a walk with me? What? Doll wants to go with you? The team leader was shocked. She's not saying it, but her expression sure seems to. Dane replied. But is she even allowed to go out and walk around? Of course not. The team leader shook her head firmly. Because of Doll's unique nature, if she went out for a meal like a normal person, far too many people would come into close contact. No one could predict the potential risks. Besides, Doll has always been so quiet, she's never shown any desire to go outside. Every time she leaves the safety room for a mission, it already seems to be pushing her to her limit. Dane looked at Doll, a strange feeling welling up inside him. This lifestyle of hers wasn't normal at all. He had been about to leave, but now he felt a sharp pang of guilt. It's obvious she really wants to go out. What if we just put a mask on her? Dane suggested. I'm afraid that's not possible, the team leader sighed. We've already tried to design several types, but Doll's skin is extremely sensitive. On top of that, she suffers from severe claustrophobia. To a certain extent, forcing her to wear a mask would be absolute torture. Using an umbrella to hide her face is the most she can handle. Dane gave a bitter laugh. Well, that certainly makes things difficult. Hearing that, Doll's small shoulders slumped. She quietly turned around and walked away. Watching her lonely figure retreat, Dane thought that as much as he wanted to take her out, safety had to come first. A few minutes later, Doll came back. She was barefoot, and she'd taken a thick quilt and wrapped it completely around her head. Dane was speechless. He grabbed his communicator to report to the team leader. She's wrapped her head up like a giant dumpling. Should I just take her out for a little while? The other end of the line was silent for a moment before a long sigh came through. Fine, I'll make the arrangements. Dane approached Doll. You can't wrap it like that. People will think someone died. How's this? Is this any better? Model. He swaps the blanket for a wool scarf and a wide-brimmed hat. A much better look than having his whole head wrapped up. A security guard arrives with a late-night snack and just freezes at the sight. That fluffy scarf is a disaster. The entire team immediately swarms in, offering suggestions and grabbing new clothes. They couldn't possibly let her go out. A security officer hands Dan an umbrella, telling them they'll be taken to the city's busiest district. Just have fun, no need to overthink it. Doll tugs at Dan's sleeve, but the streets are utterly destroyed, empty, and silent. Dan takes Doll's small hand and says, It looks like this place just saw a major battle, but a walk still sounds nice. He thinks they should have eaten first. But then, he spots a faint light glowing from a small roadside stand. Hey, that place is still open, he calls out. One large order of fried noodles, boss. Add an egg, lots of meat, and extra bean sprouts. Dan asks with curiosity. The city just went through chaos, but you're still brave enough to stay open for business? The owner, a middle-aged man with scarred arms, just laughs out loud. What's there to be afraid of? It was just a few lunatics on a rampage. Back in my day, I was with the Third Corps, building this city from the ground up. I've seen things way worse than this. Besides, times like these are the best for business. You think I can usually set up here? The city patrol would have chased me off by now. You know the saying, high risk, high reward. You have to be bold to get rich. Back at the command center, the team leader frowns as she listens to their conversation over the monitor. The mental strength of people who've survived true hardship is just different, she remarks. But it's only for today. His business is only doing this well because of the situation. Tomorrow, the curfew will be lifted as things get back under control. Everyone will reopen their shops for business. In less than a week, this place will be back to its usual noisy self. And in a few months, maybe everyone will have forgotten the chaos of tonight. She stares at the screen. She's watching Dan and Doll eating noodles under the warm yellow light of the small food stand. Her voice softens. Thonkang will always be Thonkang, just as orderly as when you first came to the city. People will still obey the traffic lights. And these tough, ordinary people are the ones you and Doll fought to protect. Dan gets it. He replies, It wasn't just us. I know you superiors had it even rougher. He hangs up and turns to the quiet Doll. You should eat something. It's really good, you know. He hesitates a moment, his voice softening. I have to leave tomorrow. But when I get a chance, I promise I'll come back for you, okay? Hearing this, the light in Doll's eyes instantly vanishes. She hangs her head, her sadness completely obvious. Dan quickly tries to comfort her, thinking to himself that this girl isn't naive at all. She understands everything perfectly. Let's go. He stands. We're full now, so let's take a walk. I need to buy some gifts for my family, but I don't know what to get. At the words choose gifts, Doll's head snaps up, her eyes bright. She decisively tugs his sleeve. You mean, you'll help me pick them? Dan asks, surprised. Without a word, she drags him straight toward a luxury handbag store. Dan's eyes light up. Of course, a purse for my mom is perfect. We'll take this one, the most beautiful one. Next, she leads him to a toy shop and points to a giant stuffed chicken. His little sister is going to love this. Dan is thrilled. She's been dreaming of one for ages. Finally, at a men's clothing store, Doll picks out a simple but elegant coat. It's strange, Dan thinks, but it somehow fits my dad's style perfectly. I'm sure he'll like it. The next morning, Dan stands at the door with his suitcase. I'm leaving now. I'll come visit when I have time. Doll just sits silently, playing with Legos without looking up. Dan thinks it's weird. Why isn't she being clingy? Did their time together mean nothing? The train doors are closing. An announcement blares. Snapped back to reality, Dan boards the train, his heart heavy with regret. There was so much left undone on this trip. He didn't even see his close comrades like Lizard, Hanbing, or Drunkard. He never saw the central street at its liveliest, but his biggest regret was breaking his promise to Hanbing. She said she would make him wontons herself. He rubs his forehead. For a girl to be that nice to him, was it because she genuinely liked him, or was it something else? His thoughts are cut short by a gentle voice. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Dan?" A smiling flight attendant places a thermal container on his table. Inside, piping hot wontons are steaming. "A young lady on the platform asked me to give this to you," the attendant says. Dan quickly looks out the window. Hanbing is standing right there, waving her arm wildly. She mouths the words, "Dan, you're treating me next time." Dan bursts out laughing and nods enthusiastically. "Deal." At the exact same time, a security agent is reporting in at the command center. Report. The subject, Doll, was awake all night. Her mood shows signs of instability. In the safe room, Doll is carefully arranging Lego pieces into a portrait of Dan's face. Suddenly, there's a strange noise. She whips her head around but sees no one, and the sadness returns to the room. "I'm home." Dan opens his front door but immediately jumps back. A blazing red creature that looks like it clawed its way out of hell is charging straight for him. "What is that thing?" "You're home?" his little sister asks, grinning from ear to ear. But Dan Bin points to the strange dog. "Who's this? Don't you recognize him? You're the one who brought him back from the city." Dan Bin freezes for a second, then it all clicks. It's him. "Come here, boy," his sister calls. His father steps out from the kitchen, his face like a thundercloud. "We can barely feed ourselves, and now a dog? We might as well just eat it." Hearing this, the dog immediately shrinks back, its once fierce look completely gone, replaced by pure, abject terror. Dan Bin watches it, a thought crossing his mind. The glasses Professor Bai gave him had implanted a psychic ability called the gaze. When he decided to keep the creature, he had wondered if it would change anything, maybe even add a new member to the family. It looked like this little dog was officially one of them now. His mother steps out, her voice soft. "Having a dog is a good thing. With a little creature running around, the whole house just feels happier." Dan Bin nods in agreement. "Yeah, it does." "Oh, right. I brought presents back for everyone from the city." His mom looks shocked. "Oh, you buy gifts for the family now? I want one." His sister squeals. However, his mom doesn't seem impressed with the new handbag, and his sister is just repeatedly punching the stuffed chicken. Dan Bin frowns. "You guys don't like them?" "It took me forever to pick them out." He brings an apron to his dad. "This is for you. I saw your old one was ripped. You love to cook, so I figured this would be perfect for you." His dad doesn't turn, just silently accepts the gift. "I also brought food back, so let's eat early tonight. I'm starving." Dan Bin smiles, watching his father put on the new apron. "It looks really good on you, Dad," he says. The meal starts in silence, until his mother suddenly speaks up. "You seem to be in a big hurry." "It's all right. We all understand. You were bound to find out about these things eventually. Being patient this long was already very good of you." "I know." Dan Bin nods. He then takes out a key, unlocks a sealed file, and places it squarely on the table. "I just really need to know." The file's title is Stark, Fugitive Laboratory, S-Rank Mission, Lunar Eclipse Research Institute. On the 17th day of the 15th month after the red moon, the Institute initiated a mass relocation. During this large-scale operation, a train car carrying critical data and vital test subjects simply vanished without a trace. This car was in the middle of a non-stop high-speed train, yet not a single member of the security staff noticed a thing. Total losses: 39 lab personnel, an unknown number of test subjects, and all of their combined research data. The team was led by Director Wang Jingyun and his 2 assistants. The reward: anyone providing information or clues about the fugitive laboratory will receive the highest prize from the Alliance, valued in the hundreds of millions. It could also be exchanged for intelligence of equal value. The offer is permanent, open to everyone. Dan Bin is stunned. Meanwhile, back at headquarters, Professor Bai places an identical file on the table in front of Lord Su. The other officials watch. "Before we begin," he says gravely, "I need to remind all of you of something. What is about to be revealed may be far beyond our clearance levels, and even our understanding. Knowing these secrets isn't necessarily a good thing. Please, prepare yourselves." He continues, "From the very first time I read Dan Bin's file, specifically the details about the Red Moon Orphanage, I had a few suspicions. After digging deeper, I found a crucial piece of evidence. That orphanage, the one that seems so ordinary, might just have a direct link to the Alliance's fugitive laboratory from all those years ago. You're going to have to explain that more clearly." The head of the military grumbles, his brow furrowed in anger. His voice deepens, laced with impatience. I want to know exactly what you found. But Professor Bai doesn't answer right away. He simply pushes another folder across the table. On the first page, a single signature stands out. It's a piece of handwriting, he says. This script reminds me of someone I met a long time ago, he continues, his tone now like a forensic analyst's. Studies have shown that every person's handwriting is unique. What's more, this person's writing is so distinctively sloppy that it's unforgettable. So, who is it you recognize? Lord Su asks, leaning forward with sudden interest. The director of the lab that disappeared, Professor Bai replies, his voice steady, but each word landing like a ton of bricks. Wang Jingyun. He was one of the 4 lead researchers, one of the most highly qualified academics at the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute in its early days. When I was just an intern, I studied manuals under his direct supervision. So, you could say my memory of his handwriting is extremely vivid. If that's the case, Lord Su interrupts, his gaze turning sharp as a knife. Why didn't you warn us from the very beginning? Professor Bai considers this for a moment. First of all, when I left the Research Institute, I signed an absolutely binding non-disclosure agreement. Only after you yourselves discovered the problem with Dan Bin could I reveal this information without it being considered a breach of contract. Secondly, and more importantly, there were a few hypotheses I needed to verify on my own. He pauses for effect. He lets everyone in the room digest that bombshell. The importance the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute placed on that fugitive laboratory wasn't just because an entire experimental car vanished so absurdly, nor was it just because it was holding 19 test subjects. But the true, deeper reason for this special test was a unique spiritual entity, nicknamed Tyrant, being held inside that very same lab. Dan Bing's body instinctively went rigid as he read the name Tyrant. He scanned the mission files on the runaway lab, the name Wang Jingyun not even registering in his mind anymore. But then, an old photograph tucked between the documents fluttered out. The second he saw the face in it, his whole world simply fell apart. His expression turned grim. Wang Jingyun. That was the director of his orphanage. And apparently, he was also the head of a research institute. No wonder the man knew so much, Dan Bing thought, his mind reeling. He could tell them about the future. But wait, wasn't that respected director supposed to be dead? Didn't he die in that fire? He flipped to the final page. An additional report was pinned to the back. His eyes shot wide open, each word like a needle jabbing into his vision. Runaway Laboratory Investigation Mission. Appendix 6, Urgent Addendum. Latest intel from an inside source had located Chen Xun, Director Wang Jingyun's assistant, in the central city. Recovered data showed Chen Xun was still in contact with some director, constantly monitoring Qinggang and logging research data related to Tyrant. The suspicion was clear. The experiment was still secretly underway. The report suspected the director in contact with Chen Xun was Wang Jingyun himself. It speculated the lab had already left Qinggang's satellite city too. It requested immediate verification. The date logged was September 10th, 2060. Dan Bing froze. That face, Chen Xun. He had seen that face before. It was the doctor with the scalpel from his most terrifying nightmare just 2 months ago. In the central city, he was still alive? He couldn't possibly be dead. If he was alive, then what about the director? Suddenly, one of Dan Bing's eyes flared a brilliant, horrifying red, a shade of pure madness. The report said his contact was Wang Jingyun, which meant the director was still alive, too. At that moment, the small dog at his feet sensed the shift. It gently nipped his pant leg. That small tug yanked him back to reality, and the demonic red in his eye instantly vanished. At the same time, a cool energy flowed from his glasses, soothing the explosive rage that had been building inside him. His emotions leveled out. He slumped into a chair, breathing heavily. Why? Why was he so shocked by all of this? He wondered. Other people from the orphanage had survived. He should have been happy for them, not this. Meanwhile, in the command room, Professor Bai was explaining his strategy. He said he hid this from everyone not for personal gain, but to avoid tipping off the research institute. Moreover, he needed to leverage Qinggang's power to help Dan Bing stabilize in a natural way. If he had revealed his suspicions from the very beginning, first off, they couldn't have guaranteed the secret would be kept. And second, their extreme caution could have backfired, putting pressure on Dan Bing and making his condition much worse. The result today could have gone 2 ways. Either Dan Bing would have lost complete control, or the Research Institute would have shown up to take him, and either scenario was something Qinggang could never accept. Mr. Su simply nodded. I trust your judgment on this. But he admitted one thing made him curious. The Lunar Eclipse Research Institute is the top authority in this field, and you came from there. So why are you so deeply wary of them? Professor Bai's answer was simple. Because there are too many inconsistencies. He explained that when he was just an intern, he noticed something odd. The institute only went public after the Red Moon incident, but many of their key researchers had been hired long before that incident ever happened. What are you implying? Mr. Su held his breath. The institute was studying mental mutations before the Red Moon? Not only that, Professor Bai continued, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone. After the incident, they rebranded to the Lunar Eclipse Institute. The meaning was obvious, to show they would eclipse and destroy the source of all chaos, the Red Moon. But before they changed their name, its original name was the Red Moon Research Institute. So, he posed to the room, before the moon ever turned red. For what purpose was a research institute named Red Moon founded? The air grew thick with tension. So what's your current theory? Mr. Su asked. I can't figure out their true research objectives, Professor Bai admitted. Of course, it is possible they changed their entire ideology when they changed their name. But as people who want to survive, I believe we must maintain a necessary level of suspicion and vigilance. The silent vice chairman of administration finally spoke up. You're right. So what exactly is Dan Bing's connection to them? Qinggang can't afford to lose the Institute's help. If we had to choose between Dan Bing and them, we don't choose. Professor Bai cut in sharply. And we don't need to consider joining a war that we aren't even sure actually exists. As for Dan Bing, the Lunar Eclipse Research Institute once had a project dedicated to him. The research was top secret, to subdue 30 different types of special spiritual entities. It's highly probable that Don Bin is a surviving specimen from that very experiment. The tyrant-class power he wields serves as all the proof they need. He looks out the window, his gaze fixed on the city that was slowly coming back to life. Qinggang's goal has always been to rebuild order and civilization. History has taught them that without a higher purpose, they will only sink deeper into the darkness. They are all living under the Red Moon. Not a single person is an exception. So, has anyone stopped to consider it? The power nicknamed Tyrant and the one power capable of countering it, both appearing in Qinggang at the exact same time. Is it really just a coincidence, or is this all part of some grand design? In the meeting room, the atmosphere was thick with tension. The military chief clasped his hands, his expression deeply contemplative. Whether this is an orchestrated conspiracy or a simple coincidence, he says, his voice low and heavy. What I want to know now is this. Is Don Bin a nuclear weapon meant to protect Qinggang? Or is he a ticking time bomb threatening our very existence? What can we do to protect ourselves from that kind of potential threat? Professor Bai lets out a soft, unreadable smile. You're worrying too much. Don Bin, at his core, is simply a powered individual recruited by our special processing unit. He signed a contract. All we need to do is hold up our end of the bargain. No need to overcomplicate things. He pauses, looking the general right in the eye. Regarding your second concern, I believe the best way to protect ourselves is to not go looking for our own demise. Of course, we still have a backup plan, and that is to accelerate the Paradise Plan. Mr. Su narrows his eyes, tapping his fingers on the table. I agree, but one core question remains. Will a god actually appear? Professor Bai removes his glasses, gently wiping the lenses with a silk cloth. That is a question that even I cannot answer. However, he puts his glasses back on, a sharp glint flashing behind the thick lenses. If a god truly does descend, I would be absolutely thrilled to meet and have a conversation with them. While the leaders were debating the city's fate, Don Bin was completely lost in his own thoughts. File 003 had stirred up countless questions in his mind. Director Wang Jingyun and the man named Chen Shun. Were they still alive, or were they long dead? And what about that first fateful encounter? The only person left who might know the truth about these things is probably Xiao Lu. He arrives at the orphanage gate, and the familiar old security guard looks up. Oh, you're back quick this time. The job finished sooner than expected, Don Bin replies, but a different question is circling his mind. When exactly did this old man start working here? His memories of the past were a complete mess, like an old film reel randomly spliced together, with countless important frames just gone. He only has vague memories of his childhood at the orphanage, being taught by the director and getting into fights with the other kids alongside Xiao Lu. But as for how he left that place, that part is a total and complete blank. He only remembers wandering the streets in a haze before a family appeared and took him home. After he started living with them, his memories began to get clearer, more connected. He went to a free high school, then he started working. But the period in between, nearly an entire year before he met his family, is just a white fog. No matter how hard he tries, he can only recall meaningless, shattered images. He just remembers returning to the orphanage long after he had a family, shocked to find that the place was still standing. And there, he met Xiaolu again, his childhood friend. Despite being so young, she had taken on the huge responsibility of raising the city's other orphans. The old security guard had been working here since back then, too. But during the absolute hardest times, when the orphanage barely had enough food to eat, where did the money to pay his salary come from? Hey, you, move aside. The guard's shout cuts through Donbin's train of thought. Huh? What do you mean, huh? You're standing there like a statue, blocking all the sunlight from this flower pot. Donbin glances down at the small pot of chrysanthemums, its leaves stretching towards the light. He lets out a laugh. Even a tiny flower craves the sun that much. I'll head on up then. Go on. The guard waves him away. The moment he steps into the courtyard, a swarm of kids surrounds him. Uncle Six, our crystal ball from last time, did you find it? Nope. Donbin shakes his head. Why would I have taken your crystal ball? One of the cheekier kids asks. So, when are you going to marry Miss Xiaolu? Donbin's face flushes red. Huh? Kids these days think way too fast. We heard you get wedding candy when people get married. If you don't marry Miss Xiaolu, how are we supposed to get any candy? All right, Donbin says with a weary smile. I'll buy you some next time. From the distance, Xiaolu's clear, bright laughter rings out. You're back? Great. Stay for lunch today. Seated at the simple dining table, Donbin finally starts the conversation. Sister Lu, visiting the city lord this time made me remember some old things, and a lot of it seems really strange. Do you remember Director Wang? He went on, saying, in my memory, he was a very good man. The world outside was all chaos and starvation back then, but he gave us perfect protection, and we always had meat on our plates. Xiaolu nodded. You remember that, don't you, sister? The director always taught them to value their education, saying the scariest thing wasn't how many people turned into monsters. It was when the survivors abandoned civilization. Those people were far more terrifying than any monster. He still remembered that one time. Donbin recalled finding a hidden file on the computer, but the moment he opened it, the director charged in with a broom, chasing them both down the hall. Xiaolu let out a laugh. That's right. And when we asked why, he just turned bright red and wouldn't explain a thing. Donbin looked her straight in the eye, asking the one question that mattered. So the director was actually a good person, wasn't he? The smile vanished from Xiaolu's face. Her shoulders started to tremble as tears streamed down her cheeks. Yes, he was a good person, she sobbed. He was the best person in the entire world. But at the same time, she looked up, her eyes filled with agony. He was also the most terrifying demon on this earth. I knew you'd remember someday. There were times she envied him for forgetting everything. But other times, she was terrified he would remember it all again. His memory only held on to the director's good side, and maybe that was for the best, because that side truly did exist. Her voice cracked. If I hadn't seen it myself, I wouldn't have believed anyone who told me that when the director put on his white coat. He would transform, become that. I never would have believed it. Donbin reached out a hand. He gently touched Xiaolu's hand to comfort her. You don't have to be afraid of him anymore. But instantly, Xiaolu snatched her hand back, as if she'd been burned, her whole body shaking violently. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, she stammered. Don't misunderstand. It's really not. Donbin froze, staring at her as a horrifying truth crashed down on him. The person she was truly afraid of wasn't the director. It was him. Xiaolu looked up, her eyes flooded with terror and guilt. I know what happened back then wasn't your fault, but I still can't control this fear. I'm sorry. Through his special glasses, Donbin could see it all. He could see a chaotic spectrum of emotions swirling around Xiaolu, with all her indicators spiking into the red zone, intense and extremely unstable. He knew that just a little more pressure was all it would take. The fragile wall protecting her mind would shatter completely. How could he possibly keep pushing her? Suddenly, he forced a smile. It was a strained smile, but he tried to make it look natural. I know I look pretty fierce, he said, his voice softer now, and probably even scarier when I'm angry. Look, I've gone and scared you. He stood up, turning away decisively. Anyway, I have to work this afternoon, so I'll get going. Guess you'll have to wash the dishes by yourself. As the door closed, the kids who'd been hiding behind a table started whispering, What's up with Big Brother Da Zhuang? One of them asked. They fought. The other replied confidently. The one with a buzz cut laughed out loud. So you've got a chance now, huh? No way. The kid next to him pouted. You can't even afford to buy her candy. In the corner of the yard, the old security guard took a swig of liquor and mumbled to himself, You've got it all wrong, kid. You're not the one she's afraid of. Donbin wandered aimlessly for a while before collapsing onto a park bench. In front of him was a young couple. The guy was awkwardly holding a bouquet of bright red roses. Flowers, huh? Looks like a confession, he thought. The young man took a deep breath. I got you a gift. But before he could finish, a tiny shadow zipped past behind him, and the bouquet in his hands was suddenly torn to shreds. Completely oblivious, he still held out the tattered gift to the girl. My love. Wait, what the heck is this? The girl stared at the ruined flowers, her face flushing with anger. Are you messing with me right now? From a distance, Dan Bin shot a thumbs up. It was for his little sister, who was giggling nearby. Nice work. His dark mood suddenly felt a whole lot lighter. Brother, she said, running over. Dan Bin's sister smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. You didn't get the answer you were looking for. And it was true. The answer he really wanted to hear from teacher Xiaolu was, the director was a great person. You're just overthinking things. But instead, he got the worst possible answer that he was the one who terrified her so deeply. His sister wrapped her arms around his. Brother, I'm not afraid of you. Whatever, Dan Bin thought. At least I still have you. He ruffled her hair. Want to go out and play some more? A new thought began to take shape in his mind. There were still survivors from the orphanage. Wasn't that a good thing? It's even possible the old director is still alive. He wanted to know what really happened back then. And if the ones who deserved to die were actually dead. Of course, if they weren't all dead yet, he wouldn't mind helping them experience exactly what they had coming to them. All things considered, he concluded to himself, I'm actually in a pretty good mood right now. He didn't know before, so it was fine. But now that he knows his orphanage family is still out there, how could he not go and check on them, to see if they're living well? As for all the questions in his mind, when he stands before them and asks, they'll be more than willing to answer, won't they? His sister hugged his neck, her voice playful. Brother, did you know? But just then, his mother's voice called from the house. We've all been waiting a long time for you to make this decision. Dan Bin picked up the phone, his voice now resolute. This time, no family meeting was needed, the decision was already made. The next thing he had to do was dial his team leader. Team leader, good afternoon. The thing is, I'd like to request some leave. Leave? The leader's voice was tinged with surprise. Aren't you on your post-mission break right now? I am, Dan Bin replied, scratching his head. But a few days just won't be enough. I need to ask for more time, though I'm not sure how much. What are you taking leave for? A personal matter, he answered flatly. During the last incident, you made a huge contribution, the team leader informed him. Based on your contribution score, you're eligible for a direct promotion to a level 4 special talent. At this rank, you'll get a lot of special considerations, so even if it is a personal matter, you can still file a request, and the Special Response Department will do everything it can to support you. I'm afraid that won't work, Dan Bin refused, because this personal matter requires me to leave the city to handle it. Where are you going? I have to go to the central city. The central city? The team leader was silent for a moment, then asked, Can you tell me the reason? Dan Bin heard whispering on the other end of the line and gritted his teeth. He never expected so many people to be listening. This isn't exactly convenient, he said. It's my own private business. Is it okay if I don't say? Of course, the leader replied. I shouldn't have asked in the first place. Theoretically, your leave request can be approved. However, since you're now a level 4 special talent, regulations state that you must submit a formal leave application no matter where you go. The Special Response Department will provide you with safety equipment and necessary intel. The boss's words made perfect sense. This phone call of his was probably a little impulsive, Dan Bin thought. In that case, I'll return and write the mission report. Then I'll add on the request to leave the city. All right, in the application, you need to clearly state your intended destination, estimated time, and list of supplies you're requesting. Because the situation outside the city is still extremely chaotic, and you only have a short amount of experience out there, it'll be dangerous. It's best to have an expert give you some supplementary training. Oh, right. Should we arrange a driver for you? The last guy seemed to have quite a few complaints after he got back. In the background, a man with blonde hair yelled, Don't you dare send me with him. Dan Bin gave a weak smile. A driver won't be necessary. He thought to himself, Lizard is out of the question. Doll, way too much chaos. A trip to the central city shouldn't require him to babysit. He'd pass on that iron beast, too. His own motorcycle was the most reliable option. If it broke down, at least he could carry it back. An hour later, Dan Bin stared at the ridiculously long plan on his desk, the one Han Bing had prepared for him. So incredibly detailed. The supply list alone spanned several pages, but choosing was tough. He couldn't possibly take any more, and his bike wouldn't be able to carry it all. As for the reason for leaving, he'd just write down visiting relatives. Good afternoon, Dan Bin. Han Bing's voice came through his glasses. There are 2 matters to report. First, the results from your latest mission have been determined. Mission rank: S. Completion level: S. Your reward is 3 million alliance coins, however, due to your truly outstanding performance, the administration has awarded you an additional bonus of 1 million. Dan Bin, your reward for this mission is 4 million. Han Bing's clear voice came over the line. Dan Bin was surprised. Only 4 million? That last time, hunting down Qinran outside the city got him 3 million. He mumbled his calculations. But that mission took several days. This one took less than an hour. Talk about high efficiency. He then asked, so how long until the money is in my account? Oh, and could I ask you to help me with one more thing? The bank process takes about a week at the fastest, Han Bing replied, her voice instantly brightening. Please don't hesitate, Dan Bin. I'd be more than happy to help you. It's about a really nice villa complex in the Chengyan mountain area. I've had my eye on it for a while now, Dan Bin explained. I ran the numbers, my savings plus the reward should be just enough this time. So, could you front the money and buy a unit for me once you get the reward? Is that okay? The other end of the line was silent for a moment before Han Bing asked in shock. Why are you in such a hurry for something so big? Maybe we should wait until you get back so we can go see it together? No need, Dan Bin shook his head. After you buy it, help me with the paperwork. Donate it to the Red Moon orphanage next to the guard station. Give them the rest of the money to pay for utilities and food. But there should still be nearly 2 million left over. Han Bing was confused. Just to pay for utilities and buy food? Dan Bin scratched his head, slightly embarrassed. Well, they can buy other things too. Pork is really expensive these days. Can you help me with this? Hearing the pure sincerity in his voice, Han Bing laughed. Not a problem. Since you trust me so much, I'll definitely take care of everything perfectly. Han Bing really was a kind and sweet girl, and the wontons she made were delicious too. Dan Bin was moved. He then suddenly remembered. Oh, right. What was the second thing you mentioned earlier? I almost forgot. Han Bing said, Team Leader Chen left a message for you. The port needs someone to transport an important document to the central city. If you're heading that way, they're hoping you'll take on the mission. He wouldn't need to take leave and would even get an allowance. What a coincidence, Dan Bin thought, surprised. Yes, well, there is one more thing. Han Bing gave him a warning. When he gets to Central City, he better play by their rules. But if any trouble breaks out, he's to contact their people on the ground immediately. They're the only ones he can trust. At the director's office, Dan Bing knocks and steps inside. Little Lu, come in. When did you get back? The director greets him warmly. Sir, sorry to bother you, but I came to discuss a personal matter. The director just laughs. Let me guess. You want more time off? No, sir. Dan Bing shakes his head. I'm here to resign. The smile on the director's face instantly freezes over. Resign? I thought. He stammers. Then the reality hits him, his voice shooting up an octave. What, you're quitting? Yes. Dan Bing gives a wry smile. I've enjoyed my time here, but I have to leave the city for a while. He doesn't know when he'll return, and a million questions start exploding like fireworks inside the director's mind. Why is he quitting? What happened on that trip with Vice President Xiao? It's not like he can reach the Xiaos. They've been silent for days. Does he think this company is holding him back? What if he snaps and does something crazy right before he leaves? That thought makes him grab Dan Bing's hand desperately. Little Lu, you can't leave. What's really going on here? Is your sister's health acting up again? No, she's fine, Dan Bing replies, completely confused. Then, what about Vice President Xiao? Dan Bing frowns. He's probably not doing so great. His step-aunt apparently caused some big trouble and crossed a line. The authorities took her away. I'm sure he and his father are dealing with the fallout. The director grinds his teeth. Unbelievable. The 2 women closest to the VP, one's in the hospital, the other's been arrested. What kind of dark family drama is this? His attitude shifts on a dime. His voice turns smooth as silk. Little Lu, don't feel pressured. We're like a family here at this company, you know. I already approved your leave of absence before. Just go handle your business, and come on back when you're finished. I was young once. Matters of the heart are complicated. Dan Bing looks surprised. Oh, if that's okay, then that's great. Take care, Little Lu. The director waves him off, but the second Dan Bing turns his back, his friendly expression completely vanishes. Dan Bing can't believe the director was so sincere about wanting him to stay. He feels a bit guilty for ever doubting the man. The door clicks shut. Get Vice President Xiao on the line, now. The guy who brings a gun to work just tried to quit. Sir, isn't that a good thing? The director slams the table, imagining Dan Bing on a blood-soaked rampage. Good thing, my ass. We don't know why he's quitting. What if he's in some kind of trouble and trying to skip town? Or he and the VP had a falling out. If I just let him walk, any future problems are going to land squarely on my shoulders. His motorcycle stops at the orphanage gate. There's one last thing to do. Looks like the kids are all out on a field trip, Dan Bing notes. He quietly sets down a thick wad of cash. He props it next to a small pot of chrysanthemums. He gives the familiar gate one last look, wondering how long he'll be gone this time. His gaze suddenly locks onto the flower pot. The bloom that was so bright just a moment ago is now shedding its petals to the ground. Dan Bing revs the engine and the bike shoots off. He puts on his glasses, a map appearing in the lens originating from Qinggang's command center. Professor Bai stares at a red dot gliding across the main screen, heading straight for Central City. He picks up the internal phone, his voice steady. So, how is everyone feeling? Mr. Su rubs his forehead, his voice filled with anxiety. I'm torn between wanting to know what he's doing and not wanting to know at all. And why did old Shen hang up so fast? Was he in such a hurry to board the warship that he couldn't say a single word? That's because the Special Forces Vanguard just sent a report from Haishang, Professor Bai says calmly. You already know the result. I do? Mr. Su gives a bitter laugh. The result isn't just different from what we thought. We went in preparing for a bloodbath. But when our Vanguard landed on their shores, they discovered the enemy had made zero preparations to fight back. Their entire structure has collapsed, and they've issued a public warrant. A nationwide warrant for Ye Lao and Shen Ming. They cut all ties with the masterminds and are begging to be absorbed by Qinggang. Professor Bai slowly cleans his glasses while breaking it down. So that was the old captain's big gamble. If the attack had succeeded, Haishang would have taken over Qinggang. And if it failed, they would immediately surrender as a whole. That old fox really is something. He was betting the very lives of all his people for one final sliver of hope. They also leaked the intel ahead of time. If Qinggang takes revenge on Haishang's innocent civilians, the damage to our honor will be far worse than the damage from the attack itself. Exactly, Mr. Su frowns. Faced with women, the elderly, and unarmed children. We can't bring ourselves to attack. That old man knew he had us cornered. A checkmate, aimed right at our so-called morals. Only women, elders, and children are left? Professor Bai asks again, slightly surprised. Mr. Su ground his teeth. That's right. As for the others, I don't think they can be considered human beings any longer. So this is the curse that old man talked about? But you have to admit, he was pretty generous with it. In a single moment, he provided everyone with an incredible wealth of research materials. On a desolate road, Dan Bing drives along, humming a tune he made up. Don't think I'm just a little sheep. The ferocity of a sheep is hard to imagine. With another 1,400 kilometers to go, he figures it'll take about 4 more days to reach Central City. They said the whole family was going to visit relatives, but in the end, he was the only one who made the trip. He hopes that in Central City, the heart of the High Wall Alliance, people will be civilized and reasonable. Maybe they'd even help him find Chen Shun and provide a place to stay. But he shakes that thought off. First, he needs a place to rest and refill his water supply. That's the priority. The plant life is really thriving out here. It looks like a great place to take a break. He slows the vehicle, stopping before a village that feels gloomy and dead. Anyone home? I'm looking for a room. Suddenly, a piercing scream comes from behind him. Dan Bing jolts and spins around. Where'd that scream come from? Turns out, it's his sister waving from a dark corner. Right here. Dan Bing just laughs. Oh, it's you. That's my sister for you, he thinks, always showing up at just the right time with a report. He clears his throat and calls out louder. Is anyone here? Don't be afraid, everyone. I'm from Qinggang, just staying for one night. I'll be gone first thing in the morning. I won't cause any trouble at all. Then, he hears a rustling sound coming from deep in the shadows. Shadowy figures begin to emerge, their shapes bizarre, deformed, and horrifying. So there are people here, Dan Bing thinks. But the mutated villagers just glance at him in terror before scrambling back into hiding. What a pitiful bunch, he sighs. He especially feels for the one crawling on the ground. They must have been badly hurt, with no doctors or medicine in this village. The smell of mold hits him hard, a nasty mix of old furniture, damp rot, and something foul. He pushes open a creaky cabin door. Hello? Ma'am, do you have any lights? An old woman sits silently on the bed, still as a statue. No problem. Good thing I brought my own, Dan Bing says, flicking on his flashlight. Now he can see clearly. The beam sweeps the room, and when it lands on the old woman, Dan Bing freezes in shock. She is holding another creature, one as skinny as a skeleton, shaped like a grotesque little demon. Excuse me, is there anything to eat here? Dan Bing asks, trying to keep his voice steady. The old woman remains silent. That's fine. Luckily, I brought my own. He takes out a can of beef. The moment the deformed creature sees the food, its blood-red eyes begin to glow. It lunges like a feral beast, its long tongue shooting out and snatching the can of meat. How dare you steal from my brother? Sister! Dan Bing lunges forward, managing to catch her hand. Hold on, little sister. Now he can see the creature clearly. It's completely demonic. It even has two small horns sprouting from its back. But it doesn't eat alone, instead carefully tearing off a piece for the old woman. It's all right, Dan Bing says with a smile. I still have more than half a can left. This meat is a bit salty anyway. It's better cooked with instant noodles. I've got some with me. Do you have any water? The old woman silently points behind him. Fantastic. Dan Bing thinks to himself. Now I can finally make some real noodles. It's a good thing he listened to Han Bing and brought the special water filter from Qinggang, because he wouldn't dare use this water otherwise. The delicious smell of noodles quickly fills the entire room. The old woman and the small demon both stare intently at the boiling pot. The demon loses its self-control again, lunging forward to snatch the whole pot. Dan Bing quickly grabs its bony wrist. Get a bowl, his sister giggles. You're so annoying, brother. Or maybe I should take care of it for you. Dan Bing lets go of its wrist. The creature backs away in fear. He then notices that its leg is also deformed, like the other villagers. It fumbles around on the bed and grabs a chipped bowl. Get two of them, Dan Bing says with a frown. That's more like it. He takes the bowl from the demon. Smells good, right? This is the proper way to cook it. But it's still really hot. If you eat it like before, you'll burn your tongue. Here, give this bowl to your grandmother first. If we're going to eat, we eat together. 2 bowls are enough for you two. I'll just eat from the pot. He hands it a pair of chopsticks. Don't use your hands. You have to use chopsticks for noodles. The little demon just stares, not understanding at all. Suddenly, the old woman speaks, her voice rough and dry. You should go. Leave the noodles and go. Why? Dan Bing asks, confused. But I already invited you to eat. Go. The old woman suddenly gets agitated. If you don't leave now, you won't be able to leave at all. Dan Bing just laughs. Oh, I'm definitely going. He turns to the empty space beside him. How about you eat this? It's for you, sister. The old woman trembles. She can't see Dan Bing's sister. She just thinks he's talking to a ghost. Eat quickly, Dan Bing says, before the noodles get soggy. This settlement was supposed to be the safest place in the region, which is why he'd come for shelter. He could see they were growing plenty of food outside. So why did the old woman and her grandchild look like they'd been starving for days? He should keep moving, she said. If things got too tough, he could head to Qinggang Port. They hadn't had anyone starve there in years. But that was a lie. She confessed that only she and her grandson were the ones who couldn't get enough to eat. The others, however, they were eating just fine. She took a deep breath. He could smell it, couldn't he? They were stewing meat out back. They were waiting, biding their time. If he didn't leave now, what did he think they would do to him after they'd eaten their fill? But even with the warning, Dan Bing didn't flinch. Instead, a calm smile crossed his face. So she was suggesting he should get out while he could? Pointless, really. Both the path forward and the one behind were already blocked. So where could he go? The old woman narrowed her eyes, studying him. You know? Of course, Dan Bing replied, his voice still completely level. I can see them just fine, but it doesn't matter. This trip was supposed to be for work, a chance to visit relatives, and maybe take in the local scenery. His family had told him to travel more, said it would be good for his state of mind. Hearing this, the old woman's suspicions only deepened. This young man was not as simple as he looked. Her eyes darted to the bowl of noodles Dan Bing had offered, and she snatched it from her grandson. Don't eat that! The child, who looked more like a starving demon, immediately whipped around and sank his teeth into her withered arm. Fresh blood welled up as she screamed, clutching the wound. Ma'am, Dan Bing said, his own gaze turning serious. There's something wrong with this boy. Is that why the others haven't eaten him? No one dares touch my grandson, the old woman shrieked, rage overriding the pain. I used to have 4 sons, but they're all gone now. It's just the 2 of us left, an old woman and a child, barely surviving while others take what little we have. I just pray my grandson gets better, that he'll grow up. He'll be even stronger than his father, than all those wicked monsters. Dan Bing shook his head, his voice firm. He's not getting better. Trust me, I'm an expert in spiritual power. The boy's spirit is severely damaged, warped and twisted. This is a classic symptom of what we call spiritual pollution. With his condition and the resources in this village, he can't be cured. Not unless he's taken to Qinggang Port. Spiritual pollution? The old woman stared, stunned. Are you telling the truth? Say that one more time. Before the red moon appeared, I was a university student. A university student? In those days, that meant you were one of the elite. Like Vice President Xiao, he thought to himself. He watched the child shovel noodles with his bare hands, just as its head began to crack open, revealing a third eye, staring out from the grotesque fissure. I can see it, Dan Bing stated calmly. When did this start happening to him? Please, tell me the details. About 2 months ago, the old woman recounted, her voice shaking. Many people in the village caught this pollution sickness you mentioned, but no one's was this bad. Only my grandson. He was always so weak, never had enough to eat. 2 months ago, Dan Bing repeated. Did anything out of the ordinary happen then? From my experience, an outbreak of spiritual pollution usually has a trigger. Maybe a stranger arrived, or there was a sudden, shocking event, or maybe someone in the village became the source. A stranger, the old woman muttered, her eyes turning bloodshot. Yes, it was that woman, that damn woman. It all began with her. She ground her teeth. My eldest son was the one who found her. Our family treated her well, we never let her go hungry. My son gave her the very best food we had, but she was a curse. Not long after she arrived, my eldest son was beaten to death while trying to clear some land. Then, my second son wanted her, but just a few days later, he fell sick and died. I warned my third son to stay away. I told him to bury her alive. But he didn't listen. He and my fourth son, his own brother, they fought over that woman with knives. My poor third son died in absolute agony. It was her. After she arrived, the whole village started getting sick. I went to the village chief. I told him we had to kill her, to kill that monster. Dan Bing's eyes widened in disbelief. She's still alive? She's alive, the old woman wailed, tears and rage mixing on her face. That monster is still alive. She murdered all 4 of my sons, and then she turned around and seduced the village chief's son. Shameless witch, she deserves to die. I understand your anger, Dan Bing said, but the more detail you provide, the easier it will be to solve this. She killed my sons and bewitched every man in this village. She didn't even spare my grandson. If you stay here, it's only a matter of time before she gets her hooks in you, too, the old woman continued bitterly. You ask why we don't have enough to eat? It's because every decent bite of food in this village is given to her eggs, suckling pigs, everything. They even trade our precious grain for delicacies for her, but she's never satisfied. She wants the best. What do you think they'll feed her when the food runs out? At that exact moment, his sister's excited voice rang out in Dan Bing's mind. Brother, outside the door. So that explains that sweet smell earlier, Dan Bing murmured. Are they finally here? The old woman pointed a trembling finger at the door. Look, that demon is hungry again. Outside, the suffocating darkness was suddenly pierced by the light of flickering torches. A dozen mutated figures, weapons in hand, had completely surrounded the wooden house. And yet, Dan Bing remained impossibly calm. He made a mental note he had to tell Han Bing that this place was no longer safe. It was a good thing he was the one who came here. What would have happened to anyone else? Brother, can I have these toys? Dan Bin patted the little girl's head with a serious voice, warning her he'd have to scold her if she kept acting like this. The girl was getting too greedy, he thought. She needed to be taught a lesson or she'd grow up spoiled. What? What are you going to do? The old woman asked, her voice trembling with desperation. Just have a civil conversation with them, Dan Bin replied to Zhang Daquan. Suddenly, the old woman screamed out the door. You can't hurt him! He can treat our sicknesses! He just said it himself. It's all that woman's fault. You have to kill her instead. Shut your mouth, old woman! A rough voice boomed from outside, as frantic knocking pounded on the door like war drums. Our honored guest, would you please come out for a moment? We have something to discuss. Dan Bin took a deep breath and threw the door open. Hello, everyone. He stood tall, facing the ferocious crowd. I'm just a traveler passing through. I'll be gone by morning. I have absolutely no ill intentions. If I eat your food or drink your water, I'll pay for it fairly. I'm from Qinggang, so I have some backing. Besides, a certain businessman once said, the wilderness is not a lawless place. You should all think before you act. He paused, looking directly into the leader's eyes. I was actually planning to help you solve your problem. Everyone here has been contaminated. Who are you calling contaminated? Zhang Daquan, the leader, bellowed. Get him! The crowd roared like a pack of wild animals and charged at Dan Bin. Bang! A bullet slammed directly into the chest of a man charging forward, sending him flying backward. Dan Bin's voice was cold. I suggest you all listen. If you harm me, I will fight back. I have a gun, and you will be the ones who lose. Zhang Daquan, the coward, hiding behind his own son, screamed, Kill him for me, die. His son roared and charged forward. Dan Bin didn't shoot him instead. He aimed his gun straight at the sky. He looked deep into the young man's crazed eyes, his voice as cold as ice. Do you really want to kill me? The young man hesitated, the aggression in his eyes replaced by a flicker of fear. Bang! Without a moment's hesitation, the second bullet tore through the man's forehead. Dan Bin calmly blew the thin smoke from his barrel. Looks like you really did. He turned to the stunned crowd. I truly don't want any trouble, but if you try to harm me, I will absolutely defend myself. So why don't we all just sit down and talk calmly, and figure out how to solve this unique contamination problem? I wasn't even going to ask for payment. Zhang Dequan's eyes were bottomless pits as a wicked red aura began to radiate from his body. He staggered towards his son's corpse, letting out a terrible cry. My son, my eldest, how could this happen? Say something, please. But the other villagers paid no mind to the old man's grief. Their eyes now held only a crazed, desperate hunger. Mine, one of them mumbled, baring his deformed teeth in a grotesque grin. Zhang's son is dead. Doesn't that mean it's my turn with the woman? It's my turn. Another one shoved in. That woman is mine. Mine! The entire crowd erupted into a chaotic brawl. The woman? Dan Bin wondered. Was she the source of the contamination? Brother, look! His little sister jumped onto his shoulder, pointing toward the edge of the village. A figure slowly emerged from the night mist. The woman had finally arrived. The moment they saw her, all the villagers went berserk. Mine. Mine. She is mine. The woman flashed a seductive smile, then turned and began to dance. Her movements were bizarre, inhuman, both mesmerizing and absolutely horrifying. And then a terrifying scene unfolded, as all the villagers were controlled by an unseen force. They began to mimic her dance. I can't believe they're... Dan Bin was stunned. Their arms and legs tangled, twisting together. They formed a massive, grotesque human centipede. All of them desperately tried to copy the woman's every move. A strange red energy enveloped them. And suddenly, he understood why their bodies were so strangely shaped. Those contorted and complex movements were obviously something a normal human body could never perform. Forcing themselves to imitate her was causing severe damage to their muscles and bones, even twisting their spines. This was a form of self-destruction. What kind of contamination was this? I can dance better than her, his sister sniffed. You should focus on learning how to walk properly first, he shot back. He quickly analyzed the situation. Although the woman looked like a monster, there were no signs of any parasitic spiritual entity on her at all. In that case, he couldn't deal with her directly. The situation would have to go through a proper judgment. Just then, the old woman's demonic little grandchild caught the woman's scent, throwing the door open and rushing out like a moth to a flame. What was he doing? Dan Bing was stunned. The boy lunged into the mass of flesh and, strangely, began to mirror the dance perfectly. His movements and the woman's reached a state of absolute unison. No, that wasn't right. Dan Bing wondered which one was the true monster here. That woman had become the very center, the brain of a single, collective hive mind. An entity formed from every person dancing frantically around her. Taking out one of them meant taking on all of them. To stop her, he had to break the logic of this dance. But what could that logic possibly be? From inside the house, an old woman's hateful scream tore through the night. You damn witch! You have to die. Give me back my grandson. Give him back to me. In that single instant, her human facade completely dissolved. Her lower body swelled up, ripping through her clothes to become a grotesque, giant centipede with hundreds of squirming legs. So she was also a spiritual entity, Dan Bing whispered, without a hint of surprise. The old woman had completely lost control. Her screams were no longer human. Give him back! Her massive centipede body lunged forward. It coiled tightly around the entranced villagers. One man screamed in agony, I can't control my own body, so that's how it is, Dan Bing analyzed. The force controlling this village wasn't just the woman's dance. Two powers were clashing, making the spiritual corruption even worse. Especially for that deformed boy, no wonder he was the most severely twisted. On one side, a dancer lost in her own trance. On the other, the old woman desperately trying to pull him back. It was like they were fighting over something, and the boy was the prize. Dan Bing realized the dancer wasn't just moving, she was telling a story with her entire body and soul. He finally understood what happened in this place. Through her dance, he saw everything. She was just a young woman born into this wasteland, but her heart burned with passion. She dreamed of one day shining on the stages of the great walled cities, a dream she held on to. With her troupe, she began a journey, bringing song and dance to far-off lands despite the brutal life of the wilds. Still, They were happy, all of them working together for a brighter future. But then, one fateful night, that dream was shattered. A band of wasteland riders who were actually the men from this very village attacked their troop just to steal a few meager supplies. They slaughtered everyone in cold blood. Her alone, for her beauty, they captured and dragged back. This den of sinners became her prison. Day and night, she was humiliated, broken, and she tried desperately to escape, but they caught her every single time. To stop her from running again, they broke her legs, twisting the joints with sickening cruelty. And to keep anyone else from looking at their toy, they used embers, fire, and knives to utterly destroy her face. From the ashes of her despair, a firestorm of hatred was born. Her love for dance warped into a weapon for revenge. And so she created this monstrous dance. Her legs were broken, her face ruined, her body defiled, but she still danced, because dancing was the only thing she had left. And it worked. Her demonic dance bewitched them all. She became the queen of the village. To please her, the men began raiding more, recklessly attacking even larger settlements. And for that, they were killed. To fight for the right to own her, blood brothers turned on each other and slaughtered one another. Men died for her, only for her to be claimed by another man. She just watched, cold and detached, the director of her own tragedy, watching the very men who destroyed her life fight and kill in a storm of ugly madness that was her only path to revenge. Under the eerie red moonlight, the dancer's movements grew more and more violent, pushing every emotion to its absolute peak. Meanwhile, the old woman shrieked until her voice was gone, begging her grandson to stop. Both of them were trapped in their own hell. "My grandson, please stop, I'm begging you," Dan Bing observed coldly. This old woman hated the dancer with every fiber of her being. In her eyes, her 4 sons had treated the girl well. As for all the raiding and pillaging, murder, breaking a girl's legs, that was just normal in this world. Heck, even the old woman herself, when she was young, had been dragged to the village in the exact same way. But of all the people under the girl's spell, not a single one was innocent. He glanced at the child. The boy's dance mimicked the dancer's, but it was expressing something else entirely, a sick, twisted sense of possession. So, the boy had been captivated by her body too. He had snuck into her tent countless times. Perhaps he was the one the dancer hated the most. Dan Bing could see the boy's past. He saw him, with his deformed body, sitting alone on a mountaintop. That's when he spotted the troop's campsite. When he limped toward them, the dancer had kindly offered him some food. She watched him leave with a worried look, never once realizing that his greedy eyes were already locked onto her, and the old woman. Her only hope in this world was that grandson. She would do anything to raise him, even feed him her own flesh and blood. Every night of the red moon, as the dancer used her art to enthrall the entire village, she transformed back into a demon to stop them, to reclaim her grandson in control of this village. A tangled mess of crime, hatred, and desire. His sister's voice echoed in Lu Xin's head, worried. What was he planning to do now? Lu Xin just shook his head, his face a complete blank. He wasn't going to do a thing. Interrupting someone's performance is, after all, incredibly rude. The moment he finished speaking, the old woman's centipede tail began to crack, shattering into pieces. Her power was fading. Fast. She panicked, wondering why. Why does she fail, time and time again? The villagers' bodies twisted together in a grotesque, horrifying display. In this struggle, the old woman was still the loser. Lu Xin noted that her defeat was getting worse. They had pushed her to the absolute brink. Tonight, their struggle would finally reach its end. The woman's dance was approaching a monstrous kind of perfection. Suddenly, her eyes locked onto Lu Xin and his sister. In response, Lu Xin began to clap. It was simply the proper etiquette for an audience member. The girl cried, but a smile of pure satisfaction spread across her lips. He was the only man who had killed her without desiring to possess her, the only one to witness her performance and give her applause. Her body curtsied slightly, hands held out as if holding an invisible skirt in an elegant gesture. It was a thank you for her only audience member. Lu Xin took out his notebook, his mood still a complex mess. The old woman was a monster, sure, but he wasn't the only one who could see it. The villain was a psychic, but the savior was a monster. In all this chaos, there was no clear line between right and wrong. Chen Qing and his group were right. You have to have order. But, was he lost now? On top of that, his sister had vanished again. Glasses. Bring up the map. He sighed, looking at the display. How am I getting even farther away? These roads are a nightmare. 20 minutes later, Lu Xin was still wandering the forest, humming a little tune. Wait a second. Why hasn't he seen the main road yet? Was he lost? This compass was totally useless. Fine. He'd just walk straight ahead until he eventually hit the main road. Such a waste of gas. 30 minutes later, Lu Xin was right back where he started. What the hell? He was completely stunned. He'd been driving for a while, but the map showed him moving in a perfect circle. Could this be the legendary ghost guide from the stories? He remembered the old ghost stories from his childhood. And the ways to solve this. 1. Wear your underwear on your head. 2. Spit 3 times. 3. Just curse nonstop. Well, spitting it is. Wearing underwear on his head was definitely not an option, and cursing at people just isn't right. Another half hour passed, and Lu Xin was at his breaking point. Isn't this the exact same rock he'd spat on 30 minutes ago? Figures. You really shouldn't believe in such unscientific superstitions. A ghost guide just means a ghost is messing with your thoughts and senses. Therefore, the scientific solution is simple. He just had to find the ghost. Meanwhile, in another car. Uncle, aren't you supposed to be a veteran driver? How can you be lost? This damn map is completely useless. You probably just didn't mark the map right. The blonde-haired young man pressed on. If not, how could we not find our way back to camp? Now we're screwed. We can't get back. You think the leader will even wait for us? Even if she does, we're getting punished first. This is a total nightmare. The blonde guy pointed at the torn underwear on the old man's head. Uncle, that little trick of yours isn't working at all. It's been half a day with zero change. The only thing getting stronger is the smell. Maybe the ghosts after the blood moon don't know the old rules? Or should we just wait for morning? No way. It's risky enough driving in this rust bucket, but stopping? I've got a bad feeling. Keep going. There it is again. The blonde kid shrieked, his finger trembling as he pointed forward. That damn crooked tree. Uncle, we're back at the starting point again. If we keep going in circles, we'll run out of gas any minute. He turned to the older man, his voice dripping with desperation. This time, we're really done for. You think the leader will let you off easy when she finds out about this? Her temper has been awful lately. We snuck out for supplies, and if we're not back by morning and delay the whole convoy. He swallowed hard. With how she's been lately, you think she might just make an example out of you to scare the others? The young man's words were like daggers, sending a cold sweat trickling down the back of the older man's neck. He gripped the steering wheel, veins popping on his hands. This was big trouble. This road was supposed to lead straight back to base, so why were they stuck in this wasteland? He was positive he'd followed the map perfectly. His face darkened as he muttered a curse. It's like these roads are haunted. We've been trapped. We've gone around at least 10 times. We should have been out long ago, but every single loop leads back to this freakish tree. This is completely illogical. The blonde kid started to tremble. What if? What if we run into something else out here? Before he finished, he went silent, listening intently. Uncle, there's a noise. I think someone's coming. The old man's heart plummeted. Who in their right mind would be out here in the middle of nowhere at this hour? He growled. But even his own voice was shaking. A real ghost? The blonde guy stammered, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Shut up, the older man barked. Kill the headlights and get your gun out, just in case. He warned that right now, ghosts weren't the scariest thing out there. They'd figure it out later, but no one was to do anything stupid. From the pitch-black darkness, a single light appeared, growing bigger. It was a lone rider on a massive motorcycle, cutting through the night by himself. The blonde guy leaned in close, whispering in a panic. Boss, ghosts are getting way too modern. Now they're even riding motorcycles. As the bike shot past, the rider lifted a hand. His voice, bizarrely calm, echoed through the quiet night. Good evening. Human? Or ghost? The blonde guy was frozen in shock. Since when are ghosts so polite? Damn it, why didn't you ask him for directions? The older man glared at him, his face drained of all color. I didn't even get my mouth open before he was gone. Suddenly, a thought struck the blonde guy. Wait a second, boss. That's not right. We've been driving in circles for hours without seeing a soul. The fact that he just appeared, does that mean we finally broke out of the loop? But then he froze, his face twisting into a new kind of horror. But boss, there's no road in the direction he came from. A person appearing from a dead end could only be one thing. At that thought, their hair stood on end. And right on cue, the roar of a motorcycle engine echoed from behind them. It was the lone rider, back again. He'd circled around, and as he passed them a second time, he offered that same cheerful greeting. But in their eyes now, his smile looked absolutely demonic. What the hell is that thing? The older man trembled, his eyes locked on the rearview mirror. This time, the lone rider stopped his bike a short distance away and called out, I think we've run into each other a few times now. The older man squinted into the dim moonlight. The face was definitely human. Cautiously, the two of them stepped out of the truck. He kept one hand on the gun hidden behind his back, on high alert. Friend, the older man started, trying to keep his voice from shaking. What are you doing out here? Greetings. I'm headed to the central city to visit relatives. Then why are you driving in circles? The lone rider just scratched his head with a strangely honest expression. I'm lost. Feels like a ghost is messing with the road, so I'm driving around to see if I can find the ghost itself. The older man and the blonde kid stared at each other, utterly speechless. Was this something a normal person would actually say? He gets caught in a ghost trap at midnight, and instead of escaping, he decides to hunt the ghost? The older man swallowed hard, forcing a smile. All right. Well, you do you, friend. We won't get in your way. He took a step back, his entire tone shifting. Honestly, we're lost too. We've already called our team for backup. They should have people on the way to find us. And they're all armed to the teeth. The lone rider didn't even flinch. He even pulled out his own six-shooter to check the cylinder. Guns? Good. Me too. But I'm not sure anyone can get in here to find you. If they come in here, they'll probably get just as lost as we are. He stared at them, his eyes sharp. You two don't understand what a ghost road is, do you? It's not exactly a ghost, not like you think. It's a type of spatial contamination that creates a logic loop. Just driving in circles will never get you out. You have to find its source, the heart of the contamination, and then destroy it. The blonde guy was stunned. Huh. I've heard about this. The ghosts after the red moon have mutated a lot. You could say that. And more people means more power. I want to invite you two to team up with me and solve this. What do you say? The older man's face went white. This guy was completely insane. Without a second thought, he grabbed the blonde kid and yanked him toward the car. No, friend. We're in a real hurry. We can't bother you right now. Always good to make new friends, though. Maybe we'll see you around. With that, the older man slammed on the gas. The pickup truck shot forward like an arrow. The lone rider just watched them go, muttering, "In such a hurry? That guy is completely nuts," the blonde kid yelled while fumbling with his seatbelt. He was actually inviting us to go ghost hunting. What a freak. Just ignore him. Go faster. The older man glanced in the rearview mirror as he drove, and suddenly his pupils shrank to pinpricks. The lone rider's motorcycle was right on their tail. Damn it, why is he following us? The blonde guy panicked, grabbing his gun. Let me shoot him. Don't be an idiot. The older man smacked his hand away. He's still a person. Just ignore him. If he gets too close, we'll deal with it then. The truck tore frantically through the dark night. Suddenly, the space ahead of them seemed to rip apart, and the familiar forest vanished. The air grew thick with a bizarre, foul stench. Boss, what is that? The older man's eyes lit up with relief. We're out. We're finally out. But that joy didn't even have time to form before it froze on their faces. This wasn't the road they knew. It was a scene straight out of hell, a graveyard for vehicles. Rusted metal frames lay scattered about like the corpses of dead monsters. And standing tall in the center of the junkyard was a massive, grotesque, and ancient tree. Its branches and leaves weren't green but the stark white of bone, and from them dangled human skeletons, hung like gruesome decorations. Both of their eyes were glued to the tree, as if mesmerized by an invisible force. All of their fear simply melted away. In its place was a sick, twisted worship. Their faces relaxed into grotesque smiles, and their eyes began to glow with a demonic red light. Without a single word, both men stepped out of the truck at the same time, their feet moving in a soulless, synchronized march. They marched toward the death tree, like moths mesmerized by a deadly flame. Beneath the giant tree, where shriveled corpses dangled like morbid wind chimes, two men fumbled with their worn-out belts, preparing to join the gruesome collection themselves. Watching from afar, a strange mix of horror and satisfaction crept up Dan Bing's spine. So his theory was correct. A cold, analytical gaze took in every single detail. The contamination's source was the tree. He had already mapped out its mechanism, a mystical energy radiating from it, creating an invisible field of influence. Anyone who entered this field would begin to lose their way, wandering aimlessly. Once their bodies were exhausted, and their minds snapped from panic, a sinister force would pull them toward the tree for the final stage to end their own lives. Dan Bing figured it was his youth and abundant energy that saved him. His strong will meant he didn't meet the criteria to be lured in, but he'd still been wandering for ages, unable to pinpoint the exact location. That's exactly why he decided to tail this poor uncle and nephew. The nephew's dazed expression, vacant eyes, and the underwear worn backwards on his head proved they were about to cross the final threshold. He just had to follow them like a living compass to the epicenter, but he never expected things to escalate this fast. Scientific analysis is always the key, Dan Bing muttered, raising his specialized glasses. Numbers danced across the display. Spiritual radiation, 120 units. He ran a quick calculation. In a passive state, the radiation intensity is typically 1/10 of its actual amplified spiritual level. If it was already 120 at this range, its true level had to be close to 1,000. Once the target was confirmed, things got simple. Dan Bing drew his 6-barreled gun, aiming the cold steel at the tree's trunk. Boom! The deafening blast tore through the silence as the ancient tree convulsed violently. The dried skeletons hanging from its branches rained down like dead leaves. The uncle and nephew were thrown back, knocked unconscious. A horrifying shriek echoed out as 2 blood-red eyes opened on the trunk. Hundreds of branches morphed into sharp, thorny tentacles, all aimed directly at Dan Bing. In this life-or-death moment, an incredibly practical thought flashed through his mind. Damn it, what if it scratches my beloved motorcycle? He really should have parked a little further away. Just then, a familiar voice echoed in his mind, sweet and precise as a computer program. Sister here, he cracked a small smile. Always connected. When it really counts, his little sister is the best. Let's go. Command received, the voice replied. Puppy, attack. Dan Bing's jaw dropped. What? Send in the puppy? The tiny pup, usually just a tail-wagging beggar for food, was now baring its fangs and growling like a ferocious beast. It shot forward, its sharp teeth sinking right into the tree's tentacles. The tree shuddered in pain, but in an instant, other branches coiled tightly around the dog's tiny body. But weirdly enough, in this life-or-death struggle, the dog had a look of unbelievable pleasure on its face. Dan Bing's vision seemed to gain a pink filter watching this bizarre scene. Is this dog even remotely normal? Puppy is not obeying. His sister's voice rang out, tinged with anger. Hearing its master's displeasure, the dog went into overdrive as if shot with adrenaline. It roared, unleashing a burst of power that shredded the branches. Puppy is using its blood to counterpollute the tree, his sister explained. Before long, the giant tree began to wither, its crimson eyes slowly fading to black. Looks like it's over, Dan Bing thought with a sigh of relief. The contamination source was eliminated. He walked over to pat the dog's head. Good boy, he thought. Definitely not normal at all. Then he casually picked up a rock and tossed it far away. Go on, go play with the rock. The dog eagerly gave chase, probably thinking it was some kind of delicious reward. Flipping open his worn notebook, Dan Bing carefully jotted down his findings. Contamination source, wild ancient tree. Mechanism, disorientation, similar to a willow. The wisp. Maybe the first victim here formed some symbiotic link, turning the tree into a parasite for the source, which then spread to others. He had to log this fast and send the info to the Special Processing Bureau. This was all money in the bank. He smiled, satisfied. Just then, the uncle and nephew started to wake up. The nephew screamed in terror, while the uncle just looked around, confused. What? What in the world happened? They scrambled to pull their pants up and ran toward Dan Bing, stammering, Brother, I think. We were possessed. Was it you? Did you save us? Dan Bing maintained a calm expression. I've said it before. There are no ghosts in this world. That was a form of contamination, and this tree was the source. All 3 of us were affected by it. That's why we kept walking in circles. Once we reached a certain point of exhaustion and panic, it would unconsciously lure us here. He cleared his throat, giving them a more formal introduction. I'm from Qinggong. I specialize in handling incidents like this. In fact, I should be thanking you too. Without your help, I couldn't have resolved this so quickly. Model, the older man, still fixing his pants, held out his hand to shake it. What can we help you with? You two played the part of the perfect bait, Dan Bing explained. Through your contamination, I was able to pinpoint the problem's exact origin. Bait? The older man scratched his head, feeling like something wasn't right. Suddenly, Dan Bing's face darkened, his smile gone, replaced by a terrifying coldness. All right, my work here is done. But could I trouble you two for one last thing? The terrified uncle and nephew grabbed onto each other. Dan Bing pointed to the pile of dry bones on the ground. Help me dispose of them. Make sure they can no longer harm anyone. The 2 men glanced at each other, then the uncle snapped his fingers. A fire ignited, incinerating the skeletal remains. He muttered, May you rest in peace and find salvation soon. He then pulled out a cigarette for Dan Bing. Brother, care for a smoke? Dan Bing simply nodded, watching the flames dance. This time, things were finally settled. The nephew was still confused. So what exactly is this contamination? Dan Bing frowned for a moment before answering. It's a new disease that emerged after the Red Moon event, a mental illness. The infected look perfectly normal on the outside, but their psychological state is seriously compromised. Think of them as people suffering from a severe mental illness. It's agonizing. Mental illness? The uncle exclaimed. You mean like those lunatics that popped up a while back? Dan Bing thought to himself that he'd actually never even met one of these so-called lunatics. He'd seen one the last time he left the city, but before he could get a good look, a swerving lizard vehicle sent the guy flying. He exhaled a cloud of smoke and said, "All right, I think we can leave now. I'll go first." The older man turned, gathered his courage, and stepped forward. "Brother," the man said, his voice still shaky. If you really are someone who handles these supernatural affairs, could we ask you to examine someone for us?" Dan Bing raised an eyebrow, his initial surprise shifting into clear interest. "Examine someone? What's wrong with your patient?" The uncle, Joe Daxiong, suddenly looked dead serious. He lowered his voice, each word heavy. "Have you ever heard of head swapping?" On the road, the engine's roar drowned out the oppressive silence. Dan Bing followed the pickup on his motorcycle, lost in his thoughts. Head swapping? Could something so absurd actually exist in this world? Through their choppy conversation, he learned they were a transport team from Hongling City, hauling cargo on desolate highways. The middle-aged man was Joe Daxiong, and the younger one was his nephew, Joe Xiaomao. Both of them were veteran drivers. However, when the topic shifted to the contamination they were dealing with, both of them immediately clammed up. They only hinted that this head-swapping business was directly connected to their female leader. It seemed the only way to get to the bottom of this was to meet their mysterious leader in person. Finally, the towering walls of a temporary base appeared up ahead. The pickup truck slowed down. Phew, Zhou Xiaomao let out a huge sigh of relief. We finally lost that damn ghost guide. "We're home." A cautious voice suddenly called down from the watchtower. "Password, the Heavenly King fears the Earth Tiger," the man on the watchtower yelled. Zhou Xiaomao stuck his head out the window, replying smoothly. "The mountain beast bows to the hunter." "It's old Joe." Dan Bing, who had just stopped his bike, quietly frowned to himself. What in the world was that? As the iron gate creaked open, a guard spotted Dan Bing. He immediately shone a blinding flashlight in his face. "Who's this?" Zhou Daxiong quickly hopped out of the truck to explain. "Relax, he's a friend from Qinggang." He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice still laced with horror. "You have no idea what we just went through. We ran into a ghost lure. If it wasn't for this brother here, the two of us would be hanging from a tree like decorations right now. He's also heading to the central city, so he's just tagging along with us for some company. You don't need to worry about it. I'll report this to the leader directly." The guard lowered his light but kept frowning. "Speaking of the leader, I'm afraid you're out of luck. She is furious because you two delayed the entire convoy. Be careful, she might just kill you for it." Joe Daxiong shivered but stood his ground. "I know. I'm on my way to see her now." Dan Bing got off his bike, his eyes scanning the area. The scale of this convoy was truly massive. Tents were packed tightly together, trucks were parked in long rows, and people were bustling about. Everyone had the hardened, weary look of a wanderer. Zhou Daxiong carried a cloth bag as he entered the largest command tent. "Haha, leader, look what I brought back for you. You old bastard. You actually came back? All you ever think about is your damn scrap metal. If something had happened, would the whole convoy have to come looking for you? If the delivery's late, are you ready to take that responsibility? There was just a small incident, otherwise I would have been back much earlier. Here, a tribute for you, leader." He carefully placed an old, but intact, mirror on the table. Lu Xin stood at the tent's entrance, watching in silence. What kind of act were they putting on? "There's one more thing to report, leader," Zhou Daxiong said, pointing toward Lu Xin. "We were completely lost out there. It was thanks to this brother from Qinggang. Otherwise, we would have been lured to our deaths by ghosts. He's also heading to the central city alone. I figured it was too dangerous to be alone, so I invited him to join our group." Lu Xin stepped forward, nodding in greeting. "Hello, I'm Lu Xin. I'm going to the central city to visit my relatives." The female leader turned around. She was a young woman, strikingly beautiful, but her eyes were sharp and filled with a deep exhaustion. She sized Lu Xin up from head to toe. "You dare travel from Qinggang to the central city all by yourself?" "Not exactly by myself," Lu Xin replied calmly. "I was with my parents, my sister, and a puppy. We were all coming to visit family. We were also delivering a document, but they aren't with me at the moment." The two Jews froze. What on earth was he talking about? The leader frowned. "You lost your family? Fine. In these chaotic times, travelers should help each other out. But I want you to understand something. We're a crew that sweats and bleeds for a living. We don't start trouble, but we don't run from it either. If you want to travel with us, you will cause no trouble. Understood?" "I understand." Lu Xin nodded. "All right then." The woman turned away. Old Joe, tell him the rules of the caravan. Once the tent flap was shut, Joe Daxiong lowered his voice in the dim light of another tent. You've seen the problem, haven't you? Lu Xin was surprised. Who? The leader? What's wrong with her? Old Joe bowed his head, his voice a grim whisper. I suspect. No, it's not just me. A lot of the guys in the crew suspect our leader's head has been swapped by someone else. Seeing Lu Xin's silence, he rushed to explain. Let me put it this way, so you understand. The head our leader has now? It's still hers. But the body underneath it belongs to something else. Her head, but not her body? Lu Xin stood. What does that mean? Maybe I should go look again. Don't! Joe Daxiong waved his hands frantically. She'll attack you. Just wait a bit longer, you'll see for yourself. And with that, he blew out the lamp. Darkness consumed them. Outside, all sound seemed to die. What in the world was happening? Lu Xin asked into the darkness. Joe Daxiong quietly lifted a corner of the tent, motioning him over. Look. She's starting her little act again. What act? Every single night, she has to find a man in the crew to sleep with. Brother, every word I'm saying is true. I hope you can help her. Our leader is a good person. Her husband built this caravan. After he passed away in an accident, she single-handedly took charge of everything. She's beautiful and young. Countless men desired her, but she shut every last one of them down with her fists. Everyone knew she was still devoted to her late husband. No intention of remarrying. But he trailed off. His voice choked. After we got back from the last run, everything changed. During the day, she's still the same fair leader, good to all of us. But when night falls, she prowls the camp, looking for someone to spend it with. By now, she's been with almost every man in this caravan. Lu Xin felt this entire story was more insane than actually encountering a ghost. Zhou Xiaomao, huddled in a corner, started sobbing. It's true, Brother Lu. I think you should be careful. The way the leader looked at you wasn't normal. This is a nightmare. Joe Daxiong sighed. I've thought and thought, but I just don't get it. She was always fine by herself before. Why would she suddenly turn into some kind of starving she-wolf? You don't get it. The men who've been with her. They said her behavior was wild. Terrifying. Lu Xin grew pensive. Is that all? Still, a person's personality and behavior changing a full 180 degrees was definitely an alarming sign. But what did any of this have to do with some crazy story about a swapped head and body? Heavy footsteps stopped right in front of the thin fabric of their tent. The Zhou uncle and nephew immediately went pale, frantically signaling for Lu Xin to be quiet as they trembled like leaves in the wind. A hoarse, lazy, yet powerful female voice cut through the air from outside. Asleep? Stop pretending. Now, bring that pretty boy you two brought back today out here for me. The voice paused, then turned cruel. Or maybe you two can just drag him over here yourselves. Joe Daxiong stammered, his voice trembling. Leader, he's our benefactor. Perhaps. Lu Xin frowned. Something was seriously wrong. Joe Daxiong pulled back the tent flap, his old face wrinkled with anguish. He gritted his teeth. All right, fine. This time, I'll be the one to make the sacrifice. Zhou Xiaomao burst into tears and grabbed his uncle. No, uncle, please don't. Let me go instead. I'm young, I can take it. It's because you're young that you don't know how to protect yourself. Joe Daxiong pushed him away, his own voice cracking. Uncle, the nephew sobbed, you have to stay healthy. Your aunt and two sisters are waiting for you at home. Don't you dare mention your aunt at a time like this. The old man snapped, perhaps just to hide his own weakness. Amidst the tragic scene, Dan Bing was utterly confused. He lowered his voice. All right, I'll go. Both uncle and nephew froze in place. It's Brother Xiao Lu, the nephew explained, his voice thick with urgency. Don't think this is a game you're going to regret this. But Dan Bing just gave a slight smile. It's fine. He just sensed something was off about her. He stepped out of the tent to face the female leader, who raised an eyebrow in clear disappointment. Oh, just you? Where are we going? Dan Bing asked, getting straight to the point. She spun around, her long hair whipping through the air, so impatient. Fine, just for you. Her voice was laced with teasing. Follow me. Dan Bing followed in silence, but behind his specialized glasses, his eyes were working overtime. The vibe she gave off was completely different from their first meeting. Strangely though, he couldn't detect any kind of spiritual parasite on her at all. He quickly formed two theories. One, the source of the corruption was buried deep inside her, just like with Xu Xiao Xiao and that oil painting. Two, she was an awakened power user herself, and definitely not the friendly type. Either way, the situation was incredibly dangerous. This threat wasn't just pointed at him, but at every innocent person in their convoy. Her true power was a mystery, but if she ever lost control, The result would be a full-blown catastrophe. At least, he thought, his family was here this time. A faint sense of security washed over him, knowing his mom, sister, and puppy were close by. And while only he could see them with his glasses activated, he knew they could feel his tension rising. If it came to a critical moment, they would act. Inside the female leader's tent, the air grew thick. The moment she stepped inside, she wasted no time shrugging off her outer jacket, revealing a back crisscrossed with scars, both old and new. The most jarring was a massive scar running straight down her spine. Dan Bing watched closely. No spiritual monster, so it was hard to tell if she'd had a head swap. But judging by these scars, one thing was certain: that head and this body did not originally belong to the same person. The woman turned back, her eyes full of provocation, as she extended a long, slender leg toward Dan Bing. Still playing innocent now? Get over here. Dan Bing didn't move an inch, his voice unnervingly calm. Can you tell me your purpose now? She scoffed. Isn't my purpose obvious enough? Dan Bing quickly glanced at his glasses display. The contamination reading was practically 0. Even his mother's power could only detect a faint red energy signature, which meant everything was totally normal. So weird. He decided to switch off his detection abilities. Hurry up, she called, getting impatient. In a corner of the tent, an absolutely ridiculous scene was unfolding. His mother turned to look at him, a knowing smile on her face. My son is all grown up. His sister, meanwhile, covered her eyes. So gross. Aren't you embarrassed? Come on, puppy, let's go. The little dog had already turned to face the wall, pretending to see nothing. A wave of pure embarrassment hit Dan Bing, making him wish the ground would just swallow him whole. What are you waiting for? The woman pressed on. Come on, get in here. Dan Bing's face flushed. So, you really called me here just for that? Can you just hurry up? The leader was getting visibly annoyed. You're so young, but so slow. Dan Bing sighed. Can you please act normal for a second? Normal? She flung the shawl from her shoulder onto the floor. A man and a woman alone in a room. What could possibly be more normal than this? What's the matter? Playing innocent? She continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Or are you playing hard to get to light my fire? Listen, kid. Me choosing you is a blessing. Normally, a pretty boy like you wouldn't even get a second glance from me. Oh, wait a minute. Don't tell me you actually can't perform? Dan Bing frowned. Personal attacks aren't a good look. Can you or can't you? There's an easy way to prove it, isn't there? She smirked. Don't be shy. There isn't a man in this convoy I haven't been with. I'm the leader. What I say goes. Now I'm giving you a chance and you're too dumb to take it? You think I can't just scream and have a dozen guns pointed at your head? Dan Bing turned his back on her, his decision made. Even then, I still wouldn't touch you. What? She roared, her anger finally exploding. You're from the high city, so you think I'm dirty? You think you're too good for me? You've already made your judgment, so what's left for me to say? Dan Bing muttered. Then shink. In perfect sync, they both drew their guns, dark muzzles aimed squarely at each other. The tent fell silent. After a moment, she lowered her arm, her voice tinged with disappointment. You don't desire me, even a little bit? I may not have any experience in these matters, Dan Bing replied coldly, but I believe this requires consent from both sides. Don't think your power gives you the right to take whatever you want. Your own people are already terrified of you. I have no right to interfere, but I'll give you some advice anyway. Clank. The leader tossed her gun onto the table, the excitement in her eyes completely gone. Words as sharp as a knife just kill the mood. Get out. Dan Bing turned to leave, but paused at the entrance. What about you? Too late for regrets. Get out, she screamed. Then, like she'd gone insane, she started punching her own thigh over and over again. It was a brutal form of self-punishment. Dan Bing muttered just loud enough for himself to hear, I don't regret it. Then he returned to his tent, as if nothing happened. I'm back. Not even 15 minutes later, Dan Bing had returned to the Zhou family's tent. What? How are you back so fast? Zhou Daxiong asked, stunned. A fragile flicker of hope igniting inside him. Shan Bing sat down on the chair, his face strangely calm. He'd already assessed the situation. He explained that her corruption wasn't the typical kind, and while something was wrong with her body, he didn't think it was a case of head swapping, just as they'd said. Zhou Dachang's expression fell. Then why would she hate her own body so intensely? Zhou Xiaomao, who had been silent, suddenly put a hand on his uncle's shoulder. Let me explain. The young man's voice trembled as he recalled the horrifying scene. He had seen it with his own eyes. The leader wasn't just looking for company. She's terrifying, really. He swallowed hard, explaining how she would stand before a mirror, staring at herself and spewing insults. But it wasn't her voice. Her eyes would glow crimson red, as if another person had completely possessed her body. A voice would come from her own mouth, mocking herself. See? Someone out there thinks you're ugly. Ha ha. I knew this day would come. You're just going to get more and more disgusting until everyone hates you. Then another, weaker voice would speak the leader's actual voice. Wait, what are you planning to do? The other voice would just laugh maniacally. What do you think I'm going to do? And then, she reached for the iron ashtray that was heating up on the stove. She pressed it directly onto her own arm. A sizzle and a scream of agony echoed in the young man's memory. Afterwards, the other voice returned, full of satisfaction. See? Everyone is going to despise you. Shanbing frowned. He never imagined things were this complicated. He looked at the uncle and nephew. So your leader believes that this body isn't actually hers, and she hates it down to her very core? Yes, exactly. Zhou Dechang nodded frantically. Brother, you're amazing. Please, you have to save our leader. Even though the episodes usually only happen at night, they are absolutely horrific. The team's morale has plummeted because of this. Plus, if she keeps torturing herself, I'm afraid she won't last much longer. Shanbing suddenly remembered the woman's back, covered in a web of old and new scars. So all of those wounds were self-inflicted. He muttered to himself that her mind and her body had become mortal enemies locked in a bitter war. They were tormenting one another, and strangely, seemed to find pleasure in the other's pain. What could possibly be the cause? He realized his own knowledge of spiritual corruption was far from complete. He turned back to the two men. I can confirm there's a problem, but I can't identify its source right now. The types of spiritual corruption are incredibly diverse. While I have some experience, I'm not a leading expert. The cases I've handled usually had obvious origins and straightforward solutions. Your leader's situation likely needs a more professional investigator to get to the bottom of it. Have you heard of Qinggang Port? Shanbing suggested. There are many specialists in this field there. You could take her to them. I can introduce you to a few people I know. By the time we get to Qinggang Port, who knows how long that will be? Zhou Dechang muttered in despair. Brother Six, maybe you could just try looking a little closer? Zhou Xiaomao pleaded. I already observed her very carefully. Shanbing turned away, resolute. I really can't see anything else. Wait, brother. Zhou Dechang quickly grabbed his shoulder. Don't worry, we're wasteland wanderers. We know how to show respect and loyalty. We won't let you work for nothing. Just put in a little more effort for our leader, regardless of the final result. We'll cover all your food and gas for the journey. He then pointed to the largest truck in their convoy. You see that truck? It's filled with goods we've scavenged, ready to be sold in the central city. We'll give you a cut. Seeing that Shanbing wasn't interested, Zhou Dechang gritted his teeth. Brother, don't say it's too little. How about half? Or you can have it all. Standing beside him, Zhou Xiaomao added, Uncle, you're being too cheap. If Brother Six can cure our leader, he can have my entire share. Shanbing quietly calculated the offer. The profits from this cargo likely weren't massive, but this was the barren wasteland, not the wealthy Qinggang port. To gather this much, they must have driven that rickety old truck through countless ruined towns and villages, facing who knows how many dangers. He recalled the young man saying he was counting on this haul to save up for his wedding. All right. Shanbing's eyes flashed with conviction. I can give it a try, but I won't take everything you have. That's not how this works. Let's go with half. But no matter the outcome, you are still responsible for all the gas and food expenses. That's the deal. No problem. The uncle and nephew were so relieved they nearly wept. Then Zhou Dechang froze. Wait, didn't I originally say 1/3? Later, at the Qinggang Port Intelligence Center. Mr. Shanbing, good evening. Hanbing's clear voice came through the satellite phone, crackling with a bit of static. Hello, have you been doing well? Shanbing asked. Very well, thank you. I was just a little worried about you. I didn't expect a call so soon. Have you run into some kind of trouble? A rustling sound came through the line. Okay, I'm out of bed now. Mr. Shanbing, what's wrong? Yes. Dan Bing explained briefly that he was on a personal commission, but realized his professional skills were lacking, so he wanted to ask for her advice. Instantly, the quiet on the other end of the line erupted into chaos. Keyboards clattered, people rushed by, and urgent commands filled the air. All units, attention, prepare an emergency analysis report. The Information Analysis Department is in position. Long-range support teams are ready. We can deploy at any time. City services have received the signal, and the mid-range ballistic missile is prepped. Hold on. That won't be necessary for now. Everyone, calm down. All personnel, quickly analyze the contamination states possibly causing this contradiction between an individual's consciousness and their body. A moment later, she turned to explain to Dan Bing. Dan Bing, I just did a quick search. This case is most likely related to a contamination source from the influence category. Contamination sources of this type usually affect their targets through various methods. Things like suggestion, hypnosis, or even microscopic surgical intervention in the nervous system. Mild effects will cause clear behavioral disorders, while severe ones can directly impact the subconscious, leaving no external symptoms at all. Therefore, I suggest you proceed with your investigation in this direction. Perfect. Dan Bing was ecstatic. So, what should I look out for during the investigation? First, Han Bing's voice came through crisply. Does the subject's consciousness show signs of fracturing? Second, is there a noticeable lag between their consciousness and their body's coordination? Third, does the subject's spiritual radiation fluctuate abnormally under specific conditions? And fourth, are there any signs of severe mental exhaustion? Got it. I've memorized it all. Dan Bing nodded. I feel bad for bothering you so late. Han Bing's bright laughter echoed through the phone. Her laugh instantly dispelled his awkwardness. If you say that, Dan Bing, I'll be upset. I was actually really happy to get your call. I enjoy talking with you too. But it's true that I'm bothering you. How can it be a bother if you enjoy it? Han Bing replied cheerfully. I also love hearing you tell me about the strange things you see on your journey. At the same time, at the Special Treatment Bureau, a firm voice called out, adjusting mission level. Connection temporarily downgraded to Class C. Personnel on standby for overtime can return to your posts. Dan Bing hung up, carefully tucking the phone into his pocket. Zhou Xiaomao poked his head out of the truck, his eyes wide with amazement. Brother Xiaolu, you brought a phone all the way out here into the wilderness? Of course, Dan Bing replied, patting his pocket. This is what you call professional. He thought to himself that Han Bing really knew her stuff. Just a few words from her calmed down the command center, avoiding a lot of unnecessary trouble. The next morning, the sun had just risen. The entire convoy was already buzzing with activity. The female leader, with dark circles under her eyes, stood on a crate and ordered loudly. Listen up. The formation is the same as before. My truck and old sons will lead, the Zhao brothers will cover our rear. Everyone else, fall in between in your assigned order. We are less than 3 days' journey from the central city. Everyone stay focused. Once we get there, you can relax all you want. Got it? Yes. The response came back in a booming chorus. Dan Bing watched from a distance, filled with admiration. This woman was seriously impressive. Her personality during the day versus at night was like two different people. He decided to stick with his plan and continue traveling with them. Very good. The leader nodded, satisfied. Move out. Our sister Cao is incredible, isn't she? Dan Bing turned to chat with Zhou Xiaomao. She doesn't look that old, but managing a convoy this organized can't be easy. Hearing an outsider praise their leader, Zhou Xiaomao grinned with pride. You can say that again. Sister Cao is a genuinely good person. She never cheats us on pay, she's thorough, and in a crisis, she's tougher than any man, he explained enthusiastically. 6 months ago, we ran into a gang of bandits on horseback. They demanded half of our cargo. So, Sister Cao just gave a little laugh, stepped forward without a word, drew her gun, and took down 3 of them. The rest of them ran for their lives. Ever since then, there's not a single person in this convoy who doesn't respect her. Uncle Zhou Dacheng, sitting nearby, nodded in agreement. I've been driving cargo for over 10 years, and I have to admit, she's the best leader I've ever met. If only she didn't have that bizarre sickness at night. Dan Bing flipped through his notebook, reviewing what he'd written down. A person with a will and psyche as strong as the leader's should have a much higher resistance to contamination than normal people. So why was there such a huge transformation between day and night? The girl from last night and the rational, stable woman from this morning were 2 completely different individuals. They were less than 1,000 kilometers from the central city now, the uncle announced. Dan Bing silently calculated. Traveling with this convoy, which had scouts finding the best routes, would save him a considerable amount of time. At this rate, he could still reach the central city on time. He could visit his relatives as planned, and as for the leader's problem, he'd just keep an eye on it along the way. Even if he discovered nothing, this trip was saving him a fortune on gas and food. He was a genius, plain and simple. Seeing Dan Bing scribbling in his notes again, Zhou Xiaomao got curious, asking if he was still observing, while the female leader raged in the distance. She kicked 2 of her lazy subordinates right where it hurts, shouting, "Wake up for me!" Dan Bing couldn't help but gulp. He watched her gnaw on a golden chicken leg, his pen flying across the page. Brother Six was still busy taking notes. Zhou Xiaomao muttered to himself again. A moment later, she went to relieve herself behind a secluded bush. Dan Bing awkwardly scratched his head and turned away. Zhou Xiaomao saw this and laughed. Looks like Brother Six isn't taking notes this time. He turned to his uncle and asked, Uncle, is Brother Six acting normal right now? Perfectly normal, the uncle replied, his eyes glued to the road ahead. Maybe that's just his professional style. But his nephew still had his doubts. I feel like he's lusting after the leader's body, Zhou Xiaomao whispered. Look, he keeps staring at Miss Cao. He was even drooling earlier. Hush, Zhou Daxiang quickly cut him off. Even if he is, it's for medical purposes. For them, that was a good thing. In Dan Bing's notebook, the words appeared. Observation subject, the woman with the buzz cut. His notes read that her daytime state was normal, strong, decisive, liked to scold her underlings, and commanded serious authority. The analysis continued. He suspected she hadn't given up on him yet. She'd shot him a death glare that morning, so he'd have to be extra vigilant tonight. He also noted to have his secondary observer, meaning his sister, continue surveillance. Dinner's ready, come and eat. Zhou Daxiang's call cut right through his thoughts. Zhou Xiaomao glanced over at the notebook. He was silently impressed. Brother Six was so serious. Even the pen he used looked amazing. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the front. Old Zhou, Xiao Wang, Old Sun, Old Li. Any drivers with over 5 years of experience, report to the leader. Assemble now. Hearing his name, Zhou Daxiang jumped, a cold sweat breaking out. What kind of new torture was she planning this time? What was he thinking? This time, she was calling everyone over to discuss official business. Half an hour passed. Zhou Daxiang returned with a grim expression, clutching a hand-drawn map. What's wrong, uncle? Zhou Xiaomao asked worriedly. The leader called us to discuss the route, Zhou Daxiang explained, spreading the map out for him to see. Look here. The scouts up ahead reported that the large bridge on Red Ridge Mountain collapsed about 6 months ago. It's completely impassable now. He pointed to another route on the map. We're forced to take a detour, but if they took the road to the left, getting to the central city would require a massive detour. Their schedule was to deliver the goods in 5 days. They were on track before, but this detour made their deadline completely uncertain. So, what were they supposed to do? Zhou Xiaomao was panicking. A late delivery meant the entire trip was for nothing. They might even have to pay a fine. Zhou Daxiang sighed heavily. The leader is stressing about it too. If there's truly no other way, we'll have to risk a shortcut straight through White Pagoda Town. He pointed to a spot on the map just behind Red Ridge Mountain. If they could just get through there, the road ahead would be much smoother. It was their only hope of making it on time. The leader had made her choice. The next morning, she and the recon team would head to White Pagoda Town to scout ahead. White Pagoda Town? Zhou Xiaomao jumped in shock. You mean that abandoned town everyone says is haunted? Old Zhou shot his nephew a sharp glare. Which city doesn't have ghost stories these days? The leaders decided. We wait here for her orders. Once she confirms it's safe, they'll give us the signal to cross. A mischievous glint appeared in Zhou Xiaomao's eyes. Scouting, huh? I want to go too, but going required a motorcycle, and he didn't have one. He whipped his head around to face Dan Bing, flashing a wide grin. Brother Six, can I borrow your bike? Dan Bing, who was staring up at the tent canopy, uttered a completely unrelated sentence. I wonder what the ultimate mystery of the universe is. You, Old Joe snapped. Do you want to go scouting? Or just find an excuse to ride a motorcycle? Drop that idea while you're still breathing and stop causing more trouble. Suddenly, an image of the female leader looking in a mirror flashed in Dan Bing's mind, along with a whisper. It was a haunting voice. When my lover returns, I will warm his feet for him. He was startled. That's right. His sister. She was assigned to guard duty tonight. What if she saw something she shouldn't? He couldn't let that happen. She was still just a kid. At that very... A furious shout from the command tent echoed across the camp. Go to sleep, all of you. Stop loitering around. The leader needs to leave early tomorrow. Old Joe looked confused. Strange. She didn't pick anyone tonight? Did she change? Zhou Xiaomao nudged Dan Bing with his elbow. Brother Six, don't tell me you already cured the leader? Dan Bing put on a thoughtful look. More observation is still required. The next morning, Zhou Daxiang, Zhou Xiaomao, and Dan Bing all had dark panda eyes, the result of a sleepless night. We got so used to the fear of being summoned every night, Old Joe mumbled. Last night was just too peaceful. I was so on edge I couldn't get a wink of sleep. Dan Bing was speechless. You two are definitely sick. Zhou Xiaomao let out a huge yawn. Me too. A biker holds up a green flag, signaling the go-ahead after the scout leader clears the town entrance. All clear. The convoy can proceed through. As the vehicles roll into the ruined streets of White Tower Town, Xiaomao excitedly sticks his head out. Whoa, uncle, this place looks rich. Of course it does. This is White Tower Town, Old Joe replies, but his eyes are scanning everything with caution. He warns the kid not to get his hopes up. The richer a place looks, the more dangerous it is. Pros know to stay away. But why? Old Joe begins to explain, looking at both the young Xiao Mao and the silent Dan Bing. Any place everyone knows is full of loot is also crawling with danger. A few years back, the world was full of madmen. He says they were easy to deal with, slow, unarmed. A single well-equipped squad could just mow them down. But in a city with this many hiding spots, what happens when one just lunges out of nowhere and sinks its teeth into you? Dan Bing can't help but picture one of those madmen biting down on Da Xiang's neck. Is that supposed to be scary? Xiao Mao just scoffs. You mean just some crazy people? I've seen them at the circus, he brags. They're nothing. Can't even fight a hunting dog. Old Joe shouts, Kid, you were born in peaceful times. You have no idea how savage those things truly were. The years before you were born, that was true chaos. Do you know how many people they devoured? Your uncle here, he met your aunt in the middle of all that. Back then, he says with a proud cough, he was a master marksman. A real deadeye, no joke. A dozen madmen had him surrounded with just one gun and 4 bullets left. But he wasn't scared one bit. In the heat of the moment, bang, bang, bang. And then what, Uncle? Xiao Mao leans in, totally hooked. And then, Old Joe puffs out his chest. I ran for my life screaming for help. But hey, he got a wife and daughter out of it. Dan Bing and Xiao Mao just stare at him, speechless. Dan Bing quietly wonders if there really are any madmen lurking inside these abandoned buildings. But the lead driver just laughs it off. Madmen? In this day and age? If we found one, we'd be rich. He says you can sell them to the circus for 100 coins a pop, way better than any scrap metal. A business opportunity like that? Dan Bing's interest is officially piqued. But then, a piercing horn blast cuts through the air. Old Joe's heart plummets. What was that? One of the scouts comes flying back on his bike, his face drained of all color, screaming his head off. Fall back, retreat now, there are madmen up ahead. For real? Suddenly, a deafening crash echoes through the street. Old Joe desperately cranks the wheel. We're trapped. The truck's too big. With vehicles in front and behind, they're completely boxed in. Old Joe roars, weapons out now, we'll take care of them. But Xiao Mao is practically buzzing with excitement. Where? Let's go catch some. A blood-curdling scream rips through the air. Everyone snaps their heads toward the sound. It was the scout. A shadowy figure has already tackled him, pinning him to the ground. While the others panic, Dan Bing calmly draws his weapon. One clean shot rings out. The madman's head bursts open like a ripe watermelon. Everyone, stay inside the car, he says. His voice is chillingly calm. What are you gonna do? Old Joe stammers as Dan Bing opens the door and steps outside. His razor-sharp eyes scan the area. Let's see just how many. He starts counting 1, 4, 7 near the scout's body. Up ahead. 10, 15, 21. That many? Something's not right. If this town was crawling with madmen, they should have been captured and sold off ages ago. That's over 2,000 coins just walking around. Suddenly, bam! A bullet rips through the dirt right at Lu Xin's feet. Watch out! Old Joe screams from the truck. Is that your master marksman skill? Lu Xin asks dryly. Well, Old Joe's eyes suddenly go wide with terror. Wait! Behind you! A madman had snuck up and was lunging right at him, but Lu Xin is faster. He spins, grabbing its throat with one hand and landing a brutal punch with the other, slamming it to the pavement. Ready to behave now? He asks coldly. The creature, its mouth a bloody mess, just thrashes and snarls. Still feisty, huh? Lu Xin growls. He pins its head down, stomps on its right arm, then delivers a crushing blow to its left. Fine. I'll just break all your limbs. The familiar analysis text appears. Mental radiation. 34. Physical strength, slightly superhuman. Mental state, complete and utter chaos. Blood level, high. Its psychic energy isn't very contagious, but it gives them incredibly sharp senses. They can easily pinpoint living things at close range. He grabs a nearby brick and puts it out of its misery. Basic data collected. He looks up. Corpses litter the street, but from every broken window and dark alleyway, more twisted figures are pouring out. The numbers are climbing. Panicked screams erupt from the drivers behind him. That horrifying sound of flesh being torn apart. Lu Xin quickly sizes up the situation. A few of these things are manageable. But an entire horde swarming them all at once? That's a whole different level of problem. His sister's ability is for single targets, useless against a crowd. And his mother's scissors are definitely not made for this kind of fight. In a chaotic fight like this, he could wipe them all out in a flash. But that same destructive power would also vaporize the innocent drivers caught in the middle. A power that's strong can sometimes become a cage. How could he save as many people as possible? As his mind raced, the roar of motorcycle engines tore through the chaos. In the distance, a convoy charged forward like a hurricane, led by a familiar silhouette. Her shout was so powerful, it drowned out the screams of the frenzied horde. "Everyone! On me!" The convoy immediately snapped into formation. Gunshots erupted, and a rain of bullets cut down wave after wave of the crazed attackers. One hand on the handlebars, the other firing a pistol, she calmly assigned tasks. "Go save the people. What are the rest of you standing around for?" Out of nowhere, a few crazed ones scrambled up a utility pole and leaped down. With a screech of tires, she tilted her head back and fired straight up. "Quick, hold your guns, get closer together." Joe Dashan stumbled out of his truck, his face drained of all color. "Leader, we can't escape. The big rig is stuck. It can't back out." "You're worried about the truck now? Survive first, think later." "Do these madmen care about Mr. Jack's cargo?" The gunfire never stopped. Gao Ting continued to command. "Everyone gather here. Weapons tight. Use the formation we practiced to stay alive." Old Joe, Xiao Mao, and the others quickly got out of their vehicles. Guns were locked and loaded, ready for a fight. "The leader's right. We have to risk it all against them." Watching the frenzied swarm tighten the circle, Gao Ting took a deep, steadying breath. First, she needed to reassure her team. "Everyone, stay calm and hold your guns. Just think of them as a pack of rabid dogs." Next came the tactics. "Watch your directions carefully. We're going to carve a bloody path out of here, inch by inch." "Roger," the team yelled in unison. With their morale slightly restored, Gao Ting's red hair flew in the wind as she swung her motorcycle around in a sharp turn. "Hold the formation. I'm checking our six." Lu Xin couldn't help but admire her grit. This woman was truly something else. The entire convoy had now become a living fortress, unleashing fire in all directions. "Follow the leader, hold the line, and shoot on sight. Don't save your ammo." Amidst the chaos, Joe Dashan noticed something odd. The crazed were clearly afraid of guns, recoiling at the sound of the shots, but it seemed a fiercer instinct, some kind of invisible command, was overriding their fear and forcing them to charge forward relentlessly. "What's the situation up front?" he yelled to a scout running back from the leader's position. The news was as bad as it gets. A mob of crazies suddenly ambushed them, tearing 4 or 5 of their brothers to pieces. Luckily, the leader reacted instantly, gunning them down and regrouping the survivors. "This is terrifying. They weren't here when we scouted this morning. Quick," Old Joe ordered, while they're pushed back for a second. "Get all the motorcycles down." As Lu Xin's bike was being unloaded, Joe Xiaomao couldn't help himself. "Brother Lu, your ride is awesome." Lu Xin just gave a slight smile and started his iron horse. "Is that so? Let's go regroup with the leader," Old Joe shouted, leading a small team toward Gao Ting. When they arrived, the situation was still incredibly tense. "Leader," Xiaomao reported, "the guys from the front are organized and on their way here." "Good." Gao Ting nodded, slamming in a fresh magazine. She saw the team was nearly all together and pointed towards the only clear path. "We're breaking out. Remember, no fear, no panic. Do not break away from the group. There are only about 20 of them left. With over 30 of us, all armed, our chances are pretty damn good." But just as that glimmer of hope appeared, a shrill, savage laughter began to echo all around them, bouncing in from every direction at once. "Who is that?" Gao Ting shouted, on high alert. Everyone looked up in horror. Peeking from the dark window of an old apartment building was a demented face with a lumpy, exposed brain. "It's one of them. One of the crazed is laughing. How can they laugh? Over there, shoot it. No good. I can't get a clear shot from here." Its horrifying, mocking laughter continued to echo, as if taunting them in their helplessness. Lu Xin's brow furrowed. The crazed he'd encountered so far were like rabid animals, capable only of growling, one that could produce such a cold laugh. Was this a new mutation? A bizarre thought flashed in his mind. If he could capture this mutated specimen, a circus would surely pay a high price for it. He immediately dismissed the thought. Gao Ting roared, twisting the throttle and charging ahead first. "Ha ha ha." From every window and dark corner, new swarms of the crazed poured out. Even their only escape route was now cut off by more of the eerily laughing creatures. The sound from the rooftop grew louder, threatening to burst their eardrums. A trembling driver turned to her, asking, "Leader?" Gao Ting just fired wildly into the sky, letting out a stream of curses. "Damn it, fall back, now, get inside that supermarket." The whole team panicked, running for their lives. "Hurry up, block the door with the shelves." Outside, the savage laughter continued its steady rhythm, like a chorus from hell. Through a cracked windshield, Lu Xin calmly observed, 50, 80, 100. The horde of crazed was growing, probably over 100 of them by now, and the number was still climbing. Why would so many of them gather right here? This made no logical sense, he thought. Especially their laughter, it was too synchronized, too bizarre. Something was definitely wrong. He closed his eyes, opening the mental connection. Do you see anything? He asked in his thoughts. An image of Xiao Shiyi appeared, her eyes filled with tears. I don't know, brother, but something here feels really, really bad. Lu Xin was taken aback. Really bad? It was rare for his sister to act this way. She wasn't angry or lashing out, just purely unsettled. That sparked a bit of worry in him. What is it? He asked gently. I don't know, Xiao Shi replied, her voice trembling. Brother, can you hear that? While the rest of the team scrambled to barricade the entrances, Lu Xin focused his senses, trying to listen. He couldn't figure out what Shi was getting at. It's a violin, she finally answered in his mind. Damn it all. Lu Xin tunes everything out, the ghoulish laughter, the panicked screams. And then, finally, he hears it. Hidden deep within that chorus of insanity is a faint melody. Always there, always fading. It's a violin, low and hazy, like an echo from far away. So weak, you could almost miss it. This sound seems to have some kind of link to the madmen. Could it be what's controlling them? Where's Mom, he asks. She mentioned feeling sick earlier. Lu Xin is stunned. This is the first time he's ever heard his mother admit to feeling unwell. This is not good. He has to share this with the convoy team, now. He rushes over to where Gao Ting is standing. The female leader is holding her own, barking orders. All weapons ready. We've definitely walked straight into an ambush. There's no way this many freaks just appear at once. The scouts would have spotted them otherwise. She scans the panicking crowd. There's only one possibility. Someone was waiting for us to get here, and then they deliberately let these monsters loose. We've been set up. A man named Lu grips his gun, shaking like a leaf. With tears in his eyes, he asks, Leader, what do we do? What do we do? Gao Ting roars. You survive, Lu Daqiang. If you dare wet your pants here, I'll give you a bullet to end your misery. A scout quickly unrolls a map on the ground. Leader, when I was scouting, I saw a main road behind our position. Right now, the horde is concentrated up front. We could break through the back and head straight east. If we're lucky, we might just escape. Gao Ting considers it. Too many buildings to the east. I don't like the odds. She squints, looking out. And why are these things smiling? Plus, they're only surrounding us, not attacking. It's just like a dog training yard. The dogs don't eat until the master gives the command. Is someone controlling them? That's the exact question Lu Xin has the answer for. It's the music. Gao Ting whips around. What music? Can't you all hear it? Lu Xin's voice is strangely calm, the sound of a violin being played. The information immediately sends a ripple of confusion through the group. What music? We don't hear anything but that awful laughter. Someone argues. I think going east is a huge mistake. Lu Xin's voice cuts through the murmuring. Their numbers are growing. It's safe to assume they've completely surrounded this entire area. The east is an old residential district, filled with windows and dark alleys. The horde could easily ambush us from above. Even with our guns, there's no guarantee we'd escape. He pauses, then adds, Of course, charging straight ahead isn't a smart move either. There are almost 200 of them out there. These things have a basic instinct to fear guns. If we had enough people, enough firepower, we might stand a chance. But with our current weapons, being trapped here is just waiting to die. So what do we do? The crowd begins to panic. Brother Lu, Zhou Xiaomao stammers. Do you understand these crazy people well? Not really, Lu Xin replies. But I just finished a thorough examination of the one that attacked us. These things themselves have no intelligence or restraint, only frenzied instinct. That one looked exactly like the ones waiting outside. So why could it only growl while the horde out there sneers and uses tactical encirclement? He asks the question and then answers it himself. Because they're being influenced by a mysterious power. I suspect someone is using a violin to control them. That player is the key to this whole problem. I'm going to find them. To ask for help chasing the horde away? Zhou Xiaomao asks innocently. Lu Xin just smiles. Deal with the violin player? His inner hustler wakes up. If someone can control these freaks, couldn't he make them join a circus? Imagine the kind of money that would bring in. Zhou Xiaomao repeats. So you mean we're going deeper into the city? To be more precise, Lu Xin says, a strange confidence in his smile. I am definitely going to find that person. And I suggest you all follow me. After all, things are already this dangerous. If you're with me, I'll do my best to protect you. That's definitely better than running around aimlessly. Someone in the crowd whispers to Gao Ting, but loud enough for others to hear. Leader, don't trust him. I think this guy's bad news. Everything was fine before he showed up. He's been here one day, and look what happened. Now he wants us to follow him straight into a death trap. I have no intention of forcing anyone to come with me, Lu Xin replies, his voice remaining calm in the tense atmosphere. I am only offering what I believe is the most logical suggestion at this time. Instantly, the team splits into two factions. Zhou Deshan and Xiao Mao step forward to shield Lu Xin. Brother Lu has saved my life twice, Xiao Mao shouts defiantly. When are you going to grow out of blaming everyone else for your problems, Sun Chuzi? You want to start something? The young man named Sun Chuzi isn't about to back down. He jabs a finger right at Lu Xin's face, his voice dripping venom. He's the only outsider in this entire convoy. It's obvious we've been set up. So what if I suspect he's part of it? Am I wrong? Not to mention he stares at the leader all day and scribbles notes about something. You dare tell me he's innocent? Those words are a lit fuse for the suspicion already simmering in the crowd. Sun Kuzi has a point, another person speaks up. We have to be careful with this guy. Yeah, who knows if this violin player he wants us to find is just part of a bigger plot. He's been spying on the leader. What for, you bastard? Let's just deal with him now. Lu Xin quietly observes the mob. A civil war about to break out. He silently wonders, why is everyone so hot-headed? Crack. A single gunshot rips through the air, cutting through all the noise. Gao Ting stands there, the barrel of her gun still smoking, her eyes blazing with fury. We're in this deep and you have the energy to argue? She roars. Her voice drowns out their fear. You think just because the horde hasn't charged yet that we're going to die any slower? Do you people really think if someone wanted to set us up, they'd waste time sending one measly spy? Blowing up the bridge would have been enough to kill us all. Have you been watching too many movies or something? Her blunt scolding silenced the entire group. Sun Chuzi just stammered. Well, ignoring him, Gao Ting turned to Lu Xin, her gaze as sharp as a knife. Are you certain you heard a violin, and that it's controlling the freaks? I heard it, Lu Xin confirmed, and I can feel the link between that sound and their actions, but I can't prove it. Gao Ting stared right into his eyes, then turned away decisively. No proof needed. With one clean leap, she was on her motorcycle. I have a way. Her method was surprisingly simple. She started blaring the horn in a rapid, frantic rhythm. Immediately, the scout on the supermarket roof yelled, "Everyone, look!" After hearing the horn, they're going even crazier. Gao Ting slammed the horn, silencing it. That creepy, giggling sound returned. The scout reported again, They're back to the way they were before." Only then did Gao Ting walk over to Lu Xin, all doubt gone from her voice. "You were right. My people misunderstood you. I'm sorry." Her directness caught Lu Xin off guard. "No, it's fine. This woman is actually pretty cool," he thought to himself. "Chief, are we really going to charge out there?" one of the team members asked, his voice still trembling with fear. Gao Ting didn't answer right away. She turned to Lu Xin. "Where is the sound coming from?" "That way," Lu Xin pointed. The distance wasn't short. At that moment, Gao Ting made her final decision. His method makes sense, but the risk of the whole team charging out is just too high. She looked her brothers in the eye, her voice like steel. "I'm going with him." "No way, Chief." The team protested in unison. "We have dozens of guns. If we go, we all go together," Gao Ting shouted, drowning out their objections. "There's no other choice now. If all the freaks attack at once, we're all dead. Better to make a bet. If the whole team goes and something happens, we won't even get a chance to regret it. Everyone stays here, wait for an opening and find a way to escape." She took a deep breath, her voice lowering, filled with both trust and brutal resolve. "If you get out, do whatever it takes to send this message. Someone in White Pagoda Town is raising these freaks. This is a big deal. The person behind this definitely doesn't want this information getting out. We're going to drag it into the light. Consider it revenge for me and for our fallen brothers." Despite the scolding, tears welled up in the rugged men's eyes. "Chief! Boss! Don't you dare start crying like babies," Gao Ting growled. "I'm not that easy to kill. Remember, your lives are more important than money. You survive and you get back home." With that, she revved the motorcycle's engine and smashed straight through the supermarket's broken glass. Right beside her was none other than Lu Xin. "Not bad," he praised. Gao Ting just let out a cold snort. Watching the two figures charge into the horde of freaks, Zhou Dechang and Zhao Mao could only scream from behind. "Mr. Lu, you have to bring our chief back. We don't need the stuff we found in the wild anymore. It's all yours." "Of course," Lu Xin replied cheerfully, his voice strangely calm. He turned to Gao Ting, speaking low enough for only her to hear. "So you didn't actually trust me completely, did you? You didn't dare let them take the risk, so you used my intel as an excuse to go out alone. Even if I was wrong, you could use this chance to lure the freaks away, right? Gao Ting's face remained a cold mask. You knew, and you still followed me. I don't want more trouble, she continued. You can take a different path now. Just tell me the location of the violin. After I lure them away, I'll head there myself. No need, Lu Xin answered flatly. Your plan is great. I hadn't thought of that before. On the contrary, Gao Ting had more questions now. Why are you so willing to help us? Lu Xin answered casually. Didn't you say it yourself when we first met? Out in this wasteland, you help when you can. That was because I wanted to sleep with you. Gao Ting shot back bluntly. Lu Xin nearly choked on his own spit. He still wasn't used to this woman's personality. Sleep with you? Your motive might have been a bit off, but the principle was spot on. In another space entirely, his little sister just hummed softly, glancing at her brother. She knew perfectly well he was lying again. A sudden smile bloomed on Gao Ting's face, the ice in her voice melting slightly. I can't believe someone as naive as you still exists in this world, she said, her sharp eyes never leaving Lu Xin. Earlier, Sun Chizi suspected you of sneaking into our convoy with bad intentions. And while he was being paranoid, he wasn't entirely wrong. Your eyes have never left me. So tell me, what do you want? Why do you keep making the questions harder? Lu Xin sighed. The image of Zhou Dashan and Zhou Xiaomao begging in their tent flashed in his mind. It was a promise he had to keep secret. Seeing him stay silent, Gao Ting didn't press the issue. She skillfully steered the bike, continuing her luring mission. Fine. Don't say anything, she shrugged, a flash of playfulness in her eyes. I'll just assume you're mesmerized by my beauty. She pointed to the silent alarm horn. They both knew that weak sound wasn't nearly enough to get the attention of the insane horde out there. So what's your plan? Lu Xin wondered. Don't worry, I came prepared. With that, Gao Ting reached behind her and pulled out a weapon he could have never imagined, a massive boombox. Lu Xin was stunned as the tragic yet cheesy melody of Still in Love After Death roared to life, tearing through the silence. The lyrics felt like a twisted prophecy. To still love even after death, if that's not pure, unadulterated madness, then what is? Model. With a roar of pure joy, the car surged forward, turning a sweet love song into a deafening death march that drew shadowy figures from every corner. Driven into a frenzy, they swarmed out, lured by the chaotic sound. Amidst this chaos, Luke, Tan was still piecing it all together. He realized this was Cao Din's test, that she didn't fully trust him. She was using his own theory about sound to bait the monsters. A daring plan she'd cooked up in a split second. Her goal was simple: drag the entire horde away from the area. But the music blared on like a final, desperate declaration of love. Cao Din's gunshots cracked through the air, mixing with the music as the battle began. Luke Tan had to admit, this woman had real leadership charisma. Her driving and shooting skills were on a completely different level than a normal person's. Seeing the horde of monsters getting closer, he turned to Shi, his voice gentle. Little sister, didn't you want a new toy? The kind that moves and screams? Shi's eyes lit up, her smile both innocent and deeply unsettling. Why are you suddenly agreeing? The music continued its relentless scream. You don't look happy, Luke Tan said softly, glancing at the chaos behind them. I want to make you even happier. Besides, they're just monsters anyway. Those words struck a chord deep inside Shi. Brother, you're the best. A blue aura flashed between them. She launched herself from the car, ready for a total massacre. The music itself became the soundtrack for her destructive ballet. This was pure ecstasy for her. Slaughter was her absolute favorite hobby. Her small hand shot out and gripped the head of a monster. Her clear laughter rang out a sound far more alien and chilling than any of the monster's growls. So much fun. In all this chaos, perhaps only she could smile so brightly while ripping her enemies to shreds. She then took it up a notch. Holding onto Luke Tan's shoulder for balance, her other arm morphed into a whip of thorny tentacles, shredding everything in its path. This horrifying sight only made her sing along with the music. This is so fun. The image of the two siblings on a rampage to a heroic ballad was completely absurd. Luke Tan, meanwhile, was the most relaxed of them all. With Shi fighting, he didn't need to do a thing. He just had to drive. With time to spare, he glanced at Cao Din. You're amazing. So, where's the violin? She replied with an icy tone, ignoring his compliment completely. Intersection at 10 o'clock. Take a left. Luke Tan pointed, and Cao Din narrowed her eyes. Her hands gripped the wheel. Got it. He executed the turn so perfectly that even she was forced to admit, you're pretty good yourself. But Luke Tan wasn't in a flirty mood anymore. Forget that we're here. Before them was a sight that defied all description. A massive, crimson, slimy mass clung to the wall on spindly legs. It was a living, pulsating brain. It pulsed with each beat as it played a violin. Luktan froze. "You can see it?" "I'm not blind," Cao Din snapped back. That confirmation sent a shock through Luke Tan. It meant the monstrous brain wasn't an illusion, it was a physical threat. But what truly paralyzed him wasn't the monster, but the familiar figure standing right below it. It was his mother. She was just standing there silently, watching it intently as if enjoying a private concert. Before her, the disaster's source. Behind her, the frenzied horde, was closing in fast. "What in the world is that thing?" Cao Din asked anxiously. "I guess that's the performer we're looking for," Luke Tan replied. "Take it out, and this should all be over." His calm response only made her more suspicious. "Aren't you scared?" "Of course I am." Luke Tan scratched his cheek. "I'm terrified on the inside." "Yeah, right," Cao Din muttered, but there was no more time to argue. The horde had them completely surrounded from behind. "If its music controls them, we just need to destroy that thing." She raised her gun, cursing. "I don't care what it is. I bet it's not bulletproof." Her decisive action only made Luke Tan more interested. He cocked his own weapon, then hit the gas. "Well then, I can't get left behind." Their bullets flew straight for the brain, but the thick nerves surrounding it whipped out like tendrils, blocking every single shot. The car skidded to a halt. "Just as I thought," Luke Tan concluded. "A physical monster isn't so easy to kill. We need special ammo." Cao Din also stopped, pulling a grenade. "Useless," she roared. "I'll take you to hell with me." But as her boot hit the ground, a chill shot up her spine. The violin shriek pierced her mind, and her body locked up, and then she collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. Luke Tan was startled. She's too skilled to just fall. Then he realized something was terribly wrong. Cao Din looked up, her determined eyes now empty and crazed. A hollow, soulless chuckle escaped from her throat. Heh heh. The situation had completely spiraled out of control. So this was the difference between a physical monster and a mental one. Luke Tan realized with dawning horror that with no physical attack at all, Cao Din had been corrupted, and now he was starting to feel it too. Dizziness hit him like a wave, his limbs no longer obeying his commands. He didn't even notice the red web-like veins spreading across his face. Yet, even as panic began to consume him, Luke Tan's analytical mind fought desperately to keep working. It was only when he heard himself let out that same cold laugh that little Shi's trembling voice pulled Luke Tan back from the brink. "Brother, what's wrong with you?" But he couldn't answer her. Luke Tan's entire mind was fighting against the distorted, glitching images the brain creature was forcing into his vision, and a single, cold thought. A chill ran down her spine as Gao Ting found herself completely immobilized. Through the hazy chaos, she saw a gun being raised, its dark barrel aimed right at her. If she fired that shot, Xiao Shi was right in the line of fire. Just as Lu Xin's will was about to break free from the monster's control, he looked closer and realized something was off. No, that's not right. Her direction had suddenly changed. Gao Ting, with a hollow and wild laugh still echoing, suddenly swerved her bike and charged straight toward the giant brain. On her way, she mercilessly slaughtered any monster blocking her path. Her hands gripped the handlebars, steering the motorcycle like an arrow shot into a hurricane. Lu Xin was completely stunned. How could this be? She'd actually broken free from the control even before he did. But as he watched Gao Ting's frenzied state, Lu Xin realized a horrifying truth. No, she hadn't escaped its control at all. This was a terrible war being waged inside her. Her mind was being manipulated, but her body was stubbornly following the last order it was given. Her consciousness and her body were no longer one. In fact, they were violently fighting each other. What Gao Ting did next nearly made Lu Xin's heart stop cold. Using a makeshift ramp propped up in the rubble, she recklessly launched her motorcycle into the air, creating a deadly arc straight for the brain monster. The insane momentum carried her and the bike incredibly close. One hand still clutched the handlebars, but Lu Xin finally saw what was in her other hand. No way. It was a grenade. She was planning to drag all of these monsters down to hell with her. In that one critical moment, Lu Xin felt his will completely reclaim his body. There was no other choice. He decisively slammed the final button on his right, the one he'd never dared to use. A deep boom erupted as the rocket engine ignited. The terrifying thrust slammed the two siblings back into their seats. The motorcycle became a blur, tearing through the air toward Gao Ting at an unbelievable speed. "Let me help you, brother," Xiao Shi yelled out. She quickly shifted her body, becoming the perfect counterweight to help her brother maintain balance. Lu Xin focused intensely, his sharp eyes calculating every single angle and trajectory. He knew this button would push the bike to insane speeds, and a painful thought crossed his mind: this was going to burn a ton of gas. Oh, his precious gas tank. The bike roared to life, defying gravity as it sped across a nearby vertical wall. With his sister's help, he judged the situation in a flash. There was still time. Gao Ting had already pulled the grenade's pin, a crazed smile still plastered on her face. Wouldn't it be better to just live? Lu Xin's voice rang out right beside her, just as his hand shot out, snatching the grenade and hurling it far away. He had made it in the absolute nick of time. The grenade's explosion seemed to have no effect on the brain monster. It just calmly continued its horrifying melody. "Brother, what is that thing?" Xiao Shiyi stared at the monster with pure disgust. "It's vile," Lu Xin replied, his voice chilling. "The most hateful thing in this world. The product of the most inhumane experiments." "I hate it," she seethed. "I want to tear it to shreds." The young girl gritted her teeth. "So humans created this?" "Of course," Lu Xin scoffed. "How else could something so sickening exist in this world? In that case, let's destroy it." After moving Gao Ting to a safe corner, Lu Xin and Xiao Shiyi stood directly opposite 7 hideous and bizarrely shaped monsters. At that very moment, a ferocious growl echoed from behind Lu Xin. His father's angry shadow flickered. "How dare you restrict my power?" Lu Xin calmly soothed his father. "Don't be angry. Once we reach the central city, I'll buy you the finest wine." He then turned and held out his hand to his sister. "Let's go, Shiyi." "Okay," she chirped, happily taking his hand. And instantly, a massacre began. The father's ferocious power combined perfectly with Xiao Shiyi's speed and agility. They became a whirlwind of death, sweeping across the entire battlefield. Wherever they went, they shredded the frenzied monsters, staining the ground crimson. The trio's laughter mixed together strangely, more savage and overwhelming than the brain monster's song. Over on the side, Gao Ting slowly began to wake up among the rubble. Her whole body ached. So painful. Am I still alive? She looked around in a daze. Monster corpses were everywhere, but the scene in front of her was 100 times more terrifying. A man in red Lu Xin was fighting the monsters. A smile was fixed on his lips, but every single swing of his arms carried deadly force, easily tearing his enemies to pieces. His wild laughter echoed through the foul, stench-filled air. It was even more frightening than the brain monster's sound. "Xiaolu," Gao Ting whispered in absolute fear. The closer they got to the main target, the bigger and more ferocious the guardian monsters became. In front of Lu Xin, only the final 2 remained. The glasses analyzed the target, and Lu Xin gave the command. "Identify weak point. Aim for the giant eye on the target ahead." Immediately, a complex metal structure began to rapidly unfold from the body of the motorcycle. It assembled into the shape of a robotic hound. "Robot dog, activate." Its flanks opened, revealing 2 multi-barreled guns that unleashed a screaming rain of 300 bullets, turning the many-eyed monster into a pile of pulp in an instant. Mission complete. The 2 cannons retracted back inside. The robotic dog returns to its post on the vehicle. A mechanical voice announces, "Target eliminated." As for the other multi-headed monster, Lu Xin leaves that one for his father. The old man charges forward, grabbing the creature like a sack of dumplings and roaring with delight. "Ha ha! Let me crush you!" Gao Ding staggers to her feet. His mind was completely blank. What was happening? And what in the world was that monstrous brain? Now, only the corpses of monsters lay at Lu Xin's feet. In front of him and 11 stood the brain creature, still madly playing its instrument. The 2 siblings vaulted into the air, and the gun in Lu Xin's hand roared, firing off 3 specially made bullets. Ping, ping, ping. The bullets slammed against the slimy membrane surrounding the monster and were completely blocked. Damn it, what a waste of special ammo. Lu Xin was furious. The attack seemed to enrage the brain monster, like an offended musician, as it began to play its most frantic and deadly tune yet. That demonic melody rang out again, an invisible drill boring deep into Lu Xin's mind. He realized with a bitter taste it was back. He had only just escaped its influence a moment ago, but this time the haunting sound was somehow piercing right through his mental defenses. Just then, from down below, his mother's calm voice cut through the tension, reassuring the siblings, "Don't you worry." With a decisive motion, she used the scissors in her hand. With just a few clean, sharp cuts, the violin creating that hellish sound was reduced to splinters. Meanwhile, 11 was helping Lu Xin find his footing on the disgusting layer of slime that now covered the ground. Lu Xin had a hunch his mother's actions would temporarily neutralize the music. 11, on the other hand, wouldn't stop complaining about the goo. "Brother, this stuff is just disgusting." As she spoke, Lu Xin crouched down, preparing to touch the membrane surrounding the giant brain monster. If his sister hated it, he thought, then he'd just have to tear it to pieces. But the moment his fingertips made contact, a powerful psychic energy suddenly erupted. It felt like high-voltage electricity. Lu Xin instantly snatched his hand back, throwing up a defensive shield. What was that? Before he could even react, a fierce, psychic shockwave slammed into them, sending both siblings flying dozens of meters back. This battle wasn't going to be easy. Landing safely, Lu Xin narrowed his eyes, studying the invisible ripples of energy radiating from the creature. He started analyzing its nature. The psychic shockwave was simply a form of spiritual energy radiation. Depending on the power level of the user and the source of the corruption, the range and intensity of the radiation would always be different. However, under normal conditions, releasing a continuous shockwave like this was next to impossible, as it would drain one's spiritual energy almost instantly, a terrifying waste of power. The very space around them was being twisted and distorted by the sheer force of the brain monster's ability. Even though it didn't cause physical damage, it created an invisible wall, a solid barrier that prevented him from getting any closer. If a mere mortal like me can't get close, Lu Xin muttered, then I guess it's time for Dad to take a turn. As soon as it was released from Lu Xin's shadow, a wild, maniacal laugh echoed throughout the entire area. Ha 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 ha. The entity known as Dad charged straight for the brain monster. Watching the terrifying struggle between the two forces, Lu Xin realized the brain was trying to push Dad back, but Dad was also slowly corroding and eating away at it. The spiritual power of this monster was truly on another level. Even a being like Dad would need a good amount of time to finish it off. Meanwhile, his mother watched in awe as the broken violin pieces began to reassemble. It returned to its original form as if it was never destroyed. She just listened to its melody, seemingly using her own senses to build up an antibody. She was fighting back against the sound's mental intrusion, but how could anything sustain such a high-intensity psychic attack for this long? Lu Xin frowned. This was a real pain. At the same time, deep underground, a group of scientists in a secret lab were focused on a giant monitor. They were observing Lu Xin's every single move. One of them spoke up, his voice filled with doubt and annoyance. What in the world is he? A Stage 2 berserker monster was annihilated by him in an instant. Now he's facing our Stage 3 creation, the God Brain, and he's not even dust yet? This was supposed to be a simple screening test. What level of power user could possibly go head-to-head with the God Brain? Another scientist asked nervously. The lead researcher, a man with a stern face, barked out a decisive order. I don't care who he is. He cannot be allowed to leave this place alive. Increase the power input to the creation and eliminate the target. A lever was shoved forward. On the surface, the brain monster suddenly turned blood red, letting out a piercing, ear-splitting shriek. Lu Xin sensed the change and immediately recalled Dad to his shadow. The entity roared in anger. Kid, don't you dare interfere. Let me out. I will tear this useless thing to shreds. Lu Xin ignored him. He could clearly tell the brain's psychic shockwave had just multiplied in power. Its droning hum felt like countless needles trying to pierce his body. At that moment, a gentle light radiated from his mother, enveloping the entire family. She spoke softly, her voice like a cool stream. Don't be hasty. It's just a filthy thing, not like you. It's a monster, and you are a human. Why should a human have to use a monster's methods to fight it? Since you are human, there will be a human way to win. Standing in the protective light, Lu Xin clutched his head as his brain worked at lightning speed, analyzing, looking for the weak link in its chain of corruption. His mother nodded approvingly. That's right. You've realized it, haven't you? It uses the violin to control the others by transmitting emotions, but the creature itself is incomplete. That's why its melody is so monotonous and repetitive. Just then, a pet covered in blood-red filaments appeared. An idea sparked in Lu Xin's mind. Transmitting emotions, huh? In that instant, the entire family seemed to understand his plan. A dangerous smile spread across all of their faces, making the strange pet tremble and step back. Well then, Lu Xin decided. Let's do this. He decided to let Dad sit this one out for now. It was better to build rapport. Even without a fight, the entity was becoming more gentle. And just as Lu Xin predicted, the moment he recalled the entity, the brain monster's shockwave expanded, but its defenses became dangerously thin. There it was, his father's power, condensed. It was unleashed once more, but this time, it wasn't for a head-on fight. It morphed into a gigantic earthworm, a powerful biological drill that shot forward and punched a clean hole through the psychic shockwave barrier. Lu Xin grabbed his pet dog by the tail, hurling it with all his might toward the opening. Go, Pikachu. The dog yelped in a mix of terror and pure excitement. It rocketed through the shield, sinking its fangs deep into the soft brain mass, bathing itself in pure corruption. The dog was even counter-corrupting the enemy, driven absolutely wild with joy as drool flew everywhere. Invaded by Pikachu's sudden corruption, the brain monster's control system instantly short-circuited. The violin music warped into a chaotic, meaningless screech. Outside, Old Joe's team watched the change unfold in utter horror. What in the world is going on? Why were the monsters suddenly attacking each other? A spark of hope ignited. Could the captain and Lu Xin have actually succeeded? Now we go get them! Zhou Daxiang roared. All units, listen. Anyone with under 3 years of experience, leave the city and report back immediately. The rest of you, follow me to save our leader. Sir, they all roared back, their morale soaring. Lu Xin put on his glasses to assess the situation. Though a massive energy current was still feeding the monster, its structure was completely haywire, and the distorted force field around it had shattered. Seems some problems just require the right touch. And just like that, his mother casually appeared right beside the brain. Holding a pair of scissors, she calmly and methodically snipped away at each of its final, desperate connections. Snip. With the last link severed, the massive brain flopped to the ground, twitching hopelessly. 11 was overjoyed, rushing forward to tear it to shreds with a giggle. Die, you ugly thing. You kids clean up here, his mother said coolly. I'm going to check on something else. Okay, Lu Xin replied, his eyes glued to his sister's brutal massacre. While Lu Xin was saving Gao Ting, the assault on the brain monster was far from over. Little 11 and the furious specter of their father unleashed all their rage on the hideous brain. Die, die, their insane laughter echoed, her childish giggles mixed with earth-shattering blows, making the brain convulse violently, as if something huge was about to burst out from inside. Suddenly, a world-shaking boom erupted, as the giant brain just detonated. It blasted sticky, disgusting mucus in every direction. With superhuman reflexes, Little 11 had already leaped back, clear of the explosion's epicenter. When the foul mist cleared, she gasped in surprise. A familiar little creature was crawling out from the pile of rubble. Pikachu! What are you doing here? At the same time, deep underground in a secret facility, the entire laboratory shook as if hit by an earthquake. Scientists in white coats stared in panic, as their monitor screens filled with wildly chaotic data. What's happening? The Godbrain's life signs just hit 0. Its core is destroyed. Impossible. This was a simple enhancement experiment. Why was there such a catastrophic failure? The department head, a balding, middle-aged man, stared intently at the main surveillance screen. The camera was still zoomed in on Lu Xin. The man was speechless. It was that young man. His mere presence had shattered the Godbrain's space-warping field. Who on earth is he? His voice trembled. Another urgent report flooded in from the containment area. Chief, all low-level and secondary test subjects are experiencing total cognitive chaos. They're slaughtering each other. The system has completely lost control. A wave of pure fear washed over the entire room. Why was someone like that in an ordinary convoy? The report. How are we even supposed to write the report? A report? The department head roared, finally realizing the deadly naivety of that question. He slammed his hand on the console, yelling, "Quick! Cut all external network links, now!" But it was too late. On the screen, Lu Xin slowly raised his head, his gaze piercing through the camera lens, looking right at them. A knowing smile spread across his lips. In an instant, every single screen went to static, filled with nothing but a dead, hissing sound. The entire control room fell into a horrified silence. Signal lost. We have to retreat. What? Retreat? A pitifully naive question, because just then, a sound began to echo from deep within the hallway. Click-clack. The sound of high heels on the floor, rhythmic and deadly. What is that sound? Someone's coming. Check the hall cameras. A trembling technician reported. Chief, there's no one in the hallway. The tension in the room was pushed to its absolute limit. No one there, so why was the sound getting closer? The department head gritted his teeth, his hand secretly moving towards the red emergency alarm. Even if it meant sacrificing everyone, he had to activate the self-destruct system. But before his finger could even touch the button, the reinforced steel door to the control room slid open all by itself. A flash of silver light. The department head's arm, the one reaching for the alarm, was suddenly severed, falling to the floor with a dry thud. He only managed to let out a single grunt before the symphony of slaughter began. A woman's laughter, clear yet horrifying, filled the room. She moved like a dancer, her scissors, a partner, and every graceful cut took another life. He never even knew what killed him. As the last scream faded, she walked calmly past the corpses, scissors in hand dripping with fresh blood. "You dare touch my family?" she whispered, leaving a room drenched in blood and the echo of her own chilling laughter. "Leader Lu Xin, answer us." Old Joe's voice crackled over the radio. The support convoy had finally arrived. Propped against some wreckage, Cao Ding was too exhausted to even respond. All she could do was wait for them to find her. As her teammates gathered, asking worried questions, she could only manage to point weakly in one direction. Lu Xin casually rode his motorcycle out of the darkness, with a happy Xiao Shiyi on the back. "I'm fine," he announced briefly. He then pulled out a soft cloth and meticulously began to wipe down his bike, complaining to Old Joe, "My poor baby got a few scratches." Old Joe was speechless. He stared at Lu Xin, then at the terrifying battlefield surrounding them, littered with the corpses of countless bizarre monsters. This," he stammered, completely baffled by what was going on. "What in the world happened here just now?" Lu Xin patted his shoulder and explained calmly, "Nothing major. Your leader and I just happened to run into a monster that looked like a human brain, so we just took care of it. But we were in a bit of a rush, so I couldn't be careful with my bike. Just look at this scratch. It's heartbreaking." Old Joe just stared, unsure if he and this young man were even talking about the same thing. After composing herself, Cao Ding gave the order, "The immediate threat is handled. Everyone finish off any remaining crazies, then get the heavy vehicles, and let's leave." Da Chang looked at Lu Xin with concern. "Brother Lu Xin, how about I drive the motorcycle for you? I'm worried about your condition." "It's fine, no need," Lu Xin waved him off. "I'm not injured." Of course, he had his own private reason. No one else was allowed to touch his precious baby. The cleanup ended quickly, as most of the crazies had already been wiped out in the fight with the brain monster. On the way back, Lu Xin asked Old Joe, "Those ones that were still alive earlier, did you kill them all?" "That's right," Zhou Dachang replied. "It would be a huge problem if they went berserk again. Didn't you say one could be sold for over 100? Old Joe's jaw dropped. Brother Lu Xin, are you seriously thinking of doing business with those things? Just forget it." Lu Xin muttered to himself, understanding it was a bit much to ask a survival convoy to capture enemies alive just so he could sell them. He sighed. "I can only blame myself for not holding back." The mood was incredibly heavy when the convoy reached their temporary camp outside White Pagoda Town. They had suffered too many losses on this trip. Everyone rushed to treat the wounded, but Lu Xin sat alone in a corner, jotting things down in a small notebook. Results: eliminated 1 brain-level monster, 2 high-level mutated crazies, and all regular crazies. Expended 3 special bullets and 3 mini-clips for the mechanical dog. Income: half a truck of supplies, value undetermined. Losses: at the last line, he couldn't hold it in anymore. His shoulders shook as tears streamed down his face. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaomao rushed over worriedly. "Brother Lu Xin, what's wrong? Why are you crying? Are you hurt somewhere? Do you want some water?" Lu Xin, still staring at his notebook, replied with a choked-up voice full of anguish. "Loss of a specialized motorcycle. My bike is all scratched up." "Brother Lu Xin?" Xiao Zhou asked hesitantly, his expression still full of shock. "What exactly happened back there?" Lu Xin had calmed down, but the questions in his own mind were still a chaotic mess. He wasn't ready to reveal too much, because even he didn't have the answers yet. "To be honest, I'm not really sure myself right now," he replied, his voice a little tired. "The brain monster is dead, but where did it come from? And what are those crazies, really? Why did Mom hate it so much? And why did Shi Yi react so strongly?" These questions swirled endlessly in his mind. He'd have to wait for his mother to return to get answers. He looked at Xiao Zhou, offering a bit of reassurance. "But one thing's for sure, we're okay for now." Seeing that Lu Xin didn't want to say more, Xiao Zhou just nodded. Just then, Cao Ding walked in, heading straight for Lu Xin. "Oh, leader." Xiao Zhou quickly made an excuse. "You two take your time talking. I'll go see if anyone outside needs help." Now, only the 2 of them remained. Lu Xin didn't stop Xiao Zhou, instead gesturing for Cao Ding to have a seat. "No need to be so formal. Sit down." Cao Ding got straight to the point as soon as she sat. "If it weren't for you, our entire convoy would have died in that godforsaken place. You saved all of us." She looked him right in the eye, her gaze sincere and resolute. "For people like us who survive in the wastes, we are very clear about debts and grudges. This shipment, minus the relief aid costs, I can give you all the remaining money." The offer startled Lu Xin. "What?" Cao Ding sighed, a bit helplessly. "Honestly, we have nothing else to repay you with." Lu Xin just smiled. The guy who was haggling over every drop of fuel was completely gone. "No need. We're all just trying to make a living in the wastes. Helping each other is what we do." That familiar phrase gave Cao Ding an unexpected sense of security. This was the second time he had said something like that. Lu Xin opened a notebook, his expression turning serious. If you really want to thank me, I have something I'd like to ask you. What is it? When you faced that monster in the city, your performance was excellent, he began, his tone like a doctor diagnosing a patient. But some of your earlier actions were illogical. For instance, the moment you saw that brain, you charged in with a grenade without saying a word to me. You said you were taking it out, but it looked more like you were trying to kill yourself. Cao Ding admitted it without hesitation. That was my intention. I could help my comrades one last time and destroy this disgusting body of mine. Isn't that for the best? The answer was exactly what Lu Xin expected. Why? Cao Ding didn't answer right away, instead picking up a beer and asking him a question. What kind of person do you think I am? Very good, Lu Xin replied instantly, without a second of thought. Cao Ding took a sip of beer, the amber liquid flowing down her slender throat. A single glance from her in that moment could truly make a man lose his mind. I'm not trying to seduce you. I'm asking what kind of person you think I am. But Lu Xin's opinion remains unchanged. Honestly, you're a very good person. I think I'm pretty great, too, she replies, mocking herself slightly. A woman who fights better than any man and shoots better than most. You're the exception. Her voice deepens, filled with a distant sorrow. Back when my man passed away, he told me to take good care of the brothers and to find another man to lean on while I was still young. But I didn't want to. Do you see a problem with that? Of course not. There's no problem at all. The ever-blunt Lu Xin answers with total seriousness. Right? I think so too, she says, as if she's finally found an ally. Right after he passed, a lot of men didn't respect me. Some of them even lusted after this body. I dealt with every single one of them. I'm a woman, so of course I want a man to love me. But besides that guy who spent half his life as a hero only to die from diarrhea, I don't want anyone else. Do you understand that feeling? I understand. Lu Xin replies immediately, even though deep down, he doesn't really get it at all. Gao Ding, however, doesn't seem to care whether he truly understands or not. Truth is, I know he told me to find someone else because he was worried it'd be hard for a woman to make it alone in this world. But I think I'm pretty capable. I lead the whole convoy, handle our business, and make sure we all eat. The brothers trust me. And with that, she finally reveals the true source of her pain. It all started 2 months ago. 2 months ago, I was leading the crew on a delivery to the central city, business as usual. All the bribes were paid, but a manager still stopped us. He claimed one of our trucks had an issue and told us to take it back. Obviously, I couldn't just accept that. So I tried to talk to him in private, and that's when he offered me a different path. It was a hotel room key. Lu Xin is visibly stunned. Wait, so you? Gao Ding lets out a loud, bitter laugh. Of course not. I showed him no respect and threw the card away. So what happened? Lu Xin asks as he jots down notes. Gao Ding's voice drops. He got angry. All of my cargo was rejected from the warehouse. It was all just left outside. That slimy, fat manager deliberately dragged things out under the hot sun. The shipment started to spoil in less than a day. I was truly panicking, running everywhere for help. I found out this new manager had powerful connections. His father was in the research institute. They said his father had more authority than the entire administrative office. In short, he was someone cargo runners like us could never afford to offend. He'd given the order, so nobody dared accept our goods. She takes a deep breath. In the end, I had no choice but to go and beg him. I swallowed all my pride and begged him to spare us, to save my crew's livelihood. Do you know what happened? Gao Ding's voice trembles with hatred and disgust as she recalls the horrific memory. He took me to a hotel. He insulted me and desired me at the same time. He said I looked rustic, not as clean as the city girls. But then he'd whisper that this body was the most perfect thing he'd ever seen. He said he'd been obsessed since the first time he saw me, and that he had to have it. The memory floods back in a painful rush. She can feel the fat man's rough hands on her neck, how he played with her like a pet, leaving marks of shame on her skin. When I couldn't stand it anymore and started crying, he slapped me and choked me until I couldn't breathe. Her voice cracks. He roared that this body belonged to him now. The rage in Gao Ding's voice reaches its peak. And from then on, he demanded me for every shipment. I loathed the way he praised my body. I was disgusted by the way he looked at me, as if he were admiring a treasure. She gives a bitter, painful laugh. Then I started to think, why should I let him get what he wants so easily? If he craves this body so much, then I'll just destroy it. That was the moment her cruel plan was born. She began sharing her body with the men in her convoy. It's a good thing, right? Why not let everyone enjoy it? She mocks herself. I knew plenty of men on the team were always sneaking glances at me. Me, Gao Ding, a woman who survives in the wild without class or shame, But the moment I enter the city, I become someone's plaything. I wasn't brave enough to hide a gun and just shoot him, because of my brother's lives, because of the food for my whole crew. So I destroyed her instead. I destroyed the very thing that he wanted. She looks Lu Xin right in the eyes, her gaze filled with defiance and pain. Haha, you have no idea how angry he got the last time he saw the new scars on my body. He tormented me while screaming curses. That was probably the most fun I've had in years. Lu Xin listens in silence, finally understanding the truth behind her strange behavior. He skillfully changes the subject. So the men in your convoy don't know about this? The sadness immediately returns to Gao Ding's face. How could I ever tell them that every shipment we risk our lives for is bought and paid for with my own body? She stands, preparing to leave. I know you've been watching me for days. Not out of lust, but curiosity. Ha ha, this misunderstanding has gotten pretty big. You're a capable man. I know that. But my problem isn't something you can just solve. She pauses and looks back at him, a sarcastic smile playing on her lips. It's just a shame this body is already dirty. Otherwise, maybe I could have used it to repay you for saving my life. Hold on. Lu Xin called out suddenly. Gao Ting turned back, a silent question in her eyes. The investigation is over, he said, his voice deadly serious, like a doctor delivering a diagnosis. But there are two things I need to make clear. First, your body isn't dirty. You only think that because you are sick. Gao Ting was completely stunned by his words. Sick? No one had ever said that to her before. Second, Lu Xin went on. Old Zhou and Zhou Xiaomao asked me to come. They're incredibly worried about you. They brought me here to help you get better. Hearing the names of her two closest friends, something warm finally bloomed inside Gao Ting's heart. But Lu Xin had already pieced it all together. He explained that she was contaminated, but by a very special type of corruption he had never seen before. More specifically, it was a self-inflicted contamination, with the source coming from deep within her own psyche. Gao Ting scoffed. So how much did old Zhou pay you to be my shrink? Room, board, and gas all covered? Lu Xin cheerfully listed the terms, along with half the profits from their scavenging runs. Hearing that price, a bitter feeling swelled up inside Gao Ting. Do you even know that on a run like that, the most they ever make is 1,800? That number surprised Lu Xin, but in a completely different way. That much? My old corporate job only paid 1,000 a month. The sincerity of her comrades moved Gao Ting. She looked at Lu Xin, her voice softening. Thank you. I know you're not an ordinary person, but this is not something an outsider can interfere with. I don't want the guys to know, and I don't want to jeopardize the team's only way of life. Besides, in the end, I volunteered for this. You didn't volunteer, Lu Xin interrupted, closing his notebook and looking her straight in the eye. If you really had, you wouldn't have this condition. Your problem is difficult, but it's not unsolvable. He stood up, his voice decisive. I will help you. We'll report him. Report him? Gao Ting laughed as if she'd heard the world's funniest joke. Young man, if reporting solved problems, this world wouldn't have so many tragedies. Reporting is a rule, Lu Xin insisted. And obviously, if the rules don't solve the problem, Gao Ting didn't want to hear anymore. She shook her head, turned, and left the tent, her words drifting back. Either way, thanks for the thought. Lu Xin watched the woman's lonely figure walk away, feeling a strange sense of confusion. He had just promised to help her, so why wasn't she showing any kind of positive reaction? He opened his notebook again, muttering calculations. This was a private case, so he couldn't expense it to the special processing department. He'd have to ask Han Bing to find a loophole, at least to cover the ammo for the mechanical hound. Zuh away. The tent flap opened again. His mother entered, the hem of her red skirt stained with a few dark, dried blood spots. Want to take a walk, son? Yes. She took his hand and led him to a withered tree at the camp's edge, a spot that overlooked the distant harbor. This will do. She handed him a file. Lu Xin pulled out the first page and the title hit him square in the eyes. Phase 3 Activation of the God-Body Nurturing Plan. Below the title was a picture of the exact brain monster he had just killed. Lu Xin was so startled he cried out, What? What is this? His mother just smiled casually as she took the file back. Oh, I just picked it up while I was taking a walk in the city. Perhaps it's related to what my son encountered today. Lu Xin obviously didn't believe her, but he didn't call his mother out on the lie. He played along, feigning innocence. So you were just out for a walk? Then what on earth was that thing today? Something very alluring, his mother replied, her gaze distant. But it's something that should not exist in this world. She continued, her tone becoming much more serious. Even I never expected that someone could have reached this stage. They're incredibly bold, and their skill level is anything but ordinary. If they've started designing things for Phase 3, I believe they've already made a massive breakthrough in some field of research. Phase 3? Lu Xin narrowed his eyes. What do you think you encountered today? His mother asked in return. A monster, Lu Xin replied instantly, based on his own analysis. A real, tangible monster. It doesn't just affect the crazed ones, it can influence normal people, even me. A corrupting power this strong can't just be for controlling the crazed. His mother gently shook her head, offering a different way of thinking. Perhaps its purpose isn't to influence the crazed, but to create them? A spark ignited in Lu Xin's mind. He began piecing together the details. Those crazed ones weren't like the scrawny mutants in the wild. Their bodies were strong, their clothes were uniform, and they had an instinctual fear of guns. What if? What if they were all transformed from normal people? Seeing that her son had grasped the key, she asked, "So what are you going to do?" "Of course I have to find them," Lu Xin answered without a second thought. "Something this inhuman must be investigated to the very end." "Good." His mother was in full support. "Since you've discovered this, I will also pay a visit to some old friends. I need to know just how far they've researched this power. The situation in Central City will have to depend on you." His father's shadow at Lu Xin's feet stirred. "Are you leaving?" Her gaze swept over the shadow before gently landing on her son. "Just for a few days. You're this old and still can't be away from your mother?" She ruffled his hair. "I'll return when I've figured out the situation, or if you're in danger." She didn't forget to add, "While I'm gone, you have to take good care of your father and sister. After all, you're a grown-up now. There aren't many who can bully you anymore. Of course, when you encounter things or monsters related to Phase 3 and the 13 spiritual forms, you should still be careful." "Careful of what?" His mother smiled knowingly, glancing away. "Careful to control your temper, of course. Don't make things too chaotic." Lu Xin understood immediately. He was certain his mother wasn't talking about him. His temper had always been just fine. He nodded firmly. "I'll take good care of the family and wait for you to come back. But I really am grown up now. So shouldn't you tell me some things? What are those 13 spiritual forms?" She let out a soft laugh. Lu Xin pointed to the glasses he was wearing. "They said this eyeglass dog is one of them, taken from a painting that can devour emotions. It helps me stay stable, and I can use it against monsters by disrupting their emotions." "So, what exactly? What was it exactly?" "Different people saw it in different ways." His mother explained the painting it inhabited was called the Gaze of the Red Moon. That's why the people of Qinggang nicknamed it Gaze. But his mother thought a more direct name fit better. Chaos. So what about his father? What was he like? On this, his mother just smiled. "Don't you know that better than I do?" Lu Xin took a deep breath and asked his final question, looking her right in the eye. "So what about you?" She just laughed it off, smoothly changing the subject. "Oh, right. If you want to find the mastermind, you could start with this very convoy." "You still treat me like a kid." Lu Xin was immediately hooked. Of course he knew. It was far too coincidental for the convoy to be forced to change its route at this exact moment, and end up in White Tower Town of all places. After saying goodbye, Lu Xin headed back to camp. First on his list was a call to the pink-haired girl at HQ. For some reason, every single time he called, she was in the middle of a bath. "Good evening, solo soldier." Han Bing's bright voice rang out, mixed with a crunchy chewing sound. "Are you eating?" "Strawberries my mom bought. They're huge and sweet, but a little sour. Super crunchy." Lu Xin swallowed, trying to get back on topic. "The investigation from last time is closed." "Really? How did you figure it out?" Lu Xin replied calmly. "The target told me himself." Han Bing burst out laughing. It seemed that was just solo soldier's style. "You flatter me," Lu Xin said, getting straight to business. But something else happened. "We ran into a horde of lunatics and some bizarre brain that was controlling them." "What?" Han Bing's shock was obvious in her voice. "What are the specifics?" After a 5-minute summary, Lu Xin concluded. "Long story short, the madmen and the monster have been dealt with." "Oh, right. I also picked up a file. It looked important, so I wanted to report it." After hearing that, Han Bing's voice turned dead serious. This is more than just serious." She immediately switched the call to an internal channel. "Urgent announcement. Urgent announcement. The Solo Soldier Unit has discovered a forbidden laboratory in White Tower Town. We believe it's connected to Phase 3 of the Divine Creation Project. Report to Captain Chen immediately, and activate the emergency response plan." The entire headquarters exploded into a red alert, filled with shouts and the frantic clatter of keyboards. "Get back here. We're working overtime. Grab a cab now. My God, how does he do it? He's gone 2 days and finds this kind of trouble." On the other end of the line, Han Bing's voice was suddenly terrifyingly serious, a complete change from her usual lazy attitude. Listen carefully, solo soldier, she stressed every word. The situation is extremely critical. I need you to lead that convoy out of White Tower Town immediately, get as far as you can, and head for Central City at top speed. Lu Xin was stunned. Why? What's going on? A forbidden lab on that level is something the Alliance's highest laws say cannot exist. No matter who is behind it, they'll never want their secret getting out into the open. If you and your convoy don't leave immediately. She paused for a second, letting the warning sink in before she delivered the knockout blow. I'm afraid they might drop a tactical nuke right on top of you at any moment. Lu Xin froze solid. What? To silence us? A chill ran down his spine. The second he hung up, he bolted like a storm toward Cao Ting's tent. Without a single wasted word of explanation, he cut right to the chase. Get the convoy ready to leave now. We have to reach Central City as fast as possible. Only in a crowded place do we stand a chance of surviving. Cao Ting was a smart woman. She just had to see the unprecedented urgency in Lu Xin's eyes to understand exactly how grave the situation was. You mean? Without waiting for a reply, she threw on her coat, grabbed a signal whistle, and blew a long, piercing shriek. The entire camp instantly erupted into motion. Everyone gather up. We are leaving this godforsaken place right now. The convoy had just managed to roll into the darkness when a squadron of gunships descended on the spot they'd just left, their searchlights slicing through the empty camp. The commander roared over the radio. Check the scene immediately. Find out who caused this. Back at headquarters, the general slammed his desk, his face full of disbelief. How is that even possible? He's only been out for 2 days. A laboratory like that, even if it does exist, are they really so stupid they wouldn't know how to hide it from being easily found? Everyone else in the meeting room nodded. The whole thing was absurd. Only Professor Bai, with his usual thoughtful expression, spoke slowly. Perhaps the enemy wasn't careless, but considering Solo Soldier's unique identity, the fact that he just happens to stumble upon things like this, from a certain mystical point of view, isn't it perfectly logical? The general sighed, rubbing his temples. You're starting with those confusing words again. Right now, the urgent matter is this. Professor Bai proposed they had to guarantee the safety of Solo Soldier and the convoy. Logically, they should return to Qinggang for the best protection. But right now, they were much closer to Central City. Entering a dense urban area would force the enemy's hand, making them hesitant to act so boldly. That's the problem, the commander worried. I fear our agents in Central City don't have the capability to handle an incident of this magnitude. That's fine, a department head spoke up, laughing. We can organize a support team to send over. It's an emergency, so the decision is made. Out on the desolate road, the convoy was still racing forward. Scouts on motorcycles kept urging them on. Faster, the leader said to pick up the pace. We have to reach Satellite City number 7, before the iron suspension bridge is raised at 8 o'clock. Shake it off. Good food, strong booze, and hot water are waiting for us. This time, Lu Xin was driving the heavy truck himself. After an entire day and night without sleep, a skyline finally appeared on the horizon. In the passenger seat, Zhou Xiaomao roughly shook his uncle's shoulder. Hey, wake up, we're almost there. Old Zhou blearily opened his eyes. Huh? Has it really only been 10 minutes? You've been out for over 3 hours, Xiaomao grumbled. Were you planning to let Brother Lu drive all night for you? It's fine, Lu Xin answered cheerfully. He thought to himself that it was only 3 hours borrowing 11's power 7 times was nothing. It seemed he had a knack for truck driving. Easy money. If the special processing department ever got rid of him, he could always make a living driving cargo. After swapping seats with Zhou Dashan, he got comfortable. Lu Xin carefully tucked his notebook inside his jacket. Now that they were in the city, it should be safe, right? He analyzed the situation. The enemy definitely wouldn't give up. But inside the city, they couldn't use large-scale weapons to silence them. The real problem was if they sent people with special abilities that would be far more dangerous. An hour later, at the city gate, Satellite City 7, the convoy was ordered to halt for inspection. Please cooperate. No weapons are to be brought into the city. Check them at the designated point. Gao Ting arranged for everyone to stay at a modest hotel. We'll rest here tonight. Most of the team were completely exhausted, yawning nonstop. Only old Joe was strangely full of energy. You young punks have such weak bones. Just 2 days without sleep and you're already wiped. Look at me 50 years old and still going strong. Lu Xin watched the old man boast. He thought to himself, if I hadn't driven for over 3 hours for you, where would you get the energy to run your mouth? Inside the room, Lu Xin asked, Hey you two, mind if I room with you tonight? He didn't want to sleep with the other drivers, and he definitely didn't want to sleep with their leader, Gao Ting. These two were still the safest option. Uncle, Xiao Mao whined while pinching his nose, I don't want to sleep with you. At night you grind your teeth and you snore, and you refuse to wash your feet. Old Joe gave his own foot a hesitant sniff. He raised a fist to punch his nephew. Xiao Mao quickly turned to Lu Xin, his eyes sparkling. Brother Lu, how about I share a bed with you? Absolutely not, Lu Xin replied flatly. Defeated, Xiao Mao sadly climbed into bed with his uncle. In the middle of the night, when the sounds of snoring and teeth grinding had found a steady rhythm, Lu Xin quietly sat up. Looked like they were both fast asleep. He pulled out his phone and dialed a strange number. Hello, is this the Blue Kite Pet Shop? Meanwhile, back in White Pagoda Town, the cleanup crew had arrived on scene, staring at a sight of absolute devastation. It was a brutal battlefield. The commander was stunned. Damn it, who did this? Deep underground, the secret laboratory's doors were blown wide open. The leader stood among the ruins, the air thick with the stench of death. Who, or what, did this? He growled. To be able to wipe out an entire laboratory in such a short time, and they didn't even send out a distress signal. Sir, one of his subordinates reported. His voice trembled. The security system wasn't destroyed. The warning systems are still operating normally. What does that mean? It means the lab shows no signs of a break-in from the outside. A terrifying silence fell. Follow me, the leader commanded. The vault containing the top-secret files was wide open. He froze. The secret was out. In a dark room, 4 figures in black cloaks sat around a table. The leader's voice echoed from a communication device. It's confirmed. The experimental base in White Pagoda Town has been destroyed. Intruder, unknown. Method, unknown. There were no survivors. The core secret has been stolen. The hard drive was physically destroyed, and no data can be extracted. The technicians are attempting recovery. He paused for a second. The only thing we can identify at this time is the target. He is on the move. Tracks indicate the subject acted overnight and has entered the central city. One of the 4 figures spoke, his voice cold. Who will handle this? Anyone who can destroy one of our facilities without a trace is certainly no simple opponent. We're talking about an S-class ability user at minimum, or someone in a stable Phase 2 state. Then, another voice suggested, send the Hell team. The entire team? Yes. Baby, hide and seek, and inner demon. Send all of them. There can be no mistakes on this mission. We need to extinguish this threat before it has time to prepare. A destroyed base can be rebuilt, but a larger incident cannot. The vote begins. Agreed. Agreed. Motion passed. The meeting was over. As the other 3 left, the remaining figure lit a cigarette. He removed his mask, revealing a familiar face. It was the assistant from the orphanage. A single name floated into his mind, Lu Xin. Ring ring. Hello, Blue Kite Pet Shop. Do you have any cats? Lu Xin began, speaking the code phrase. The kind that doesn't shed. How can a normal cat not shed? The girl naively replied. Normal people don't look for shedding cats this late at night. The more normal a cat is, the more it sheds. Lu Xin sighed. Then I guess I'm not normal enough. At that, the girl finally realized. Is this lone soldier? It's me, he answered quickly. Next time, just call the other number directly. She explained, I'm the resident agent in the central city, not a spy. This code is only for emergency situations. Lu Xin scratched his head, embarrassed. I've never tried using a code phrase over the phone before. Well, now you have, the girl cut him off. Let's get straight to the point. You've reached the central city, correct? Lu Xin stepped out of the hotel room to avoid disturbing everyone. That's right, I'm staying at a motel in Satellite City 7. Yes, Qinggang has already informed me. I'll be in charge of coordinating your work here. He took the documents and began a preliminary review. But the high-speed rail is down for now. I can only get to you tomorrow. Tonight, you need to be extremely careful. Are people really coming here? Lu Xin asked, a sense of dread rising. Not sure, but the White Pagoda Town base. By the time their special task force got there, the whole place was a smoldering ruin. All evidence completely gone. Lu Xin felt a cold sweat. It had only been one day, just one night. In that impossibly short time, the enemy had wiped a whole town clean off the map. Too fast, too powerful. He got it, and he would be careful. After the call, Lu Xin thought the secret code they were using felt a little backward. This girl was definitely not as enthusiastic as Han Bing. Lu Xin returned to his room, glancing up at the hallway ceiling. Shi Yi was still there, floating like a silent ghost. Hey, still here? He asked. Grateful. He had no idea a team member was approaching from behind as he spoke to his sister. You need to be extra careful tonight. Something might go down. And having her here was the only thing that put his mind at ease. Shi Yi simply hummed in agreement. Brother Lu, the man said, his eyes tearing up. Don't worry, with me on watch, all of you can get a good night's sleep. Shi Yi giggled softly. Men get emotional so easily. The next morning in the dining hall, Xiao Zhou waved him over. Brother Lu, over here. She quickly set a huge bowl in front of him. I saved this breakfast specially for you. So, did you sleep well last night? Lao Zhou asked. The first half of the night was okay, Lu Xin answered honestly. He didn't dare mention what happened during the second half. He just silently fumed. How could they even ask? The two of them had a snoring competition going, one roaring like a river with crashing waves. The other was practically drooling, an earth-shattering duet where no one could win. In the end, they both won, and he was the only one who lost. Zhou Xiaomao, mid-chew on a steamed bun, casually asked Lu Xin, Brother Lu, sleep well last night? Eat faster, Lao Zhou snapped. We still have a delivery to make. Hearing the word delivery, Lu Xin immediately spoke up. Then I'm going with you too. Despite the sheer horror of what just happened, for the transport team, finishing this job and getting their final payment was the only thing that mattered. It was the money they'd risked their lives for, money to feed their families, and benefits for the comrades they'd lost. Everyone in the world operates by their own set of rules. Down at the port, as the cargo was carefully unloaded, Gao Ting walked over to Lu Xin. So you think the person behind those insane monsters will actually come here to cause trouble? That's a guarantee, Lu Xin replied, his eyes scanning the area. What's the name of the company you're working with? This place doesn't look like a headquarters, just a transfer warehouse. Great Earth Construction Group, Gao Ting told him. A massive corporation that specializes in heavy machinery and building infrastructure. Rumor is they've been around since this city was still building its outer walls. We're just one of the many transport teams they hire. Lu Xin quickly jotted it down in his notebook. Great Earth Construction Group. He began to analyze the situation. It's possible this is the company that sold you all out. Logically, only a biotech firm could create monsters like that. But it's not unheard of for a company to have a deceptive public image. Their conversation was cut short by a roaring engine as a luxury sports car screeched to a halt. A fat, middle-aged man stepped out. Everyone nearby rushed to bow their heads. Hello, Manager Zhao. Manager Zhao, you're here. The man, Lao Zhao, just grunted dismissively, not even looking at them. Lu Xin narrowed his eyes. The sports car screamed, I have money. Seeing the man, Gao Ting discreetly backed away, trying to disappear. But Lao Zhao had already spotted her, a savage grin spreading across his face. Haha, I didn't expect you to get here so fast. Follow me to my office. I'm busy, Gao Ting tried to refuse. I'm busy too, he snapped back shamelessly in front of everyone. Don't waste my time. Gao Ting lowered her head and followed him in silence, leaving only Lao Zhao's triumphant laughter echoing across the port. Shi Yi materialized like a phantom beside Lu Xin and whispered, Brother, should we go check that out? Let's wait and see, Lu Xin replied, his expression turning cold. If he let Shi Yi handle this now, the transport team would probably never find work in this city again. It was better to see how things played out first. Inside the office building, Lu Xin glanced at an employee nameplate. Oh, so that manager's name is Zhao Hui? He didn't seem all that impressive. He'd been a manager himself back in Qinggang, after all. Brother. Shi Yi suddenly appeared, floating near the ceiling. Are they fighting? Fighting? About what? Lu Xin asked. The second they got in the room, that man started touching the woman, Shi Yi reported. She pushed his hand away. He completely lost it, started screaming and grabbed her by the hair, asking if she was cheating on him. He even said she could never escape from his grasp, no matter what. That's not called fighting, Lu Xin said, helping her down and patiently explaining. That's called bullying. Shi Yi's eyes lit up. Abuse. So can we turn him into a toy? Lu Xin had to quickly shut down his sister's immediate instinct to tear apart anyone she saw as an injustice. He patted her on the head, saying gently, No, that's illegal. But he's a bad person, Shi Yi argued. Lu Xin was a bit thrown off. Hearing the words bad person come from his little sister, a stone-cold killer, just sounded bizarre. Well, actually, I have a much more fun idea. Want to hear it? Really? Lu Xin had already located the office of the general manager, Wang Yang, from the directory. He knocked on the door a couple of times. Come in. As he walked in, Lu Xin put on a bright, friendly smile. Hello. Who are you, and what are you doing here? Mr. Wang cut him off, his eyes filled with suspicion. You're Boss Wang, correct? Lu Xin confirmed. Hello, sir. I'm here to report misconduct by one of your subordinates. Manager Zhao Hui is soliciting bribes. Lao Wang looked stunned. Soliciting bribes? What kind of bribes? Sir, I am making an official report, Lu Xin said seriously. Zhao Hui, your quality control manager, is demanding sexual favors from the leader of a transport team contracted with your company. This is seriously impacting your company's profits and reputation. And right now, he's not only unrepentant, he's openly bullying Captain Gao in his office downstairs. Boss Wang tapped his fingers on the desk and said, "Slow down there, son. Who are you? I'm going to need you to clarify your identity. Our manager Zhao is a man with status. Accusations like these require proof. I'm just a citizen who despises this kind of behavior," Lu Xin said. "As for proof, you've got a point there." And with that, he suddenly grabbed Boss Wang's wrist, pulling with an astonishing amount of force. "What are you doing? Let go of me!" Boss Wang shouted in a total panic. But Lu Xin didn't say a word, just dragged the manager out of his office. "Come on, I'm taking you to see the proof." Out in the main hall, Boss Wang desperately screamed for security. "What are you all waiting for? Get this guy out of here." At that exact moment, Zhao Hui had Gao Ding cornered, his hands on her throat as he tore at her coat. "A worthless piece of trash like you is nothing more than a dog in my eyes. Your life isn't worth a single cent." Hearing the noise outside, Zhao Hui snapped his head around. What was that? In that instant, an invisible force slammed into him, sending him stumbling toward Gao Ding as the door blew wide open. Lu Xin marched in with Boss Wang in tow, pointing directly at the disgusting scene. Zhao Hui was completely frozen in shock, giving Gao Ding the chance to shove him off. The little show finally had a full audience. "See? I wasn't lying to you, was I?" Lu Xin asked with a strange, unnerving calm. Boss Wang's face was sheet white as he stammered. "Zi Zhao, what? What are you doing?" Backed into a corner like this, Zhao Hui dropped all pretense. He roared right back at his superior, "Wang, what kind of game do you think you're playing?" Pressured by Zhao Hui and the entire office staff, Boss Wang pointed a shaking finger at Lu Xin. "Manager Zhao, it's not my fault. It was him. This is the guy who reported you. He forced me to come here." How pathetic, Lu Xin thought. The man was 2 ranks higher but acted like a total coward. Zhao Hui frowned. His gaze, sharp as a knife, landed on Lu Xin. "Who the hell are you?" "Lu Xin, from the Qinggan department," he answered softly, each word landing like a pinprick. "You violated company policy, so I was obligated to report your disgusting behavior." Lu Xin's dismissive attitude made Zhao Hui's blood boil. "Report me?" He raised his hand for a slap, but Lu Xin just stared him down, the corner of his mouth twisting into a bizarre smile. "Ha ha," that sound had a strange power to it, freezing Zhao Hui's hand right in midair. He stood stunned for a moment before slowly lowering it. I'll remember this." The loud noise attracted the transport team. Seeing Zhao Hui emerge, old Zhou rushed over. "What happened?" Lu Xin pointed inside. "She's safe now. A minute ago, this quality control manager tried to assault your team leader. Every single person here saw it happen. That single sentence lit a powder keg." "What?" Old Zhou swore. "I'll kill him." But when they looked to the door, Zhao Hui's car was already peeling out. "He runs fast." Lu Xin calmed the others down. "Don't be reckless. Violence isn't the answer, but the truth is plain as day." He turned to Boss Wang, his eyes full of meaning. "You guys are going to handle this, right?" Seeing the drivers' murderous faces, Boss Wang nodded frantically. Yes, we absolutely will." With that, the cargo issue was finally settled. On the drive back, Gao Ding was behind the wheel. "Thank you," she said quietly, breaking the silence. "Just doing the right thing," Lu Xin replied cheerfully. Gao Ding's mind was a complete mess. Was he really that simple, or just playing dumb? Did he actually think the Dadi Corporation would punish Zhao Hui? That the team wouldn't face any retaliation? She decided to change the subject. "Actually, I was testing him earlier. I suspect our team was deliberately lured to White Pagoda Town. Zhao Hui might know something, so I purposely tried to provoke him," she continued. "He was cautious and didn't spill anything, but his reaction was bizarre. He got absolutely furious when he saw me about to hurt myself, and that wasn't the first time he's witnessed it." "So," Lu Xin analyzed, "he got mad because you didn't value your own safety. He wanted revenge by sending your team to its doom in White Pagoda Town. For him, it's a simple fix, just change one delivery date." He paused. "But is it really worth all that trouble over something so small?" "Probably not," Gao Ding agreed. "There has to be another reason." "Then what about the cargo?" Lu Xin theorized. "Is it possible this whole thing was a setup from the start, and that the very cargo you were hauling is exactly what White Pagoda Town desperately needs?" Gao Ding took out a small pouch. "Officially, this shipment is just common minerals from Hongling, but I kept a small sample for myself. I don't get the connection, but I have a strong feeling this will be useful later on." Excellent, Lu Xin said with a sigh of relief. To be honest, I snuck a piece on the way here myself. Gao Ding laughed. This guy was definitely interesting. Oh, what a coincidence. She refocused on driving, only to gasp in shock. On the side of the road, a grotesque creature with glowing red eyes and writhing tentacles was staring right at her. She blinked, and when she looked again, it was gone. Just a hallucination? She shook her head, trying to banish the haunting image from her mind. At an abandoned factory in Satellite City number 7, Zhao Hui's expensive car screeched to a stop. He slammed the door and ran to a man in a white lab coat. There's something seriously wrong with that woman, he said, panic in his voice. I can feel it. She's different than before. I tried to hint around about what happened on the road, but she clammed up. I was afraid to push it and blow my cover, so I had to let her leave. What the hell happened at the lab? What was Black Platform Jack's decision? Nothing, the assistant replied in a flat monotone. Black Platform Jack has no plans to punish you. However, your request for body enhancement will likely be postponed. The mission failed and had severe consequences. Gao Dingzhong, I'm willing to make up for it, Zhao Hui quickly pleaded. You were already expected to, the assistant said with a sharp glance. The immediate task is to contain any potential fallout. Besides, the person who reported you is most likely the same one who caused this failure. He emphasized every single word. The Black Platform is very interested in this individual. Your new priority is getting him under control. Do I need to call in some gunmen? Zhao Hui asked, trembling. Those haulers can't bring guns into the city. Your desire to atone, however, is commendable, but that's not why we need you. Information lockdown and cleanup has already been assigned to the Hell Group. Your assignment is something else entirely. Are you people insane? Sending in the Hell Group? He stammered, his voice shaking. I know what you want, but it's a suicide mission. That old geezer will never spare me. We had an agreement. I only help with minor matters, within acceptable limits. With an ice-cold face, the man casually drew a complex array in midair. The Hell Group is handling containment and the cleanup. Your mission is something else. The assistant drew close, placing a hand on old Zhao's shoulder, feeding a stream of dark energy into him as he whispered the new task. After hearing it, old Zhao suddenly burst into a fit of insane laughter. Ha ha ha, I've wanted to do this for so long. His eyes began glowing with a deadly radioactive light. I'll show them the true terror of this Zhao. Excellent, the assistant replied. Go and prepare. Meanwhile, back at the motel, the convoy team was seething with pure rage over what happened at the docks. Tomorrow, we're all going to that warehouse to raise some hell. If those bastards don't give us answers, we'll execute every last one of them. The warehouse is useless. We should hit their headquarters directly. What is all this nonsense? Gao Ding smacked the most aggressive guy on the head. Everyone gets a proper rest tonight. Without my direct order, nobody leaves this motel. I'm heading back to my room. After the crowd dispersed, Lu Xin stood in the hall, frowning at his phone. Strange. I still can't get a signal. It's already dark. Where is our contact? He sighed, deciding to wait in his room. But stepping out, a piercing scream echoed down the hall. Trouble, we have trouble. A team member sprinted over, his face drained of all color. It's old Li. He just vanished into thin air. Vanished? Old Joe was stunned. What do you mean, vanished? I was just in the bathroom with him, the man recounted, his voice shaking. I finished first, so I waited outside. He said he had some business, so he stayed behind. I waited a while, but he never came out. I went back inside to look, and a guy as huge as old Li was just gone. How could he just be gone? Old Joe was still skeptical. Did he fall into the pit? Did you even look? What the hell are you saying? The other guy got mad enough to swing. He's really not in there. Old Li is built like a bear and that pit is shallow. If he fell in, how could you possibly miss him? Let's just go check the bathroom, Lu Xin suggested, cutting off the argument. Inside the foul-smelling restroom, old Joe did a sweep. It's empty. He's really gone. A living, breathing person can't just disappear. Something about this is very, very strange. Lu Xin agreed. He turned to the guy who'd been with old Li. Are you absolutely certain he didn't slip out another way while you weren't looking? Absolutely not, the man insisted. I never saw him walk out the door. The only other way out would be over that wall. But why climb a wall just to leave the bathroom? Just then, Zhou Xiaomao ran back to report. Brother Lu, I just checked. That wall's covered in thick plaster. Anyone climbing it would get filthy. There's no way old Li went that way. The noise finally attracted Gao Ding. She strode over, her expression hardening. Quiet down. No one is splitting up to search. I want a full head count, right now. The team scrambled into 3 rows. Gao Ding began calling out names one by one. She knew every member. Lu Daqiang? Here. Meng Tuozi? Here. The responses echoed. When it was over, Gao Ding's face turned pale. When we left White Pagoda Town, we had 37 survivors. Now there are only 33. Where are the other 4? A man timidly spoke up. Chief, after you left, Tian Yuzi went out to wash his hair. Gao Ding exploded. Didn't I order everyone to stay inside the motel? I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. The man stammered in fear. He said he'd be quick, just half an hour. This is not the time to panic, Gao Ding said, forcing herself to stay calm. Listen to my orders. We're going to search for them, together. First, everyone think hard. When was the last time you saw any of the missing people? Lu Xin broke the tense silence. I've never seen anything quite like this, but I've handled plenty of strange cases back in Qinggang. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to help you find them. I'm not one for fancy speeches, Gao Ding said, looking at him with a hint of gratitude. This time, I owe you one. Just don't pay me with meat, Lu Xin thought. Old Zhou then came forward with a few others to report. Chief, Bai Chao finished dinner and said he was napping in his room. No one's seen him since, and Wang Ermazi lost while playing cards. He said he was washing his hands for luck, but he never returned. We all thought he was just skipping out on his debt. The more Gao Ding heard, the more uneasy she felt. They all vanished suddenly, without any reason. If an ability user did this, what power are we dealing with? Lu Xin wondered, heading to check the security cameras. Check the surveillance footage first, Gao Ding ordered. 2 of you, go find a way to get Tian Yuzi back here. Now, the rest of you, pair up. Absolutely no one walks around alone, got it? A short while later, everyone returned, their faces grim. The front desk camera only points at the parking lot to stop people from stealing tires. It didn't catch a single person. The gate camera only caught one person, Tian Yuzi, sneaking out all by himself. There was no sign of Old Li or any of the others. At a total impasse, with the tension stretched to its breaking point, another horrifying scream cut through the air. Liang Dawei was gone too, but he was standing right here just a second ago. What? When did he disappear? Just now, the man stammered. Pure terror etched in his eyes. He'd only turned his head for a second, and they were gone, vanished in a blink. Lu Xin muttered to himself, a chilling unease creeping into his gut. This was weird. He scanned the area, but his specialized goggles weren't detecting any unusual signs at all. No psychic radiation, no monster tracks. He looked up at 11, who was clinging to the ceiling. Sis, you see anything? 11 just shook her head, clutching her toy tighter. Nothing at all, big brother. The situation was clear, now they were dealing with something seriously strange. Lu Xin's voice cut through the tension. Everyone gather up. The most important thing now is making sure no one else vanishes from our sight. You're right, Gao Ting agreed. I have a plan. We herd everyone into one large room, and the 2 of us will guard the door. I refuse to believe it can get past both of us. So they did it. The whole team crowded into a single large room, panic hanging heavy in the air. Could an assassin have snuck in? An assassin would be better than this. The real fear was being taken by a ghost. Mr. Lu, Gao Ting asked seriously, what do you think? As for that, I still don't know why they're disappearing, Lu Xin replied. Right now, I only have one suggestion for you. Call the police. Those words cut through the fear like lightning. Huh? Gao Ting was stunned. Calling the police is our most reliable option. My city has people who handle these kinds of incidents. Central City definitely does too. Reporting this might just alert their special response division. Maybe they can actually solve this problem. Okay, Gao Ting considered it, then made a decision. Old Zhou, little Zhou, with me. We're going to the front desk to call. 3 hours later. Why haven't we heard anything? Old Zhou paced anxiously. Didn't the police say they'd handle it immediately? I called back, little Zhou replied. But now no one is picking up. Is Central City's efficiency really this bad? Lu Xin thought to himself. A vague sense of dread began to rise. He couldn't just go find the contamination unit himself. That would put the entire convoy in even more danger. Besides, he absolutely could not risk exposing the god's brain data he was carrying. Looks like he'd have to solve this himself. Everyone, listen up, Lu Xin commanded. Barricade the door. Will closing it even work? Someone asked. Yes, he confirmed. Unless, of course, we're really dealing with a ghost. To be safe, he continued. We're doing 2 things. First, we tie everyone's hands together with rope. Second, I'll get some dirt to spread around the room to check for footprints. All right, we'll do as Mr. Lu says. Everyone stay here. I need to step out for a minute, Lu Xin said. I need space to think. You need your private space at a time like this? Gao Ting questioned, her eyes filled with worry. Don't worry, he reassured her. If something comes after me, it'll actually be easier to handle. Lu Xin left the room and immediately called the pet shop, but the other end was just a long, hopeless dial tone. Could she be missing too? He remembered Han Bing's warning about being silenced. He glanced up at the ceiling. Sis, are you sure you didn't notice anything earlier? This time, 11 seemed uncertain. If I saw it clearly, I would have told you. But there were moments I felt like I saw something, and when I focused, it was just gone. I don't even know if I really saw it or not. Extrasensory perception? Lu Xin sighed. If only Mom were here, this would be over. A contemptuous snort came from 11. He looked down at his own massive shadow. Dad, did you notice anything? A violent laugh echoed in his mind. Leveling this entire hotel would be incredibly simple. Lu Xin had hit another dead end. So you didn't see anything either? He sighed again. If only Mom were here. His father's shadow went silent. Right as he was lost in thought, the door flew open. Mr. Lu, it's bad, little Joe reported frantically. More people have disappeared. What? Lu Xin bolted back into the room. What happened? We were all just sitting here. Nothing happened at all. Gao Ting recounted the events, her voice trembling. But I had a bad feeling, so I had Sun Kuzi do another head count, and 3 more people are gone. We have absolutely no idea when they vanished. The team erupted. How can living people just disappear into thin air? It's a ghost. They were definitely taken by a ghost. Lu Xin looked down. The rope was still there, but the victims' footprints just ended in the middle of the room. An entire group of people, tied together, and they didn't even notice their teammates disappearing. What if there was a psychic monster so powerful that he couldn't detect it? Then maybe it's been here the whole time. Right in this room. But if so, there should be a trace, right? How could so many people see nothing? Yes, that's right. It's all my fault. Gao Ting blamed herself. No, that's not it. Lu Xin cut in. What I mean is, did nobody really notice anything at all? Not a sound? Not a strange feeling? Yes, that's right, she confirmed, confused. That's it, he realized. That's the key. In that case, Lu Xin declared, his eyes suddenly sharp as glass. I think I've figured out the nature of this monster. What do you mean? Gao Ting pressed, sensing a breakthrough. This monster. It can only take people who aren't being watched. Exactly. Lu Xin crossed his arms, offering a wild solution. Everyone sit down right now and face each other. Stare intently at the person opposite, and whatever you do, do not blink. Quick, do as he says, Gao Ting yelled, her voice snapping the others into action. Old Joe and Little Joe scrambled to sit across from each other. You stare right at me, kid. Right. Seeing Gao Ting looking at him, Lu Xin suggested, looking at me is useless, watch someone else. Once everyone was in place, Lu Xin began to strategize. Just figuring out the rule isn't enough. The key is how to solve this. They can't just stare at each other forever. What happens when they get sleepy? Theoretically, the instant one person blinks, their partner vanishes. Just then, a horrifying screech echoed from outside the window. What was that sound? He was there one moment, and gone the next. With their leader also missing, absolute chaos erupted among the survivors. Where is this monster? I'll kill you, one man roared, pulling out a knife. This is bad. I'm not sticking around to die. I have to run. Calm down. Lu Xin tried to control the panic, but it was no use. Their spirits were completely broken. Calm down? If we calm down, we'll all get dragged away. Only Xiao Zhou and a few others kept their cool. Anyone who wants out goes through me first, he roared at the crowd. The leader's gone. If we want to save them, we have to rely on Brother Lu. Didn't you hear him say not to panic? Brother Lu? Xiao Zhou turned to Lu Xin, his voice choked with regret. It's my fault. I heard a noise outside and I turned my head away. In that single moment, the man vanished. He was taken, but Xiao Zhou wasn't. Proving one thing, it only attacks those who aren't being watched. How many have we lost this time? Lu Xin asked urgently. After a quick head count, the number was 8. From 1 to 2 to 4, and now 8. A cold, calculated doubling rule. It hadn't attacked him while he waited, because it knew he was the most difficult target. It was saving him for last. Lu Xin gritted his teeth. The creature was toying with them, watching them like some sick joke, a cornered animal struggling in vain. His fist clenched until it trembled. This is really starting to get on my nerves. Lu Xin calmly dragged a chair to the center of the room, right in front of the door, his voice cutting through the panic. His tone was pure sarcasm, a direct challenge. The words I'm about to say are for you, O gifted one. I know you're in this room, and I know you can hear every word I'm saying." He sat down, a cold smile playing on his lips as he stared into empty space. Someone once taught me that, when facing the bizarre, reason is humanity's only advantage. So now, I want a battle of wits with you. First, Lu Xin held up one finger. You can only snatch people who aren't being watched. This proves you've been inside this room the whole time, observing us. A lurker. Second, he raised another finger. Logically, to cause the most panic, you should have taken out the leader first. But you didn't. You started in the washroom. Why? He chuckled. Because the leader's door was locked, and you couldn't get in. This proves you have a physical body and can't just phase through walls. And third, he raised his last finger, his gaze as sharp as a blade. You've been avoiding a direct confrontation with me all this time, like a pathetic coward. This can only mean one thing: you've actually been afraid of me from the start. Lu Xin let out a laugh. Well then, this just got easy. I'm going to sit guard right here, at the door. I won't give you a single chance to leave. No matter where you try to escape from, in that exact moment, I will make you regret you were ever born. The room fell dead silent. Everyone held their breath, poised to shred anything that even twitched. Then a cough. The sound came from the doorway as it creaked open. A white-haired woman, the innkeeper herself, stepped inside. "What are you all staring at?" She grumbled at them. "I could hear you screaming from a mile away." The landlady?" Xiao Zhou jumped. "What are you doing here at this hour? You scared us." Lu Xin narrowed his eyes. Her posture was just a little too stiff. "You and the monster in this room are on the same side, aren't you?" "What same side?" She denied it. "I have children with my husband." "Oh? If you have a husband, why were you trying to seduce old Zhou?" Lu Xin fired off a psychological shot. I was?" she stuttered. "No, you weren't." Lu Xin laid the trap bare. "Old Zhou doesn't make enough money to be worth seducing. Your cover is blown. Because the real landlady would just scream in our faces, not stammer like that." He laughed. The shadow of Lu Xin's father suddenly shot out from behind him, grabbing for the woman's leg. Just as he expected, she shrieked, her body becoming unnaturally agile. She leaped aside, dodging the attack. "You're one of the gifted ones, a strong one." The shadow relentlessly pursued her. "Oh my, no more small talk, huh? Just straight to the fight?" The chase was on, a blur of motion across the room. Lu Xin was surprised for a second. He didn't expect it to be even faster than his father's shadow. But then, a smirk appeared. If that's how it is, then it's time to unleash his full power. A massive shadow instantly engulfed the entire room, seizing the fake innkeeper and slamming her brutally to the floor. Her eyes rolled back as she went limp. Another voice, this one completely inhuman, echoed from a dark corner. "You're a good person. You don't like to harm the innocent. I like people like you." Lu Xin turned as a creature stepped out of the darkness. It had no face, just a single, gigantic, demonic eye where its head should be. "So why don't we stop for a moment and have a proper conversation?" Lu Xin stared at the bizarre creature, an unreadable expression on his face. "What is there to talk about? And you're actually kind of cute." Thanks." The monster seemed genuinely thrown off by the compliment. "I was hoping we could talk first. We've always held a great deal of goodwill for gifted people like you. So, you're the real one, huh?" Lu Xin smiled wide. "Go on then, what's this about?" The monster crept closer. "About the unpleasantries you've caused in the past. You have killed many of our people. Of course, we're willing to believe that was a misunderstanding. But more importantly, you took a crucial document from us." It paused, watching Lu Xin's reaction closely. "If you're willing to return it, and keep this our little secret, we would be extremely grateful. Or..." The demonic eye stared straight into Lu Xin as a deformed hand reached out. "There is another way. A gifted person like you. If you were to become one of us, we would feel much more at ease." Lu Xin simply leaned against the door, ready to state his price. This proved they had never left the guest house. Not a single trace, not a single clue. To them, money was just a number, never the problem. "You won't even have to do anything," they said. "We'll help you achieve all of your dreams." "Sounds nice," Lu Xin shot back. "But let's talk seriously after you offer me at least $1 million a year." The man insisted. He looked like a total con artist and was starting to lose his patience. "Your vision is just too small." Lu Xin could only sigh, explaining he had a whole family to support. The man in the suit leaned in close to Lu Xin's face, his voice a low growl. "I am making a very sincere offer for you to join us. So how about showing a little sincerity?" he demanded. "Oh, I am being sincere," Lu Xin replied, his tone shifting in a heartbeat. It became ice cold. "In fact, your little organization isn't just unofficial, it's blatantly illegal. This is my official notice. Release my team members right now for a chance at leniency." Otherwise, when I really make my move, you just might end up dead. The suited man's patience finally snapped. So, you're not kidding, but your people are in my hands, and you are completely surrounded. Where is all this confidence coming from? Lu Xin simply pointed towards the door. My friends might be in your hands, but I've also trapped your man right here in this room. A bullet ripped through the air, but Lu Xin had vanished from his spot in an instant, an easy dodge. The attacker was skilled at exploiting any opening, firing the exact moment Lu Xin's attention was divided. Oh? The man in the suit smirked. Messing with me gets complicated, Lu Xin warned. The man didn't waste words, stomping on the unconscious owner to use her as a springboard. He launched into the air, unleashing a volley of bullets straight at Lu Xin. He dodged them all, but a single worry occupied his mind. Damn it! He couldn't let Dad's attack harm the owner. But as he dodged to the left, a bullet was already waiting for him. The man had predicted his movements. Dad was recalled to act as a shield, blocking the bullet in the nick of time. Lu Xin understood instantly the man had discovered his weakness. He was unwilling to harm innocent people. The man used the owner to dodge Dad's attack, then used his gun to force Dad back on the defensive. Useless! Dad roared inside his consciousness. This passive position was infuriating. Suddenly, a foul stench hit his nose as Lu Xin felt cold, slimy tentacles wrapping around his body. He couldn't see a thing, only feel the pressure. His specialized glasses began flashing a frantic red alert. He spun around and finally saw it a giant, nearly transparent octopus was squeezing him with immense force. The people who had gone missing were standing around them, completely motionless with lifeless eyes. The man in the suit approached, his voice dripping with victory. I have to admit, your ability is a rare one. When you chose to guard the door earlier, you accidentally found its one weakness. But it's clear you still made one fatal mistake. He pointed behind Lu Xin. The moment you trapped it in that room, you also left your own back exposed to it. And now you're all tied up. The living aura on you is fading fast. He then leaped down, pressing a gun to the back of his neck. So now I have to decide whether to kill you immediately or let you live. Why don't you just tell me everything you know? But he could never have seen this coming. The young man who seemed trapped suddenly turned his head. His eyes were now glowing crimson red, his voice filled with a manic excitement. Now, let's not be so hasty. Seeing Lu Xin's demonic expression, the suited man flinched. What? Lu Xin spoke to the empty air. Little sister, you can let me go now. 11's cheerful laugh echoed out. The giant octopus instantly released Lu Xin, cowering back in pure terror. Lu Xin casually cracked his neck and rolled his shoulders. He then flashed a brilliant smile at the stunned man. So, your ability is making others unconsciously ignore your very existence. It's not invisibility. The condition to infect someone is to touch them while no one else is paying them any attention. Playing hide-and-seek with people who don't know about your power. I bet you've never lost before, have you? Lu Xin tilted his head. His smile turned even more sinister. But it's obvious that this time, you've lost. 11 looked at the man and the octopus, her eyes lighting up at her new toys. And that's where the video ends. Make sure to like and subscribe to the channel to support us. Thanks for watching, and we'll see you all next time.